A lone figure shuffled down the street, muttering, "Damn it, the landlord actually kicked me out, even changed the lock, couldn't even wait for the rent, just threw me out on the streets. My new book is delayed too. Looks like those manuscript fees are out of the question." He stopped, pulling out his pockets, saying, "The money I have left can still last a few meals." This young man is actually Bai Wu, the author of Starting From Today. Holding the few coins in his hand, he couldn't help but lament, "Do I really have to go wash dishes or something?" He raised his face and sighed wearily. Suddenly, he noticed a lottery ticket booth right in front of him. It was as if he had found the hope of his life. Bai Wu opened the door and stepped inside, muttering to himself as he entered. "I've already reached this point. Buying one ticket won't hurt," he called out loudly. "Boss, give me a lottery ticket." The boss puffed on the cigarette in his mouth, his face indifferent as he asked, "Which one?" A pile of red lottery tickets stretched across the table, and Bai Wu glanced over them. He rubbed his eyes. The lottery tickets in front of him were actually displaying winning percentages. Bai Wu covered his mouth with his hand, his eyes wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. He exclaimed, "What the hell? I had a weird dream last night. Now I'm seeing things. What's up?" The boss handed Bai Wu a stack of lottery tickets, one of which displayed a 100% winning rate. Involuntarily, he reached out towards the one showing 100% and muttered, "What is this?" He was stunned, repeatedly wondering, "Can only I see it? Is this not an illusion?" He stroked his chin, hesitated for a moment, then thought, "I'll buy one and see." He quickly scratched off the ticket, and it actually said guaranteed win, with a prize of 10 yuan. Bai Wu's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, could it be? Then he quickly pointed to the 2 lottery tickets with the highest winning percentages, confidently saying, "Boss, I'll take those 2 as well." Those 2 tickets were also guaranteed wins. At this point, he thought, is this real? Could the numbers I see be the success rate? Seeing this, he happily said, "Boss, give me 11 more." Seeing that he had won several times in a row and was now buying 11 more tickets, the boss didn't seem too happy. Before him were 10 lottery tickets, and the winning rate of 9 of them was 100%, while the remaining one was 5%. After scratching off all 9 winning tickets, Bai Wu thought, "I've scratched off all 100% ones. Let's try this 5% one and see." Thinking this, he scratched off the ticket, and sure enough, it said, "Thank you." At this point, Bai Wu was stunned. It's real. He couldn't help but tremble, his eyes staring at the result before him. He muttered, "OMG, I can actually see the success rate." Seeing the scene that just unfolded, the boss patted Bai Wu on the shoulder, pretending to be kind, and reminding him, "Young man, extreme luck comes with extreme misfortune." But Bai Wu didn't pay attention to his words. He took out a stack of money and slammed it on the table, resolutely saying, "Boss, give me 100 more tickets." Seeing this, the old man gaped, almost dropping the cigarette in his mouth. He took out the lottery tickets, not forgetting to threaten, "Young man, are you sure you still want them? Don't regret it later." About 10 minutes later, Bai Wu held his phone in his hand, which had just received a successful transfer of money. The boss's face was gloomy, and he muttered angrily, "What the hell is this luck?" Bai Wu supported his sharp chin. He unconsciously thought, "First of all, the number displayed on the lottery ticket is just the probability of success. I don't know the winning amount yet." His eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and he said, "It would be even better if I could see the winning amount," he continued to mutter. "That way, I'd be even richer." Hearing him say these nonsense words, the store owner was extremely annoyed and said, "Are you daydreaming in broad daylight?" Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Huh." His eyes stared at something in front of him. Bai Wu pointed to the stack of lottery tickets on the counter and he said, "Boss, let me borrow a few more." He spread out the stack of lottery tickets, carefully observing the winning percentage of each one. Then he unconsciously smiled cunningly. Seeing him gazing at the lottery tickets with such fascination, the old lottery ticket seller fanned himself with a fan. He smiled sarcastically and said, "Young man, look your fill," and then put them back where they were. Luck is never certain, but he was completely wrong. Bai Wu could completely recognize which lottery ticket was the winning one. At that moment, Bai Wu smiled brightly. He confidently replied, "It's okay, I feel like my luck is not bad today. If I don't win, then consider it charity." When he heard this, the old man was immediately furious. He thought, "Winning so much and still being able to say that. Let me see how long your luck lasts. First one, 10% chance, wins $10. He grinned and told the owner, "Looks like Lady Luck's still on my side, huh?" The old dude was pissed hearing that, gritting his teeth in annoyance. Second one, 20% chance, $20 reward. The owner was freaking out, panicking inside, thinking, 6 in a row and still winning? What kind of luck is this? Bai Wu scratched all the remaining tickets, and as expected, they all had prizes. Bai Wu pointed at the lottery ticket in front of him, happily saying to the owner, Looks like my luck's not too shabby today. Seeing two $100 winning tickets on the table, the owner's face turned pale. Smoke was practically coming out of his nostrils. He was so mad. Another one wins $200. His face twisted, too angry to speak. Bai Wu was beaming, thinking to himself, this sudden success rate showing up is pretty convenient. He touched his forehead, smiling as he continued to think. Just gotta calculate a bit, fool them, and I can change my destiny. Bai Wu was super happy. He grinned and said to the owner, Hey, looks like my luck's not too bad today, eh boss? Hearing that, the owner put his hand on his forehead and sighed helplessly. What scary luck. You must have been a saint in your past life. Hearing the owner say that, Bai Wu turned to the side, smirking mischievously, thinking, having this cheat is the real merit. Then he turned back, acting shy. If I'm on a roll, can I have 2 more, boss? Hey, that's enough. The owner frowned in annoyance, saying, Kid, know when to stop. Too much luck ain't a good thing. Bai Wu chuckled and waved his hand, saying, It's cool, these 2 won't hit anyway. It's all about making bank today. Saying that, he picked up a lottery ticket, ready to scratch it. The owner across from him clutched his chest, nervously staring at the ticket. Bai Wu's hand slowly landed on the ticket. The owner's face was incredibly tense. Bai Wu lightly scratched a section of the lottery ticket. The owner's forehead was already covered in sweat, his eyes wide, anxiously waiting. After Bai Wu scratched it all off, it said no win. The owner sighed in relief seeing that. He clutched his chest and let out a breath. Then he looked at Bai Wu and smiled, saying, Kid, I told you, luck's a fickle thing. Not reliable, not reliable. Bai Wu wasn't sad at all, but rather gleeful, he thought to himself. Good thing it's not reliable, but haha. Then he kept scratching the remaining tickets. Bai Wu was scratching like a maniac, while the owner was gloating on the side. Bai Wu's face changed, he thought in shock. The words I'm scratching out are all, no win. The owner stepped forward, pretending to pat Bai Wu's shoulder, smiling and saying, I told you, you didn't believe me. Looks like you've used up all your luck for the year. Bai Wu looked pissed. He slammed his hand on the table, unwilling to accept it. Among the messy lottery tickets on the table, they all showed 0%, except for one that showed 30,000. Under his feet, the lottery tickets also all displayed 0%. Bai Wu's gaze suddenly stopped, as if he had discovered something. He looked at the stack of tickets in his hand and smiled, thinking, what do you know? What I believe in isn't luck, but skill. I totally tanked those 0% tickets on purpose. Gotta keep it sus if I win every time. Thinking that, he pointed at a stack of lottery tickets and said, Gimme 2 of those. He chuckled to himself. Hey, old Shu Feng is playing the pig to eat the tiger. The shop owner was back to his cheerful self, puffing on his cigarette. Alright kid, I already gave you a discount. Hitting 1 out of 10 ain't bad. Looks like your luck's decent. Bai Wu waved him off, saying, Nah, it's cool boss, thanks for the offer, but I'm still feeling lucky. But inside, Bai Wu was grinning like crazy. This is my comeback arc, baby. No stopping now. The shop owner faked a sigh and said, Alright, suit yourself then. Suddenly, Bai Wu shoved the ticket in the owner's face and exclaimed, Boss, my luck's back in the game. The guy was totally spooked. Then he composed himself, took a long drag of his cigarette, and thought, $10 got me sweating bullets. Thought I was gonna go broke. No sooner had he thought that, than Bai Wu flashed another winning ticket, all excited. Boss, another winner. After that, Bai Wu kept shouting, Another one. And another. Why is it always just $10? The highest is only 100. The shop owner was stunned, holding his head, feeling totally defeated. He'd already chain-smoked who knows how many cigarettes, thinking, is this kid blessed or something? Bai Wu clasped his hands together, praying like crazy. Spirits of heaven and earth, this is the final round. Gotta hit the jackpot, big time. The shop owner fanned himself with a hand fan, chuckling smugly. You dumb kid, you got any idea what the odds are on lottery tickets? Your luck ain't squat. Bai Wu ignored him, just flashed a sly grin. 15 grand. Boss, my luck's going nuclear, he shouted as he grabbed the ticket. The shop owner's jaw dropped, and he yelled, What? He lit another cigarette, his face a mess. Bai Wu happily checked the cash he'd received, grinning as he asked, Oh yeah, boss. What were you saying about luck again? The shop owner glared at him. Nothing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he blurted out, Wait a sec. He sat down at the counter, eyeing the lottery ticket rack, thinking, the winning rates on those tickets are fixed. He's scraped so many already, there can't be anything left. With that thought, he walked up to Bai Wu, smiling and saying, Kid, looks like your luck's pretty sweet today. Want to play some more? But in his head, he was thinking, how am I going to sell the rest of these duds? Bai Wu glanced around, thinking to himself, let's see what the remaining odds are. After a quick scan, he said to the shop owner, Nah,
I think I should stop here, boss. If I use up all my luck today, who knows what'll happen later. In his head he was thinking, the winning rate was 30%, now it's 5%. No point in playing anymore. The shop owner kept pushing, saying,
"Come on, kid. You've already won a boatload. What's the harm in trying a little more?" Bai Wu shook his head like crazy, saying, "You never know, boss. It's still money. We should save it." The shop owner's face twisted into a grimace, annoyed as hell. "Save it? You weren't thinking that before," Bai Wu added. "I know you're looking out for me, boss, but I think I should know when to quit." Bai Wu quickly left, thinking to himself, "Big score today. But I wonder if this ability of mine works on anything besides lottery tickets."
He walked up to a door, wondering, what's the success rate for opening this door? As soon as he touched the door, he saw it display 100%.
He was secretly thrilled. "I really can see it."
Suddenly, countless displays appeared around him. 90%, 80%, 70%, 30%. He didn't understand what was happening, and he freaked out.
"Holy crap, what's going on?" He backed away, getting away from the door. The boss found him so bizarre and was utterly confused. Suddenly, a dog burst through the door, shattering the glass. At that moment, the door displayed 0%. He sighed in relief, thinking, "Holy crap, that was close. Luckily I dodged it in time, or I would have been sucked in. Gotta bail, gotta bail." Thinking this, he quickly left. The boss was dumbfounded, and couldn't help but wonder, wait, how did he know to dodge? Something's not right. He rushed towards Bai Wu, grabbed his hand, and shouted, "You! Stop right there!" Bai Wu turned around, terrified, thinking to himself, "Crap! Am I suspected?" The boss gripped Bai Wu's shoulders, exclaiming in astonishment, "Kid, how did you know?" Bai Wu felt a pang of guilt when he heard that. He turned to look at the boss, thinking, as expected, my behavior was too sus. He was worried, his face covered in sweat, and he kept thinking, how much of my success rate prediction ability did I use just now? He stared at the boss, and a 50% success rate appeared in front of him. Bai Wu muttered to himself again. So, should I say my ancestor was a fortune teller with a secret family tradition? The old boss's face scrunched up uncomfortably, and he looked at the display, which was now at 64%, he thought to himself. Barely passing. After thinking it over, Bai Wu made up a reason and said, "Boss, actually, I'm a fortune teller." He smiled cunningly, and continued, "Don't lump me in with those swindling snake oil salesmen. My family has been passing this down since the Zhou dynasty, with a history of 2,000 or 3,000 years. The boss's expression was one of utter contempt as he thought, what a liar. Then he crossed his arms, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and sarcastically replied, 2,000 or 3,000 years, kid. I believe in science, not that ghost stuff. Then he added, besides, if your family's been passing it down for 2,000 or 3,000 years, you must be super famous. But I've never heard of you. At that moment, the display in front of the boss was at 63%. Then it dropped to 60%. Bai Wu observed it, then wondered, so is that frame above his head spiritual or scientific? He put on a sorrowful expression and sighed to the boss. My family has always passed it down in secret, and revealing heavenly secrets is punished by the heavens, so we don't participate in dynastic changes, which is why our reputation isn't great. The boss was stunned when he heard what Bai Wu said, and his expression was a bit surprised. The display also increased to 65%. Bai Wu was delighted when he saw this, and thought, the success rate has increased, this is going to be good. He continued to act, boss, actually, you've already seen my fortune-telling skills. As he spoke, he placed his hand on the table, showing a very confident expression. Just like that, the boss gasped. Could it be? At this moment, the success rate rose to 80%. Bai Wu smiled and replied, you're right. He stepped in front of the boss, raised his index finger, and said with certainty, earlier, I divined a hexagram. The winning streak was all predicted by me. I stopped, because it goes against the laws of nature. Those non-winning tickets are a sign. The boss was sweating buckets when he heard what he said. He panicked and said, so that's how it is. I was wondering how I could have such good luck. Scratch-offs can win a prize of 20,000. After he said that, the screen immediately displayed a 90% success rate. Bai Wu continued to attack with another psychological blow. He led the boss to the glass door, pointed to the broken glass, and said, when I first left the door, I suddenly felt uneasy, so I divined a hexagram, which revealed a bloody disaster, so I came back. At this point, the boss was completely manipulated. He grabbed Bai Wu's hand, excitedly saying, young man, no, master. How much does it cost to divine a hexagram? I want you to divine one for me. Bai Wu felt like he was struck by lightning. He froze for a few seconds, then he regained his composure and happily thought, this is my chance to verify my success. He pretended to cough a few times, closed his eyes,
and put on a serious look. Well, these days we value cause and effect very much. Just now, I affected the boss's future business for the sake of wealth, and there's a cause, so there must be an effect. Boss, what do you want to see? The old man was overjoyed when he heard this. He chirped, I want to invite the master to look at my financial fortune. My house is being relocated recently, but the compensation hasn't been discussed yet. I want to ask the master to see how much I should offer so the other party will accept. Bai Wu then asked him, Boss, what is a reasonable price in your heart? He raised his hand and rubbed his chin, thought for a while, and said, Anyway, my house is 200 or 300 square meters. Each square meter should be worth 10,000, right?
Bai Wu closed his eyes and replied, I understand. He began to concentrate and think.
The boss offers 2 million in compensation. What percentage is the other party's acceptance rate? The screen immediately displayed 100%. He asked again. Then the boss offers 3 million in compensation. What percentage is the other party's acceptance rate? 100%, he asked in surprise.
4 million. The screen still says 100%. He glanced at the owner and thought to himself, Whoa. What's the rate for 5 million? This time it dropped to only 10%.
Seeing that, he sighed. He changed to another plan. How about 45 million? He thought this seemed reasonable and smiled smugly, saying,
the owner said anxiously beside him. He didn't understand what Bai Wu was calculating. Bai Wu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze extremely mysterious.
The owner saw Bai Wu open his eyes and eagerly stepped forward, hurriedly asking, Great master, have you seen it yet? He smiled and said, Boss, if you offer 43 million, I guarantee they'll agree immediately. If it's 45 million, there's an 8% chance, and if it's 48 million, there's only a 5% chance.
The owner was surprised to hear this and asked, 43 million? That's so much, great master. Are you sure it's accurate?
Bai Wu looked very confident and said, Boss, if you don't believe me, you can call and try it now. In his heart, he was thinking, it's a good time to see how powerful this golden finger is.
When the owner heard Bai Wu say that, he quickly took out his phone. While dialing the phone, he said, Okay, I'll call now. A few minutes later, he finished the call, his face full of surprise, and blurted out, They really agreed. Unbelievable. He ran to grab Bai Wu's hand and said happily,
Great master, you really are a god. Then he jumped around like a child, smiling and saying, Aya, Karma, the opportunity you brought me is really too great. How about this? I'll give you $300,000 as a gift. When Bai Wu heard this, he pretended to cough, pretending to refuse, and said, Aya, that. But in his heart he was grinning from ear to ear, $300,000 of temple money. Then Bai Wu's phone received a notification. China Construction Bank reminds you that your account ending in 2333 has received 300,000 RMB. He pretended to be embarrassed and said, AI, I'm so embarrassed. But in his heart he was thinking, 300,000 is as easy as pie. Sweet, with this success rate, life's gonna be lit. The owner waved his hand when he heard him being so polite and said, It should be. After finishing the matter, Bai Wu left, not forgetting to turn around and smile and wave to the owner, saying, Then I'll go first. He also happily replied, Great master, have a good trip. Bai Wu's face then changed. He smiled slyly and thought to himself, Too OP. As long as I use the golden finger reasonably, I can definitely change people's fate. As soon as he walked out of the store, he met the dog that had smashed the glass door earlier. It was lying upside down, with its tongue sticking out, looking very derpy. Bai Wu saw this and thought, Is this dumb dog still here? It looks like a purebred who would let it get lost. The dog looked at the ball on the ground and barked loudly, Woof woof. The screen next to it showed a success rate of 100%. He leaned down towards it and said, For the sake of you helping me make a big fortune, I'll find your owner for you, humph. You derpy husky. Suddenly, the husky grabbed the ball and then flicked the ball up high. The ball flew up and hit the nearby signs. The sound of the ball hitting, bang, bang, bang. Finally, the ball fell down and hit the husky's head with a thud. It was dizzy, its tongue stuck out to the side. Bai Wu stood on the side and couldn't help being stunned when he saw this scene. He gasped in horror. Then the ball flew up again and hit Bai Wu's head, causing him to panic and exclaim, Damn it! That hurts. The derpy dog lay on its back, hugging its swollen head, and cried out, Woof! Woof! He stood aside and helplessly looked at it, and thought to himself, What does its owner have to endure every day? Stupid. I have to find its owner, but where do I find them? Just as he thought of this, the derpy dog ran over and bit Bai Wu's trouser leg. It rushed out like crazy, bumping into the people around it. People screamed in fear, Damn it! Whose dog is this? Bai Wu breathed a sigh of relief and said, It's looking for its owner, huh?
Let's follow and see.
Bai Wu was chasing after the husky when in the distance he saw a beautiful girl taking a selfie. He thought to himself, this girl's looks can reach 90 points. She looked at her phone, a smile unconsciously creeping onto her lips, revealing an adorable canine tooth.
Bai Wu's eyes lit up as he stared at the girl, his jaw agape, thinking to himself, such beauty, it's a national calamity. He looked at the girl in front of him and secretly asked, is the probability that this girl is Chuzi's owner really 100%?
He was extremely pleased, smiling as he thought, haha, its owner is actually such a pretty girl. Coming here was definitely the right choice. Originally, I only helped it find its owner to get rich off this dog, and to conveniently test my success rate. Who knew heaven would grant me such an opportunity? The girl raised her phone again, made an incredibly cute face, and snapped a few pictures. Bai Wu, standing behind her, almost choked on his own spit.
He clutched his head, thinking helplessly, your dog's missing, and you're taking selfies. How heartless can you get?
She struck another incredibly cute pose, brushing her hair aside, looking utterly graceful and ladylike.
Seeing the cute dog in front of her, she exclaimed in surprise, oh hey, you've got a husky just like my Oreo.
Hearing her ask such a meaningless question, Bai Wu was instantly annoyed, thinking to himself, duh, it's your dog.
Who else? You can't even recognize your own dog. Is your brain 100% fake? Even this derpy husky recognized its owner, its eyes shining brightly as it barked loudly, woof woof. The girl sat down next to Oreo, took its paws, and said, oh wow, even the sound is similar. But my Oreo is way cuter. Your husky looks so dumb. My Oreo is super smart. My Oreo eats 501 bag natural dog food. Its fur is much smoother and better now than your dog's. Bai Wu stood speechless on the side, only able to cough. He thought to himself, is this girl playing dumb? Then she turned to look at him with a bewildered expression, asking, what's wrong? Bai Wu let out a tired sigh,
then pointed at the derpy husky in front of them and said,
if I'm not mistaken, that's your Oreo right there. Hearing that, her cheeks flushed, and she awkwardly replied, ha ha, your joke isn't funny at all, you know. My Oreo is still on the couch.
Saying that, she turned to look at the couch, only to find an empty leash there, with no sign of Oreo. Bai Wu picked up the bitten-through collar, speechless and helpless. 10 minutes later, Bai Wu successfully added the girl as a friend. She was incredibly embarrassed at this moment, not daring to look him in the eye, only softly saying, oh, I'm so sorry, thank you.
Bai Wu grinned widely, waving his hands dismissively, saying, no problem, it's good that your dog isn't lost. With a shameless expression, he stared at his phone. He couldn't help but think, wow, this is the first time I've added a beautiful girl as a friend. This is totally awesome. Afterwards, Bai Wu scrolled through Oreo's daily photos and was speechless. His face darkened, and sweat poured down. He said to the girl, your husky is pretty wild, huh? If it were me, my landlord would totally kick me out. He shook his head ruefully and continued, but who am I to talk? My rented place got locked by my landlord today, and now I have nowhere to go home. The girl walked away, and upon hearing his complaints, she turned her head back and said, why rent? Isn't living in your own home better? I'm off now. Hearing that, he also raised his hand regretfully and said, bye-bye, he suddenly exclaimed. Oh, right. Then he thought to himself, now that I have a success rate, why worry about rent anymore? I can just make big bucks and buy a house.
As he slowly walked down the street, he was deep in thought. How do I get rich and buy a house? Even if I took all 300,000, it wouldn't be enough. This kind of opportunity isn't common. I need to find a way to make money fast. Quick money, lottery tickets, stocks. Suddenly, he looked up and spotted a signboard. He stared at it, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. He stood before a large gate. This was the ancient artifact appraisal. He strolled along the street, constantly hearing vendors shouting, Tang Sankai Set, just opened. Buy for 80,000 and make a fortune. Come see Han Dynasty jade, Tang and Song Dynasty paintings and calligraphy. 30,000 apiece, first come, first serve.
A blonde guy holding a porcelain bowl walked up to invite Bai Wu. Hey kid, check out this Northern Song porcelain. It's super cheap, only 50,000. The person opposite heard what the blonde guy said and immediately spoke up. Hey, that's no good. Come check out my fan. It's written by a famous person. It's genuine. A man fanned out a fan in front of him and sneered, this kid must be a newbie. Look at him, no brains, you can tell at a glance.
The person next to him heard what he said and burst out laughing. Ha ha. Bai Wu slumped down, clutching his head, thinking helplessly, these old farts think I'm some gullible newbie, trying to gouge me for all I'm worth. Just then, a merchant extended his hand and said to him, hey kiddo, all these are family heirlooms. My surname is Li Yong, and I heard my ancestor was Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin.
He looked up, smiled, and replied, "Go ahead, boss. I'll just browse around." He smirked mischievously, thinking, "Heh, who knew this newbie has a golden finger? No way I'm getting scammed."
Bai Wu observed the items in front of him, thinking, "Let me check the authenticity rate here." The screen immediately displayed 100%. Seeing this, he pondered,
"Are all the items here genuine? No way, right?" Feeling something was off, he suddenly frowned and continued analyzing. "Wrong. My assessment of antiques has a problem. Who knows how old these antiques really are? Maybe they're not even valuable anymore. I need to set a limit for the success rate. So what's my success rate of buying an antique worth over 10,000?
As soon as he posed this question, the screen immediately displayed 5%. He smiled gleefully and muttered, "So, for 5,000, boss, how much for this one?" The screen then displayed 80%.
Bai Wu pointed to an item below and asked, "How much for this one?" At this moment, the screen continuously displayed, price 4,005%, price 3,005%, price 505%, price 305%, price 700%. The boss, incessantly babbling, said, "Kiddo, you've really got an eye for this. This is the most valuable antique here. Empress Dowager Cixi herself wore it back in the day. Just looking at it, you've got good karma." 20,000. Hearing that, Bai Wu felt like he'd been slapped in the face.
He stood up, muttering in annoyance, "This piece of junk isn't even worth 200, and you're trying to con me." Seeing Bai Wu stand up, the boss quickly called after him, "Hey buddy, don't leave. I'll cut you a deal for 10,000. How about it?" Bai Wu walked away without a second glance at the old man's face. He lowered his head, muttering angrily to himself, "That scammer. Guess I shouldn't set the value appraisal for antiques too low. Let's make 10,000 the baseline." He scanned the stalls along the street and asked himself, "What's the success rate of me buying an antique worth $10,000? The screen immediately displayed 10%. He continued to ask, "What about over 20,000? The screen still displayed 10%.
"What about over 30,000? Still 10%. Bai Wu continuously raised the price. 200,000. 300,000. Still just 10%.
After careful consideration, he joyfully exclaimed, "This is awesome," he thought. "Even at 500,000, it's still 10%. I've hit the jackpot this time."
He eagerly approached the stall of a man fanning himself. Seeing him approach, the man became extremely smug, thinking, "This rookie, meeting me for the first time, thinks he can outsmart me, huh?" He folded the fan in his hand, tapped it down, and said with a laugh, "My friend, the most important thing about buying antiques is having a discerning eye. I do honest business. Nothing like those shady dealers who quote different prices everywhere. See, this is a good piece," the man said, presenting an item to Bai Wu. "But this item's success rate was only 1%. Bai Wu waved off the fan and said, "Nah, boss." Then he confidently pointed to an item in front of him and declared, "I want this one." The screen then displayed, price 10 billion, rate 100%. He smiled smugly, thinking to himself, "I'm no deluded newbie. Success is in Bai Wu's hands. I'm an appraiser from Antique Street, and in the future, I'll be a master antique appraiser. Ha ha ha, the beginning of a legend." The man was a bit surprised to see Bai Wu choose that item. He thought to himself, "What's going on here? This noob is so dumb. Aren't antiques supposed to be old?
This thing has no brass parts, it's 9 parts fake, and just came out of the kiln. How much should I even price this kind of junk?" Seeing the vendor in front of him flustered, Bai Wu immediately thought, "This fatty's eyes are darting around. He's definitely trying to seize the chance to raise the price." He suddenly gave himself a hard slap on the face and muttered,
"Arg, dang it. Shouldn't have shown my excitement so quickly. Got too smug over the success rate." The fatty then brought out an antique vase and tried to persuade Bai Wu, "Hey buddy, you really have unique taste. But listen to me. Take a look at this porcelain vase."
He pointed at the vase with his fan and continuously promoted it.
"This is an antique. First, you need a discerning eye, and second, you need fate. I see you, my friend, have a great affinity with this one, so I'm genuinely recommending it to you. Look at the pure color of this porcelain vase."
Then he pointed at the base of the vase and said,
"Look at these elegant, hand-drawn patterns. They're handmade." He then lightly flicked the vase and said, "Listen to this sound. So crisp." After that, to seal the deal, he said,
"It's not expensive, just 50,000. This is a passed-down treasure. A real steal." Bai Wu was utterly annoyed, thinking to himself,
"How much is this trash worth? This fatty's eyes are so bad. Instead of raising the price of that wine cup, he's giving me some clay pot instead."
Then a smile flashed across Bai Wu's face.
What a steal. Unless he doesn't realize that thing is worth over 50K. He then pretended to wave it off, saying, "Nah, boss, I believe in fate when it comes to antiques. This ceramic vase ain't bad, but it just ain't my cup of tea. The boss was totally confused by what Bai Wu said. Then Bai Wu picked up the wine cup and said to him, "But I think this wine cup is pretty sweet." The boss's eyes lit up, and he happily replied, "Little bro has an eye for the rare Bronze Age wine cup. You've got good taste."
He faked a big grin and kept saying, "That's a treasure I snagged from the countryside for 8,000. Since you really dig it, I'll let it go at the original price, not a penny less, not a penny more. How's that?"
Bai Wu exclaimed joyfully, 8 grand. Holding the wine cup in his hand, seeing the success rate was 100%, he was super stoked.
He thought to himself, 8,000 compared to 50K is like a grain of sand. This fatty doesn't seem to know the real value of the cup. As for this Bronze Age thingy, how much does he know?
Only 1%, he smugly thought. Just as I thought, with a success rate in hand, whatever secrets you're hiding are all in my data. He covered his mouth and chuckled, then thought, hee, let's see how I can lowball him, acting like a broke-ass scrub, and see how he BS's about the price. As long as I know the bottom line, I won't get ripped off.
First, use the success rate to see his lowest price. I'll spend $4,000 to buy it. Waiting for the Bronze Age wine cup to have a rate, he was surprised and thought, holy crap, 4 grand is 100%. The screen displayed a 100% rate. He continued to ask, what about 1,000? The rate dropped to 80% this time.
He sighed and thought, all right, can't be too greedy. How about 2 grand? With that thought, Bai Wu suggested to the seller, boss, 8 grand is a bit steep, can you cut me a break? The boss heard that and immediately said, hey, for such a good item, is 8 grand even expensive? But he hesitated for a moment, calculating in his head, snagged it for a few bucks, even this cheap is blood money.
He pretended to be friendly and said,
I can see that little bro is a man of fate, so you name the price. Bai Wu raised 2 fingers and said, 2 grand. The boss heard that and was stunned, he replied in surprise. Then he got annoyed in his stomach and thought, HMPH, this little brat's haggling sounds real, but 2 grand is also blood money. Bai Wu anxiously asked, what, if it doesn't work, then forget it? He was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, 2 grand it is then. Actually, I had 2 items priced at 8 grand, the other one I sold to a beautiful girl yesterday. While speaking, he wrapped the wine cup for Bai Wu. The boss handed the box of items to Bai Wu, and his expression was extremely smug.
He quickly transferred the money to the seller, and then quickly left with the box of items.
Bai Wu couldn't help but turn his head to look at the seller, and muttered, big profit.
The seller also smiled, thinking, big profit. He waved his hand fan, stroked his chin proudly, and said, selling something for a few dollars for 2 grand is as easy as eating porridge. Turning trash into antiques. Dream on if you think you can learn from me. While speaking, he smiled contemptuously. He looked at Bai Wu's back and kept saying, idiot.
2 grand, I'm making a killing, he proudly recounted. Yesterday there was little M's. From neighborhood 000 to buy the wine bottle. Today there's another Jan's buying the cup. Seems like buying without buying at all. Ha ha ha. This money is so easy to make. The person next to him was annoyed when he heard him arrogant, so he said, what are you bragging about? Then this person pretended to turn around and ask with joy, hey, old Wang. Wasn't the girl you cheated into buying the wine bottle for 9 grand yesterday? Why hasn't she come to scold you yet? The one surnamed Wang replied, I don't care, it's all fair in the game.
Seeing the girl angrily walking in front of the one surnamed Wang, she said bluntly, I'm just a small stall. Once it's sold, no refunds.
But this girl took off her glasses and kept asking, it's gone. Why is it gone?
The fatty heard this and asked in surprise, what's gone? She said urgently. Where is the Bronze Age wine cup from yesterday? I'll pay 20,000, no 50,000, I'll buy that cup. The fatty was shocked when he heard this and shouted, you said how much? 50,000. The girl replied.
The fatty was covered in sweat. He muttered to himself. Could that cup really be a treasure? How did that noob know about it?
Seeing the surname Wang guy spacing out, the girl thought, what's this fatty spacing out for? Why isn't he bidding? She urged.
Don't you think it's enough? I can add more? Seeing he didn't react, she said, will 60,000 work? Not enough? 70,000? 80,000? The man sitting next to the surname Wang guy was dumbfounded. He emphasized each word.
That girl said, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. Every word felt like a slap in the fatty's face. The girl was extremely anxious. She shouted angrily, hey,
are you listening?
He clutched his head, constantly pounding his chest.
He yelled in a fit of rage,
hoisted by my own petard. How foolish. 80,000 of mine. The man next to Lao Wang was extremely pleased to see Lao Wang like that. He said, ha ha, Lao Wang's been trading for so long, I've never admired anyone, but I do now. Getting that piece of junk for 300, and actually selling it for 80,000.
Then, 100,000. Lao Wang boldly bid.
The girl quickly replied, "Deal. 100,000.
As soon as he heard the girl's words, he fell backward, constantly clutching his chest.
Seeing this, the man next to Lao Wang said, "Hey girl, let me tell you, Lao Wang already sold that cup. Guess for how much?" Seeing her curious, the man gloated. 2,000. He sold a few dozen bucks worth of old stuff for 2,000.
Lao Wang's face darkened with rage upon hearing the man teasing him.
The girl exclaimed in shock, "What? Sold it?"
Lao Wang quickly sat up and said urgently,
"Girl, wait, I'll be right back."
At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. 300,000. Lao Wang and the girl turned their heads in a daze.
The people on the street also crowded around and talked. "This kid's luck is amazing. That Qing Dynasty wine cup the Lao Li family is offering 300K.
The man next to Lao Wang also piped up, saying, "Yo, Lao Wang, is that cup they're talking about yours?" The girl stood on the side, extremely annoyed, thinking to herself, "How troublesome. Which dog is blocking this young lady's path?" Over here, Bai Wu held the wine cup in his hand, constantly waving, indicating he didn't agree. Lao Li remained silent.
The people around shouted,
300K, deal or no deal, trying to extort a higher price. But another voice rang out, "How about 350K?
Hearing this, the fatty fell backward, spitting blood from anger.
Lao Li stepped in front of Bai Wu and continued, 400,000. Can add more if it's not enough." Bai Wu took the cup out of the box and sighed. Lao Li immediately grabbed his hand and said, "Young man, don't rush. Just name your price."
He glanced at Old Lai, and then replied humbly, "Old mister, you're the expert." He smiled and said to Old Lai, "How about 500,000 for a price?" At this moment, the screen shows a success rate of 100%.
Old Lai's eyes suddenly stopped, and then he smiled kindly, saying, "A promising youth. This little friend. I'll take it."
That guy Meng trembled outside, stuttering, 500,000.
The people next to him crowded around to comfort him. "Old Wang, you're here too. Heard this kid picked up this bargain from your place. Wonder which unlucky boss was so screwed over." The man put his arm around Old Wang's shoulder, then continued, "Old Wang, why does your face look so terrible?"
"Could it be?" Old Wang awkwardly denied. "How could that be? How could Old Wang, who's lived so long, get ripped off?"
The girl walked over to Bai Wu from afar, then held up 5 fingers and said, 550,000. I offer 550,000.
Hearing this, Bai Wu turned his head and looked. His eyes lit up, thinking,
pale skin, long legs. This beauty's style is so simple, so high and mighty, just like a young miss from a rich family, just like a goddess from my world.
He continued to ponder.
Before, I didn't dare to look her straight in the eyes, but of course, with a 100% success rate in my hands, isn't it as easy as eating and drinking?
Seeing Bai Wu staring at her, the girl thought, what's that little brat looking at? If it weren't for Grandpa's extreme fondness for this wine glass, I would have given up. Do I need to waste my effort here? I must have it at all costs.
Bai Wu thought, she 100% wants to buy this, so I can probably bid higher. Let me try. Then he looked around again.
Suddenly he exclaimed, oh, the boss is here too. I just bought this wine glass from you, and now it's already worth more than 500,000.
The people around him then realized. They whispered to each other, this is Old Wang. Old Wang, how could you be fooled? Haha, Old Wang sold that wine glass for 2,000. Such a good deal. Introduce me next time. Each word was like a rock thrown at him, making him extremely embarrassed. The girl hurried to Bai Wu's face and asked, 550,000. Are you selling it or not? Old Lai waved his hand in front of her and said, little girl, you're not polite at all. There's a first and a second to everything. She put her hands on her hips, proudly replying, oh, mister, you haven't even made an offer yet. Old Lai frowned, thinking, this brat, her appearance seems familiar. Old Lai and the girl stared at Bai Wu, making him very embarrassed. He pretended to laugh it off, then said, but it's not that I want to buy it. Why don't you two discuss it? The girl smiled, thinking, it's the same old rules of the antique market, only a fool would raise the price for someone else. Can't see through his trick. Old Lai bid 560,000. The girl immediately followed. 570,000. Then the price was continuously raised. 580,000. 600,000. At this time, Old Lai stepped forward to ask her, little girl, you look familiar. What's your relationship with that old devil Diamond Nan?
The girl shyly admitted when she heard this.
He's my grandpa. Old Lai laughed when he heard this. He said, Haha, the flood rushed into the Dragon King temple. I'm his friend. Did he tell you to come here to buy this wine glass? Then Old Lai slowly introduced himself. I am Li Wei Guo, also a professor of history at Hangcheng like your grandfather. The girl happily replied, Ah, you are Grandpa Li that my grandpa often mentions, Old Lai then asked. Little girl, how's your grandpa's health? He's very healthy, he runs every day, the girl replied. Bai Wu felt very uncomfortable when he saw that these two people were no longer discussing buying his wine glass. He spoke up and said, Hey, are you two still buying the wine glass or not? The girl glanced at him, then quickly replied, Buying. I saw her push Old Li away, and happily said, Grandpa Li, take your time, I will come to you for tea, I will pick you up. Bai Wu stood aside with his arms folded waiting. The girl turned back, and at this time Bai Wu's screen received a notification. 30 bank notification, account number ending in 233, has transferred $600,000 to your account. He picked up his phone, smiled involuntarily when he saw it, thinking, although the calculation was a bit wrong, the difference is 300 times happier. He happily handed the box to the girl, thinking to himself, becoming a millionaire in a day, I truly deserve the title of Golden Hand in antique collecting. Why bother writing those embarrassing novels? I'm practically the main character in a manhua. Suddenly, his eyes paused for a beat. He walked up to her and said, Hey there, little miss, can I get your WeChat? The girl seemed annoyed when she heard that. Bai Wu shamelessly continued, I see you're interested in antiques. If I come across anything good next time, I can contact you. The girl looked at Bai Wu like he was an ugly toad. She thought uncomfortably, Ugh, that smile looks so malicious, I hate it. Disgusting. Does this toad want to eat swan meat? Bai Wu is putting on a cool act, thinking he's hot stuff. He asked the girl, What's wrong, little miss? The girl took a step back and angrily snapped, Who's your little miss? She thought to herself. What makes you think you can approach me? Thinking you're so high and mighty? Always trying to climb so high? Acting like you're the chosen one? The girl muttered. Acting like you're so much older than me? Hearing this, Bai Wu wondered. Dai Qingqing's age ratio is higher than mine. The screen immediately displayed %. Seeing this, Bai Wu smiled smugly. He moved closer to Dai Qingqing, still thinking in his head. As expected of a young miss from a rich family, she has quite the presence. But I have the success rate power-up. I have to let her know how awesome I am. Then he guessed. Dai Qingqing's age ratio is 20. The screen immediately displayed a rate of 100%. He pondered. This girl is 20. I'm also 20. I was born on September 30th, so she is. The screen quickly showed. Born in October %, November %, December %. Seeing this, he couldn't help but wonder, what's this? Someone my age and not in the last 3 months? Could it be, what a coincidence, the same day as me? As soon as he thought this, the screen displayed 100%. Bai Wu was so shocked that he choked. Seeing Bai Wu acting strangely, Dai Qingqing angrily scolded, Hey, what the hell are you doing? Bai Wu raised his hand behind him and said, Dai Qingqing, hold on a sec. Then he focused on analyzing, I was born at 3:23 p.m. She's younger than me. So it has to be 7 p.m. to 12 a.m. The result immediately displayed, %. Seeing this, Bai Wu said, Nope, it has to be after 5 p.m., again, 0%, also wrong. So it's 4 p.m. %, 3:30 p.m. %. Bai Wu blurted out, Bingo! He cheerfully thought to himself, Finally got it. What a coincidence. Only 1 minute apart from me. You want to be my older sister? Not so easy. Seeing Bai Wu acting so weird, Dai Qingqing turned her face away and said, Creep? Then Bai Wu stood behind her, acting mysterious, and said to Dai Qingqing, Hey Dai, don't say I'm like a fortune teller. At this point, Dai Qingqing was extremely disgusted with this weirdo. She thought to herself, I'll let you show off now and crush you later. Bai Wu pretended to press his fingers and guess. You're 20 years old this year, born at the end of September, right? Dai Qingqing was extremely surprised. She turned her head and exclaimed, You! Bai Wu smiled smugly and replied, How did I know? Of course, I guessed it. Dai Qingqing frowned, grumbling. He can't even hide his arrogant expression. Wants to try and get to know me, HMPH, acting like a mystic. As she spoke, Dai Qingqing turned her head away. Bai Wu crossed his arms, smiled arrogantly, and thought to himself, I'm even more amazing than that, he said to Dai Qingqing. Let me calculate. You were born on September 30th, around 3:30 p.m., right? Hearing Bai Wu say this, Dai Qingqing exclaimed in panic, How is that possible? The people around them also gathered to watch the drama. They pointed and said, Is he for real or is he faking it? So detailed, can he really guess it? Oh my, look at her face. He's probably right on 80 to 90%. They continued to gossip. What fortune-telling? It's the 21st century. Why are you so superstitious? Exactly. In my opinion, this kid investigated her beforehand to pick her up. What a pervert. Everyone thought Bai Wu was a pervert. Hearing this, he froze, his face changed, and he thought to himself, what pervert? Can a pervert give details like that? I should really open their eyes.
Then Bai Wu raised his hand again, pretending to press his fingers, and said,
Let me guess. 3:30? No, not 3. 24, he muttered. Almost there, he said confidently. You were born on September 30th. At 3:24 p.m. 36 seconds. Dai Qingqing didn't reply, just pulled out her phone and started tapping away. She's calling someone. The other end picked up and immediately asked, Hey Qingqing, what's up? She cautiously asked. Mom, what time was I born? Her mom replied. September 30th. Around 3:30 p.m. Qingqing, don't you remember? Qingqing asked quietly. Really? Be more specific, Mom. Was I born at 3:24? Her mom didn't remember clearly either, she said. Hold on, I don't remember exactly. Let me check your birth certificate in the safe. 3 minutes later, Qingqing's mom said, It's 3:24 and 36 seconds. Qingqing, how did you know? Hello, are you still there? Hearing this, she froze for 5 seconds, not believing her ears. Bai Wu strutted over arrogantly, smiling and saying, Aya, Dai tu, just ask whatever you want. Stop staring at me like that, it's embarrassing. Qingqing turned her head and angrily walked away, saying, I won't waste my time being curious about you. Bai Wu immediately ran in front of Qingqing and said, Hey, it was just a joke, I was just guessing. Dai Qingqing utterly detested him. HMPH. Bai Wu, she pointed her finger at Bai Wu's shoulder and angrily said, You were accurate down to the second. And you say you were just guessing. Do you think I'm an idiot? Bai Wu saw Qingqing's angry expression and was dumbfounded. He thought to himself, No wonder she's a goddess. Even an angry beauty is incredibly beautiful. Bai Wu's cheeks flushed red, and he sheepishly admitted, Okay, no more joking, I'll tell you. I calculated it myself. Qingqing didn't believe him and replied, Calculated how, liar? The people around them also laughed at Bai Wu. Bai Wu was now imagining himself as Bai Xian. With an extremely dignified aura, he said to Qingqing, Yatu, just because some fortune-tellers are scammers doesn't mean they all are. Haven't you seen my skills already? He leaned close to Qingqing's face and whispered, If I'm not mistaken, Yatu is wearing black today. Qingqing angrily shouted. Shut up. Bai Wu looked towards Qingqing and continued to speculate. This Yatu probably hasn't dated anyone yet, right? The screen quickly displayed 100%. Dai Qingqing saw Bai Wu staring and angrily shouted, What are you looking at? Don't come any closer. Bai Wu stood to the side, blankly thinking, Based on my intuition, this Yatu hates men, doesn't like romance, maybe she's even. Just as he thought that, the screen displayed a 100% ratio, and he exclaimed in panic, No way, seriously. Is she a freaking lesbian? Dai Qingqing shyly pointed at Bai Wu and asked, What did you say? Everyone around looked at her with extremely confused eyes, making Qingqing feel awkward. Not knowing how to explain, Bai Wu smiled and said to Qingqing, What did I say? Don't tell me you didn't understand. Qingqing was now extremely embarrassed. She couldn't let this man say anything more. She grabbed Bai Wu's hand, pulling him away, saying, Come with me. The two of them ran away hand in hand, leaving everyone there in shock. Suddenly, Qingqing stopped, pushing Bai Wu against the wall, one leg propped up against it, looking extremely fierce, loudly questioning Bai Wu. Tell me, how did you know my secrets? Bai Wu calmly replied. I just guessed. Nonsense, Qingqing said angrily. Bai Wu put on an arrogant face again. He said, You don't believe me? Then he leaned close to Qingqing's ear and whispered, I can even guess that you have 3 moles on your body. Let's see if you believe me this time. Hearing this, Qingqing was extremely embarrassed. She stammered, You. After Bai Wu's non-stop attacks, he finally succeeded in making friends with Qingqing. He patted Qingqing's shoulder and said, All right, if I smell anything special again, I'll definitely contact you. Qingqing was still standing there dumbfounded. Bai Wu turned to leave, then continued, Of course, I'd be honored to have you come find me. Come see your destiny. With that, Bai Wu happily walked away, whistling a merry tune, thinking to himself, This success rate is freaking OP. I can even know other people's secrets, but I didn't expect to run into a cross-eyed girl, and even use it to smash secrets. As he was strolling happily, his eyes suddenly stopped, and he exclaimed in surprise, He looked towards Lao Lai, who was on the phone with someone, and thought to himself, Who's that old geezer talking to on the phone? Did he hear something? The probability of Dai Qingqing being cross-eyed being discovered by her family. The screen displayed a percent, then the probability quickly changed. 0%, 5%, 20%. Bai Wu was surprised and muttered, "Huh, what does this mean? The probability is changing. Has she been discovered or not?" A light flashed in his eyes, and he continued to mutter, "Wait a minute, I have a crazy idea, could it be?" He stood there blankly and exclaimed, "Could it be that this change is because I met Dai Qingqing?" Bai Wu panicked, thinking to himself, "Crap. Lao Li is contacting Dai Qingqing's family, it's exposed." At this moment, countless screens displaying 100%, 100%, 100%, 100%, 100% fell on his head. He cried out miserably, "It's not like I did it on purpose." At this time, Qingqing was standing in a deserted alley, and the phone suddenly rang. Ding ding! Qingqing heard it and quickly picked up the phone. It was a message from Bai Wu. He wrote, "Ms. Dai, I'll read your fortune one more time. I'm afraid your secret can't be hidden from your family anymore. I'm afraid it's already been discovered." Dai Qingqing was horrified after reading it. Her eyes widened, and she unconsciously covered her mouth. Qingqing quickly ran away. She ran to where Bai Wu was standing earlier, and searched. She wondered, where did he go? She composed a message and sent it to Bai Wu. "Bai Wu, what do you mean?" He stared at the phone screen and thought, "Dai Qingqing's parents will probably call her in half an hour." The screen then displayed a probability of 100%. He frowned and speculated further. A little shorter, 15 minutes, 5 minutes. The screen still displayed a probability of 100%. He immediately texted Qingqing, "Hey, I just did a reading. Congratulations, your family will contact you in less than 5 minutes to ask about it." Bai Wu was hiding nearby, observing. He saw Qingqing's phone ringing. Dring, dring, dring. Answered the phone. Looking very scared, she answered the other end. "Mom." Her mom then said, "Qingqing, come home quickly. Your parents have something to ask you." As soon as she finished speaking, her mother quickly hung up. Qingqing stood there blankly. Looking at the phone, she seemed very scared. Over here, Bai Wu was also worried for her. He sighed and said, "It seems like she should explain it clearly." Sure enough, parents are always the hardest level in love. Then he returned to his smug look. He smirked and said, "Like me, a single and capable guy, with the success rate in my hands, the cries of ordinary people are no longer on the same level as me. It's just a pity that I can't hook up with any good girls." Ring! Suddenly the phone in his hand rang. A call was coming in. Bai Wu panicked, he was startled, and threw the phone into the air. Scene change. At this time in a very luxurious cafe, Bai Wu was enjoying coffee. He looked at the screen in front of him, and smiled involuntarily. He said, "Hi, since we made an appointment, we should still arrive early to be polite. This kind of girl has no shortage of suitors. Why even go on a blind date?" As he spoke, he stared at the beautiful girl in front of him. Suddenly he turned his head in surprise and exclaimed, "Huh." Two beautiful girls slowly walked in from the door. Bai Wu saw the two girls and muttered, "Isn't that Dai Qingqing? Why is she here too?" The story must be told. From the time on the street, Bai Wu's mother suddenly called. He answered the phone and replied, "Mom, why are you calling all of a sudden? What happened?" I don't know what his mother said on the other end. I only heard him exclaim, "Blind date, Mom? I'm only 20 and you already want me to go on a blind date. I won't go on a blind date." At this time it was 8:15 in the evening. Bai Wu glanced at the two girls over there and muttered, "Could it be?" Just as he thought that, the screen displayed, "The blind date target is Qingqing's rival." 100%. Bai Wu, who was drinking water, choked violently. He spat out the water in his mouth, thinking to himself, could it be that Mua family arranged this blind date as a reaction to me exposing Qingqing's secret? He looked towards the two girls bickering back and forth, panicking inwardly. One wants to break up, the other's clinging on. What a freakin' drama. Qingqing's girlfriend was extremely annoyed. She frowned, then pushed Qingqing's hand away. Qingqing was so angry that her eyes welled up with tears. Bai Wu, seeing this scene, panicked immensely. Terrified, he picked up his glass of water and walked out from behind the table, thinking to himself, this girl's eyes are like she wants to kill someone. Then, Dai Qingqing's girlfriend walked in front of Bai Wu, her face still showing anger. She extended her hand towards Bai Wu and said, "You're Bai Wu, right? I'm Mu Yi-er. I think you're not bad." Bai Wu was stunned upon hearing her introduction. Mu Yi-er continued, "Let's be together." With that, she stepped forward and grabbed Bai Wu's hand, surprising him greatly. The people at the nearby tables were also surprised and stared at them. Bai Wu's face turned pale, and he gaped in shock, unable to say a word. Dai Qingqing's tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. "Only, Mu," Bai Wu said uncomfortably. "Things seem a bit messy right now." Mu Yi-er, hearing Bai Wu's words, immediately asked, "Do you have any complaints about me?" He forced a smile and waved his hands, saying, No, not at all. What's not to like about you?" In Bai Wu's heart, He felt like he was dreaming.
Then, Mu Yi-er leaned close to Bai Wu's ear and whispered,
"I'm serious. Is that not enough?"
She suddenly put her hand on Bai Wu and snuggled into his arms, causing his face to turn pale,
and he was covered in cold sweat. Bai Wu froze for a few seconds, thinking in shock, "Really, am I not dreaming?" Just as he thought that, the screen quickly displayed 100%, proving that he really wasn't dreaming.
He quickly moved away from Mu Yi-er, continuously backing away, thinking to himself, "Why do I feel like this isn't a good thing?"
Suddenly, Mu Yi-er stared intensely at his face. Then she grabbed his collar, causing him to panic immensely.
Mu Yi-er lunged forward and kissed Bai Wu. Bai Wu's whole body stiffened at that moment, not understanding what was happening.
Dai Ching, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but be stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at the two of them.
Ching stood motionless for a long time. Then she looked down at the ground, feeling extremely disappointed.
Mu Yi-er sat on Bai Wu. She said, "Let's go." Bai Wu still didn't understand what was happening and stammered, Go where?" Mu Yi-er smiled shyly and said, "Let's go home to meet my parents."
She glanced into the distance. At that moment, Dai Ching had already ran away from there.
Seeing this situation, Bai Wu pondered, Mu Yi-er doesn't seem genuinely happy at all, so she's using me as a shield to make Dai Ching give up, right? It really is like that. The system screen quickly displayed the percentage as 100%.
Bai Wu swiped his hand across his mouth and stared at Mu Yi-er, thinking to himself, "Although it can be said that I also benefit, but to be used for no reason like this, it's a bit uncomfortable."
Mu Yi-er also loathed Bai Wu. She looked at him with eyes like bullets. Bai Wu muttered to himself, "If it weren't for the success rate, how would I know she's a lesbian? Not saying anything. Isn't that just a scam?" Then, Mu Yi-er stood up and turned to leave. She didn't forget to remind Bai Wu, "Are you coming or not?" Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Does she really want to take me to meet her parents?" Bai Wu wondered inwardly, "Is it 100%? Seriously? Does she not only want me to be a shield but also wants to take things further?"
He watched Mu Yi-er's back and speculated, meeting parents or finding a boyfriend to fool them. At this moment, the screen continuously displayed his predictions with a probability of 100%, 100%, 100%. This truth was like 3 knives piercing through him. It really hurt too much. He suddenly stopped and shouted,
"Mu Yi-er." Hearing him call, she turned her head and asked in surprise, "What? Too much already? Want to object?" Bai Wu bit his lip tightly, thinking angrily, "Too much. Just because you're pretty, you can do whatever you want. I don't need this kind of benefit."
Suddenly, Mu Yi-er burst into tears, and a teardrop rolled down her cheek. Bai Wu was extremely surprised to see this.
He didn't know what to do, so he said, "No, I'm not objecting to anything," he thought disappointedly. "What's her deal? I haven't even agreed to go out with her yet. Come to think of it, why are all the girls I want to pursue lesbians? What exactly does Mu Yi-er want?" At that moment, at the apartment where Mu Yi-er lived, she walked into the house and called out, "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Her mother heard her call and angrily came out with a broom, scolding, "Weren't you going on a blind date? You ditched the date." Yi-er hadn't waited for her to finish speaking.
Yi-er had already brought out her human shield, introducing, "Mom, this is my boyfriend, Bai Wu," Bai Wu said tremblingly. "Auntie, hello." Bai Wu was covered in cold sweat. He thought to himself, "Crap. I spoke too hastily and got dragged here. This time, I have to act in a play with her." He glanced at her and thought, "Is this next difficulty considered rescuing the beauty in distress?" Yi-er's mother was overjoyed to see this. She quickly hid the broom behind her back and happily said to Yi-er, "You have a boyfriend. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from outside the door. Her father's voice echoed. "What? Really?" Bai Wu became even more alarmed upon hearing this. He muttered, "Why does this sound like the books are arriving?" Yi-er's father came over, grabbed Bai Wu's hand, and said happily, "Young man, you look pretty good." Seeing that Bai Wu was still stunned, Yi-er nudged him and said, "Actually, we've known each other for a long time, then broke up to focus on our careers, but we didn't expect to meet again on a blind date." Her mother didn't doubt it at all, she said happily. "So that's how it is. I was wondering why your high school grades dropped so much." Yi-er's father took Bai Wu by the hand and dragged him away, saying as they walked, "Oh, we'll talk about these things later. Come on in, honey, let's make some dishes tonight." Bai Wu was extremely embarrassed to see this scene. He turned to look at Yi-er with a pleading expression, but she just smiled helplessly. Bai Wu was thinking, "This is way too enthusiastic. If I hadn't known in advance, I would have been scared away." Yi-er's father led the 2 kids into the room and instructed them, "Sit here, I'll make some juice for you two with her." Watching the door slam shut, Bai Wu couldn't help but exclaim, "Cough, Yi-er, are you really their biological child?" The screen then displayed, "Yi-er is their biological daughter. Probability 100%. Seeing Yi-er's mother walk in with a plate of fruit,
The two of them pretended to look at each other and laugh. Haha, Yi Er's father saw his wife walk in, so he went over and pushed her out, reminding her, "Oh my god, woman, what are you doing?" Then he slowly closed the door, not forgetting to stick his head in, raise his index finger, and say, "Sorry for the disturbance. You two go on, continue. Honey, let's make a nourishing herbal soup tonight." Mu Yi felt incredibly embarrassed seeing her parents like that and said, "Oh yeah, this is the first time my parents have seen me bring a boyfriend home, so they're really excited."
Bai Wu, hearing this, exclaimed in surprise, "Huh." Bai Wu stroked his chin and thought to himself, "What's going on here?"
Meeting for the first time, and the girl's family is this enthusiastic. While Bai Wu and Yi were talking in the room, outside the door, Yi Er's parents were eavesdropping. Her dad anxiously said, "Why isn't there any action? I clearly gave that kid the signal. It's practically being handed to him on a silver platter."
Yi Er's mom, hearing this, angrily said, "What? Aren't you afraid that kid will get horny and harass Yi Er?"
Her dad immediately rushed over to cover his wife's mouth. He said, "Keep it down. What if he doesn't get any lewd ideas?" He held up a knife in front of his face and gave a wicked smile. He thought to himself, "Can't know for sure until we try. Don't worry, I've got it all planned out. If that kid dares to make a move." Inside the room, Yi Er. At this moment, Bai Wu was thinking, what if this gets messed up because of me? Should I just come clean with her first? Bai Wu was about to take a step forward.
He stepped in front of Yi Er and said, "We," Yi Er, saw him approaching like that. Mu Yi panicked and recoiled. Stepping backward, she kept stepping back, which made Bai Wu really surprised.
He smiled at this moment and explained gently, "Let's sit down and talk for a bit." Mu Yi was still very wary and said, "Sorry, I need some time to adjust to our current relationship."
Bai Wu understood immediately and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, I was being presumptuous. Are you stressed? Should I back up a bit?" As he spoke, he stepped backward.
Mu Yi looked a bit surprised, and then slowly let down her guard, stepped in front of Bai Wu and said, "Thank you, I'm okay, I'll try to adjust."
He looked at the girl in front of him, thinking evilly to himself, "She's beautiful from every angle, a 360-degree flip, so she actually wants me to be her boyfriend. Okay, what's the probability that she won't be disgusted if I hold her hand right now?" The screen immediately displayed 80%.
His cheeks flushed red, and he continued to think evilly, what if I take the opportunity to hug her? The system quickly displayed 76%.
Bai Wu continued with his lewd thoughts. Holy crap, what if I kiss her? At this point, the probability dropped to 59%. He blankly thought to himself,
did I save the entire galaxy or something? No, she just wants to find a shield boyfriend to trick her parents. I'm healthy, normal, and have been single for so long. How could I do such things? He carefully pondered. Can't fish in troubled waters this time. It's better to be honest with her. He tremblingly reached out his hand in front of Mu Yi, his legs staggering forward.
Suddenly, Bai Wu fell down with a thud, causing him to cry out in pain.
Mom, Dad, Yi hearing the commotion outside the door, rushed in as quickly as she could. Yi dad, holding the knife in his hand, yelled loudly, "Yi what's wrong? Are you okay?"
He saw the scene in front of him, and his jaw dropped. Yi and Bai Wu also turned their heads in a daze to look at him.
Yi seeing her dad walking in with a knife, asked in surprise, "Dad, what are you doing?" Her mom, seeing the situation was extremely awkward, quickly rushed in to smooth things over. She grabbed her husband's ear, faked a big smile, and said, "It's nothing. Your dad just got scared."
Bai Wu, seeing this scene, plopped down on the ground. He let out a sigh of relief and thought to himself, "Holy crap," he exclaimed in a panic.
"What's going on? I haven't even gotten to first base. And I don't even know why I'm being dragged into this. Why are they bringing a knife in here?"
He wiped the sweat off his forehead and exhaled, saying, "I had no idea."
Suddenly, Bai Wu exclaimed in surprise, "He doesn't believe I'm Yi boyfriend." Yi mom, after dragging her husband outside, immediately scolded him. "Are you crazy? It was just a test. Why did you bring a knife?" He scratched his head and said awkwardly,
"Wasn't I afraid that little punk would get any wild ideas and lay his hands on Yi
Plus, our Yi is so beautiful," Bai Wu sighed, thinking, I don't even know what's going on, and I'm already being dragged into being a fake boyfriend. I'm probably going to get eliminated by her parents soon.
This play is developing with no humanity at all. Mu Yi stepped in front of Bai Wu and said, "Are you okay?" Bai Wu looked up at her and thought,
but after all, this is her family's business. I shouldn't keep acting. Retreat is the best strategy, Bai Wu told Mu Yi. Hey, Yi I think we need to rethink our arrangement. It's getting late.
Yi annoyed, retorted,
"Are you going back on your word?" Bai Wu replied. "Do you really think this charade will fool your parents?"
He continued sternly, Look, I don't want to keep up this act. They actually care about you, and you're using me to deceive them. I think you should be honest with your parents. That's the best way.
Mu Yi-er was stunned by Bai Wu's words, stammering, "I." Then Bai Wu turned to leave. Mu Yi-er chased after him, grabbed his hand, and pleaded, "Can't you help me out?" Just this once, Bai Wu chuckled. Mu Yi-er's parents, listening outside the door, were taken aback by Bai Wu's laughter. Yi-er's dad asked, "Does that sound like they're arguing?" His wife said, "Oh, lovers bicker. It's normal. It's all your fault for being so paranoid." Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Aha! It must be because you scared the poor boy with that knife. That's why they're fighting. We need to do something. Young people break up over arguments." As Bai Wu stepped out of the room, Yi-er's parents rushed over. The three of them brushed past each other. Bai Wu thought to himself, "I can't stay here any longer. I'm not helping her. I'm hurting her." He quickly strode towards the main door. To the parents' surprise, as Bai Wu slipped on his shoes, Yi-er's mom urgently said, "Hey, Xiao Yu, don't wear those. You accidentally got your shoes wet from the soup earlier." Bai Wu froze. It hit him like a bolt of lightning, exclaiming in horror, "Nani? What?" His beloved white shoes were completely soaked. Thinking of Mu Yi-er's charming and beautiful figure, Bai Wu couldn't help but sigh. He rested his head on his hand, thinking, "It's still easier to make money. You get money and satisfaction. I'll hit up the antique street again tomorrow." The next morning, in the antique district, Old Wang grumbled as he wiped down his treasures. "I messed up yesterday. Got fleeced by some noob. What a disgrace. I'll definitely find an opportunity." He trailed off as he noticed a figure in front of him. He perked up, thinking it was a valued customer, and cheerfully said, "See anything you like." He looked up and realized it was Bai Wu, and was utterly shocked. Bai Wu, munching on a piece of bread, said, "Hello, Boss Wang. Going to the countryside to collect antiques again today." Old Wang replied awkwardly, "Young man, your timing is perfect. I just got back with a lot of stuff last night. Come on, want to take a look?" In his heart he was thinking, "The stuff I prepared for you this time, I'll make a fortune if you buy it." Bai Wu continued to gnaw on his bread, cheerfully saying, "If that's the case, then, Wang Laoban, lead the way." Old Wang sat down, pointing to the treasures in front of him, and began to boast. "Come, little friend, take a look. This is what I got from the mountains, from a village with pretty girls. And then he continued, I had to spend 50,000 RMB to buy this set of porcelain." He leaned closer to Bai Wu and whispered, "My family specializes in finding families in the same village. Villagers have heard that family made a fortune with Li Shimin, and flourished in Wu Zetian's time." He leaned even closer to his ear and whispered, "So, these porcelains are very likely—" Bai Wu interrupted in surprise. "Tung Sun Kai." Seeing Bai Wu's eyes light up, the Wang guy added even more embellishments. "That's right. Whether it's in the craftsmanship or the colors, you can see that this pair of ceramic vases is very likely Tang Dynasty colored pottery, since you're a regular customer." The more Bai Wu listened, the more interested he became. He stepped forward and asked, "How much are you asking for this pair of antiques, boss?" He smugly held up 2 fingers. "This much. What do you think, young man?" Bai Wu shouted. 60. Old Wang froze. He didn't expect Bai Wu to understand such a low number. Bai Wu was super confident. He walked up to Lao Wang, high-fived him, and said enthusiastically, "Boss Wang, you're too polite. You're only charging me 60 yuan for this pair of ceramic vases. I've seen the quality of these vases. They're really good. Even if I bought them directly from a factory, they'd cost at least a dozen or even 100 yuan." He stammered, "No, young man, you don't." Before he could finish, Bai Wu cut him off again, urgently saying, no way, boss. 60 yuan is way too little. If I take this pair of vases for only 60 yuan, my conscience won't let me." Seeing Bai Wu constantly patting his own chest, Lao Wang said uncomfortably, "What are you patting your chest for?" Seeing Lao Wang turn to leave, Bai Wu grabbed his shoulder and tried to negotiate. "How about this, boss? I won't let you suffer a loss. Let me think carefully and give you a reasonable price." Then he stood there looking at the vases, chewing on a piece of bread and thinking, "Are these really Tang Dynasty Sankai pottery?" The screen immediately showed him the authenticity ratio, 1,428%. Bai Wu shoved the rest of the bread into his mouth and thought to himself, as expected, they're all fakes. His eyes suddenly stopped. He thought, wait, hold on a sec. 1,428% is exactly 1/7. Could it be that one of the 7 pieces is a genuine antique? If it's real, it's worth at least 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. As he thought, he patted his chest. Sure enough, the screen now showed an authenticity ratio of 100% and a selling price of 12,000 yuan with 90% accuracy. He dusted off his hands and turned to Lao Wang. "Boss, give me a real price. How much for this pair?" Lao Wang heard this and was overjoyed. He thought to himself, "Hey, Easy money.
Lao Wang put on a friendly face and happily told Bai Wu, "Young man, I like you. For just 600,000 yuan, this pair of Tang Dynasty Sankai vases is yours."
Bai Wu was stunned. 600,000 yuan. He then started to laugh. Hey, Lao Wang continued. If you think that's too much, I'll give you a discount. 500,000 yuan.
Bai Wu didn't hesitate. He smiled and replied,
"Deal. No problem. I'll transfer the money now." He raised his phone to scan the QR code and quickly transferred 500,000 yuan to Lao Wang.
Then he quickly grabbed the antiques and ran off. Lao Wang was stunned, and he wondered, could there have been a genuine piece in those vases? He held his face in his hands, thinking in a panic, No way. It's impossible. I bought all those ceramic vases wholesale from a mountain village that specializes in making handmade Tang Sankai pottery. Lao Wang then calmed down and triumphantly mocked Bai Wu. Do young people nowadays really think they're having a lucky break like in a novel? Do they really think they can just casually buy Tang Sankai pottery from a street vendor? How naive. He laughed gleefully, repeatedly saying, selling it to him for 500,000 yuan was too easy. A rookie is a rookie, he's no match for me. Suddenly, a pink car screeched to a halt in the distance. A girl opened the car door and slowly got out. She walked up to Lao Wang and said, "Boss," she asked anxiously, "where are the Tang Sankai vases you sold me last night for 500 yuan? I'm willing to spend 10,000 yuan to buy them back." Lao Wang froze for 5 seconds upon hearing what she said. His eyes widened, and he instinctively cried out, "What? 10 million yuan?" The girl pleaded, "Please, uncle. One of those vases is very important to my grandfather. If you haven't sold it, please sell it back to me." Lao Wang's face fell. He said dejectedly, 10 million? It's not that I won't sell it to you, but I just packaged them all up and sold them to someone else. Lao Wang's busybody neighbor took the opportunity to gossip, and he quickly said, "Oh right, kiddo. No idea how old Wang tricked that dude. Just a few flashy tricks with some new inventory, and he actually shelled out 500K for it right away." This guy slung an arm around old Wang's shoulder, sucking up, "Oh, old Wang, I'm so jealous of you. When will I ever meet someone who throws money around like that?" Old Wang played it cool, letting out a chuckle. He even said, "Youngsters, being impulsive is just normal." The girl standing nearby trembled, stuttering, "Stess." She thought to herself, "I was too busy pigging out. I let that pottery piece get sold off. I'm so dead, I'm totally doomed today." Old Wang saw she was so scared she was about to cry, and quickly consoled her. Whoa, kiddos, don't cry. Even if that colored pottery was specially made by your granduncle, at most it's just a replica of Tang Dynasty pottery. Just go back and apologize to your grandpa, and it'll be fine, no need to cry." The girl glared at old Wang and snapped back. "Who said it's just a fake? That colored pottery is a unique heirloom passed down by my ancestors. Someone once offered 10 million for that Tang Dynasty pottery, but my grandpa still refused." Old Wang's face went pale upon hearing this, and he exclaimed in horror, 10 million. Old Wang's neighbor saw this and was absolutely smug. He mocked old Wang. Ha, you've been a bit off your game lately, huh? Just yesterday you sold a Qing Dynasty bronze wine cup worth 20 million for 600K, and today you sold a Tang Dynasty colored pottery vase worth 10 million for 500K. So happy you tricked someone, huh? The girl was totally flustered now, yelling, "Hey, which way did you guys say that dude went with the colored pottery?" Old Wang replied, "Towards Ji Yu Yun Ge." At that moment at Ji Yu Yun Ge, Bai Wu brought the antique to a man for appraisal. The man meticulously observed it with a magnifying glass, then nodded and said, Lifelike form, vibrant glaze." He continued to observe slowly. "Child Dragon Treasure's appearance is stunning." Then he asked Bai Wu curiously, "My household also has a camel like that, exactly like yours. Even 1,000-year-old pottery can barely compare. Didn't you say Wang Yude sold it to you? I even thought my granddaughter secretly stole it and sold it off." Bai Wu took a sip of his tea, pondering. "This Tang Dynasty colored pottery is identical to the one passed down. Could this Tang Dynasty pottery actually be his?" The screen then displayed, same Tang Sankai, 100%. Bai Wu was utterly shocked, choking on the tea he was drinking. The old man opposite him saw this and immediately asked, "What's wrong, Mr. Bai?" He stammered. Nothing, just accidentally burnt my tongue." Bai Wu then thought to himself, "Holy crap, this Tang Sankai, there's no way that chubby guy stole it, right?" The screen quickly displayed the result. Chubby guy, theft probability, 0%. He mused. So it wasn't old Wang after all. He suddenly panicked and thought, could it be that old Wang's granddaughter really sold it to him? Probability, 100%. Seeing this, Bai Wu immediately thought, "You sure raised your granddaughter well, huh? The old man then spoke up. This Tang Dynasty colored pottery costs up to 12 million on the market. If Mr. Bai doesn't mind, I'll offer 90 million to buy this Tang Dynasty colored pottery from you. Would that be acceptable? Bai Wu exclaimed. 90 million. Then he lowered his head and pondered. 90 million is no small sum, and besides, this thing originally belonged to someone else. After thinking, he immediately looked up, smiled at the old man in front of him, and said, "Then, as the old master wishes." As he spoke, he pulled a business card out of his pocket. He handed it to Bai Wu and happily said, "This is my business card. If you ever come across anything good, feel free to contact me anytime." Bai Wu politely took it and replied, "All right, old master." As Bai Wu stepped out of Ji Yu Yun Ge, a screech of brakes echoed from somewhere. Screech. He was engrossed in looking at the business card with Xia Yongkang's name when, from a distance, a girl was frantically running towards him. He looked towards the girl and said, "Running so fast. Is something urgent going on?" The screen then displayed, "Girl falls probability, 100%. Seeing this, Bai Wu immediately yelled, "Hey miss, slow down, you'll trip." She stopped dead in her tracks, but wasn't grateful at all. Instead, she haughtily said, "I am Sa Xiaoxiao. Do you think I'd trip over myself? Your pickup line is trash. Want to catch these hands or something?" He covered his head, helplessly saying, "I kindly warn her and get called a bumpkin. Nice." He looked at her and thought to himself, this girl really doesn't know what's good for her. Suddenly he exclaimed, "Sa Xiaoxiao." He immediately thought, I remember Xia Yongkang, old master Xia, mentioned he had a granddaughter. This short-haired Mo girl, could it be her? The screen quickly informed him that the person in front was indeed the granddaughter, and the bankruptcy probability was 100%. Bai Wu broke into a cold sweat, muttering, "What a coincidence. Sure enough, it's her." Sa Xiaoxiao was strutting along confidently when her foot suddenly tripped on a stone. She lost her balance, falling forward, and cried out in a panic, "Ah!" Bai Wu instinctively reached out to catch her, his face also filled with panic. Xia Xiaoxiao fell into Bai Wu's arms, and they both shouted, "Ah!" at the same time. She thought to herself, what kind of trick did this kid use? How did I actually fall? The people around them saw this scene and immediately gathered to gossip, criticizing, "Shameless in broad daylight. The world is going to hell. Moral degradation." Xia Xiaoxiao was extremely embarrassed and angrily shouted, You let go of me." Bai Wu looked very wronged and said, "I say, shouldn't you be the one letting go of me?" Xia Xiaoxiao looked down and saw that she was indeed clinging to Bai Wu. She was extremely ashamed. Xiaoxiao quickly jumped to the ground. Bai Wu laughed loudly, "Ha ha," and then said, "If there's nothing else, I'll be going now." But Xiaoxiao fiercely shouted, "No way!" Bai Wu quickly explained, "I didn't do anything just now, don't do anything crazy." Xiaoxiao snatched the phone from Bai Wu's hand and said grumpily, "Consider yourself lucky today, this lady has urgent business to deal with. Leave your contact info, I'll settle the score with you next time." Afterward, Xiaoxiao went inside, leaving Bai Wu standing there staring blankly at his phone. Xiaoxiao actually saved her name as Big Bro. Bai Wu was speechless. He said, "I was just trying to be nice and help her, but I ended up finding myself a big bro." Forgetting about what just happened, Bai Wu returned to his happy rich guy state. He strutted down the street, thinking to himself, "Now that I have money, I can spend it like crazy. First, buy a car, then buy a house." As he was walking, he ran into Lao Wang, who was standing there staring blankly at him. The old man followed behind him, pretending to be happy, and asked, "Bai Wu, young man, who did you sell that porcelain to? How much did you sell it for?" Bai Wu didn't hide anything and replied, "Sold it to Ji Yu Yun Ge, Xia Yongkang for 90 million. The old man looked calm and said, okay. Bai Wu couldn't help but wonder, why is that fatty so generous today, losing such a large sum of money, and he's not surprised at all. Watching Bai Wu's back as he left, he said smugly, "Just you wait, little brat." At this moment, at Ji Yu Yun Ge, Xia Xiaoxiao peeked out from the door. She saw her grandfather engrossed in admiring the camel he had just bought. She quickly ran away, saying, "The best plan is to retreat, I should bail." But before she could take a few steps, Xia Xiaoxiao was called back by her grandfather. "You stinky brat, what are you hiding there for? Come here." Xia Yongkang beckoned her closer and said, "Why are you free to visit Grandpa today?" "It just so happens that I bought a good item today." The good item he was talking about was the same item that she sold for 200 and her grandpa bought back for 90 million. Xia Xiaoxiao trembled and said, "Good item." In her heart she was thinking, not only was I a step late, but grandpa bought it back. I'm so miserable. Xia Yongkang looked at his granddaughter and said, "What's wrong with you? You're acting strange." Xiaoxiao waved her hands repeatedly, pretending to be dumb, and replied, No, nothing." Xia Yongkang saw that something was fishy and said, "That's not right. Last time you secretly took away a Tsinghua porcelain from my collection, thinking it was ordinary porcelain worth $10 and sold it off."
He looked at the antique in front of him and immediately understood everything. He was so speechless he didn't know what to say to his granddaughter.
He turned back and forth in panic and said, "Oh no, you left that thing I got from Jia Xiao saw that the situation was not good,"
and made an excuse. "Grandpa, I don't feel well. I'm going to the hospital." As she spoke, she quickly ran away. Grandpa was burning with anger and shouted, "Xia Xiao!" She quickly ran outside, crying and calling her grandma for help. "Grandma, save me! Wah, Grandpa's bullying me!" At this moment, Grandpa came from behind, radiating anger, and shouted, "Xia Xiao, look at the good thing you've done."
Grandma on the phone heard this and immediately shouted, "Old man, what are you yelling about? Why are you raising your voice? Look at you scaring my precious granddaughter. This person is 70, 80 years old and still getting angry at a child. Aren't you ashamed?" Grandma's words hit him like a steel punch, straight to the face, leaving him speechless. Xia Xiao thus escaped a disaster. Xia Xiao ran for her life, thinking to herself, "Who was so quick? I didn't even have time to buy it before Grandpa found out." Suddenly, she slowly recalled coming out from Gu Yun Pavilion. Could it be that clumsy kid that I accidentally tripped? His eyesight is that good? On this side, Xu Feng suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He looked around and thought, I keep feeling like that fatty has some swag. All of a sudden, it's weird. Could it be that fatty saw I have a lot of money and wants to silence me? The screen then displays, wants to befriend you 100%. Xu Feng, seeing this, immediately told Dudu, saying it like that, it has many meanings. He walked down the street, guessing, directly kill me, hire someone, or buy a bunch of scrap metal to mess with me. The system then tells him, playing tricks on you, 100% chance. Xu Feng wasn't scared at all. Instead, he was super arrogant. What, I have the success rate in my hands. Why would I be afraid of getting played? Then he suddenly stopped and thought, but picking up stuff really depends on luck. Even though I can see the success rate, I might not have anything to pick up. If it wasn't for that Xia Xiao messing up today, I wouldn't have made tens of millions. He looked at his phone screen and muttered, selling a treasure for $200 by mistake. That's too dumb. Can't understand those rich family kids. He connected the recent events and said to himself, that's not right. Recently met a girl with a quirky personality. To protect my life, it's best to cut ties with Mu Yi. He remembered what Yi said before. What if I still don't want to tell? Then he happily thought, wait, I've got an idea. The system screen displayed again. Tomorrow, pick up stuff at the flea market, 100% chance. He happily thought, as expected, I can predict one day in advance. Earning tens of millions isn't a dream anymore. He looked at the car next to him, thinking, if I don't spend, how can I be worthy of the god of wealth's favor? A man deserves this kind of car. Alright, this car model is probably only available at the dealership. Thinking this, he quickly walked to the nearby dealership. Suddenly, he noticed Xia Xiao was also walking near him. He thought, oh, why is she here too? Xu Feng's phone rang. It was a new post notification from Xia Xiao. She wrote, Big bros, please think for me. What gift should I buy to apologize to Grandpa? So unlucky today. He saw this and thought, this girl is too dumb. Suddenly he glanced to the side. He noticed a man in black clothes looking shady. He thought, this guy's eyes are scheming. Is he a thief? The screen then displayed 50%. This guy is slowly approaching Xia Xiao. He exclaimed in surprise. Could it be? Seeing the screen display, bus pervert, 100% chance, he quickly texted Xia Xiao. Big bro, little girl, pay attention. The ugly man next to you doesn't look like a good person. He's been staring at you for a long time. Xia Xiao read it and looked up. She turned around and found Xu Feng was also here. Xia Xiao couldn't help but wonder, why is he here too? HMPH, everything he says is salty. Xia Xiao then wrote a message to Xu Feng. Why is it you? This is damn asshole. Xu Feng received her message and replied, doesn't know good from bad, doesn't understand people's good intentions? If I wasn't giving you the benefit of the doubt because you're a cutie, I wouldn't even bother reminding you. Right now, the Route 666 bus heading towards the north of the city is approaching. The bus attendant announced repeatedly, passengers, please move to the back of the bus. Beep, welcome aboard. Zhao was glued to her phone, completely unaware that a creep was reaching out to touch her shoulder. When she finally noticed, she turned around and glared at the guy. He immediately denied it. Oh, I'm so sorry, my bad, I just lost my balance. Xiao looked back at her phone, involuntarily exclaiming, oh. The creep was still following her closely, wearing a super sus grin. Bai Wu saw this and thought, ugh, I'm just a stranger. Seeing this kind of thing, seeing the guy getting more and more out of line, Bai Wu muttered to himself, Yep, he's about to make a move. No way, she's too clueless. I gotta do something.
Bai Wu walked over to the creep and yelled, "Hey you!" Before Bai Wu could finish, he saw Zhao Zhao slap the guy bam. Then she grabbed his arm and kicked him hard. Bai Wu couldn't help but shudder and click his tongue. Next, Zhao Zhao dragged the guy's arm forward.
She turned around and slammed him to the ground. The creep hit the ground with a thud.
Everyone around gathered, constantly asking, "What's going on? What happened?" Xiao Xiao put on an innocent face and said, He just touched my butt."
Bai Wu, standing to the side, couldn't help but turn pale. He thought to himself, damn, her skills are insane. Is she like some kind of mob boss?
Zhao Xiao was also thinking, how did this darky hit the mark? This guy can read people better than me. However, Bai Wu had already sensed a huge danger. He turned to leave, thinking, crap. If this violent chick finds out I'm the one who bought the camel figurine, won't I end up like that guy? Gotta avoid this girl. The bus stop is still 2 stops away. How long will that take? Bai Wu worried to himself. The system informed him. Success rate is... Bai Wu wrung his hands, exclaiming in panic in his heart, what's going on? Not even a few minutes to bail. What other bad luck is gonna happen? Bai Wu prepared to get on the bus. Still sneaking a peek at Zhao Zhao, he thought, damn it, today is just too unlucky. Is there a traffic jam or a car accident? But the system announced, traffic jam, rate 0%, car accident, rate 0%. Seeing this, he thought, what else could it be? I have a bad feeling about this. Bai Wu suddenly stepped back, he thought. Could it be thugs? How could it be so coincidental? Bai Wu stood below, observing the bus display. Thugs robbing the bus, rate 0%. Thugs kidnapping hostages, rate 0%. Thugs on the bus, rate 100%. Thugs setting fire, rate 100%. Bai Wu was terrified. He wrung his hands, constantly thinking, what do I do now? That guy is already on my bus. But if I tell them someone wants to set a fire, he'll definitely bail.
At this moment he imagined the scene of the thug setting fire on the bus,
flames raging. The scene in complete chaos. He clutched his head in panic and muttered, if he really does it, the bus is done for. Just me trying to stop arson, no need to guess, definitely 0%. This is urgent, gotta call the cops.
No sooner said than done, he quickly called. Hello, I want to report a crime. Someone wants to set fire to a bus. The police on the other end of the line said, sir, please tell us the route of the bus, Bai Wu cautiously whispered. Bus number 666 just arrived at the antique market stop. The next stop is the auto market. There are many people on the bus. The thug is hiding among them. The voice on the other end replied.
Okay, we will dispatch police immediately. Bai Wu urged them urgently. Please hurry. The thug is carrying a lot of gasoline. He will set fire on the way. I'm afraid it will cause casualties. The police asked again. Sir, do you have any evidence to prove that what you said is true? Bai Wu was stunned, he thought. Crap, I was in such a hurry that I just blurted it all out. The police on the other end of the line kept questioning Bai Wu.
Are you a fortune teller or something? How did you know someone on the bus wanted to set it on fire? How did you know the thug was carrying so much gasoline, and that he would detonate it between stops? Bai Wu was bombarded with questions, utterly flustered and unsure how to respond. He pressed his hands to his face, trying to calm down, but Bai Wu was still extremely flustered. He panicked, thinking, I really don't have any proof. Am I supposed to say I can predict the future? No one would believe that.
Just then, the bus doors closed, and he thought to himself, too late. Bai Wu quickly hung up the phone. He thought again. Even though I've already reported it to the police, I need to find the thug first. Then he quickly rushed onto the bus, luckily before it had started moving. His eyes scanned the bus, and suddenly he saw Zhao Zhao also boarding. He thought in surprise, why is she getting on the bus? Is she trying to start something with me? This involves people's lives right now. Suddenly, Xiao Xiao's eyes locked onto Bai Wu. He remembered the scene of her beating up the pervert and broke out in a cold sweat. He thought, this isn't good. I can't have her staring at me like that. Find that guy first, then bail before things get messy. Just then, his phone started ringing loudly. It was the police. They said to him, hello, we've contacted an off-duty police officer who happens to be on the same bus. They will pay attention to you and the situation on the bus. Since you've confirmed there is a suspect on board, please don't make any sudden moves. Bai Wu was overjoyed to hear this news. He looked around and thought to himself, there's a cop here. Bai Wu suddenly turned his head, turned back, and met Xiao Xiao's dagger-like gaze fixed on him.
He quickly turned his head back forward, his body involuntarily trembling. Right now, catching the bad guy was the most important thing, he thought. I wonder who the cop is. How can I catch the bad guy? I have to think of something. The bad guy is sitting. The system immediately told him, sitting, 100% probability. Sitting in the front row, 0% probability. sitting in the back row on the left, 100% probability. Seeing this, Bai Wu quickly squeezed his way to the back. Xiao Xiao stood to the side, intently observing his every move. Seeing him go to the back, she lumbered after him. Bai Wu got worried when he saw Xiao Xiao following him. "Oh man, please don't follow me, I'm looking for the bad guy. 8 or 9 liters of gasoline is no joke." He glanced around, speculating. With that much gasoline, it's definitely divided into bottles, probably. He must be carrying a bag. Bai Wu's eyes stopped on the man sitting, hugging a backpack tightly. Bai Wu affirmed to himself, "It's him." The thug's eyes are shifty, he's looking around to see if anyone is paying attention to him. His hand unconsciously tightened around the backpack. Bai Wu was horrified to see him opening the backpack, and he thought, "Crap, I got too close," and he noticed something was wrong. Is he going to make a move first? He was at a loss for what to do. Bai Wu thought, "I'm screwed. How do I make him not suspicious now? Should I just snatch it?" Suddenly, an arm lunged out. It was Xiao Xiao. She grabbed Bai Wu's shoulder and shouted, "Bai Wu!" He turned to look at Xiao Xiao with a helpless expression. Bai Wu thought, "Sorry Xiao Xiao, that cop is probably watching me closely." The system quickly displayed 100%. Then Bai Wu and Xiao Xiao started struggling back and forth. Bai Wu exclaimed in panic, "Grandma, I was wrong. Is it still not okay? I really don't think you're a violent girl." Bai Wu pretended to get closer. The thug turned around and said to Xiao Xiao, "Stop following me, I'm a pure person." In his heart, he was calculating the emergency situation. Use Xiao Xiao to divert the thug's attention, then find an opportunity to deal with him, and also remind the police. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The thug became annoyed by the noise. He hugged the backpack tightly and turned to face the window. Bai Wu glimpsed this and happily thought, "Good opportunity." But at this moment, Xiao Xiao approached with a sly look, cracking her knuckles as she said, "Running away, not running anymore. This is all a misunderstanding." Bai Wu yelled, "Got it." He pretended to fall towards the thug, his hand deliberately grabbing onto the backpack, causing it to open and reveal the gasoline bottles inside. Seeing he'd been exposed, the thug angrily shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" He was about to get up, his face extremely fierce. Bai Wu, now clutching the backpack, pretended to fall flat on the ground. Trembling, Bai Wu thought to himself, "Crap. Please don't explode. What now?" Suddenly, a hand reached across and punched the thug right in the face. Bai Wu was utterly shocked by this scene, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. Xiao Xiao rushed forward again, slamming a knee into the guy's stomach, making him cry out in pain. Xiao Xiao beat the thug to within an inch of his life, his knees buckling to the ground. Xiao Xiao wasn't finished yet. She kicked him hard in the back of the head with a thud, then pinned him to the floor. The people on the bus, seeing this scene, crowded around to watch, all of them horrified, especially Bai Wu. He looked at Xiao Xiao in a panic and blurted out, "Is she even human?" Xiao Xiao took out a pair of handcuffs and cuffed the thug, saying, "Police, investigation unit, you're under arrest." She picked up a gas can. Xiao Xiao put it up to her nose and sniffed, then said, "Definitely gasoline." Bai Wu went from one surprise to another. He stood there dumbfounded, unable to help but exclaim in his heart, "Holy SHT, she's a cop." A moment later, the bus arrived at the station, and everyone got off. Xiao Xiao stood to the side, working out her joints, and said, "All done." Bai Wu took advantage of the moment she wasn't paying attention to sneak away, but before he could take a few steps, Xiao Xiao turned and called out to him, "Bai Wu." She walked over and grabbed Bai Wu's shoulder, then continued, "I heard you were the one who called the police. How did you know there was a thug on the bus?" Bai Wu frowned and thought to himself, "This girl is such a pain, always sticking to me. Gotta figure out how to get away." While she was, Bai Wu thought for a moment and then turned back to her and said, "You have to keep that a secret for me. Actually, I can do calculations, don't believe me. Think about what happened just now." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao frowned. She thought to herself, "Now that you mention it, this guy is really unlucky." Seeing Xiao Xiao's face change, Bai Wu was extremely scared. He covered his head and said helplessly in his heart, "I'm done for. You really can't just say whatever you want and you can't eat whatever you want." But not being able to fool her, he thought he should run away quickly. But there was no way Xiao Xiao would let him off so easily. Xiao Xiao blocked Bai Wu and shouted loudly, "Stop playing dumb!" She glared fiercely. "How do you know after all? Tell me." Bai Wu was extremely frightened. He blurted out, "Say what?" Xiao Xiao raised a fist again and punched the wall in front of him threateningly. She asked suspiciously, "Can a kind citizen, who happens to be passing by, discover thugs committing arson and murder?" Bai Wu pretended to push her hand away and said, "No need to thank me. As a kind citizen, this is the natural thing to do." Xiao Xiao then crossed her arms and continued to threaten, "You won't shed tears until you see the coffin." Xiao Xiao pinned Bai Wu against the wall and said,
I remember when you called, you weren't in the car yet. You don't know gangsters, so how did you know he had gasoline with him? Just then, Mu Yi-er was walking down the street and suddenly saw Bai Wu, surprised. Meanwhile, Bai Wu was still trying to argue. This is a coincidence. Zhao Zhao didn't believe it at all. She laughed loudly. Haha, coincidence my ass? You knew all along. Looks like we should change venues. Let's go drink some free green tea. Hearing this, Bai Wu's face turned pale. He muttered to himself, drink tea. This girl is too much. I'm done for this time.
Mu Yi-er rushed over from afar, anxiously asking, Bai Wu, what's wrong?
Bai Wu was also surprised to see Yi-er. He asked back, Yi-er, why are you here? Seeing this, Zhao Zhao slowly released Bai Wu and asked, you two know each other, Yi-er replied. Sorry to bother you, my car broke down, and I'm taking it to the repair shop, Yi-er. Then asked Bai Wu, what's going on? Bai Wu's face twisted, not knowing how to explain. He thought, even though I know she's an ice queen, this scene is too much dog food. A thought suddenly flashed through Bai Wu's mind. Wait, maybe this is an opportunity. He winked at Yi-er. She looked at him in surprise. Then she quickly understood Bai Wu's meaning.
Bai Wu rushed towards Yi-er, crying and sniveling, repeatedly explaining, Yi-er, it's not what you think.
He knelt down in front of Yi-er, pretending to say, I have nothing to do with her.
Mu Yi-er was shocked and speechless, not understanding what was happening. Xiao Xiao was the same. The people around were also the same. They crowded around to gossip. What's going on?
Bai Wu continued to act, pointing at Xiao Xiao and saying, it's her, she keeps clinging to me, not letting me go. He pretended to be angry, continuing, we don't even know each other. I love my girlfriend very much. Please don't follow me anymore, okay?
Xiao Xiao was caught in this situation and was very flustered. She stammered. The people around didn't understand what was happening, but were still enthusiastically discussing.
I saw that the young man took his mistress to buy a car, but he didn't expect to be caught by his girlfriend. Look at the girlfriend's expression, she's so angry. Caught in the act, how exciting, yikes, such a beautiful girl doing something bad, really, wow, two great beauties, he's so lucky. Xiao Xiao was burning with anger. She shouted at Bai Wu, who's clinging to you? Bai Wu stepped forward and grabbed Yi-er, then said, Yi-er, you saw it too, she keeps following me, not letting me leave.
Yi-er glanced at Bai Wu and acted along with Bai Wu.
This is my boyfriend, don't follow him anymore.
The people around watched intently, gossiping. Xiao Xiao was cornered to this point and was extremely angry. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, her face was flushed, and she gritted her teeth, unable to speak.
Bai Wu wasn't doing much better. He was still very scared, he thought. She still won't leave at this point.
Xiao Xiao stared at Mu Yi-er. She sighed and gave Bai Wu a cold glare. She angrily called out his name with killing intent.
Bai Wu then punched him hard in the chest, making him feel like his lungs were bursting. Bai Wu collapsed, coughing. Cough, cough. Zhao Zhao then left. Mu Yi-er stood there in shock, covering her mouth with her hand.
Xiao Xiao brushed past Mu Yi-er, leaving a single sentence. I'm not interested in him. You should be careful with him. Your boyfriend's not as simple as he seems. Bai Wu clutched his chest in pain as Zhao Zhao swiftly departed, leaving everyone there dumbfounded. Only then did Mu Yi-er approach, worriedly asking Bai Wu, are you okay? Are you alright?
He replied, although the price was a bit painful, I ultimately escaped her clutches. You've done me a solid, thanks. Hearing that, Mu Yi-er smiled and said, you helped me too, so we're even.
At that moment, Dai Qingqing, who was standing nearby, saw Bai Wu and Mu Yi-er chatting happily and became consumed by jealousy. She clenched her fist tightly. Meanwhile, Mu Yi-er and Bai Wu were still carefree, laughing and talking.
Oblivious to Qingqing's anger, she cursed Bai Wu. You dare to get involved with Yi-er, I won't let you off the hook this time. The next day, the sky was incredibly beautiful, and the warm sunlight shone through the massive buildings. Bai Wu was driving his warhorse, Fei Bingbing, down the street, thinking to himself, affairs of the heart make heroes lose their ambition. If I keep getting entangled with these young mistresses, I'll never get anything done, he thought again. From now on, I need to avoid them, avoid stirring up trouble, and focus on making money. Life in this world is all an illusion, only money is real. After thinking that, he got out of the car and went to the antique market. He smiled to himself and muttered, I managed to make a little something yesterday, so it looks like I should stick to the old tricks. He went to old Wang's spot but found he wasn't there, Bai Wu said disappointedly. What? Fatty Wang's not here? The person sitting there said, that's right, heard he went back to the countryside yesterday to gather goods.
He won't be here for a few days. Seeing this, he speculated, guess I won't be getting any treasures from him today. The system replied to his guess. 100% chance. He sighed and looked around, saying, it doesn't matter, I'll find them somewhere else. The system then displayed a screen showing 0%. Bai Wu was startled when he saw it, muttering to himself,
What does 0% mean?
He broke into a cold sweat thinking, does it mean I won't find any treasure today? The system displayed. No money to be made, 100%.
Bai Wu was extremely confused. Why isn't it like what we discussed yesterday? Clearly, there's treasure, but I can't get it. Bai Wu tossed the system aside, saying dejectedly, I can't deal with it anymore. I'll find it first, and then talk.
30 minutes later, Bai Wu stopped at a small stall, meticulously examining the item in his hand.
While feeling the item in his hand, his eyes glanced at the items below.
His gaze suddenly stopped at the ancient incense burner in front of him. The system told him it was 100% genuine.
He pointed at the item and asked, How much for this? The boss said happily, 3,000. If you've got your eye on it, I can give you a 5% discount. Bai Wu shook his head unhappily and said, 5% discount? I think a 95% discount would be more like it. The boss quickly agreed, still happily saying, a 95% discount. Deal.
Bai Wu still wasn't very happy, he said. All right, 95% discount it is. Then I'll take it, he thought to himself. Looks like this boss has no idea this is the real deal. He looked at the system screen and wondered,
didn't I already get it? Why does the system say it failed? At this moment, Dai Ching appeared out of nowhere, saying, Original price, 3,000, I'll take it. Bai Wu turned his head in surprise, muttering to himself, Damn, talk about a narrow road. Ching smirked smugly at him. The vendor quickly handed the item to Ching, repeating, Okay, Bai Wu, seeing this, hurriedly stopped him.
Hold your horses, bro. Gotta talk things through first. How about this? I'll offer 10,000. Ching immediately retorted, 30,000. Seeing Ching like this,
Bai Wu figured this little girl was up to something.
He sighed, thinking that the vendor probably knew the bronze furnace was valuable and wouldn't let it go easily anymore.
Bai Wu said to Ching, I'll pay 50,000. If you raise the price again, this piece of junk is all yours. But Ching replied, Deal, 100,000. Her tone was challenging. What now? Bai Wu wondered. Damn it. Couldn't outsmart this little girl? Should I keep raising the price? Ching thought smugly. Trying to trick me. So what if I really have to buy this junk? Bai Wu had no choice but to give up. He forced a smile, although he was very unwilling.
He turned away angrily, not forgetting to throw back a line. Fine, you win, you ruthless, Bai Wu thought as he walked. This little girl bid without even looking. She's definitely got something planned. Am I just going to stupidly keep bidding against her? The system then displayed. It's useless to keep raising the price. Do you still need to ask about the success rate? Bai Wu was so angry that he kicked the system screen. He yelled, Shut up! Ching was extremely satisfied at this moment. She took the item from the vendor's hand,
carefully examining the treasure in her hand and whispering, It's definitely a genuine article from our family's era. She thought again. This Bai Wu is really strange.
Thinking this, Ching followed after Bai Wu.
Bai Wu, annoyed that she kept tagging along, snapped,
Can you stop it? Ching said calmly. This road isn't owned by your family.
Bai Wu sat down to buy something, offering 50,000. Ching immediately bid 200,000 from behind. He switched to another place, offering 3,000 spirit stones. Ching cut in again. 100,000, I'll take it. Bai Wu was now extremely angry. He shouted, Dai Ching, did you come here today to target me?
Ching happily replied upon hearing Bai Wu's words. Isn't this because I trust your eye?
Then she continued, Of course, I could also deliberately raise the price or pick fake stuff, but I'm rich, I don't care. Seeing her suddenly get close to him, Bai Wu blurted out in panic. Ching got close to Bai Wu's face and whispered, Bai Wu, 20 years old this year, from Dongcheng. Ordinary family background, on summer vacation, but you bought an off-road vehicle yesterday. She questioned him. Don't you think you got rich too suddenly? Bai Wu was speechless after hearing this. He replied, You investigated me. I just got lucky. It's legal income, and I didn't do anything illegal.
Ching turned away, saying casually, Okay, legal, but didn't you say you know how to fortune tell last time? You can fortune tell for yourself, and you're good at spotting antiques, right? Ching continued.
But according to my investigation, you were very ordinary 20 years ago, and you weren't taught by any experts in this field. She smiled sarcastically and said to him, HMPH, I don't know what kind of weird stuff you're using to fantasize about reaching the peak of life, you poor loser. Ching then pointed at his chest and continued, I don't care how you did it, but I can guarantee, starting today, your path to wealth is blocked by me. Then she crossed her arms and said arrogantly, Don't even dream of a salted fish turning over in the future. Bai Wu heard this and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He muttered to himself, Ugh, is wanting to be the best a crime? What am I supposed to do?
Say something. Ching pointed at Bai Wu with a smug look and said, You're so scared that you can't even speak after hearing that I'm blocking your path to wealth. Bai Wu's face darkened and he pushed her hand away. Dai Qingqing, today you've been deliberately raising prices and preventing me from making money. I'm being generous and not holding it against you. Speaking of which, he suddenly startled Qingqing. Now you want to block my path to wealth? Qingqing laughed coldly. What? You don't believe I can do it? Bai Wu raised his finger and said confidently. Dai Qingqing, my path to wealth isn't something you can block if you want to. After saying that, he turned and left. Qingqing put her hands behind her back and threatened. HMPH. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin, huh? Today, I'll make sure you don't earn a single cent. Bai Wu glanced at her but said nothing. She looked at Bai Wu walking in front of her and smirked. What? You just want to buy stuff? I'll just keep raising the price. Let's see what you do. Qingqing persistently followed Bai Wu for a long distance. He just looked around without choosing anything. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a small stall. Bai Wu waved to the owner of a stall, attracting Qingqing's attention. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, thinking to herself, is he gonna buy something? Bai Wu ignored her and got close to the owner of the stall, whispering something in his ear. Qingqing's eyes flashed. Hee. Watch me block your path to wealth. But unlike what she thought, Bai Wu suddenly waved to the stall owner and then left. Qingqing saw this and was stunned. What's going on? And so, Bai Wu went from stall to stall, whispering in their ears in the same way. Qingqing stood there, her face ashen, her head full of question marks. She widened her eyes, gaping her mouth, and still couldn't understand what Bai Wu was trying to do. Just wanting to chat with the stall owners, not buying anything. Bai Wu glanced at Qingqing standing behind him, thinking to himself, what's the success rate? A stat bar appeared in front of his eyes. 100%. He curled his lips into a smile and suddenly stood up and snapped his fingers. Great, it's my turn to make a move. In the expectant eyes of all the stall owners, he said calmly, everyone, I want to buy all the goods in your stalls. Qingqing glanced at him, and in her heart, everything finally became clear. So Bai Wu wanted to get antiques from these stalls, afraid that she would cause trouble, and deliberately used a large quantity to hide the items. He wants to buy, as if he has the truth in his hands. She laughed and said, you think I can't do anything about it like that? Hopelessly naive? Bai Wu always observed Qingqing's every move. Seeing that the fish was hooked, he smiled and said, if the owners don't have any objections, then let's make a deal now. Suddenly, Qingqing rushed in front of him, crossed her arms, and said loudly, wait, I'm buying all the items in your shops. Bai Wu pretended to be angry. Dai Qingqing, don't go too far. Qingqing looked at him and smiled smugly. Anything you want to buy, I have to snatch it. Your path to wealth, I'm definitely blocking it today. Bai Wu widened his eyes, wanting to argue with her further. Dai Qingqing, I know you have money, but there are a lot of goods in the owners' shops. Can you buy them all? Then he laughed provocatively. You're not just saying that to scare me, are you? Aren't you afraid I'm scamming you? Dai Qingqing's eyes turned gloomy. She glared at him and said confidently, who gave you the courage? Give me the total price of everything in your store. I'll add 10% and buy it all. Then she held out her hand to receive the check from her secretary and smiled smugly. The money's already here. Are you going to pass up this opportunity? Hurry up and give me the price. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide, looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Qingqing glared at them, her loud voice startling everyone. What are you waiting for? I'm buying everything. A moment later, each person happily took a check, and one of them smiled and said, Miss, give us your address, and we'll deliver the goods to you. Qingqing then handed each person a business card, arrogantly saying, Keep this card, I'll send my butler to find you. Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement. This sugar daddy is no problem at all. Only then did Qingqing glance at Bai Wu. She waved the pile of receipts in her hand in front of him, as if showing off, You wasted your effort, HMPH. This young lady can cut off your path to wealth whenever I want. Bai Wu suddenly smirked. Heh. He stepped forward and walked past her. Then, he spread his arms and faced everyone. Brothers, this money, as we agreed, will be split over 5 years. Another person immediately chimed in. I'll transfer the money now. This generous boss is directly transferring the money to Bai Wu. Haha, I've already transferred the money to you. Remember to think of me if there are any good deals like this in the future. Everyone hurriedly echoed. That's right. Remember us brothers in the future. Bai Wu put his arms around their shoulders, laughing happily, oblivious to the aura of resentment enveloping him from behind. Knowing she had been tricked, Qingqing turned pale, speechless. Bai Wu laughed happily. He turned his head and shook his phone, showing the transaction screen to Qingqing. Surprised. Huh? Surprised. Qingqing clenched her fists in anger, heading towards them. You guys are in cahoots, Bai Wu calmly admitted with a smile. That's right.
I was just strolling through the antique market, looking for bosses I could cooperate with.
Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly turned sinister. And you got agitated and easily angered, so I just said a few words. And you already handed over the money.
Bai Wu sneered, no longer hiding his malice. I already said, you can't cut off my path to wealth whenever you want. Ching looked at him, trembling with anger. But there was nothing she could do. Fine, she gritted her teeth and threatened. Very well. Just you wait. Then she turned around and left immediately. Bai Wu watched her back as she left. He waved his hand and laughed. Take your time, I won't see you out. Just then, he was attracted by the system screen that suddenly appeared in front of him. Huh. The system notification displayed, System upgrade. Bai Wu widened his eyes in surprise. What? He cheered in delight. The system has been upgraded.
Bai Wu put his hands in his pockets and walked down the street. He sighed, looking a little depressed.
Although I managed to take advantage of Dai Ching today, she's right, her family is rich and powerful, I can't compete with her. I thought the system would upgrade into some kind of heaven-defying power, but there's no change at all. Could it be that I can only see the difference when I use it? Bai Wu continued to think. Sigh. My strength is far from enough. I don't have enough connections or money. I need to make big money and expand my network. Unknowingly, he had reached the car he had parked by the roadside. Bai Wu took the car key out of his pocket while thinking, how should I expand my network? That's the question. He kept pondering, not paying attention to the elderly man who appeared in front of his car, until the man spoke. Are you Mr. Bai Wu? The man smiled, looking friendly. He put his hands behind his back and introduced himself. I am the butler of Miss Dai Ching. Bai Wu glanced at him. Did Dai Ching suffer a loss and send you to get it back? He was a little wary, his expression gloomy as he continued to ask, are you actually a martial arts master? Or some kind of retired special forces soldier? Ching's butler maintained his proper smile. Mr. Bai, you're joking. My young lady would like to invite you to a gathering of celebrities. As an apology for the misunderstanding in Antique Street today. Bai Wu stroked his chin, looking thoughtful, and asked, a gathering of celebrities. An apology. He shifted his gaze, secretly calculating in his head. Dai Ching definitely doesn't have good intentions, but if I can take this opportunity to get to know these celebrities, it might be a good opportunity to expand my network. Bai Wu, thinking, like that, crossed his arms and grinned at the butler. No prob, I'm on it. An hour later, they were standing in front of a super fancy mansion. The butler bowed all proper and invited him in.
Dai Ching was stand-in at the door, looking all cold, and said to Bai Wu, I was starting to think you weren't going to show. Bai Wu followed Ching, say, all confident like, even if it's a freaking trap, didn't Liu Bang make it out alive in the end? What's there to be scared of? Ching just glanced at him, not really giving anything away.
There's a bunch of people inside. Ching, follow me. I'll introduce you to some folks.
Then, she dragged him over to some VIPs. This is Mr. Wang, future heir to the Stellar C Group. This is Mr. Zhao, boss of Stellar Bright Tech Corp. And this is Miss Das Liu, CEO of Medyuedul. Ching smiled. I'm sure you've heard of them. Face to face with these big shots, Bai Wu got all nervous and awkward. These are some seriously famous people. Meeting them is kinda making me sweat. This must be that feeling of being embarrassed everyone talks about. Ching had no idea what was going on in his head, but seeing his face, she immediately thought, HMPH, figures, the dude's just nouveau riche, never seen anything before. Look at him, starstruck and showing his true colors. Let's see how embarrassed he can get. Thinking that, she couldn't help but crack a smug smile. Bai Wu looked at Ching and finally figured out why she brought him here. Oh, Dai Ching just wants to see me make a fool of myself. Can't let her have her way. But the more he didn't want to be nervous, the more nervous he got. If this keeps up, I'm gonna embarrass myself for sure. Thinking that, Bai Wu started sweating and got even more anxious. Aha, I got it. Genius idea. Bai Wu grinned, thinking, who cares if they're famous? Don't they eat and poop just like normal people? Imagine them on the toilet and all the nervousness is gone. Thinking that, he couldn't help but snicker. Bai Wu confidently stepped forward, shaking hands with each of them. He grinned and said, hey everyone, I'm Bai Wu. It's an honor to meet you all. Ching stood on the side, stunned, not knowing why things were playing out like this. She was thinking, why isn't he nervous anymore? 5 minutes later, Bai Wu and Ching were sitting across from each other. She actually complimented him for once. You weren't bad just now. To be able to chat and laugh casually with those VIPs, you actually surprised me. As she said that, she looked at him with a snooty face. Bai Wu swirled the wine in his glass and casually replied, those famous people aren't really any different from the average Joes on the streets. Ching raised her head and glanced at him.
HMPH. The differences between classes aren't something you can see with your eyes. Just then, the host appeared on stage. He stepped up to the podium and shouted, "Distinguished guests, next up is the main event of our salon tonight, a charity auction."
Bai Wu got all interested in what he said and asked, "A charity auction?" Ching Ching, sittin' across from him, started making fun of him again. Country bumpkin. "Need me to explain it to you?" Bai Wu glared at her and said, "Nah, I got it. Just 'cause I ain't eaten pork doesn't mean I ain't seen a pig run. I know what a charity auction is."
Hearing him say that, Ching Ching narrowed her eyes. "Great then." She reached out and grabbed a box on the table. "Inside here is a Ming Dynasty porcelain bowl. One was planning to auction it off today. Since you're an expert in antiques, why don't you help me value it and auction it off?"
As she said that, she slid the box across the table towards him.
Bai Wu raised an eyebrow and asked, not holding back, "If I value it and auction it off, what's in it for me?" Ching Ching waved her hand dismissively. "I just want to do some charity. The auction can be in your name." She looked at him seriously.
"Didn't you want to make money fast?
Makin' a good impression in front of those VIPs will be super helpful for your future." Hearing her say that, Bai Wu thought to himself,
"True, everyone here is a big shot. Getting them to remember me will be really helpful for expanding my connections later on."
But then, he looked at Ching Ching all suspicious. "Hold up, why are you being so nice to me?" Ching Ching spread her hands and sighed. "Let bygones be bygones. I don't want to keep squabbling with you." Bai Wu still wasn't convinced, eyeing her suspiciously, but couldn't find anything out of place. This girl's shady. Gotta be up to something. Is the antique fake? He stared at the wooden box on the table, pondering, then glanced at the system info. 100% authentic. Ming Dynasty. A plus condition. Recent sales topped 125 million.
Seeing this, Bai Wu got even more confused. The antique's legit. Am I gonna fail the auction? But against his expectations, the system declared a 100% success rate.
Bai Wu let out a heavy breath. The antique's real, and the auction's guaranteed. Guess I've got nothing to worry about then.
Thinking this, he felt relieved. Guess I was overthinking it. Even if Dai Ching Ching's got a scheme, I've got the system. What's there to fear? Ching Ching, seeing his silence, reached for the box.
Would he agree? If not, whatever. Bai Wu instantly grabbed the box, flashing her a delighted grin, his expression becoming a lot more sincere. "Sure, I agree. I frickin' love doing charity work." The host on the stage announced loudly, "Next up is the final antique of this charity auction." Bai Wu grabbed the box Ching Ching handed him, ready to go on stage. He glanced at Ching Ching sitting far away, her eyes at that moment looking incredibly sinister.
Bai Wu started sweating nervously, thinking, looking at Dai Ching Ching's face, something's definitely up.
Just then, the host called him. "This item is provided by Mr. Bai Wu." Bai Wu took the box and went on stage. "It's come to this. Overthinking's useless." He walked to the podium following the host's guidance. "The antique is real, and the auction will be 100% successful. I want to see what kind of tricks you can pull." Thinking this, Bai Wu placed the box on the podium with a gambling mindset. He grinned and began introducing himself. "Hey everyone, I'm Bai Wu. Nice to meet you all. What I want to auction is..." As he spoke, he opened the box. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Bai Wu looked at the item inside with a horrified expression. Ching actually put a roll of toilet paper in there. The crowd below was stunned. Some, never afraid of too much drama, started fueling the fire. Is he trying to auction off a roll of toilet paper? Is he trying to give the organizers a laugh or something? Bai Wu stared at the roll of TP on the table, sweat beading on his forehead. I knew it wasn't going to be that simple, damn it. So this is where she was waiting. He avoided the gazes of the rubberneckers below, thinking, when the hell did she swap it out?
The more he thought about it, the colder his gaze became. Clearly the antique was 100% real before. Suddenly, Bai Wu seemed to realize something, gritting his teeth as he recalled his earlier conversation with Ching Ching. Back then, her earring suddenly fell off, conveniently dropping near him, so she asked him, my earring fell near your feet, could you grab it for me? He was nice enough to help her then, but now thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Could she have secretly swapped the box then? Bai Wu clutched his head and laughed bitterly after figuring out the truth. That's right, the box was swapped then. He looked at Ching Ching, his eyes filled with disgust. That's a deep play. She sensed his gaze and smugly winked at him, further infuriating Bai Wu. But now wasn't the time to settle the score with her, as the auction staff next to him started mocking. Is Mr. Bai in a hurry to take a leak? Why'd you bring half a roll of toilet paper on stage? This made the entire crowd burst into laughter. Ching Ching smirked disdainfully from below, Bai Wu, you're beyond saving this time. Bai Wu knew he was in a tight spot, desperately trying to find a way out. Can't do. Running away like this would play right into Dai Qingqing's hands, his eyebrows furrowed. Gotta find a way to salvage this. If I mess this up today, my representative is toast.
The people below, seeing him standing still, looked down on him even more. Hey kid, if you're out of material, get off the stage. We ain't here to watch you stand there like a statue. Hey MC, push him off. We don't want to see some idiot. Seeing this, the host went with the flow, wanting to get Bai Wu off the stage. Mr. Bai, why don't you go take a break and wipe off your sweat first? But he understood clearly. If he stepped down, he'd become the laughingstock of the whole city tomorrow.
Can't admit defeat like this. Gotta risk it all no matter what.
He clenched his fist, thinking like crazy. Stay calm, Zhu Feng. The auction success rate is 100%. There has to be a way. But he also understood that a 100% success rate isn't a cure-all. When faced with something like this, he could only rely on his ability to improvise. After calming down, he sighed softly, his eyes gaining resolve. These past few years writing novels weren't for nothing. All you see was him holding up the roll of paper and smiling as he explained to the people around him. In everyone's eyes, this might just be half a roll of toilet paper, but for me, it's the most precious gift. The guests were all stunned and looked up at the stage, quite a few of them starting to get interested in seeing what kind of tricks he was going to pull.
The person who wanted to know his next move the most was none other than Qing Qing. What kind of bullshit is this guy cooking up now? After successfully attracting everyone's attention, Bai Wu began his performance, speaking softly. Don't look at me now, all tall and composed. When I was little, I was actually a crybaby.
He recounted that he used to get teased by his friends, and every time that happened, he'd cry. Bai Wu's crying again. All he does all day is cry. Is he a girl or what? Back then, he didn't know what to do. He couldn't beat them in a fight, so he could only run home in tears. Seeing this, his parents couldn't bear to scold him, only sighed softly. Then, on his birthday, his mom made his favorite noodles. Zhao Wu. Today's your birthday? Let's eat longevity noodles. His dad also gently gave him a surprise gift. Zhao Wu, this is the birthday gift Dad's giving you. Bai Wu looked at the gift, confused. Dad, why are you giving me a roll of toilet paper for my birthday? His dad then rubbed his head and said, Zhao Wu, you're a man, aren't you? Men shed blood, not tears. Dad wants you to use it to remind yourself. But then his dad softened his voice. Whenever you can't take it anymore and really want to cry, use it to wipe away your tears. Keep going. Dad believes in you. Bai Wu was just a kid back then. Hearing his dad say that, his eyes lit up, and he resolutely accepted his dad's gift. Yes. The more he told the story, the more nostalgic his eyes became. Not long after, my parents had an accident and passed away. My family was very poor. All my parents left me was a mountain of debt and this roll of toilet paper.
He gripped the roll of paper tightly in his hand. I always remember my dad's instructions,
always reminding myself not to cry. But you only truly know the bitterness in life when you've experienced it.
Then, he proudly raised his head and said, every time I was about to give up, wanted to cry, I'd tear off a little bit of paper from this roll to wipe away my tears. Then I'd tell myself, I have to be strong. The more he spoke, the more emotional he became. Just like that, step by step, I made it to where I am today, qualified to stand here.
This half roll of toilet paper is proof of my hard work. His eyes fixed firmly on the people below the stage as he declared, Today, at this important moment, I'm willing to put my most important roll of toilet paper up for auction, to contribute to charity. The people below, listening to his story, were frozen stiff, while Qing Qing was so angry that she rolled her eyes to the heavens. This bastard doesn't even look where he is before pulling this stunt.
Then she cautiously looked around, and after seeing that everyone had no reaction, she revealed a triumphant smile. Looks like it didn't have any effect after all.
Seeing the whole venue fall into silence like this, Bai Wu was a bit flustered. No way, no reaction at all. But suddenly, applause rang out.
A middle-aged man took a drag of his cigar and smiled at him. A very interesting story. I like people like you. I bid 50,000. Seeing this, Bai Wu looked at the unfamiliar man in surprise. Seeing the situation defuse, the MC quickly announced, Success! This auction concludes here. Bai Wu couldn't help but inwardly praise his haste. Oh, this MC's got skills, really knows how to ride the wave. Only when he saw the MC swing the hammer did the massive stone in his heart finally drop. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his still trembling legs. Good thing I'm a novelist, I can just make up a story on the fly, otherwise I'd have been totally humiliated. His gaze inadvertently fell upon Dai Qingqing, who was grinding her teeth in fury below, and he couldn't help but crack a mocking smile.
He provocatively challenged her. You wanted me to lose face? This old man just flattened that idea. Seeing her plan fail, Dai Qingqing immediately turned and left. Bai Wu, consider yourself lucky this time, but next time won't be so certain. Bai Wu also clearly understood that this time he had been too complacent.
He watched her receding figure and couldn't help but think, though I managed to save face, still, Bai Wu sighed softly.
But it seems my plan to get chummy with celebrities has totally gone south.
Even when he walked down to the parking lot, he was still pondering today's incident.
Though I managed to get through this by making up a story, in their eyes, I'm just a clown. A clear look of dejection filled his eyes. Even Dai Ching was gone. Without her here, no one would even bother to pay him any attention.
He secretly made up his mind. I must work hard to earn money. Only with money comes status. And only then comes dignity.
Bai Wu walked distractedly, lost in thought, when suddenly, the sound of a car moving echoed beside him.
He turned his head to look, and was surprised to find that the person in the car was the stranger who had just helped him escape his embarrassing predicament.
But when he clearly saw that there was another person in the car, Mu Yi, he couldn't help but furrow his brows and thought, why is my toilet paper boss with Mu Yi?
Bai Wu secretly stood in place, watching the car carrying the two people drive past him.
The more he watched, the more confused he got. Why are those two together? Upon hearing his inner thoughts, the system slowly replied,
Mu Yi and the other party have a business partnership. The two families are about to form a marriage alliance.
Bai Wu was a little surprised to see the system react so quickly. Why is it suddenly so much smarter? Could this be the result of the last system upgrade?
Looking at the information displayed by the system, Bai Wu's expression grew slightly pensive. A marriage alliance. So that's why she treated Dai Ching like that. Everything's clear now.
He continued walking towards his car, his mind already deciding to put the matter aside. The world of the rich is too complicated. I'd better not get involved. Focusing on earning money is my true calling.
Once in the car, his mind strangely brought up business issues that made his head ache.
Maybe I should find an assistant in the antiques world. After all, that's the world I'm most familiar with.
He recalled the old man Wang Pansy he had met before, and a hint of anticipation appeared in his eyes.
I actually miss that old uncle a bit. I wonder if he's dug up any more treasures recently.
The system once again proved its usefulness. He saw a notification pop up. Fatty Wang's place has pickupable treasures again. Hearing this, Bai Wu was even happier and praised Wang Pansy. This guy's really something. He's always finding treasures, but the one who actually gets rich in the end is me.
He gleefully started the car, thinking, wouldn't it be better if I partnered with him? He has connections in the antiques world, he's good with words, and he can even help me out in situations where I shouldn't show my face.
With his help, things will be much smoother for me in the antiques world from now on. Once Bai Wu had determined his next course of action, he didn't wait any longer
and immediately hit the gas. Speeding out of the parking garage, he just went for it. The very next day, at the city's largest antique market, Wang Pansy was already standing impatiently by the gate, making a call. Why aren't you here yet? After hearing the reply from the other end, he responded with relief. You're here. I've been waiting for half a day already. Hurry up and get over here. As soon as he hung up, he suddenly felt an intense gaze from behind him.
He cautiously turned his head and immediately saw Bai Wu already standing there, giving him a friendly smile.
But after everything that happened, he couldn't be happy seeing this mug. What's the plague incarnate doing here? I don't have anything to sell you. Bai Wu knew he wouldn't get a friendly face. So he went for the soft approach, talking to him gently. Fatty Wang, don't be so mad. I'm here today to talk business. Hearing that, the old guy looked a bit suspicious and asked, You, cooperation? Bai Wu didn't hide his intentions. Fatty Wang, you're blessed by the lucky stars, always picking up good stuff. And I've got eyes like a hawk, can spot the real treasures. Aren't we a match made in heaven?
He spared no sweet talk to coax the old geezer. As long as we work together, after we sell something for good money, we'll split it 50-50. How's that sound? But he wasn't a fool. After being hustled a few times, he was wary. You, Bai, you've scored twice already at my place, hogging all the meat and broth,
not even letting me lick the bottom of the bowl. He angrily pointed at him, scolding, You have the nerve to come to me and talk about cooperation.
He turned around, rolling up his sleeves, ready to leave. Are you here to mock me? Get the hell out. I don't want to see you again. Seeing his stubborn attitude, Bai Wu sighed. Fatty Wang is still holding a grudge about those 2 times, he thought. He's pissed at me. If I say more, he might get violent.
And I'm not here to fight. Guess I'll retreat for now. He put his hands in his pockets, and without any more haggling with old Wang, he decisively left.
Anyway, there are plenty of chances to squeeze him later. Sooner or later he'll have to submit to yours truly, Bai Wu.
He had only taken a few steps when he saw 2 shady-looking guys heading to Fatty Wang, who greeted them with a smile. What took you so long?
Bai Wu suddenly stopped, couldn't help but curiously look over. When he saw the 2 guys walking over, carrying a package that looked mysterious, he realized something.
Seems like Fatty Wang's got a big deal going on.
Fatty Wang, seeing the goods arrive, was eager to inspect them. He waved the carrier over. "Bring it here. Let Fatty Wang have a look."
The guy looked a bit hesitant, glancing at his buddy. After receiving an encouraging look, he slowly opened the cloth, revealing a small sword with intricate carvings and eye-catching gems. His buddy smoothly said, "Fatty Wang, I've checked it out. It's definitely Kalio's 7-star dagger, no doubt about it." But being a careful person, Fatty Wang wasn't easily fooled by sweet talk.
He picked up the dagger for inspection.
"Fatty Wang will check it myself." Bai Wu, standing aside, couldn't help but chuckle. Kao's 7-star dagger, they dare to pull that scam. But seeing Fatty Wang's meticulous inspection, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Fatty Wang looked so careful. Could this dagger be the real deal?
But the system quickly announced the answer. Authenticity rate 0%. Too bad, Fatty Wang had no idea.
After thinking for a moment, he said, "Not bad. Name your price." Seeing him take the bait, the two guys' eyes lit up. Only Bai Wu, standing on the side, felt surprised. Is Fatty Wang sick? He wants to buy a fake? He Lin fell into contemplation. Or is this dagger such a good fake that Fatty Wang can't tell?
The system, hearing his question, ran a diagnostic and gave the result.
Fatty Wang's chance of seeing through it, 0%. Bai Wu smirked. Fatty Wang is totally clueless. This dagger can fool even him. The level of counterfeiting is high. Too bad it can't fool my all-seeing eyes. But knowing what he knew about a shrewd guy like the old dude, a hint of doubt arose. But still, what's the catch with this dagger? I really can't see it.
The system, seeing Bai Wu's smug look, was speechless. It said, "The all-seeing eyes are mine, not yours." Seeing that his own system was starting to lecture him, Bai Wu gently coaxed,
"Hey, saying that just leads to a dead end." The system just wanted to joke around and wasn't really angry, so it helped him analyze the item, and a bunch of data appeared. Bai Wu saw and found out the gems are the loophole. The gems are fake. But he quickly rejected the idea. Nah, Fatty Wang is a veteran. He'd spot fake gems instantly. His eyes looked at the sword in Fatty Wang's hand with a little curiosity.
"Not the gems."
Then the loophole can only be under the gems. Realizing this, his brain started calculating. If I went over there and gave Fatty Wang a little nudge, would he dare not acknowledge this favor? Just the right opportunity for him to taste what old Wu's got. Thinking so, he felt much better, and chuckled. I'll be the only one scamming him. Those two swindlers can forget about it. He then started walking towards the group.
Seeing this troublemaker arrive, old Wang was startled, his hands instinctively protecting the blade he just bought.
Bai Wu found it amusing. Enough, stop hiding it. This is supposed to be a god-tier 7-star blade. Seriously scamming people. It's just a machine-made knife. The two swindlers started sweating, while old Wang frowned in confusion. What do you mean? Seeing he still didn't realize he'd been scammed, Bai Wu didn't bother explaining. It means exactly what it says. Old Wang, annoyed by his arrogant attitude, retorted, I've examined the blade, and everything about it. The form, the quality, even the wear on the glaze, is perfect. I've been in the antique business for decades. You think I can't tell the real deal from a fake? He then gave Bai Wu a sharp look. I get it, you're trying to scam me, aren't you?
After all, you've swiped 2 deals right out from under me. This debt only fuels my anger. Are you only targeting me? Do you have a grudge against me?
Bai Wu was speechless. If I can prove this blade is fake, will you follow me in business from now on, Fatty Wang? Of course, Fatty Wang wouldn't budge. If this blade is real, what then? You want to freeload off me, but I wouldn't even consider taking you in.
Seeing his stubbornness, he thought of a trick to provoke him, and asked, How much did you sell this blade for?
Old Wang frowned, noticing his interest in the blade's value. You're still saying you're not a scammer?
50 million. Bai Wu confidently raised his hand to bid. All right, if I'm wrong, I'll pay you 10 times that amount.
Old Wang retorted fiercely. Oh really? You said it. I don't believe I can misjudge it. He then handed the blade over to him. With a gleam of amusement, he watched him. Go on, Teacher Bai. Enlighten us. How is this blade fake? Bai Wu fondled the blade for a moment, then smirked. Fine. Watch closely. Today old Wu will give you a lesson.
He turned around, looking around as if searching for something, puzzling old Wang. Then he reached for the water bottle old Wang had placed on the ground.
What is he planning to do? Under old Wang's bewildered gaze, he said softly. Since this is a valuable weapon, here's to you.
Then, he swung and smashed the water bottle against the blade. His strength was so great that the lustrous gem embedded in the hilt of the green blade popped out. This action not only left the two swindlers speechless, but also shocked passers-by.
The most affected was Fatty Wang, who stared in horror at the gem rolling on the ground, unable to speak. He went crazy and charged at Bai Wu. Hey, you Fing Bai, are you crazy? But Bai Wu, after knocking off the gem, inspected the blade, seeing what secrets it held. After seeing it, he laughed excitedly. Fatty Wang, Will you admit defeat now? He immediately shoved the blade at him, his voice dripping with disdain. Did they have QR codes back in the Three Kingdoms era?
After seeing the QR code sitting squarely where the gem had been, disbelief flashed in old Wang's eyes.
What? How is that possible?
Bai Wu smugly remarked, seeing his expression. So, are you willing to follow me in business now? When it comes to the antique business, I'm the real deal.
Old Wang was so angry that he was trembling. He clenched his fists. Damn it, you dare to scam this Wang fatty. You must be tired of living.
He turned to find the two swindlers to settle the score, but they were nowhere to be seen. Where did they go? Obviously they'd bolted. Bursting with anger but nowhere to vent, he stomped his feet and cursed loudly. Consider yourselves lucky for running fast. Don't let this fatty Wang catch you again. Then, he turned and saw Zhu Feng standing there smugly, and couldn't help but frown. How did you know this broadsword was fake? Suddenly, something occurred to him, and his eyes turned fierce. Those two guys weren't hired by you, were they? Zhu Feng saw that he was so angry he'd lost his mind. Me? Hire them? He looked at the guy like he was an idiot. If I could get my hands on fake goods of this quality, would I still come looking for you to cooperate? What are you even thinking? These words only made Wang bristle even more. Seeing this, Zhu Feng had no choice but to change the subject.
As for how I saw through it, a recluse must have his clever tricks. Old Wang saw that he was about to spout more nonsense, and turned his head to leave in dismay. This old man doesn't even want to listen.
Zhu Feng noticed that his mood had calmed down a bit, and immediately approached him. Fatty Wang, we already finished the bet just now. I won. From now on, you have to make a living with me.
Old Wang saw that he only ever brought bad luck, and coldly waved him off. No way. You are too profound and unpredictable. I'm afraid you'll sell me off. You should find someone else to cooperate with.
Zhu Feng saw that he was about to run away, and said angrily, Fatty Wang, you're going back on your word.
He only gently stroked the prayer beads on his neck. Wang Bao, I hustle for a living in this antique market. What credibility am I supposed to have?
Those big shots in the industry are all talk and no action. You think they keep their word? Zhu Feng felt uncomfortable, but after hearing what he said, a hint of surprise flashed in his mind.
Big shots in the industry, huh? He didn't want to get entangled with Zhu Feng, so he tried to change the subject. I think this cooperation thing should be dropped. But, Fatty Wang is clear about debts and favors. I can't let you help for nothing.
He knew that Zhu Feng had helped him this time, so even though he didn't want to get involved with him, he still had to repay this favor. Just pick any item from the stall. Consider it a thank you for your heroic act. Zhu Feng looked at the scattered items around him, and didn't find anything he liked. Why are all your things fake?
Wang Pengzi was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils when he heard him dare to criticize his stuff. Fake? These are all treasures that Fatty Wang has collected. Then he excitedly showed him the items he had just acquired. Look at this. This is the kasaya that the monk Xuanzang wore to get scriptures.
Zhu Feng knew at a glance that the kasaya was fake. He didn't give him any face, and directly exposed him. You stole this from some drama troupe, didn't you? There are even a few holes for cigarette butts on it.
Fatty Wang didn't expect that he would observe so carefully, so he felt a little guilty, and took out another bowl to cover it up.
This is the bowl that Wu Song used to drink wine on Jingyang Hill. Zhu Feng felt nothing but BS when he heard it.
Why does it look like the bowl from the noodle shop in front of the door? Do you have anything reliable? Old Wang was exposed again, and fell into a panic once more. Finally, he squatted down and began rummaging through his pile of stuff. Something reliable for you to see. Where are my treasures? Seeing this, Zhu Feng could only sigh softly. Sigh, this pile of junk. Fatty Wang's business is really a mess.
Speaking of which, I've profited from him several times. No wonder he holds a grudge against me.
Then, old Wang shouted happily, Here it is. Zhu Feng looked at the long package that looked like an old man's exercise sticks and mocked. What is this? Did you steal it from the old man exercising in the park in the morning? Old Wang looked at him with great confidence this time. Let me broaden your horizons.
He took out a long sword with silver armor inlaid on the body, which was very delicate. This is Liu Bei's twin swords, used by Liu Xuande of the Three Kingdoms. Zhu Feng was about to ridicule him, but he was stunned when he saw the system's notification.
100% genuine. Whether the owner is Liu Bei, lack of DNA data, temporarily unable to confirm. His voice became hurried and trembling. This is the real deal. Lao Wang didn't notice anything different about him, and was still cockily patting his sword. Of course. But there's no way I'm giving this to you. Fatty Wang is hoping to change his life with this. Bai Wu gazed at the sword in his arms, sighing inwardly. So, Fatty Wang's treasure is this sword. Heaven really is helping me. Suddenly thinking of something, his eyes gleamed even brighter. With this stepping stone, I can go see that person with a legit reason.
Thinking this, he looked at Lao Wang with newfound favor. Gotta figure out how to get this sword in my hands.
But Lao Wang, seeing him staring intently, cleared his throat awkwardly. Staring long enough, Fatty Wang ain't got nothing real to scare you to death.
Seeing this, Bai Wu rolled his eyes, came up with a plan, and said with a hint of doubt, "Just now it was Cao Cao's 7-star saber, now it's Liu Bei's twin swords. Fatty Wang, are you having a Three Kingdoms kind of day?" Seeing him dissing his stuff again, Wang Pengzi angrily pointed the sword at his face, saying, "Look at the shape and the material, and even the details of the glaze."
Bai Wu listened to his rambling for a while, then just smirked. "Didn't you say the same thing about that 7-star saber a while ago?"
He was momentarily speechless, his eyes no longer as confident as before. Seeing this,
Bai Wu pressed his advantage. "Fatty Wang, wanna bet if this sword has a QR code?" Wang Pengzi felt a little guilty. Glancing at the green dragon crescent blade he almost got scammed with, still tossed in the corner, and fell into contemplation. The smile on his face vanished with this worry. The characteristics of the green dragon crescent blade and this sword are exactly the same. The faker is way too OP. Thinking of this, he was so distressed that he burst into tears. "I thought I could collect enough weapons from Liu and Kakao to package and sell for a sky-high price, damn it." The look in his eyes at the longsword was no longer proud. Getting scammed repeatedly. Did the heavens want him dead or what? In a fit of anger, Lao Wang almost threw the longsword away. But luckily Bai Wu stopped him in time. "Fine. Seeing how pathetic you are, I'll buy this sword. Name your price. I won't haggle." Fatty Wang was already exhausted to the max. He didn't even bother haggling, just waved his hand. "Just pick something and take it. Anyway, it's not like I said the words fake goods. Screw this business. Fatty Wang is tired. Not seeing you off." Bai Wu, suddenly getting a bargain for nothing, felt happy. "Thanks, man." But when he saw Lao Wang's blank eyes, he felt a little uncomfortable. Fatty Wang really is kinda pathetic. Gotta find a chance for him to make a killing, or else I'll feel bad. Then, he looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes gaining a bit of determination. "I originally wanted to cozy up to Grandpa Shaw, but he's a big shot in the antique industry. Can't show up empty-handed." He thought a bit about his current status and sighed quietly. "Still a long way to go to reach the top," he thought. "At least now I have this pair of swords, just right to take as a gift for Grandpa Shaw. This is a treasure meeting its true owner." Then, he stepped towards Ji Yu Yunge, praying inwardly, "Just hoping I don't run into that troublesome Sha Zhao Zhao again." Relationships need money. Bai Wu entered Ji Yu Yunge. Bai Wu stepped forward and asked, "Hello, is Grandpa Shaw here?" startling the female employee. The female employee greeted him with a bright smile, saying, "Sorry, Grandpa Shaw is busy and not receiving guests at the moment." Bai Wu frowned, thinking, if Grandpa Shaw knew it was me, he'd definitely see me. 100%. Seeing this, Bai Wu said, "Please tell Grandpa Shaw that the person who sold the Tang Sun Kai last time has come to visit." The female employee was very surprised to hear this. "Okay, please wait a moment while I go tell Grandpa Shaw." After speaking, the female employee went to deliver the message, when suddenly a loud voice called out, "So you were the one who sold the Tang Sun Kai to Grandpa?" Startling Bai Wu, he trembled in fear, thinking, "No way, this is so screwed. What I feared has come true." Sweating and glancing over, Bai Wu grinned and said, "Yo, Miss Sha. Fancy seeing you here again." In front of him, Sha Xiaoxiao was doing leg stretches, making Bai Wu stare blankly, thinking, what's up with her? Sha Xiaoxiao is still so fierce. Right in front of him, her face full of resentment, she raised her fist. Old scores and new grudges combined. "Today I must teach you a lesson." Suddenly, the system appeared. Emergency system warning, continuing to stand still will result in a 100% injury rate. Making him stunned, what's going on? Sha Xiaoxiao then swung her fist at him. Bai Wu panicked at the sight. He dodged Sha Xiaoxiao's punch and ran behind her, but she quickly caught on. She grabbed a random vase and threw it. The vase screamed, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, without him knowing when, Sha Yongkang was standing there in her way. She was about to throw the vase, but suddenly stopped when she saw him, holding the vase back to prevent it from flying away. Sha Yongkang was furious, scolding loudly, "Xiaoxiao, what are you doing again? Put the vase down," making her hold the vase awkwardly, almost dropping it. He scolded her face. "Sha Xiaoxiao is getting worse and worse. Go home and reflect on yourself." Sha Xiaoxiao was sweating when she heard him scold. Sha Xiaoxiao heard this, turned to leave, and replied, "Yes." Her eyes glanced at Bai Wu. She said with a hateful tone, "HMPH, Bai Wu, just you wait, don't let me catch you outside." Bai Wu, having escaped a dangerous situation, sighed and thought, "Phew, dodged a bullet. But I have a feeling Miss Sha won't just obediently leave like this." Sha Xiaoxiao left, but her eyes still glanced over disdainfully. Yeah. She stood in front of Martial Arts Hall C. With her arms crossed, she said, "There is no way I'm leaving like this." Sha Yongkang smiled awkwardly. "Please excuse my granddaughter's behavior, Mr. Bai. Her grandmother has spoiled her. She doesn't understand things.
Bai Wu smiled and said, Miss Sha is straightforward and upright, a person with personality. Very good.
But inside he observed, thinking, judging from Xiaolao's expression, it seems like something is on his mind. The system notified him that the system only analyzes the success rate and does not know mind reading. Seeing this, he remembered that the system had upgraded his trash-talking ability last time, right?
Sha Yongkang extended his hand. Mr. Bai, please follow me upstairs. Let's go to the tea room to talk.
He and Bai Wu entered the tea room. He observed and admired. Xiaolao's tea room is indeed extraordinary. Hearing this, he said modestly, You're joking. These are all worthless things displayed here. Bai Wu looked at him, thinking, Worthless? You're being too modest. You're obviously showing off, Sha Yongkang asked. Mr. Bai's visit must be because you have acquired another treasure, right?
As he finished speaking, Bai Wu handed over the sword for Sha Lao to examine. He picked it up and observed,
Oh. Sha Yongkang observed carefully and made his judgment. It seems to be a treasure from the Eastern Han dynasty.
Bai Wu, hearing this, immediately said, Ordinary items can't catch your eye. Only treasures of this level are worthy of a virtuous person like you. He examined it more closely and said what he knew while observing. Young Master Bai, a pair of swords of this quality from the Eastern Han dynasty would auction for around 50 million. Hearing that, Bai Wu asked, Then what if it's the sword of Emperor Zhao Li? Sha Yongkang happily said, If it's really Lord Xuandai's item, the price could be 10 times higher. Bai Wu respectfully said, As the saying goes, a treasured sword for a hero. Elder Shangit is of high virtue and prestige, worthy of this sword. This junior is willing to offer it to Elder Shangit, to express my admiration. Sha Yongkang squinted in disbelief and said, Don't flatter this old man. If you sold this sword to some international buyers, you'd probably get an astronomical price. Bai Wu, hearing this, said, The most important thing is that the item meets a good owner. A treasure of this level should belong to Elder Sha. No matter how high others bid, I won't sell. Sha Yongkang squinted suspiciously at Bai Wu. Bai Wu then placed the sword heavily on the table and said, Let's have some tea, please. Bai Wu frowned, looking at him suspiciously, thinking to himself, What's going on? Could it be that Elder Sha isn't satisfied with this sword? Or is he unhappy with me? System displayed. Satisfaction with the treasure sword, 100%. Satisfaction with you, 10%. Sha Yongkang looked at Bai Wu and smiled meaningfully. Young Master Bai, this gift is too precious. This old man wouldn't dare accept it. He fabricated his emotions. Furthermore, what this old man values in making friends is character and ability, not the value of the gift. Let's maintain our relationship as before, which made Bai Wu's eyes widen in surprise, thinking in his head, This is clearly rejecting me, saying I'm not qualified to associate with him. System displayed, teasing you for not being qualified 100%. Bai Wu praised the system. Thank goodness you know how to roast. Sha Yongkang, speaking, wrote a check. This sword is a good item. The market price is 5 million. I'll give you that price accordingly. Then he handed Bai Wu the check. In the future, if young Master Bai obtains any good items, you can bring them to me. I won't let you suffer any losses. Bai Wu was surprised, thinking, he's an expert in the field, seeing me as Wang Mazi, just wanting to associate with him based on a sword, said to be Liu Bei's. Haha, this old man is interesting. Bai Wu's eyes and smile were full of meaning. Looks like I can't convince him without showing some skill. Suddenly, the sound of wind whistling by the window made him discover a trick. Bai Wu pushed away the check. If Elder Sha wants to buy it, this price isn't right. Sha Yongkang, hearing that, asked, What does young Master Bai mean? Bai Wu then replied, Elder Sha just said, If it's Liu Bei's pair of swords, the price is 50 million. Sha Yongkang, hearing that, asked, Is young Master Bai certain that this sword is Lord Xuandai's? Bai Wu picked up his teacup and confidently said, Of course, Elder Sheng. Aren't you curious how someone my age can bring out the real deal? Sha Yongkang, hearing that, also surprisingly praised, That's right, young Master Bai is indeed perceptive. Could it be that you have some sort of background? Bai Wu brought the teacup to his mouth and said, I dare not hide it. I do have some background, but it's not appraising antiques, it's divination. Sha Yongkang, hearing that, unexpectedly asked, Oh, young Master Bai is knowledgeable in divination. Were these antiques all divine? Bai Wu, confidently speaking, glanced out the window. Of course, not only antiques but other things as well. For example, right now Miss Sha is eavesdropping outside the window. Sha Yongkang, hearing that, turned to look out the window. Oh, Bai Wu's face was sinister as he thought. Miss Sha, convincing your grandfather today has to rely on you. At this time outside, Sha Xiaoxiao was trying to climb up to the tea room.
That four-eyed Bai Wu must be trying to deceive my grandfather. I have to hear what they're saying. Just as she placed her hand on the railing and climbed up to peek into the tea room, she suddenly saw the two of them looking at her, making her jump in fright. Bai Wu smiled triumphantly, thinking, luckily, I used the system to check Miss Sha's location just now. Sha Xiaoxiao, scared and sweating, stuttered. Grandpa, Bai Wu mockingly said. Miss Sha, didn't realize you had this kind of help, Bai Wu, huh? And you dared to make fun of me. See how I teach you a lesson?
Sha Yongkang, fuming mad, yelled, Zhao Zhao, she said. Terrified, Grandpa, I know I was wrong.
Then she jumped down and ran. I'm going home to reflect immediately, double the reflection. Making the angry old man completely stunned, Bai Wu smugly asked, Old Shan, do you believe I can tell fortunes now?
Sha Yongkang still didn't believe it, arguing, maybe Bai just heard the noise outside the window and guessed it was Zhao Zhao. Just based on this, it's not enough to make me believe Bai knows how to tell fortunes.
He glared at him. Old Sha is indeed not easy to deal with.
Then Bai Wu asked,
Old Sha, what will it take for you to believe me? He said. If Bai knows how to tell fortunes, he shouldn't be asking me.
He looked at Sha Yongkang, quickly thinking of a way. He's been stumped by Old Sha. If he doesn't quickly think of a way to convince him, I'm afraid there won't be another chance to cooperate later. Probability of being able to convince Old Sha. System displays. Probability, 8,725%.
Bai Wu was very surprised to see this. The success rate is so high, so what do I need to do? Bai Wu thought of a way. Got it. If I can tell the origins of all the antiques in this room, maybe I can convince Old Sha. Right, system displays the percentage 100%. Bai Wu decided that, just do it. Then he shows off his skills, demonstrating his talent.
I just observed Old Sha's tea house. There are a total of 26 antiques. Am I right? Sha Yongkang said. Knowing that there are 26 antiques in the room can only prove that you know how to count, but it doesn't mean you know how to tell fortunes, Bai Wu said.
Old Sha, let me tell you slowly, he mockingly said. I'm all ears. Bai Wu glanced at him, smiling meaningfully. Nihaha, stay calm, see if I scare you to death later. System start. Suddenly the information about the 26 antiques appeared in his eyes. Then he collects the information of the 26 antiques into himself. Bai Wu walked to a table, tapped it, and said his feelings and information.
Old Sha, this Zitan wood furniture set is from the Qianlong period of the Qing dynasty, right?
Sha Yongkang was surprised to hear this, and replied, That's right, he continued.
It must be a royal set, worth about 20 million yuan. Old Sha, am I right?
He confidently said. Completely correct, but that's not enough to convince me. Bai Wu smiled smugly, using his strongest move.
He picked up a piece of black jade. Then Bai Wu picked it up and pretended to examine it, saying, his understanding, top-grade black jade inkstone, a product of the Wanli era of the Ming dynasty, worth about 50 million yuan, right? He calmly replied after hearing this. Bai Wu said the key point of this antique. This black jade inkstone must be the one used by the Grand Secretary in the Wanli dynasty of the Ming dynasty. Sha Yongkang was extremely shocked after hearing this, and immediately stood up and turned to ask Bai Wu,
You, Mr. Bai, how do you know this? It took us nearly 3 years and countless history books to determine the origin of this inkstone. Bai Wu confidently made up a story. Of course, I divined it. He couldn't believe it after hearing this. Divined it? How is that possible? Bai Wu smiled confidently and said,
Seeing is believing, Old Sha. Just be patient and watch. Sha Yongkang immediately sat down, clasped his hands respectfully. I was rude just now. Please continue, Mr. Bai. After that, Bai Wu told the information about the antiques, the pen holder, the things in the imperial study of the Jiaqing emperor of the Qing dynasty. These writing brushes are things from the Republican era.
This bronze wine pot is from the Song dynasty. The Celadon porcelain from Hushan Town Jingde of the Yuan dynasty during the spring and autumn period. Then the other items shocked him. Amazed by Bai Wu's fortune-telling skills, Bai Wu said, I have finished telling the history of 26 antiques. Is Master Sha still doubting my ability?
Please, sit down.
Sha Yongkang shook his head, not daring to believe his eyes. No, if this old man hadn't seen it with his own eyes, I really wouldn't have dared to believe it. Bai Wu triumphantly asked, Then do you believe me when I say this sword belongs to Liu Bei, Master Sha?
Sha Yongkang admired Bai Wu's talent. Young Master Bai is indeed a divine calculator.
I admire you. These things were passed down to me after verification, but I can't verify that this green sword was used by Xuande, so relying solely on your words is not guaranteed.
Bai Wu listened and looked down on him, narrowing his sinister eyes, thinking,
Master She still doesn't trust me. The system immediately appeared, 100% trust. Bai Wu saw this, and asked in his mind, If you trust me, then why are you still opposing me? Could it be you want to provoke me? Actually, you want to ask me for help? The system displays 100%. He crossed his arms and pondered. This Master Shah is really something. He just got convinced. And in the blink of an eye he is using the 36 stratagems on me, as expected of a big shot in the industry, truly cunning.
Bai Wu looked at Sha Yongkang, suddenly remembering, thinking, that's right, Master Shah seemed preoccupied just now. Could it be because of this matter? 100%? The thing that could make him frown must be related to antiques, right?
100%. Could it be that there's something he doesn't dare to identify and wants me to help? The system displays. To dare you identify it, 100%. Seeing this, he smiled smugly and immediately asked, Master Shah, do you have something you want me to help you appraise? Hearing this, he exclaimed, Young Master, how did you know? Sha Yongkang sighed. Since Mr. Bai has guessed it. Then I'll be frank. This old man has indeed been worried about antiques recently. If Mr. Bai can help me distinguish whether that item is real or fake, then it would be a great help to me. Bai Wu thought to himself, Master Shah is indeed in trouble. If I can help him solve it, wouldn't that be a great opportunity to make our relationship even closer? He raised his hand and said, Master Shah's affairs are my affairs too. I will try my best, Old Kang politely said. Then I will have to trouble Mr. Bai. Then he led Bai Wu down to a basement level. He looked surprised and asked, There's such a big basement under the Ji Yu Yun pavilion. Sha Yongkang replied, We in this industry can't afford to be careless. Many treasures must be kept very carefully. In front of the two was a sturdy, high-security, iron vault door. He held out his hand and said, Some time ago, this old man accidentally obtained a 9-dragon celadon jar. The technique is extremely exquisite. Bai Wu murmured to himself. As expected of a big shot in the antique industry, the place to store antiques is also so exquisite. Compared to here, Wang Peng and I are just small fries. Sha Yongkang then reached out to open the combination lock. The door opened. The two walked inside, and then the door closed. He said, As for what I have appraised, this old man has tried everything. No matter how I observe it, the vase is real, Bai Wu thought to himself. Then what else is Master Shan suspecting? Then he said with a serious expression, But I don't know why. This old man still has a feeling of unreality, so I still can't buy it. If Mr. Bai can appraise that treasure as real, I will buy it immediately. Of course, no matter what the outcome, I will give you 10 million. Hearing this, Bai Wu's face showed contempt, and he glanced at him, muttering, HMPH. It sounds like Master Shah thinks this young master is only in it for 10 million, Bai Wu thought to himself. You're damn right I am, Bai Wu thought, glancing at the system. System, can't you ever shut up? The willpower of yours truly, Bai Wu, is way more than that. Reaching the door of the warehouse where the vase was stored, Sha Yongkang said, Mr. Bai, the item is inside. Bai Wu sighed worriedly, then said respectfully, After you, Mr. Bai. He also bowed respectfully to Old Shah. Please, go ahead. Both of them stepped inside, and before them was a massive jar. Bai Wu was utterly astonished seeing the jar. Holy crap, this thing is something else. Sha Yongkang pointed at the jar and said, Mr. Bai, this is the 9-dragon urn I mentioned, estimated to be worth around 13 billion on the market. Hearing that, he was stunned, thinking, Whoa, 13 billion, he said politely. Then, please help me determine if it's genuine or not, Bai Wu said. Old Shah, no need for formalities, I'll do my best. Bai Wu stroked his chin thoughtfully, observing. He gazed intently, lost in thought. Sha Yongkang, standing beside him, asked anxiously, Mr. Bai, have you discovered anything yet? Bai Wu waved his hand, saying, Old Shah, don't rush, let me examine it first. He paced around, observing the jar, thinking in his head, System, where are you? Usually you love to butt in. Why are you so quiet today? The system displayed, scolding. This system is only responsible for analyzing the problems you present, not for being your personal errand boy. Seeing that, he said to the system, All right, you win. So tell me, is this 9-dragon jar real or fake? The system's notification immediately hit his head. 100% fake, Bai Wu thought. Provide proof, identify the location of the fake part, the inside of the base of the jar, method of proving it's fake, break the jar. Breaking the jar leads to a possibility of destroying the evidence. 424%. His eyes lit up, thinking, 424%. That's not too bad. Bai Wu contemplated worriedly. But after all, the item's value could reach 1 billion? If I know it's fake. But what if I hit that 4% chance, and it accidentally destroys the evidence? I'll cry to death. By that time, if there's no evidence to prove it's fake, even selling myself wouldn't get me that amount. Can ordinary people detect that the jar is fake?
The system appeared cool and confident. Without a high-level system like me to assist, the probability of accurate verification is 147%, Bai Wu thought. All right, you're good. It's just that ordinary people don't have the ability, like old Shah doesn't see it. I fear other experts are the same. If breaking it is dangerous, if I'm not careful, I might dig my own grave. Sha Yongkang was standing behind, eagerly awaiting the results. Bai Wu continued thinking. But if I don't break it, I can't show off my talent. Old Shah won't look at me in a different light. He turned to look at him. Sha Yongkang asked worriedly. Mr. Bai, how is it? Bai Wu said confidently. Well, I can confirm that this jar is fake. Hearing that, Sha Yongkang stammered in surprise. This is. But then he regained his composure, waving his hand as he asked, Mr. Bai, do you have any evidence to prove it? Bai Wu said, Proof, old Shay. The proof is the base of the jar. The two of them bent down to look at the bottom of the jar, both of them gazing at the base.
Sha Yongkang said, Mr. Bai, I've examined the base of the jar many times. There's nothing unusual about it.
You want evidence?
Bai Wu stood up, sighed, then said with conviction, It's inside the jar. The old guy was taken aback. Bai Xiansheng, unless you plan on smashing the jar, Bai Wu said. The only way to prove this jar is a fake.
Sha Yongkang hesitated upon hearing this. Well, Sha Yongkang stroked his beard and said,
Bai Xiansheng, the deal isn't done yet. I have no authority over this jar, and smashing it is a big deal. In terms of courtesy and reason, I must inform the owner, Zhang Xiansheng. Bai Wu thought through gritted teeth. I'm worried about smashing the jar too, but I have to take this risk and give it a shot.
He turned to look at the old guy.
Well then, please contact the seller, Lao Sha. I agree to have a discussion with them. As he finished, the old guy took out his phone. Then, let me contact Zhang Xiansheng first. Zhang Dazhuang arrived sweating. Very polite, Lao Sha. How have you been since last time? Sha Yongkang spoke truthfully. Apologies everyone, for troubling you to come all the way here, Zhang Dazhuang asked. What happened? Bai Wu thought in fear. Lao Sha is a true veteran, distancing himself from the situation, clearly unwilling to offend either side.
Since I've made up my mind, I should seize the upper hand first. Scare this fake merchant, Bai Wu politely asked.
This must be Zhang Xiansheng, right? Judging by your looks, you don't seem like an antique dealer, more like a fake antique dealer. Upon hearing that, he got angry and arrogantly said, Who are you? What are you doing? Who asked for your opinion?
Bai Wu pointed at the jar and confidently introduced himself.
I'm here to authenticate the 9-dragon jar for Lao Sha. Unfortunately, your 9-dragon jar is a fake, Zhang Dazhuang smiled smugly. A fake? I've had so many experts in the field examine it, and they all said it's real. And only you say it's not.
You're the only smart one, and we're all idiots. Are you that amazing? Then, pointing at the jar, he said, All right, tell us what's wrong with this jar. Bai Wu smiled smugly, thinking to himself,
This guy is so confident with his fake. But the rate of misidentification is so high, his skills in making fakes can't be too ordinary, he said. Real or fake? We'll know once we smash the jar. Though it's risky, I can't lose in terms of momentum. He stepped forward and reached for the hammer. Then Bai Wu picked up the hammer, a sinister smile on his face. A 13 billion jar. I wonder how it feels to smash it to pieces. He held the hammer up high,
ready to strike, when Zhang Dazhuang, covered in sweat, blocked him, and said, I'm not selling this jar anymore. What gives you the right to smash it? Bai Wu thought to himself.
This bastard is panicking. He frowned and said, What gives me the right? The fact that it's a fake?
Zhang Dazhuang angrily pointed at his face, threatening, and rebuked. Kid, you dare to act up in front of me. You haven't heard of Zhang Dazhuang, who I am on the streets. Bai Wu, observing, thought,
He's so ashamed that he's selling fakes that he's resorting to threats of violence, but this is still a good opportunity to smash the jar.
He reached out and brushed his hand away, saying, I don't give a damn who you are, Bai Wu thought in his head.
Smash it now. Swinging the hammer at the jar shattered, leaving Sha Yongkang stunned and dumbfounded.
Zhang Dazhuang, seeing the scene before him, stammered in shock. Hey, Bai Wu pushed him aside. What are you acting high and mighty for, you fake peddler? Zhang Dazhuang turned to look at Sha Yongkang.
Lao Sha, are you just going to let him run wild? Sha Yongkang calmly said. Please don't get agitated, Zhang Xiansheng. If Bai Xiansheng cannot provide any proof in the end, he will naturally explain himself clearly and won't let you suffer any losses.
Then his eyes glanced at Bai Wu. Bai Wu tensed up, thinking, if I really messed up, paying for it is secondary. I don't know what the consequences will be for ruining Lao Sha's plans. Then he turned to look at Zhang Dazhuang and said,
But if Bai Shensheng can prove that there's something wrong with his jar, then this old man will have to have a talk with Boss Zhang here, causing Zhang Dazhuang to tremble in fear. At this moment, Bai Wu sighed worriedly. This wily old fox, Lao Sha, is not simple at all. Being able to fake it so decisively and to such a high degree means he is not a kind man. Today, I can only win, not lose.
Zhang Dazhuang smiled confidently.
HMPH. Bai Wu gripped the hammer and kept smashing.
He picked up the broken pot base, thinking to himself,
System, where's the weak spot? System, point out the weak spot.
Bai Wu decisively swung the hammer, but suddenly stopped, thoughts racing in his head.
If I slam this hammer down, won't I destroy the weak spot too? This is pottery. I can't just hit exactly where I aim.
System notification. According to the force of the hammer, the probability of destroying the weak spot is 587%. Bai Wu shuddered upon seeing this. HMPH. That was close. I almost smashed my meager life away with one hit.
How about this? He wiggled the hammer, slowly stabbing downwards. System notification. Probability of destruction 137%.
Seeing this, Bai Wu understood a method.
Alright, I get it now. Being extra careful to ensure safety is fine, life is important.
Having said that, he gently poked and prodded at the pot,
shocking Zhang Dazhuang and Sha Yongkang. While poking, Bai Wu began to worry. Hurry up and appear. If this drags on, old Sha won't trust me anymore. This old man can't guarantee success today, probably gonna fail, Zhang Dazhuang smugly said. Old Shang and everyone at Nine Dragons all say it's real, only this kid says it isn't. I gave him face and let him smash it, but he's been dragging it out for half a day. Where's the proof? How will my losses be calculated? Even if you don't value it, there are plenty of others lining up to buy it. Sha Yongkang calmly waved his hand and said, Rest assured, if that's really the case, I won't be short one coin in compensating you.
He glanced at him, thinking,
even if you compensate me, I wouldn't know how to face him, trying to force me to death. Bai Wu broke out in a sweat, looking at the pot base he was hitting and growing impatient, then stabbed down hard.
Hurry, and come out.
Seeing this, he panicked. Crap, this isn't good.
Bai Wu awkwardly rummaged through the broken pieces of the pot,
worriedly thinking, it's over, it's over. I carelessly smashed down on the main evidence. It can't be broken. The evidence mustn't be broken. Bai Wu's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he'd seen the evidence. He picked up the evidence in joy.
Bai Wu presented it to the two men.
What do you two think this is?
Sha Yongkang picked it up and discovered a piece of QR code paper inside the pot base. Sha Yongkang was extremely enraged. Speak, you, Zhang Dazhuang. You need to explain this to me. Zhang Dazhuang slumped to the ground, trembling as he said,
Impossible, impossible. Then Zhang Dazhuang was dragged away.
Bai Wu escaped the crisis,
exhaling, Phew, I'm as good as alive.
But Bai Wu suddenly remembered.
Wait a minute. The fatty's broken knife had 2 QR codes. This pot also has 2 QR codes. Could these 2 items be made in the same place?
Sha Yongkang politely said, Bai Shensheng, you've worked hard. It's thanks to you this time. I am extremely grateful. Bai Wu returned the courtesy. You're too kind. When entrusted by others, one must be as devoted as if it were their own matter. Moreover, abandoning the fake and preserving the real is our responsibility. We can't let it be smuggled out to harm others. He took out a business card and said, Bai Shensheng, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, just call the number on here. As long as it's something I can help with, just say the word. Consider us family.
Bai Wu accepted the business card. It's an honor to be able to help you. I'll be relying on your care in the future. I thank you in advance here.
He rejoiced in his heart.
Success. I've got a big shot to rely on.
Bai Wu stepped out of Martial Fortune Pavilion thinking, done. Ancient sword 50 million. Fortune-telling fee 10 million. Successfully befriended old Shay. Plus smashing the 13 billion pot. So exciting. Badass.
Bai Wu raised his fist, thinking, the next step is to settle the score with that fatty. He opened his mouth and said, haul him down early tomorrow morning.
Then a car was speeding down the road. Bai Wu happily thinking to himself,
today I must get back my spiritual treasure. I have successfully befriended the experienced old Jianghu Sha. That old woman probably brought the punishment blade with her, plus splitting another 10 million of the twin ancient sword's earnings with him.
See if he dares to disobey. Just as Bai Wu arrived, 2 guys stepped out of a car near Wang Banzi. Those 2 immediately grabbed Wang Banzi and shoved him into the car. Who are you people? Bai Wu thought, alarmed.
What's going on? Is this a kidnapping? System displays 75%.
Kidnapping?
The car with Wang Banzi sped off.
Seeing this, he floored the gas pedal, showing off some crazy driving skills. I have to follow them.
He sped off, chasing the kidnapping car. Inside his car, he thought to himself, I can't not worry about An Wei, my little bro, in the future.
The car turned into some kind of factory area. Seeing that, he slammed on the brakes, stopping the car.
Bai Wu sat in the car thinking, what are these people doing bringing Banzi here, tying him up to wait for a ransom? System panel appears, ransom factor rate 12%. He picked up his phone and thought, whatever, I'll report to the police first. The phone displayed, unable to connect to the network. Seeing this, Bai Wu was stunned, thinking, no signal. Isn't my new SIM card supposed to be globally compatible? System displays, signal being blocked 89 to 95%. Seeing this, he frowned angrily. Blocked, damn it! Who are these people? What's the success rate for saving Banzi, my bro? The system says 37%.
Bai Wu grabbed the door handle and went outside.
He crossed his arms, looking at the factory area, thinking confidently, that's enough. Let's see who can stop me.
System analysis indicates. Guard goes outside in 58 seconds. Entering the door turning left has 38 seconds of undetected time. Bai Wu crept in, terrified and cautious.
He hid in a corner, sighing with worry, thinking to himself, this Banzi, threatening and coaxing, plus risking my life to save him, being his bro is not easy. Where is Banzi locked up? The system displays Wang Banzi's location map. The system guides him there, 30 meters ahead. Turn left. After 8 seconds. The guard leaves. Safe time, 13 seconds. He secretly stood observing, looking at the two guards. The two guards were curious and wondered, why did the boss kidnap that Banzi? The other guy said, the 7 stars saber thing was messed up by this Banzi. He even dared to mess with our people. Who else would we kidnap if not him?
Behind them, Bai Wu had secretly run over to this side.
Wang Banzi was tied up, beaten black and blue, lying there crying boo-hoo-hoo. A hand reached in and pushed the door open, making a creaking sound. Wang Banzi heard the noise and turned to look, seeing that it was Bai Wu coming to save him. He started crying, boo-hoo-hoo. Bai Wu raised a finger.
Shh. Then he untied Wang Banzi.
Bai Wu removed the glove stuffed in his mouth. Wang Banzi asked, how did you know I was here? Were you following me? Are these people sent by you? Hearing this, Bai Wu angrily slapped him on the head. Are you sick in the head or am I? Do you have too much fat in your brain? He asked if he knew who kidnapped him. Wang Banzi shook his head and replied, I don't know. They grabbed me, beat me up, and locked me here. Bai Wu pondered in his head. The system definitely won't give complete info on these kinds of things. No way to figure it out. This is kinda complicated, he awkwardly said. You go outside first, then we'll talk. Don't just sit there like an idiot. He waved his hand. No way, I'm fat as hell and injured, I can't escape. Then Wang Banzi sighed. You don't need to worry about me, you escape yourself. Run out and call the police to save me. The 7-star blade helped me escape bad luck last time. I'm still grateful. Our debts are cleared. Let's start over. Bai Wu, speechless, said, you're asking this now, still yapping on. Don't you know my skills? Saving you is as easy as flipping my hand. He then spotted something. Bai Wu smiled and asked, Banzi, remember when I said I'd take you as my little bro? Wang Banzi, lying defeated, said, remember, so what? If you want to take me as your little bro, you'll have to wait for the next life. Bai Wu held out a 60 million check, asking, then what do you think this is? He stared blankly at the check. Wang Banzi was stunned, then jumped up excitedly, stammering, I 60 million. Wang Banzi was completely revived and asked Bai Wu, where did you get so much money? Bai Wu quickly said, don't ask so much, let's go. I'll give you 10 million as a greeting gift outside. Wang Banzi's eyes lit up when he heard the money. Then let's go, what are we waiting for? 2 subordinates who were told to deal with him were heading to Wang Banzi's cell. The boss said that Banzi doesn't know anything, told us to take care of him. One of them said, that fatty needs a deep hole to bury him, we got work to do. The 2 people got startled after hearing a voice outside the door. Wang Banzi said fearfully, we're done for. Definitely gonna die this time, Bai Wu said confidently. What's there to be afraid of? I'm here, I'll definitely save you. But inside, he was also very scared. The 2 kicked the door open, they looked around, panicked. Where'd you go? One of them discovered, just climbed out the window and escaped, chase after him. The 2 ran out and shouted, someone. The meat's escaped, the meat's on the run. Wang Banzi and Bai Wu, filled with worry, hid behind some crates. The 2 poked their heads out to check outside, Bai Wu said.
Good thing I was quick-witted and pretended to open the door with a feint to the east and attack in the west, even though you're ugly, Wang Banzi said. HMPH. Even if you wanted me to climb out the window, I wouldn't be able to in this condition. They started running around with sticks, searching frantically. One of them shouted, "Check over there, they can't have run far." The two of them walked away. A pair of fearful eyes in the pile of paper saw the bad guys going away. Bai Wu and Wang Banzi poked their heads up from the pile of paper. Wang Banzi sighed. Too dangerous. He grabbed his hand. "Let's go this way, quick." The two ran to a three-way fork in the road. Bai Wu asked, System. Which way has a higher chance of success?" The system displayed. The path on the right has a 72% chance of successful escape. The left has a 33% chance of successful escape. Seeing this, he quickly turned right. Wang Banzi asked, "Bai Wu, have you been here before?" Bai Wu said after hearing that. "How could I have?" Wang Banzi asked while panting. "Then how are you so sure we should go this way?" "Just guessing. Can we really escape?" He. "I'm a genius from outer space. I can calculate everything with my fingers. You still don't believe in my skills." He heard this and was surprised. "You know how to tell fortunes?" "Yes, I've been fascinated with this ever since I was little," Wang Banzi asked with a smile. "Can I bow down and make you my master?" he replied. "No problem. Wait until we get out and I'll take you, you sap. As my disciple, we'll get rich together," Wang Banzi replied. "All right, let's do it." Meanwhile, in the security room at the factory, a dude is puffing on a cigarette, watching a security cam feed that clearly shows Bai Wu's face. The disciple points at the screen, all excited. "That's him, that's Bai Wu." The boss asks, "The guys who went to grab him ain't back yet, what's up?" "He just waltzes in to surrender," the disciple replies. "Totally. Last time, the 7-star blades and even the 9-dragon scabbard got screwed up by this punk fatty band, is investigating me and Lao Gi because of the 7-star blades. This kid must know something, and came to rescue people." The boss, annoyed, says, "That's him, HMPH. I think he and Fatty Ban are just small fries." "The real troublemaker is Old Man Chi," the disciple agrees, buttering him up. Right, Pang Jia is right. How much waves can these ant-sized guys make? The worst one is that Che guy, acting all high and mighty because he's been in business for ages. We'll tie him up tomorrow." The boss gets pissed and kicks him, making a thump sound. The boss squints. "Tie up Old Man Chi, huh? Dare to mess with my plans? I'll bleed you dry first." The disciple kneels there, coughing up water, trembling. The boss says, "How could that pretty boy see through those two deals? That old fox must have seen through it, but didn't say anything, and instead sent this con man to screw up my plans." He laughs gleefully. "This kid's pretty sharp too? Well, I'll set a trap for him to walk right into." He squints menacingly. "We'll deal with these two punks first today. As for Old Man Chi, we'll decide after I and Big Brother discuss it." "Got it." At this moment, Bai Wu and Wang Banzi are standing, waiting for those bad guys to pass by. He asks Bai Wu, "Is Wu Jia still not at the entrance yet?" The system displays. Analyzing Route A, the farthest distance, requires climbing a wall. Success rate of escape 485%. Route B is the closest. Success rate of escape 392%. Bai Wu thinks in his head. Which way to go? A path with less danger but also requires climbing a wall? The closer path has a lower success rate. Logically, I should take the path with a higher rate. But we're already exhausted. Plus, I've noticed that this rate always changes. It's based on our actions and the opponents, and the outcome will change accordingly. He grits his teeth, thinking. Choose the close route. Improvise as we go. Wang Banzi and Bai Wu walked slowly. Bai Wu glances worriedly at the safety percentage on the system panel. 376%. Then the rate increases to 418%. The two are standing lurked by the corner. Bai Wu sticks his head out to take a peek, and sighs. "Bai Wu, it's over there. The small door at the end of the road. That's the way I came in." Wang Banzi rejoices. "Ha, victory is at hand," he cautiously says. "Don't get too happy too soon. Better be careful." The two slowly walk towards the door, escaping slowly, step by step. The system displays each percentage. As they walk, 524%, 638%, 783%. Bai Wu glances at the system, thinking in his head. The closer to the door, the higher the success rate. Is it really that easy? Near the door, the system displays 9,998%. Wang Banzi cheers. Looks like those guys are lost. We're making a spectacular exit. Then, behind the door, a figure pushes open the door, laughing, click, and then slams the door shut. The disciple yells, "Boss, they're locked in the small door, come quickly." The system panel flips quickly,
changing the display.
Success rate of escape 34%. Other routes 28%, 23%, 15%, 74%. Making Bai Wu extremely shocked.
Bai Wu sweats. I knew it was a trap. The pursuers are coming. Wang Banzi uses his body to break down the door. Boom! Behind Bai Wu, a car drives up, shining its lights to block the two's path. The underlings step down and walk forward. One of them says softly, "You run pretty well, huh? Run. I'll show you guys later." Bai Wu grits his teeth, thinking, "Crap, I got played by the system today." Bai Wu's face is tired, he says with a sigh. "I kicked the wrong guy. I screwed you over." Wang Banzi was trembling. Wang Banzi wasn't scared when he heard that. No biggie. Let's go all out." Bai Wu glanced at him upon hearing that. Then Bai Wu and Wang Banzi charged forward to fight those baddies, yelling, "Aha!" The boss sitting in the car saw this and scoffed. HMPH. The subordinates also charged at the two of them. A fight broke out. Bai Wu got punched in the face. Bam! One of the baddies got punched back. Pow! Another one kicked Wang Banzi in the chest. One was uppercutted by Bai Wu. Bai Wu and Wang Banzi fought until they were panting heavily. The two beat the bad guys to a pulp, but they were also seriously injured. The boss tossed his cigarette, stepped out of the car, and said, "You know how to fight, huh?" He said, "Come on. You two come at me together." Bai Wu frowned angrily. Then he grabbed a stick and swung it down. Whoosh! But the boss easily dodged it. The boss then punched Bai Wu in the face. Smack! He spat out blood. Then Wang Banzi was kicked and fell to the ground. The boss smirked and cracked his knuckles, saying, "Don't stop. Keep going. I haven't had enough fun yet." Wang Banzi couldn't take it anymore. "Huff, this fatty is tired. Can't play with you anymore, Huff. Wanna kill, wanna chop, whatever." Bai Wu was stunned when he heard that. The boss chuckled. "Ha! You blocked my road to riches and knocked down so many of my men. I can't let you two die that easily." Bai Wu was confused when he heard that, thinking, blocked their road to riches? What is he talking about? He gritted his teeth, ignoring it. Forget it. Now's not the time to think about that. Think about how to escape first. What's the current success rate of escaping? The system displayed. Success rate of escaping, 33%, Bai Wu thought. There's still a chance, but how to escape? Bai Wu was panicking as he thought. Wang Banzi sat up and looked at him. Wang Banzi realized, he's thinking of a way. I have to try to buy some time. Then Wang Banzi shakily struggled to his feet, saying, "All right, this fatty will play with you some more." Then he was kicked by the boss and punched in the face. Wang Banzi still stood firm, panting heavily. Bai Wu looked at Wang Banzi, thinking, Fatty Wang can't hold on for much longer, but his fighting ability is pretty good. Could he be the key to escaping? The system displayed. Confirmed your statement. Fatty Wang is the key. 100%, he thought to himself upon seeing the system's notification. Does he have some killer move hidden up his sleeve? Bai Wu yelled. Wang Banzi, hey Fatty Wang, it's life or death time, use your ultimate skill. Wang Banzi turned his head to look at him, angrily asking, you think so highly of me? You think I'm Kung Fu Panda or what? Then turned back, frowning and saying, gotta risk it. After he finished, he rushed up, kneeling down, begging for mercy. Hero, spare me. I'll have my wife bring money to pay you. Name your price, wah. Leaving everyone around stunned, Wang Banzi used all his strength to hug the boss's leg tightly, then forcefully wrestled him to the ground. Ah. The boss, falling, went crazy with anger. You damn fatty, you dare trick me. Then kicked Wang Banzi away. You wanna die? The boss landed a flurry of punches on Wang Banzi. Bap 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 bap. Bai Wu was incredibly scared seeing this, but he suddenly realized, that's right. When people get extremely angry or lose control of their emotions, adrenaline is released in the body, potentially unleashing several times their normal power. He thought of a great idea. If Fatty gets provoked into transforming, could he take down Scarface? The system then displayed. Probability of defeating Scarface, 78%. The boss, having finished punching, panted heavily and lit a cigarette. Ugh, so damn tired, not playing anymore. Two subordinates stood up and said, blocking our path to wealth, you must die. The other one said, if you have any last words, hurry up and say them, then we'll send you two on your way. Bai Wu said, Fatty Wang, there's something I've always kept from you. Wang Banzi passed out. Bai Wu sighed and said honestly, those twin azure swords, they're actually real. Wang Banzi exploded with power. System displayed. Probability of successful escape, 675%. Bai Wu continued. I sold them for 60 million. The check I just gave that guy is the money from the sale. Wang Banzi stood up and said, You said what? System announcement, probability of successful escape, 2,251%.
Bai Wu thought. Looks like it's really working, gotta add a stronger dose. He further provoked Wang Banzi. That's right, to please that old man from the Xia family. I even said that many fakes in the antique market are secretly orchestrated by you. That old man from the Xia family said he'll kick you out of Antique Street, making you disappear from this industry. System displayed. Probability of successful escape, 3,825%. Wang Banzi stammered. You, Bai Wu added. And also the guy who sold the 7-star saber. And those guys. We're all in it together, just black eats black. System displayed. Probability of successful escape, 4,747%, he continued. And also, Wang Banzi, fuming with anger, shouted loudly, "You bastard Xia, you're worse than an animal." System announcement. Probability of successful escape, 6,276%. Wang Banzi was extremely furious. Today you all must die. Wang Banzi went over and slapped the thugs in the face, breaking their teeth. Probability of successful escape, 7,806%. Wang Banzi charged at the boss, who still didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Wang Banzi used his head to smash into the boss's head. Probability of successful escape, 861%. The boss fainted with a bleeding head. Wang Banzi looked back at Bai Wu, making him jump in fright. He ran over and punched Bai Wu in the stomach. Probability of successful escape, 9,143%. Wang Banzi shouted. Grow, 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 smashing through the door. Probability of successful escape, 100%. After venting all his anger, Wang Banzi spun around dizzy, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bai Wu struggled to remove the piece of iron from his stomach. Phew. Then sighed with relief, saying, "Good thing I was quick-witted enough to put a tile inside beforehand, or I'd probably be a goner thanks to this fatty." After helping Wang Banzi into the car, his weight left him breathless. "Damn fatty, you're too heavy, huff, huff, huff." He leaned against the car, sighing. "Consider that a close call. I gotta figure out where these guys are coming from." Bai Wu glanced at Wang Banzi. "Fat Wang, you giving up yet? If you're not, I'll be your lackey." The boss, after finally waking up, casually lit a cigarette. "You little punk, just you wait." "Damn hospital, you came up with that self-harming trick?" Wang Banzi asked, puzzled. "And another thing. What you were saying, how much of that was the truth?" Bai Wu said. "That move was a little risky, but at least it gave me a chance to survive. Apart from the twin swords thing, it was all lies. Relax. We'll split the money from selling the swords. I won't go back on my word. If I ever play around with you again, may I die in the streets." Wang Banzi pondered for a moment, then burst into tears. "Wah, you're a scammer. You're a total scammer." "Wah, wah, wah." Bai Wu patted his shoulder in comfort. All right, still letting Wang Banzi lean on it. "It's all my fault, I'll make it up to you." Hearing this, Wang Banzi sat up straight. "That's right. Don't forget you agreed to take me as your disciple and teach me divination." Hearing this, he sighed. "This, with your aptitude, might be a little difficult." Wang Banzi looked at him seriously. "I don't care. I've already acknowledged you as my master. You have to take responsibility for me." Wang Banzi leaned against him, rubbing 2 fingers in front of Bai Wu's face. "Hurry up and give me my initiation gift." Bai Wu found it terrifying. "You're obsessed with money, you're crazy. Can't you be a little more ambitious?" Wang Banzi happily raised his hand, laughing and shouting, "Ha ha! The antique world will be ours. Is that ambitious enough for you?" Then suddenly, his bone popped out of joint. Wang Banzi yelled, "Ahya, ahya, ow, it hurts, leaving Bai Wu standing beside him, at a loss. Bai Wu thought for a moment, remembering to ask, "You really don't know who came to kidnap you?" Wang Banzi sweated in pain. "Ugh. If I knew, I would have gone after them a long time ago. I haven't made any enemies lately." Wang Banzi suddenly remembered something, saying, "That's right, I was investigating fake Wu Qi Jing blades. Could this kidnapping be related to that?" Hearing this, Bai Wu also realized, he thought to himself, "It must be. Zhu Long An also has a code. Could it all be done by the same group?" System display. Convergence rate. Same group. 100%, Bai Wu thought. With this level of forgery and means of revenge, this person must have a significant background. Bai Wu remembered, thinking about how he'd messed up 2 of their deals, and the target was so big. No need to ask, these guys must have targeted us already. Targeted by counterfeiting group rate, 1000%, Fat Wang was kidnapped. Could it also be because of me? Wang Banzi's kidnapping related to Bai Wu rate, 60%. Fat Wang was kidnapped partly because of me, and partly because he was also investigating them. He scratched his head, glancing at Wang Banzi. "With my current strength, it's difficult to deal with them head-on. I've really stirred up a hornet's nest." Wang Banzi silently looked at him. "Brother Wu," Wang Banzi said, "this time, I've dragged you into this.
almost costing you your life too.
Hearing this, Bai Wu figured Wang Banzi still didn't know he was dragged in because of him. If he's acknowledged me as his big bro, then I definitely have to protect his safety. Bai Wu spoke to him. Leave this to me, you have to be careful from now on, don't be so rash anymore. Hearing this, Wang Banzi was happy.
Yeah, looks like I didn't acknowledge the wrong big bro.
Suddenly the phone rang, buzzing loudly.
The screen displayed a call from Shay Lao.
He picks up the phone, and Sha Yongkong's voice comes from the other end. Bai Wu, they know about your situation. Are you guys okay? Bai Wu responds. Sorry to trouble you with your concern, we're fine, he says politely outwardly, but inwardly he's thinking, Old Sha is personally inquiring, could this be related to the antique world? Sha Yongkong says sternly.
I'll be out of town for the next 2 days. You and Fatty Wang need to be extra careful, those guys won't let this go easily. Hearing this, he asks, Old Sha, do you know the origins of the other side? Sha Yongkong replies. Not entirely clear yet, a group of counterfeiters. But their background isn't small. Bai, listening to his words, thinks seriously. Hearing Old Sha's tone, the opponents are indeed not simple. He continues, I'll tell you the specifics when I get back and we meet in person. Hearing this, he says, all right, please be careful as well. Bai Wu hangs up and sighs. Wang Banzi cheerfully says, not bad, my brother Wu. You seem pretty close with him from your conversation, huh? Are we set to dominate the antique scene? Now Bai Wu is still lost in thought. It seems like Old Sha is in trouble, and more than likely it's related to those guys. This is way more complicated than I thought. Helpless, he rubs his temples, thinking, I just wanted to enjoy my cheat-filled life. Why all the obstacles? Bai Wu grumbles, feeling a surge of anger. Could it be that I shouldn't have smashed that fake? Damn it, is it so hard to be a good person? Wang Banzi looks at him confusedly, holding a banana he's eating. Scene changes to a gloomy house. The boss is talking to someone. Old man Shay has a lot of influence, plus there's a crackdown going on outside lately. I have to lay low for a while, so I'll have to trouble you to think of a way. The mysterious voice from the other end says, leave it to me, someone from the circle, right? Then let's use the ways of the circle to deal with it. The mysterious voice laughs maliciously. Sha Yongkong, and that little lackey of his, the Bai kid. Hee, the show's just getting started. A few days later, at the hospital ward, Bai Wu and Wang Banzi walk out of the hospital. He walks with him, face covered. Wang Banzi looks around, saying to him, Wu Ji, quick, calculate if there are any assassins lying in wait around here. Bai Wu gives Wang Banzi a dirty look. In broad daylight, do you think they'd dare to act recklessly? Wang Banzi whispers. Wu Ji, this Li group that makes fake stuff is powerful. Why don't we find a place to hide for a few days first, and wait for Old Shan to come back before discussing it? I know a resort with great conditions. Let's go hang out there for a few days. Bai Wu shakes his head. I've already calculated it. There's no immediate danger. Besides, sitting around waiting to die won't solve anything. We need to take the initiative. Wang Banzi and Bai Wu walk to the car. The two get in. Wang Banzi pulls down his mask, saying, Wu Ji, you're not really planning to fight them to the death, are you? An acquaintance passes by and sees Wang Banzi, exclaiming, Hey Banzi, is your daughter-in-law giving birth here too? Wang Banzi is startled and quickly pulls his mask back up. Wang Banzi sighs in relief. Phew, that was close. Those guys are really crazy. We were able to escape. We're really lucky. Bai Wu rolls his eyes. Are we just gonna keep hiding? Where's your badass attitude from that day? Wang Banzi, hearing this, says nothing. He continues. We're in the open, they're in the dark, so the first thing we need to do now is gather as much information as possible so we can take the initiative. Who's going to be running then, we'll see. Didn't you say we were going to dominate the antique scene, deal with these guys, and we're halfway to greatness? Trust me. Hearing Xu Feng say that, Wang Banzi got motivated and fearless. Stripping it off, he frowned and angrily shouted, Ugh, wolves in the front, tigers in the back. What kind of domination are we talking about? Let's play it to the end. Bai Wu glanced at Banzi's wandering the street's mouth. Wang Banzi patted his chest, confident in his abilities. Dude, you've come to the right person. There's a news gatherer in Qingbei, real connected. As long as you're willing to spend money, there's no news he can't dig up. Image of someone listening to something. Bai Wu heard that and thought, will Ghost City help investigate my counterfeit goods group? System notification. Gained 100% benefit? He squinted, thinking, is this news gatherer really that good? He even knows about the fake goods group's intel. The system instantly displayed. The level of the news gatherer's proficiency is complicated to describe, unable to answer. Gaining intel from the news gatherer has a 0% chance. Seeing that, Bai Wu thought, going to Ghost City helps, but the news gatherer isn't helping us at all. Bai Wu understood. Oh, I see. It's not getting news from the news gatherer. Or rather, is there another expert in this Ghost City helping out? The chance of an expert helping out is 100%. He rubbed his head, his face tired. Talking to you is so brain-draining.
After thinking, Bai Wu put his hand on the steering wheel, glanced at Wang Banzi.
Let's go, let's head to Ghost City. With that, he stepped on the gas. Evening. At Ghost City, Wang Banzi and Bai Wu walked through Ghost City, which was crowded with antique sellers. Bai Wu looked around as he walked, saying, "This Ghost City is interesting. Can you even see the goods clearly at night?" Wang Banzi laughed confidently.
"Boss, you're a newbie here. Ghost City only opens at night, and everyone leaves when it's light. Take your time to enjoy this scene." Hearing that, he glanced at him and said nothing. Wang Banzi invited him to look around. "The newsgatherer won't be here so early. Let me, Banzi, take you around first, to broaden your horizons," Bai Wu said. "All right, I'll go with you today to learn something new." A mysterious figure stood in the shadows watching Wang Banzi and Bai Wu. The mysterious figure talked to someone on the phone. "Those two are in Ghost City again, as you instructed. I've arranged everything." The other end replied, "Good, do this well, and you'll get your share later." He smiled sinisterly. "Some crap earns 10,000, so if I deal with these two, wouldn't I get double the reward? He, Banzi. Don't blame me for being heartless." He reached behind him, put the phone in his pocket, and followed behind. There was also a mysterious person standing there watching.
At this time, Wang Banzi was smiling triumphantly, saying, "I'm not bragging, I'm kind of a big shot around here. There's nothing and no one I can't get info on." Wang Banzi turned to greet an acquaintance. "Yulao, Zhao is setting up his stall." He turned away, not looking, pretending not to hear anything, embarrassing Wang Banzi. He walked on, greeting another person.
"Second brother San, got any good finds lately?" That San brother looked at Wang Banzi with frightened eyes.
Wang Banzi scratched his head. "Don't know what's going on? What's wrong? Why is everyone giving me the cold shoulder?" At this time, Bai Wu's face asked sarcastically, "Banzi, your reputation isn't small, huh?" Hearing that, Wang Banzi had to respond, "I misjudged them. Let's go ahead, the stalls I usually buy from. The owners are really friendly with me." Wang Banzi got angry and walked towards an antique stall. Sun Ji was intently staring at his phone, saying, "Browse as you like. Pick as you please." Fatty Wang cheerfully called out, "Sun-E. Long time no see. You got some new goodies again. Gotta snag a few new ones today." Sun-E looked up. "Ha, is that you? Sorry, someone else already pre-ordered everything. Go check somewhere else." Hearing that, he snapped, getting super pissed. "Lao Sun, what's your deal? Don't pull that crap with me. Did you forget to take your meds before coming out?" Sun-E also started getting tense. "Don't you, blah blah, me. Either way, I'm not selling to you. So what?" Fatty Wang and Sun Ji glared at each other, about to throw down.
Bai Wu didn't care. Looking around, he noticed something.
He patted Fatty Wang's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Something's not right. Look around." Everyone around is staring at Fatty Wang, whispering something. Fatty Wang, seeing that, got scared. "Oh man, shouldn't have come out today. This is too weird," Bai Wu thought. "Originally wanted to snoop for info, but now everyone here is hostile towards me and Fatty." He tensed up, his voice serious. "We've been backstabbed." Bai Wu grabbed Fatty Wang's hand and pulled him away. The people around started cursing. "Get lost. Don't come to our place again." "Yeah, come again and we won't be so polite. You despicable bastards." Bai Wu dragged him into an alley. Fatty Wang worriedly asked, "Wu Ji, what's going on? I've been hustling in this street for so many years. Why are they suddenly treating me like a thief?" After listening, he pondered for a moment and turned his head to say, "Don't say any more, follow me." After finishing speaking, he and Fatty Wang went to a clothing stall. 10 minutes later, Bai Wu and Fatty Wang disguised themselves, completely covered up. The two carefully glanced at each other, then walked past the people around. Fatty Wang said dejectedly, "What's with this act? Your daddy Wang is civilized and polite. Everyone loves me. Flowers bloom when they see me. How did I suddenly become the common enemy?"
Bai Wu put his hand up to signal silence. "Shh, listen around a bit and we'll know soon enough." Finishing speaking, the two approached an antique stall. Then Bai Wu picked up an antique. Seeing this, the vendor was startled, then happily greeted them, saying, "Feel free to look, pick as you please." Bai Wu and Fatty Wang glanced at each other, listening around, pretending to be customers.
The vendor told the other guy, "You haven't heard that Fatty Wang is now a lackey of Xiaolao Ye." Xiaolao took a fancy to a 9-dragon vase, pressured the price down but couldn't buy it, ordered Fatty to smash the vase, and then framed the seller. The old-timer listening said, "That's so unethical." Right, the toothless guy butted in, saying, "Listen to him. There's also an accomplice named Bai Wu. Not only that, I heard he even, damn, the owner threw him into the water reservoir to become Westy," he exclaimed after hearing, "Murder too. Then why haven't you called the cops yet?" The vendor continued. "Xiaolao's a big shot in the industry. His eyes and ears reach the heavens. Fatty and them have a backer, so they ain't scared of nothing. Just earlier they were cruising around Ghost Town, the gap-toothed guy added.
What goes around comes around. Don't see Fatty cuttin'. Loose now. He's done so much dirt he'll get a beating from the boss sooner or later. But he heard that and didn't believe it, asked,
Hold up, y'all speaking like you got the inside scoop? Got any solid proof? The vendor replied.
No proof, but where there's smoke there's fire. Everyone's saying, probably 8 or 9 times out of 10. It's true. The gap-toothed guy chimed in, yeah, for sure something's up, but he still didn't believe it.
Said, I'm old. What I see with my own eyes ain't necessarily true. This ain't as simple as it looks.
Wang Pengzi heard himself get kneed in.
Framed like that, got mad as hell, shouted, Aye. Then Bai Wu stuffed his mouth shut. Wang Pengzi was still pissed, said, This is straight up someone spread in. Rumors to screw us over, Bai Wu reassured. Chill. I know.
He thought to himself, could it be those counterfeiters behind this? System displays. Confirmed statement. 675%. Bai Wu's eyes widened.
It really is related to them. Wang Pengzi pulled down his mask, annoyed, said,
We're stand-up guys in the industry. Who'd try to screw us over like this? He spoke up and said,
This rumor ain't attacking us, it's attacking Shay Lao. Shay Lao's highly respected in the scene.
He ain't afraid of no slander, so the rumormonger pulled us both down with him. Wang Pengzi heard that and realized,
We're just small fries Shay Lao's getting. Called our big boss. Ain't gonna be pretty for him either, he said. It's a deadly scheme. Good thing we caught on quick. Wang Pengzi pulled down his hat. What's caught on quick gonna do? Word of mouth spreads like wildfire. Rumors are flying everywhere. How are we gonna find the snitch? Bai Wu patted his shoulder, said, If I had to guess, we probably don't need to find no snitch no more. If I had to guess, we got a benefactor helping us out in Ghost Town. Wang Pengzi heard that and happily asked, Benefactor? Where's the benefactor?
He continued. The urgent matter at hand is find in this benefactor.
Suddenly, Bai Wu felt quiet all around him.
He turned around, and Wang Pengzi had vanished.
He stepped out and saw Wang Pengzi holding an antique to see. The vendor said happily, Boss has an eye for this. It's a Qing Dynasty puzzle box, very mysterious. I can't open it no matter what. 30,000 for you,
Bai Wu said, scared out of his wits.
Your mood changes fast, Wang Pengzi haggled. One price, 3,000. The vendor heard that and sighed. You're killing me, bro. You're slashing the price like crazy. No way, no way. Add a little more. I haven't sold nothing these past few days. You can't make me lose money like that. Wang Pengzi looked over at him. Bai Wu looked at him. Bai Wu understood, nodded.
This greedy bastard. System displays. Authentic item plus 0%. He thought to himself, it's expensive either way. Buy it and get it over with. Gotta handle business. Wang Pengzi saw that and understood. Wang Pengzi pitifully haggled again.
All right, scene. As you're an outsider, I won't try to rip you off. 5. And if you don't agree, I'm walking. The vendor heard that and thought it was acceptable.
Fine, fine. You really know how to haggle. I'm only making a few $100.
Wang Pengzi excitedly grabbed the antique, said, Less talk. If I say how much you're making, it'll ruin the fun, the vendor said. Boss, I'm really not making any money. It's a family heirloom. If I'm lying, I ain't human. Suddenly a hand snatched the antique from Wang Pengzi's hand. It turned out to be Yu Hongtai.
He said, Tresk, good boss, these two are untrustworthy. You can't sell it to them. Bai Wu gritted his teeth, thought,
why is there a troublemaker here? Who is this Yu Hongtai is standing there holding the antique that Wang Banzi bought? Wang Banzi was incredibly surprised, blurting out, Yu Hongtai, what are you doing here? Bai Wu suspiciously worried. With the appearance of this guy, our urgent matter is to quickly find that benefactor. Wang Banzi immediately put on a mask. He changed his face, pretending, Hey, on what basis does this old bro say this item can't be sold? Yu Hongtai replied, This puzzle box isn't from the Qing dynasty, but from the Ming dynasty. Moreover, its value is around 300,000. Everyone around was stunned to hear that. Bai Wu whispered into his ear.
Do you know him? What's his background? Wang Banzi replied, HMPH. From a family that plays with antiques, butler of the Yu family, Yu Hongtai, had a few run-ins with me before.
Bai Wu continued. So he recognized you and is deliberately looking for trouble. Wang Banzi's eyes suspiciously said, How would I know? He's not a normal person. His face is stiff all day like everyone owes him money.
At this time, Yu Hongtai spoke. Some people don't have good eyes, and their character is even worse. They shouldn't come out and embarrass themselves. The two who were whispering were startled. Bai Wu looked at him, thinking, It's clearly a provocation.
Could it be that he really recognized us? Wang Banzi replied. WTF. My eyes aren't good, and my character is even worse. Yu family are so capable. Even thinking of becoming a leader, establishing rules in the antique world. Really think you're the Wulin Alliance chief? able to command the world. But this Wulin Alliance chief, half of them aren't good people. This ice-cold jerk, unsociable guy. Yu Hongtai's gaze at Wang Banzi made Banzi startled and afraid. Bai Wu thought to himself, ask the system, this murderous gaze. Could he be from the other side? System display, 0%, not.
So what's his origin after all? Wang Banzi muttered quietly. Feeling guilty. Wuxia novels all right like that. The people around stood watching, discussing.
What's the background of this fatty? He dares to provoke the Yung family's butler. That guy said, don't you think this fatty looks familiar? Wang Banzi was startled to hear that. Bai Wu felt anxious. If this continues, their identities will be exposed, missing the whole plan to find the benefactor. Bai Wu politely said, if this gentleman says so, then we won't buy it. Then he grabbed Wang Banzi's hand and pulled him away. Yu Hongtai brushed past the two. Then he blocked them. Bai Wu's eyes suspiciously asked, what do you mean by this? Yu Hongtai held the antique box and said, perhaps you are also someone in the field. What is your opinion on what I just said?
If you admit what I said, then you guys deliberately deceived to buy at a low price. Your character is questionable. If you don't agree with me, then your eyes aren't good. Deceiving the world for fame.
Wang Banzi was shocked to hear that. Holy crap, blocked both paths. Bai Wu awkwardly thought, crap, I really guessed right. This Hongtai guy clearly came to cause trouble, and he seems to be deliberately attracting the attention of the crowd. What is his intention after all?
The system can't analyze anything at this time, can only adapt to the situation.
Then he asked the system,
is this box from the Qing dynasty or the Ming dynasty? System display, puzzle box era 100%. He saw that, smiled.
Bai Wu spoke, this gentleman, this box, looks like it's from the Qing dynasty. No matter how you look at it, you say it's from the Ming dynasty. Forgive me for my poor memory. Yu Hongtai heard that, challenged. All right, then let's compete with each other to see who is right, Wang Banzi shouted loudly. Tell me, how to compete?
Yu Hongtai stated the rules of the competition. After verification, the party who makes the wrong judgment will buy the box at its original cost and give it to the other party as compensation.
Wang Banzi whispered, are you sure this box is from the Qing dynasty? Xu Feng? Xu Feng nodded confidently. He then confidently said, all right, let's compete. If you lose, you'll embarrass the Xu family. And don't cause trouble for us. Yu Hongtai accepted, saying, of course. Xu Feng smiled smugly. Yu Hongtai then showcased his talent, disassembling the box, fitting each piece into the correct position, including that last joint. Everyone around was extremely surprised by Yu Hongtai's talent.
Bai Wu, sweating, thought, he even knows how to disassemble the box. Looks like he came prepared. At this point, Yu Hongtai had disassembled the box. He then picked up the box and explained. This box is divided into two parts, inner and outer. The outer layer of the box was indeed made by the Qing dynasty court, while the inner layer of the box was crafted by the skillful hands of Han Gongshu from the Ming dynasty, extremely delicate and exquisite. With a market reference price of 300,000, the seller of the box raised his thumb and said, expert. You've truly opened my eyes. Wang Banzi angrily removed his mask, saying, what kind of game are you playing? Trying to fool kids. The surrounding people discussed animatedly, saying, don't I feel like I've seen these two somewhere before? Creepy. No wonder they're from the Xu family. I think so too, very similar. One person pondered, all right, already, your eyesight is terrible. You think everyone looks familiar, haha. The other person said, Xu family. How could you misjudge it? Wang Banzi, drawing attention, said, oh no. We're in deep trouble this time. Xu Feng thought the same. Oh no, we're in deep trouble this time. Ignoring him, he concentrated on analyzing. The system wasn't wrong. The outside of the box is indeed from the Qing dynasty, but who knew there was another one inside? He's using schemes against us. What's his real purpose? Based on the current processing power of the system, it's still impossible to judge this guy's true intentions. It seems I can only improvise. We've been pushed to this point today, Xu Feng reluctantly conceded. Sir, your skills are superb. Your insight is profound. I admire you and willingly admit defeat. Wang Banzi, standing behind him, seeing this, was furious but tried his best to calm down and said, fine. We'll say the Xu family guys are capable. We admit defeat. Yu Hongtai, hearing this, said, since you've lost, then fulfill the agreement and also apologize for your earlier words. You slandered the Xu family. Xu Feng looked at Yu Hongtai, thinking, this person is very arrogant and rigid, but he is filled with uprightness and integrity. He doesn't seem like a bad person no matter how I look at him. Moreover, the Xu family is a prominent family in this industry. Wang Banzi stood beside him, suppressing his anger. Xu Feng suddenly realized. Could it be that the Xu family is the benefactor I'm looking for? Light shone on him. One person in the crowd suddenly recognized him. Hey, isn't that Wang Banzi? Another person said. So they're disguised. Looks like they really do have something to hide.
Hearing this, everyone was angry. The bald guy shouted,
Bad skills, bad intentions. Get out of the antique world, another person cursed. If this fatty doesn't have the ability, don't come out and harm others. Scram. Wang Banzi couldn't take it anymore, angrily turning around and shouting,
What the hell do you guys know? Still yapping there, I dare you to come out here and fight.
Xu Feng quickly grabbed and stopped him. He turned to look at Yu Hongtai, asking the system internally, could he be the benefactor we're looking for? The system displayed 50%. Got it. Even if it's not him, it's someone related to him. Xu Feng smirked.
Wang Banzi, seeing this, didn't understand what was happening.
Wu Hongtai was staring intently at him, thinking, HMPH, so this is all he's got. And the old master thinks so highly of him. Master Wu, standing in the alleyway, said,
Lao Che, what's wrong with your eyes? This is the person you asked me to take care of. Why is his subordinate apprehending the guy who was tailing Wang Banzi and Bai Wu? Bai Wu patted his shoulder and said, I know what to do now. Wang Banzi didn't understand, and asked, Make it clearer. What do you want to do? Bai Wu continued. Mr. Wu has a good eye. Impressive skills. I truly admire you. But this box has to be worth more than $300,000.
Wu Hongtai asked.
More than $300,000. What's the meaning of this? Bai Wu said smugly. The Wu family's heritage is profound, mister. Wu is naturally well-read and knowledgeable in the field, but about this handcrafted box, could there be some hidden mysteries inside? He pointed at the box. Wu Hongtai was surprised to hear this. Wu Hongtai also confirmed, well, the Wu family does have a mechanical box passed down for many years, with a similar design. There's nothing mysterious about it. I'm not sure if this box has any other secrets. Bai Wu gestured with his hand. Why don't Mr. Wu open it and take a look? Wu Hongtai frowned and replied, All right. He fiddled with the box. Could there be other secrets? Then solve the box, he said. Could there be hidden treasures inside? He pulled the last latch down and opened the box, and it was empty inside.
Wu Hongtai sighed in relief. Fortunately, it seems this box is like the Wu family's box. There's nothing mysterious inside. Bai Wu smiled smugly.
Well, not so sure about that. He then pointed inside the box.
Wu Hongtai suddenly saw something in the box.
Bai Wu picked up the box and started disassembling it, but then he scratched his head, looking puzzled, causing everyone around him to stare blankly. Then the people around him angrily shouted, What the hell? So you're just trying to scare people? Another guy yelled. Stop showing off, put it down now, don't damage this good stuff. Bai Wu, not caring, looked at the box, and then he saw the key. Oh. He then twisted the box, flipped the bottom of the box up, and then pulled out a wooden panel.
Everyone around him was surprised, and Wu Hongtai was sweating as he watched.
After pulling out the wooden piece, a pattern appeared, and then he pushed the wooden piece back in. Bai Wu smiled smugly, victorious. After that, he used his finger to turn the circle.
System, analyze. One layer is a lotus flower shape, and another layer is a circular maze.
Bai Wu thought triumphantly. Even if you beat a Wu family expert to death, they wouldn't know this box is a combination of Eastern and Western secrets.
Wu Hongtai looked anxiously as he tried to unlock the box.
Then, with some twists and turns, a compartment in the box popped open. He pulled the compartment open, revealing a jade pendant broken into 3 pieces. Everyone exclaimed, Ayo, heavens! There really is something inside.
Someone else said. The Wu family didn't even realize there was something inside. How could he have found it? Wu Hongtai's face turned serious.
Bai Wu sighed in relief, thinking, Luckily, I asked the system carefully afterwards. Otherwise, I would have lost face. He held out the box and said, Mr. Wu, Bai is incompetent, but I was fortunate enough to discover the secret of the box. Wu Hongtai was impressed. Mr. Bai's skills are truly extraordinary. Hongtai is completely convinced, Bai Wu thought. The system reminded me I'd meet a benefactor in Ghost City. Is it talking about Wu Hongtai? Haha, I get it now. Wu Hongtai was acting strangely pushy just now. I bet he was testing my abilities. The master behind him is probably among these people. If I'm not mistaken, this master is probably Wu Hongtai himself. Holding the card, he said. A voluntary bet means accepting the loss. I've lost. I'll buy this box at market price and give it back to Mr. Bai.
Wang Banzi said smugly. Weren't you acting all high and mighty just now? Why are you scared now? If you ask me, the Wu family's skills are just so-so.
Wu Hongtai closed his eyes and said nothing. Everyone around excitedly discussed. This guy Bai is really skillful. Is he the Bai Wu you guys were talking about earlier? Seems like he's not what the rumors say. Who knows? Maybe it's not the same person. He, the Wu family has really lost face this time. In the crowd, a shadow spoke loudly. Young man, you've got some skills. Then this old man will have to experience them myself. Bai Wu recognized who it was, haha, he finally showed up. Master Wu stepped out. Wang Banzi, seeing this, slapped himself in the face. Oh, this stupid mouth of mine, why did I have to call him here? Bai Wu smiled.
Everyone around discussed. Hongtai pays respects to the master. Wu Hongtai pays his respects. Oh my god, Master Wu is here. Someone else said. This is going to be exciting. Another person said. This Bai Wu guy has to be destroyed today, HMPH. Stop chattering and watch closely. Bai Wu cupped his hands respectfully.
Old master, you've arrived. Master Wu was surprised. Oh, you know me, he said. In this industry, who doesn't know your prestigious name? My brother didn't watch his mouth just now. Please don't hold it against a petty man. Behind him, Wang Banzi was trembling in fear. Master Wu sinisterly looked at Wang Banzi and said, Banzi, what were you saying just now? Wang Banzi immediately said gently, Grandpa, I'm not feeling well today. Just pretend I farted. He glared at him angrily. HMPH, Master Wu asked. Are you Bai Wu? Bai Wu replied. That's right. He narrowed his eyes, looked at him thoughtfully, and then said with interest, Well, very good. You beat Hong Tai. Now it's my turn, Bai Wu said respectfully.
This junior wouldn't dare, Master Wu laughed and said,
Haha, as the saying goes, beat the small one, and the old one comes out. Since everyone wants to watch the fun, let's play a game, he thought to himself, and asked,
System, is Master Wu the benefactor? The system displayed, Master Wu is the benefactor, 100%. Bai Wu thought further.
This old master is a generous person? If I want to befriend him, I have to accept this challenge. Then he spoke up and said, Since you've given me so much face, I have to accept it. No need for formalities. Just lay out the challenge. Wu Laoye excitedly and happily said, So straightforward. Truly my grandson. He then changed his expression, saying, The competition challenge. Then he took out 2 banknotes. Wang Panzi and Bai Wu saw this and were confused. Wang Panzi asked, Old Master Wu, are you going to perform magic? Wu Laoye heard this and flew into a rage. Me, a dignified patriarch of the antique world, performing magic tricks. Is it you who forgot your meds? Or, me, Wang Panzi heard this, broke into a sweat and said, Then why did you conjure up 2 banknotes? Wu Laoye said, The challenge is, with a 1-hour time limit, each of us takes 100 yuan and goes treasure hunting in this ghost city.
As he spoke, he handed the banknote to Bai Wu.
In the end, whoever buys the most valuable item wins. Bai Wu took the banknote, scratched his head, feeling helpless, but accepted it, completely obeying him.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Laoye and Bai Wu began their competition, heading off to buy antiques.
Everyone excitedly said, Today is truly an eye-opener. It's like God's duking it out. Others said, Quick, let's follow. 100 yuan treasure hunt. This challenge sounds even more familiar. 2 guys were chatting. Who do you think will win? The other guy replied, It's definitely the old master. Is that even a question? This guy retorted. This Bai Wu guy isn't simple either. I don't think so, Wang Panzi excitedly said. Wu Jia, that saber looks pretty good. Who knows, it might even be the green dragon crescent blade that Guan Erye used. He pointed around frantically. Oh, Wu Jia, that calligraphy painting looks real. It's definitely Tang Bohu's. Look, that porcelain vase, the glaze color is gorgeous. 8/10 chance it's a genuine Ruware. Making Bai Wu extremely annoyed, he turned and said, Pansy, can you please quiet down a bit? Pansy flinched. Wang Pansy frowned and said, What? Aren't I giving you helpful opinions? What's wrong with that? Bai Wu said, All those things just now were fakes, just shut up. Wang Pansy quickly feigned ignorance, saying, The light here is too dim, I can't see clearly. He then confidently said, Don't forget I can divine by pinching my fingers. As soon as he finished speaking, he called out, System! Treasure system! Come out and get to work. After a while, the 2 met up, each holding an antique item.
Bai Wu picked up the antique vase and said, This is an early Republic of China era blue and white porcelain vase, modeled after the Qing Yongzheng period. Though it's a high-level replica, the craftsmanship is excellent, probably worth tens of thousands.
Wu Laoye saw this, thinking to himself, Oh no, I'm about to lose. This kid is really something.
How could he have scrounged up such an item? And he even clearly stated it's a Republic of China piece mimicking Yongzheng, with no flaws. He sighed. Wu Laoye presented the item he bought and said, A set of old Lian Huanhua from the post-1949 era. Its value is... Suddenly, Wang Panzi interrupted.
Old master, you're not revealing a gem, you're just exposing a dud. This item, even the whole set, is only worth a few thousand yuan. Haha, what a brilliant win.
He happily clapped him on the shoulder.
Wu Laoye angrily said, You uncultured bumpkin who's never seen the world. Wang Pansy, who was in a joyous mood, instantly froze upon hearing. He angrily picked up the antique item, shouting, "Those few thousand yuan are just what you little brats think it's worth. To the eyes of a true connoisseur, this is a priceless treasure."
Dude, your 10,000 yuan vase can't even compare to my priceless treasure.
Wang Banzi, hearing this, exclaimed in a fluster, "Old man Wu, that's kinda cheating, don't you think?" Bai Wu thought to himself, "Oh, this old geezer is clearly refusing to admit defeat."
The old man smugly chuckled.
"Young man, I've been dominating the antique scene for so many years. How dare you question my authority?"
The old man turned to look at the people around him. Making everyone tremble in fear. The crowd nervously chimed in.
"That's right, Old Master Wu won. Wu Laoye definitely won," Wang Banzi angrily said. "You guys are clearly just afraid of offending him," Bai Wu sighed, thinking, "I calculated 1,000 ways, but I never expected Old Master Wu to pull this move."
Old Master Wu said,
"I'm not an unreasonable man. If I won you over with the Wu family's treasure, you probably wouldn't be convinced. Let's call it a draw for today. Come to my house tomorrow. I have something you want, but you gotta understand."
Bai Wu, upon hearing this, said,
"Yes, sir. Your orders are my command."
The old man smirked, turned around, and left.
He said, "Hongtai, let's go."
Wu Hongtai politely greeted him, and thought with a smile,
"This old man is really something." Old Master Wu turned his head and said, "No need to look for the snitch anymore. That bastard wasn't a good person anyway. I already crippled him."
Wang Banzi and Bai Wu were stunned upon hearing this.
The old man left, secretly chuckling. "Kid, I like your style, Grandmaster Xie. I really didn't misjudge you." Wang Banzi exclaimed in surprise. The snitch got crippled. Was he also from that side?
Bai Wu broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I wonder how many people in this industry are on that side. I need to tread carefully from now on.
But he was also excited. Will tomorrow be a pleasant surprise? Or a terrifying shock? I can't wait. Wang Banzi and Bai Wu asked in unison, surprised. The snitch was a bad guy. Wang Banzi made a phone call, but the phone announced, "The subscriber you are calling is currently switched off," Banzi said. The snitch never turns off his phone, right? Looks like there's definitely something up. Bai Wu looked at him silently, contemplating. Was the snitch really a bad guy? Was the snitch 100% taken care of by old Master Wu? 100%. Why does old Wu have to beat around the bush like that? Couldn't he just help me directly? Whatever. There's no point in guessing. I'll just have to see what old Wu wants tomorrow.
Wang Banzi excitedly asked, Yu Jia, old Master Wu invited us to his place. Are we?
Bai Wu reminded him. Old Master Wu only invited me, he happily said upon hearing this. We're bros, why are you being so formal? Just tell me if you're going or not.
Sounds like old Wu is a friend now, not a foe. He invited me, so I'm guessing it's important. Of course I'm going, Wang Banzi confidently said.
Alright, your bro Banzi will sacrifice himself for a righteous cause and go with you.
The next day, in front of old Master Wu's house,
Wang Banzi was taking pictures with his phone, while Bai Wu was astonished. Now this is what I call a mansion. This is the life I've always wanted. Wang Banzi was taking selfies. Banzi tapped on his phone, sticking his tongue out. Gotta post this on WeChat and show off a little. Your bro Banzi is a guest at the Wu family's mansion. Bai Wu was like, flexing cause you're going to the Wu family. Please, we're gonna be big bosses like that someday. Wang Banzi hyped up, word. Why simp for a big boss when we can be big bosses ourselves?
Then Wang Banzi and Bai Wu shook hands, saying in unison,
brothers in arms, buying houses and cars.
Suddenly, a dog paw jammed into their handshake. A cute dog barked.
They glanced at it, saying, what's the sitch? Do you remember this detail in our memory? Feels like we've seen this before. A girl ran over, saying, sorry, I didn't watch Oreo well enough. Bai Wu suddenly realized. Familiar face. Is that really you? Xiao Xiao also felt like she recognized him, looking at him with familiarity. Feels like I know you. Racking my brain. Who is it? Hurry up and remember. Hurry up and remember. Wang Banzi whispered to him. Wu Jia, who's this chick? Is her brain fried or something? Bai Wu said. A girl I used to know, kinda goofy since birth.
Suddenly she remembered.
Aha, I remember now.
Then, pointing, she asked,
you're Bai Wu, right? Bai Wu replied. Yep, that's me. Xiao Xiao, what are you guys doing in front of our house? Bai Wu was surprised. This is your house. Wang Banzi was also shocked, asking, what's your relationship with old man Wu? Xiao Xiao happily said, oh, are you guys looking for my grandpa? Then I'll take you inside. After she finished speaking, she led them in. Wang Banzi suspiciously asked, bro, she's just leading us in like that. No sense of caution at all.
He thought about it. This girl might be a bit slow since birth, but this is just next level clueless.
Xiao Xiao opened the door, saying, hurry up a bit. Bai Wu said,
Coming, Xiao Xiao led the two through the garden and into the house. She wondered, "Now where is Grandpa?" Wang Banzi said, "Wu Jia, is this girl flexing how big her house is, leading us from the front door to the back? Where's old man Wu?" Bai Wu narrowed his eyes, thinking, "What's going on? Could it be that Wu Xiaoxiao has ulterior motives, deliberately leading us on a detour?" Xiao Xiao called to the dog, "Oreo, quickly sniff out where Grandpa is." He thought about it. Or is this girl just so stupid that she's reached peak enlightenment? Wu Hongtai appeared out of nowhere, saying, "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing here?" Xiao Xiao was delighted, calling Hongtai gay. "These two are here to find Grandpa. I was leading them, but I forgot where Grandpa is right now." Wu Hongtai sighed, saying, "Xiao Xiao, I've told you so many times, don't just bring anyone into the house, especially shady people with unknown backgrounds. One look, and you know they're trouble." Wang Pengzi got angry when he heard that. "You," Bai Wu raised his hand to stop him. Wu Hongtai turned his face away, saying, "Humph. Follow me. The master is waiting for you in the backyard." With that, Wu Hongtai led the two away. Bai Wu waved goodbye to Xiao Xiao. Bai Wu glanced at her, thinking, "Turns out I was overthinking it. This girl is just plain dumb." Wu Hongtai led the two to the backyard. Wu Hongtai said, "Master, they've arrived." Master Wu took out a USB drive and said, "Inside this is all the intelligence about the fake goods syndicate. If you want to get it, you have to show your real skills." Bai Wu looked at the USB drive, his eyes lighting up, and he said seriously, "May I ask, Master Wu, what do I need to do?" Master Wu sat up and said, "I've heard about your thing with Sha Lao too. I don't believe someone as young as you has such a good eye, and I especially don't believe in that fortune-telling bullshit. What you need to do is simple. Look at all the treasures in my study, and clearly state their value and origin. If you get it all right, I will acknowledge your abilities. You can just take this USB drive," Bai Wu said. "Okay, a deal's a deal." Master Wu led Wang Pengzi and Bai Wu into the antique room. He gestured with his hand and said, "This is my study. Inside are all the treasures I've collected over the years." Bai Wu was polite. "Then allow me to show my humble skills." Then he stepped forward, passing by the ancient vase, and then looked at another antique. Bai Wu was stunned. How could this be? Wang Pengzi looked at him, thinking, Wu Jia looks serious, but his expression doesn't seem right to me. Master Wu picked up a fan and asked, "What? Can you tell the value and origin of the treasures in this room of mine?" Bai Wu turned to look at him. "Master Wu, allow me to take a closer look." Wang Pengzi nudged him and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, Wu Jia? Can't you tell?" He shook his head and said, "It's a bit tricky." Seeing him in a bind, Pengzi said confidently, "Looks like Wu Jia isn't in a good state today. He. I know everything in this room. Let your boy show you what's up." Then he raised his voice, "Ahem. It's time for your boy to show off a little." He stepped forward to be polite. Master Wu stopped him when he saw this. Bai Wu held his shoulder and said, "Don't cause any more trouble. This isn't that simple." He bit his fingertip, thinking. Master Wu smiled and said, "Why aren't you saying anything anymore? Aren't you supposed to be able to tell fortunes?" He sarcastically mentioned that. Where's the skill to smash $1 million vase? Wang Pengzi thought to himself, "Great. Looks like Master Wu isn't happy. Seems like I still need to step up. Even if I screw up a little, it won't ruin the whole thing. If I say a few more words to make Master Wu happy, then today's hurdle will be 8 parts past." Wang Pengzi pretended to show his talent. "Master Wu, this Buddha head of yours is of extremely high quality. It looks like it's from the Northern Wei period. This Buddha head has been preserved so perfectly to this day. It's truly top-notch. A priceless treasure." Master Wu asks Bai Wu, "What do you think of this Buddha head?" Bai Wu sighs and says, "This Buddha statue is a fake antique. Judging by its condition, it was probably made about 10 years ago. The craftsmanship is meticulous, and the factory price is probably 30,000. Wang Banzi exclaims upon hearing this, "It's fake." Wang Banzi is a bit annoyed, thinking to himself, Bai Wu really doesn't know how to talk at all. Even if this thing is fake, you can't just say it straight out like that. I still have to butter him up first, he says with a smile. Even the fox nods off sometimes. Master Wu is a knowledgeable man, with 100 things to worry about. It's inevitable that he'll make a mistake sometimes. He then glances down at an antique and picks it up. This is an old object casually obtained from the spring and autumn period, a treasure that even major museums would consider a national treasure. Following Master Wu, I'm really learning a lot, even seeing what kind of treasures are around. He glances disdainfully at Wang Banzi and says, that antique is a high-end replica of a bronze candlestick from the spring and autumn period. The replica technique was a trend 20 years ago.
The replica is indeed perfect, with a factory price of around 100,000. Wang Banzi is shocked. What? This is also fake? He narrows his eyes and looks at Master Wu. Master Wu stares at Bai Wu without saying a word, Banzi says in fear. Crap. Master Wu's gaze could kill. I have to quickly salvage the situation. He speaks up. Master Wu is proficient in porcelain and paintings. It's understandable that he might occasionally misjudge bronzeware. You're not a sage. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Wang Banzi turns to look at a certain antique. He points at a painting. This running script by M.I. Fu, then turns to ask Bai Wu. This self-portrait is real, right? He says. Still fake. Wang Banzi sweats profusely, saying, what kind of game is this? It's still fake. He immediately covers his mouth, glancing at Master Wu, who is looking at him sternly. Banzi whispers, Wu bro, it's not that I don't trust your skills, but you keep saying that all 3 items are fake. That's just impossible, right? Are you sure you're not wrong? Master Wu's expression isn't looking too good. Don't actually piss him off. Don't think Master Wu is old, but he could probably beat the 2 of us without even breaking a sweat. He narrows his eyes and points at the painting, saying, this painting is probably a fake antique from last year, just made, using the technique of peeling paintings combined with real and fake. You could say it's both real and fake. Although it's a fake antique, it's still worth $1 million. Bai Wu steps forward. He points to each antique. A replica of Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, a white glazed plum vase replica from the Qing Dynasty, a fake Warring States period jade, a replica of Zhang Daqian's self-portrait. Master Wu slams his fan on the table and stands up, looking very angry. Seeing this, Wang Banzi is terrified. He continues, of the 73 antiques in this room, all of them are fake antiques. Wang Banzi, upon hearing this, said, how could that be? Master Wu spoke up. You're implying that Wu Bufan, the 13th generation head of the Wu family. He stepped forward and approached him, saying, is hoarding a room full of counterfeit cultural relics? Wang Banzi, trembling and tearful, said, Master Wu, Bai Wu didn't mean that. He immediately pushed Banzi aside. Master Wu said, I'm asking him. At this moment, he also swallowed hard in fear, but still tried to say, that's right, they are all fakes. The room was filled with ceramic vases of various shapes and patterns. Master Wu and Bai Wu stood facing each other, their eyes locked, the atmosphere extremely tense. Master Wu frowned deeply. Bai Wu did the same, his attitude resolute, sweat already beading on his temples. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly serious, Wang Banzi panicked and hurriedly tried to appease. Master Wu, please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding in this. My brother didn't sleep well last night, and his spirits are low today, so his talent is not performing as well as usual. Let me have him take a closer look again. Wang Banzi forced a smile, rubbing his hands as he spoke to Master Wu. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled Bai Wu away, facing Master Wu's gloomy expression, and said, Bro, are you crazy? How could Master Wu make an entire room of fakes? But Bai Wu didn't answer. He just remained silent with a sullen face. At this moment, he himself also began to reflect, his expression becoming even more strained. That's right. Why an entire room of fakes? And what's with the 73%? Could it be that I'm a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth today? Didn't the system say that I could smoothly pass the test today and make the acquaintance of this benefactor? How am I supposed to deal with this after all? Bai Wu's expression grew more serious as he questioned himself. Seeing that he remained silent, Wang Banzi anxiously urged, hurry up and take back your words, apologize, otherwise I'm afraid the 2 of us won't be able to leave here today. But Bai Wu still didn't say anything, only glanced at Master Wu standing behind him. He turned around, his face pensive. Leave. His eyebrows furrowed tightly, thinking to himself, HMPH? I want to see what kind of card this is. Master Wu then approached him, leaned down to look at him and said, Bai Wu, I'll give you one more chance. His expression darkened as he asked in a deep voice, these antiques, are they real or fake? After all, but Bai Wu was clearly not a weakling who would easily succumb to brute force. His eyes were firm, his voice extremely resolute as he affirmed, sorry Master Wu, these antiques are all fakes. Bai Wu finished speaking. The atmosphere between him and Master Wu became even more heavy, their eyes shooting out sparks as they stared straight at each other, neither willing to give in. Poor Wang Banzi could only hold his head and wail miserably. I'm done for. Master Wu smiled mockingly, disdainfully saying, you little brat, you have to take responsibility for your words. Seeing that things were not looking good, Wang Banzi frantically tried to appease, Master Wu, please calm down. Master Wu suddenly grabbed Wang Banzi's chubby hand, angrily twisting Wang Banzi's arm behind his back, startling both him and Bai Wu. Wang Banzi cried out in pain, ouch, ya, pain. Master Wu gave Bai Wu a cold glare as a warning.
Sensing the danger, Bai Wu's attempt to dissuade him abruptly stopped. He clasped his hands together, earnestly saying to Grandfather Wu, "Grandfather Wu, these are my words, they have nothing to do with Peng Yuzi. If you want to punish someone, just lay it all on me." Hearing this,
Grandfather Wu snapped his fingers, tossing Wang Pengzi away, sending him tumbling to the ground. He grinned provocatively, saying, "All right then, don't blame this old man." With that, his knee lowered. His left hand formed a fist. His right hand extended his middle and index fingers, as if channeling some kind of internal energy. Circular, azure streams of light rose from beneath his feet, accompanied by a faint hissing sound. Grandfather Wu even wore a smug smile on his face. Detecting the danger, Bai Wu's eyes widened as he blurted out, "Holy shish!" But unluckily, before Bai Wu could dodge, he received a thrust to the stomach, creating a loud thwack. That was Grandfather Wu's punch for him. Bai Wu squeezed his eyes shut, sweat pouring down his face, thinking to himself, "I'm screwed, today the system has really screwed me over." Fear welled up in Bai Wu's heart, and his body, having taken the full force of Grandfather Wu's punch, was in so much pain that he knelt before him. "This old man Wu isn't planning on letting us go. He's clearly a benefactor, so why is he treating us like this?" In this room full of top-tier fakes, Wang Pengzi, who was crawling on the ground, panicked at the sight, with tears still in his eyes, trembling as he shouted, "Bai Wu! Bai Wu!" Then, from who knows where, he found the courage, picked himself up, crawled to Bai Wu's side, who was clutching his chest, and yelled, "Grandfather Wu, you old geezer! If you've got a problem, come at me, don't touch my bro!" Bai Wu had almost fainted from the beating. His eyes fluttered open, seeing Grandfather Wu's steady legs in front of him, anxiously wondering, "What now? What does this old coot even want?" Grandfather Wu ignored Wang Pengzi, his face fierce, as he asked Bai Wu, "I'll ask you one last time, will you change your words or not?" Even though Bai Wu was in great pain, he resolutely refused to change his assessment. Real stuff can't be dissolved, and fake stuff can't become real. No change. Hearing Bai Wu's words, Grandfather Wu fell silent for a long time. Then he suddenly crossed his arms and burst into laughter. Bai Wu was in so much pain that he could barely open his eyes, and he sighed in resignation. "I'm done for. Looks like today." But immediately after, a familiar voice cut through his thoughts. "Old-timer, you're going a bit too hard, aren't you?" At the same time, a figure in azure robes, with white hair and beard, slowly entered, with his hands clasped behind his back. Boop, boop. As soon as the old man arrived, he quickly tapped 2 spots on Bai Wu's back with 2 fingers. Grandfather Wu stood there, saying nothing. Phew! Bai Wu immediately exhaled, his pale face as if he had returned from the brink of death. The newcomer was obviously old Sha Yongkang. He stroked his white beard and asked with a smile, "Bai Wu, are you all right just now? Old Wu only struck your ba shui, blocking your ki," Bai Wu blankly called out. "Old Sha?" Only then did Grandfather Wu stop pretending, and he happily stepped forward to pat Bai Wu's shoulder, amidst Sha Yongkang's helpless smile and Bai Wu's still shocked expression. "Ha ha, you little brat, you're really not bad. This old man acknowledges you. It's just that this body isn't very sturdy. I didn't even hit you that hard." Hearing this, Sha Yongkang glared at Grandfather Wu. Grandfather Wu knew he had gone a bit too far, and at this moment, he no longer had the ferocious look from before, but instead wore a bright smile. It was a test, of course. I had to be a little serious. What? Is being serious wrong? Wang Pengzi had now stood up and ran over to ask Bai Wu, "Bro, are you alright?" Bai Wu forced a bitter smile and replied, "No, I'm alright." At this, Wang Pengzi seemed to have had a weight lifted from his heart, and he plopped down on the ground, wailing loudly, "Wah, hoo-hoo, I was so scared." His sudden action startled the 3 of them. The 3 men's faces darkened, speechless as they looked at Wang Pengzi, causing him to be frightened, with tears still lingering in the corners of his eyes. Ugh! Grandfather Wu unhappily shot Wang Pengzi a warning glare. Wang Pengzi trembled and immediately shut up. Suddenly, Grandfather Wu picked up Wang Pengzi and poked his round belly with his finger, saying, "All right now." Wang Pengzi didn't expect to be dangling like this, and he widened his eyes in surprise. But he was no longer afraid. Bai Wu turned to Sha Yongkang with a questioning look. Old Sha, you and Old Wu, Sha Yongkang, understood what he meant and, without waiting for him to finish, explained, "We've known each other for a long time. I asked Old Wu to take care of you before I returned." Sha Yongkang gave Bai Wu a gentle, reassuring smile. "This old geezer's testing you, 'cause he doesn't trust my judgment." Old man Wu chimes in out of nowhere. "That's right, that's why I came to Ghost City, but my acting was pretty good back there, right? Did I scare you guys for real?" Old man Wu's hyped up like he just discovered a new toy, Wang Banzi, that suck-up, sees his chance and starts buttering him up. Your acting was, like, legendary. I was so scared I almost peed myself. Sha Yongkang's eye twitches, and Bai Wu just forces a smile, not knowing what to say. Old man Wu's totally eating it up, though, pats Wang Banzi on the shoulder and says, "You silver-tongued devil, I'll give you a big red envelope to make up for it." Wang Banzi ain't scared anymore, he cheekily asks. "How thick are we talking?" Old man Wu chuckles. 10 million for you, a whopping 50 million for Bai Wu. I'll write you guys checks later. Wang Banzi ain't happy, 'bout getting less dough, pouts and whines. Why does he get 50 mil and I only get 10? That's not fair. Old man Wu just smirks, winks at Wang Banzi, and says, "Look at you, valuing money over your own life. Come on, let Grandpa give you a proper, massage. If I'm happy, I'll give you whatever you want." Then it's a whole chase scene. Wang Banzi's run in for his life. Old man Wu's cackling and chase in. After him, Bai Wu watches this and thinks, "This old geezer Wu is a bit of a perv. Guess I passed the test." Sha Yongkang suddenly asks, startling him, "Are you curious why there's a fake antique room?" Bai Wu admits, "Yeah, I was totally lost when I walked in." Sha Yongkang turns to Old man Wu and says, "Hey old man, tell, M." Old man Wu strokes his chin. Deep in thought, Wang Banzi stands beside him, hands clasped, looking at Old man Wu with puppy dog eyes. Old man Wu suddenly turns his back to the three of them, getting serious. Antique appraisers not only need to know how to spot the real deal, they need to know how to spot fakes. But more importantly, they need integrity and faith. Always be vigilant, and never let their desires consume them. Old man Wu's silhouette is massive. He faces the shelf with all the different patterned ceramic vases and says, "This fake antique room is full of top-notch forgeries, good enough to pass as real and sell for big bucks. I collected them. On the one hand, I can study the craft here. On the other hand, it's to temper my mental state. Even more importantly, many of these items come from the same place." At this, his brows furrowed. Old man Wu slightly turns his head and continues, "Shengong Tang, the guys you're looking for who are making fakes." Hearing that, Bai Wu suddenly understands Old man Wu's plan. He raises his hand to his chin and says, "Know your enemy, know yourself, and you shall not fear 100 battles. Someone familiar with fakes can deal with them better. Gotcha." Old man Wu turns around completely, acknowledging, "Exactly, that's the idea." He puts his hands behind his back, puffs out his chest, and proudly introduces, "My room here is called Wu Chen Gei." Bai Wu thinks, "So that's the story behind Old man Wu's fake antique room. But what's bothering me is that I ran it through the system when I saw the fake antique room." From the outside, everyone sees Bai Wu deep in thought, but he's actually busy calculating an entire room of fakes. Could the Wu family be related to the group making fakes? He suddenly freezes, remembering the line on the system window. Relationship ratio 77%. He denies. It's not Old man Wu, so it's probably someone else in the Wu family. When I continue to query, the system freezes again, and at the same time, countless system windows flash in his memory with the word loading, meaning it's loading, and it keeps running forever. He thinks, "I gotta figure out a way to catch this bastard." Bai Wu suddenly clasps his hands, slightly bowing to Old man Wu respectfully and says, "Old man Wu, your knowledge is vast. Bai Wu has learned a lot." Old man Wu waves his hand, looking satisfied, and says with a smile, "Enough with the flattery, kid. You're not bad. I like you." Then he crosses his arms in front of his chest, glances at Sha Yongkang, who's smiling, and continues, Sha Yongkang, I have another suggestion, and I agree," Bai Wu asks in surprise. "What suggestion?" Sha Yongkang happily says, "Bai Wu, we're officially representing the Antique Association to invite you to join and become a member." As he speaks, Sha Yongkang reaches out his hand to Bai Wu. Old man Wu standing beside him affirms, "Bai Wu, you have both the ability and integrity. You're perfect for joining the Antique Association." Hearing this news, Bai Wu is overjoyed, thinking to himself, "A member of the Antique Association? Oh man, today's drama is too dramatic." Bai Wu rubs his chin thoughtfully, but the joy is written all over his face. A member of the Antique Association. So that means I'm a real insider now. Sounds pretty good. Seeing this, Wang Banzi puts his hand on his shoulder and says, "Bro, chill. This is just the beginning. The Antique Association has thousands of members." Bai Wu is so shocked that his jaw drops. Wang Banzi pats his chest, pretending to be humble, and says, "Your boy Banzi is useless. I've been a member for a while now. Do you see me showing off? Am I arrogant? Am I smug?" Bai Wu rolled his eyes at him, scoffing. "Could you be any more pleased with yourself?" Hearing their conversation, Sha Yongkang explained with a bright smile, "Bai Xiansheng is outstanding in both talent and character. Of course, he can't be just a regular member. We're talking about core member.
Old Master Wu standing next to him was beaming just as much. Wang Banzi was still riding high on his achievement, while Bai Wu looked at Sha Yongkang in surprise. Old Master Wu seemed even happier than Bai Wu himself. He said, enthusiastically, "That's right, I think Bai Wu is very worthy of the core member status. When the time comes, we'll deal with those counterfeit trash together."
Bai Wu and Wang Banzi simultaneously widened their eyes in shock. Core member.
But their surprise wasn't the same. Wang Banzi knew exactly how much strength it took to get that position. Sweat poured down his face, and he frowned and shouted, "Are you two kidding me? Bai Wu is directly becoming a core member." Bai Wu, on the other hand, didn't understand and asked innocently, "What's so special about being a core member?"
Wang Banzi immediately turned around and said seriously, "It's a big deal," he explained. The core member management level of the Antique Association is composed of 17 experienced standing committee members. Although there's a president and vice president,
important decisions of the association are made through their votes. People usually call them core members. Every single core member is a big shot in the industry. At this moment, images of bald, white-bearded old men holding canes and pipes, looking profound and wise, flashed through Wang Banzi's mind.
Wang Banzi stroked his chin, looking at Bai Wu thoughtfully. As for our man Bai Wu, he exclaimed in amazement, "Banzi, your gaze carries so much information."
But Wang Banzi didn't respond to him. He suddenly skipped over to Old Master Wu. Startling both Bai Wu, who was talking to him, and Old Master Wu, he excitedly called out,
"Old Wu." He pointed at his own face, his eyes as bright as a puppy's, and asked, "Bai Wu has already become a core member, and I'm still just a regular member. Can I get a promotion?"
Old Master Wu raised his eyebrows, teasing, "You. Just being able to remain a member is already good. Go burn some incense." His bluntness left Wang Banzi disappointed and devastated. Sha Yongkang stroked his beard and said, "Ambition knows no age, Bai Wu. You're perfect in both morality and talent. You're completely qualified to become a core member. Just leave this to Old Wu."
Old Wu cracked his knuckles and continued, "That's right, anyone who disagrees can come at me." Wang Banzi was so frightened by what he heard that he broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, Old Master Wu realized something and exclaimed, "Oh yeah, wait a minute."
He patted Sha Yongkang on the shoulder and said, "Why are you pushing me to the front alone? It's better if we both do it together. I'm not having fun alone." Seeing this, Sha Yongkang raised his eyebrows and glared at Old Master Wu.
Wang Banzi also put a hand on Bai Wu's shoulder and clenched his other hand into a fist, saying aggressively, "Bai Wu is my bro. I support him 10,000 times over. Anyone who tries to stop him will have to fight me to the death."
Wang Banzi's reaction made Bai Wu feel embarrassed, and he could only scratch his head.
And then, as if remembering something, Wang Banzi turned pale and asked, "Wait, but core member positions are always filled vacancies. Does someone have to be kicked out to make room for Bai Wu?" At this time, Old Master Wu spoke up, his face not looking too happy. Old Sun from Jingde City in the west was bribed by a counterfeit gang and did a lot of shameful things.
The conclusive evidence has been voted to remove his name.
Sha Yongkang continued, "This time, my trip is to carry out the resolution to kick him out of the antique world." At that moment, the image of a man being handcuffed and taken into a police car appeared in his head, along with the image of the code of conduct being banned and the signboard being taken down.
Old Master Wu was so angry that his hands were trembling. He was clearly unwilling to let him off so easily. "If it were up to my temper, humph." Sha Yongkang looked helplessly at his old friend and said, "This is a society ruled by law now. Can you stop thinking about those Jianghu tricks all the time?" Bai Wu and Wang Banzi were shocked to realize the seriousness of the matter. Bai Wu clasped his hands and asked, "Old Wu, Old Sha, may I ask, what is the origin of this counterfeit gang that they're so all-powerful?"
Old Master Wu and Sha Yongkang frowned and looked at each other thoughtfully. Old Master Wu nodded slightly and said, "Well, it's time to tell you."
Sha Yongkang looked a little gloomy and suggested,
"Let's have some tea while we chat."
The four of them moved to a balcony in the courtyard. They sat upright on a wooden table, and Sha Yongkang was carefully pouring tea.
Old Man Wu held a gourd in his hand. Watching the tea being poured, he chuckled. "Heh, you guys can drink whatever you want, I still prefer my booze." With that, he uncorked the gourd, then tilted his head back, and chugged the liquor like water. "The rich aroma made Wang Banzi drool," he recounted. "The Hangcheng Antique Association has been around for hundreds of years since its founding. Everyone's been fighting fakes, once cracking down on them and making them disappear." As he spoke, he recalled the scene of fake antique dealers being inspected by the police along the road, then the fake items being smashed into pieces, and the fake dealers running away with their fake goods. Before the association's fierce crackdown, he raised his hand to wipe his mouth and laughed. That was refreshing. After that, Old Man Wu tilted his head back and chugged again. Bai Wu sat across from him, staring intently. Then, Old man Wu exhaled a breath full of alcohol, and said dejectedly, "Ah, but good times are short-lived. Thinking back to those days."
A fake dealer appeared on the Jianghu, and his fake goods attracted a lot of people. Old man Wu continued. Suddenly, a mysterious person appeared on the Jianghu, colluding with a bunch of dregs,
starting to fake and sell fake goods again. And after a long time, they made a name for themselves. That person is always in the shadows, reaching out his hands and causing a lot of chaos in the antique world, and his people are getting more and more numerous.
Speaking to this point, Old man Wu angrily slammed his hand on the chair.
Wang Banzi reminded in shock. "Hua, that's a high-quality rosewood chair, old man. Be gentle," Bai Wu pondered. "This fake group is pretty well established," Sha Yongkang continued. "The leader's craftsmanship has become more and more sophisticated in recent years, and many of the goods he makes are so good that even we have a hard time seeing through them."
Fragments of memories appeared in Bai Wu's head on the day he smashed a fake ceramic pot.
"That's right. If it weren't for me, old Shan would have fallen for the 9 dragons jar."
Sha Yongkang nodded and said, "Moreover, their forces have deeply infiltrated the core of the Antique Association, and Lao Sun is one of them." Sha Yongkang's eyes suddenly became sharp. "Moreover, I guess there might be more than one person." Old man Wu gnashed his teeth upon hearing this, and he yelled angrily,
"Damn it, don't let this old man find out," making Wang Banzi hurry to dissuade him. Old man Wu clenched his hand on the chair, and he growled, "If I find out, I definitely won't go easy on them." Wang Banzi flusteredly said, "Grandpa, if you're angry, just take it out on me."
Bai Wu looked at Old man Wu's angry appearance, and he pondered. Old Wu hates them like enemies, so if he and those people are related, then it must be a mortal enemy. The nail in the Wu family has to be pulled out quickly. System.
Who do you know is related to this fake group? The system window displayed the text. This analysis has not been performed yet, and cannot be answered.
Bai Wu helplessly supported his forehead. Bad memory. This kind of problem couldn't be solved before. I'll ask again. System. Is the person of the Wu family and the fake group related one person? Is it a man? Between 20 and 30 years old.
Before a series of questions from Bai Wu, the system window only showed 3 words. Loading, 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 causing Bai Wu to worry. "No way, I'm doomed. Or are you testing me too?" he asked it dissatisfiedly. "Fine, frozen again. You freeze whenever you want. You're deliberately messing with me, aren't you?" The system responded to the content of the question. Not clear, cannot answer. Making Bai Wu only sigh and wave his hand. "I'm so done, I can only quickly find this mole myself. You just rest well."
Back at the tea table on the balcony, Sha Yongkang opened his mouth and said, "Now the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. We must unite as one to fight them."
Old man Wu stretched out his hand towards Bai Wu. "Bringing you into the core might put you in a dangerous position, of course. The final decision is still up to you."
Bai Wu interlaced his hands and silently pondered. "I and the fake group have formed a deadly feud. They are actually helping me. In fact, even if I and the fake group didn't have this entanglement, I would still stand up and do what I think is right."
He sighed wearily and thought, "Especially since challenges are opportunities, I still have the system by my side, as long as the old man doesn't keep freezing forever." Then, Bai Wu slammed his hand on the table.
Sha Yongkang was sipping tea when he saw him suddenly stand up, surprised. Bai Wu clasped his hands together seriously and said, "Having received the trust of you 2 seniors, Bai Wu will naturally contribute my meager strength for everyone. I agree to join." Grandpa Wu excitedly gave him a thumbs up, looking like he was full of praise. "Kid, you've got guts. We support you. Do your thing with peace of mind." Sha Yongkang stroked his beard, extremely satisfied, but still didn't forget to remind him. Joining the association still has a formal assessment process. You need to prepare well. The 2 of us can only help in secret. It's still important to rely on yourself.
Wang Banzi, after hearing this, pouted and muttered, "So there's still a test? I thought you 2 had already finished everything." Bai Wu patted his chest, confidently guaranteeing, "You 2 can rest assured, I will naturally know how to handle things carefully." In his heart, he secretly made a decision. This assessment must be a success. At this moment, in a dark room, a man dressed in something like a military uniform was sitting with his legs crossed, listening to the phone, holding a sharp knife in his hand, smoking a cigarette. He said, "Lao Sun has been kicked out. Lao Sha will definitely arrange his own people to fill that position."
The person on the other end of the line replied,
"I know. This is certain."
The person on the other end seemed to be angry,
his voice full of resentment. "It's all because of that cowardly old ghost. When voting, he suddenly acted up and ruined my big plan. If not, it wouldn't have caused a situation like today, damn him."
The man holding the phone, Upon hearing these words, had veins popping out on his forehead.
The scar beside his right eye made his face even more ferocious. The person on the phone continued, "I won't let them get what they want. The plan behind this absolutely can't have any mistakes."
The scarred man threw the dagger in his hand, showing a sinister smile as he said to the person on the phone, "Let's hope so. In a desperate situation, I can only use my way."
The thrown dagger accurately pierced Xia Yongkang's face in the photo hanging on the board. Above Xia Yongkang's photo were photos of 3 people: Grandpa Wu, Bai Wu, and Wang Banzi. Grandpa Wu laughed happily. "Today is really a happy day, everyone. Stay here at my place for dinner tonight. Let's chat to our heart's content. Tell Zhao Zhao to come here too."
Xia Yongkang nodded and smiled lightly. He waved his hand to signal. "And our little ones, call them all in here."
Wang Banzi, upon hearing this, was overjoyed. "I've long heard that the chef at the Wu's is extremely skilled. Today I'm truly blessed to have this meal." Bai Wu glanced at Wu Hongtai, thinking to himself, just right. Let me see who the mole in the Wu family is. All 4 of them sat at the dining table, chatting and laughing lively. Suddenly, Xia Yongkang's phone rang with a text message. He gave everyone an awkward smile. "Xiao Xiao sent a message. She's busy for the time being. She can only come in the evening. We don't need to wait for her. Let's eat first." Grandpa Wu glanced over and smiled. "We must wait. Anyway, it's still early." Suddenly he had an idea. "That's right, Bai Wu. Don't you know fortune-telling? Come on, tell us when Zhao Zhao will come here." Wang Banzi also echoed. "Right? Tell us to let these 2 old geezers admire your skills." Bai Wu was helpless. He didn't want her to come at all. Sing, what can he do when this old buddy system is acting up and not listening to him?
He forced a smile. "The number of times I can peek at the heavenly secrets in one day is limited. This thing, thinking in his head. Check it out, system. At 6 o'clock in the evening will Xia Zhao Zhao be able to come?"
The system appeared. The probability of arriving at 6 o'clock is exactly 60%. Bai Wu was surprised. "Holy crap, it's willing to pay attention to me now." He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, System, will she be able to come at 7 o'clock? The probability of arriving at 7 o'clock is exactly 70%. Then what about 10 o'clock? Is she not coming yet? The probability of arriving at 10 o'clock is exactly 100%. Bai Wu widened his eyes behind his glasses. No way. Could something have happened to her? It won't affect her life, will it? The system interface then showed up. The probability of Xia Zhao Zhao facing a life-threatening danger is 764%. He panicked. What? This is practically a death sentence. Bai Wu put his hands on his chin and said with a serious face, "Grandpa Wu, Grandpa Xia, I've just calculated that Xiao Xiao might encounter a fatal accident today." All 3 of them were shocked when they heard this, their eyes wide open. Grandpa Wu was so anxious that he slammed the table. "What? Quickly go save her? What are we waiting for? Go, let's all go."
Xia Yongkang was calmer, he said peacefully. "Let me call her and try."
He immediately called Zhao Zhao. The others were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. The voice on the other end of the phone rang. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable." Xia Yongkang was worried.
She said she had something to do. Must be out on a normal mission. She always turns off her phone at times like these. Fatal accident. Bai Wu covered his mouth and exclaimed, System, where is Xia Xiao right now? Tell me her location on the map." The system displayed the words.
"Loading," he said helplessly. "Can you stop messing around? A human life is at stake," Grandpa Wu shouted anxiously. "This old geezer. How can you be so calm? Let me send someone to inquire, and then we'll go find her together." Then he took out his phone and made a call. Frowning and looking worried, "Xiao Xiao is out catching a thief."
With her strength, nothing should happen. Xia Yongkang stood up and said, "Everyone just sit here and wait. I'll go see what's going on."
Bai Wu also stood up, following the 2. "Let me go take a look," he said with a serious face. "Old Xia, old Wu, get ready and wait for my news," Xia Yongkang said with concern. "Well, we'll have to trouble you then. Be careful." Grandpa Wu laughed triumphantly, praising, "Good lad, she's at the Meihao Inn, not too far. Let Hong Tai go with you." Instantly, Hong Tai was standing next to Bai Wu. He glanced at him, then cupped his hands respectfully. "We're off." The 2 quickly ran out. Once they got to the car, Hong Tai said, "I'll drive, you give the directions," Bai Wu replied. "Ah, thank you." Before he could finish speaking, Hong Tai cut him off and got into the car. Bai Wu thought, as he got into the car, "This guy is so aloof, huh?"
Sitting in the car, he glanced at Hong Tai. "But I guess his martial arts must be very strong. It's safer with him." He frowned and called out, System, is the road safe?" It reported back. "The road is 100% safe." Bai Wu crossed his arms, bored.
Tiredness comes right when things are about to get good. What's going on? It wasn't like this before. The car sped off, rushing through Baiwu's thoughts. Let's put it aside for now. Critical moment. Don't break the chain. Elsewhere, in a not-so-crowded neighborhood, Xia Xiaoxiao and De Liu were fixing the switch.
She turned her head to look towards the door. On the stairs, Xia Xiaoxiao held up a sign, saying coldly,
De Liu and I are in position below. How's everyone else? A voice came through the earpiece.
We've blocked the windows, he can't escape, she asked further.
Okay, what's the situation around? No civilians around, it's safe, Xia Xiaoxiao instructed in a cold voice. I'll remind you once again, the suspect is armed, everyone must be careful, Roger. Okay, let's move. The thief was sitting in the room, filled with antiques, talking on the phone. Boss, don't worry, nothing happened on the way, just wait for the buyer's call. The person on the other end of the phone replied, Okay, be vigilant, don't mess things up. After finishing the call, he lit a cigarette and took a puff. The thief sat smoking and playing on his phone on the sofa. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Hello, is anyone home? Building staff, we want to check the gas valve.
He sat up, furrowing his brow and grinding his teeth, looking pissed.
Then he went to the door, one hand reaching behind him. The thief even carefully peeked through the peephole to see who was outside. He saw a pretty female staff holding a sign. The thief was still frowning, a little wary. One hand gripping the doorknob, the other hand pulling a gun out of his pocket, yelling, Come on, don't knock anymore, you're waking me the hell up.
Xia Xiaoxiao glanced at Da Liu, who also raised his hand to show he understood. The door gradually opened.
On the other side, Baiwu's car was speeding down the road. He asked anxiously,
System. What's Xiaoxiao's current life-threatening risk percentage? Xiaoxiao then knocked on the door.
Sorry to bother you, we're here to check the gas pipes. The man who opened the door had a rugged face. Trisk. You're quite the cutie, huh?
Xiaoxiao glared and threw the cap she was wearing at his face.
Immediately, she kicked the man in the jaw, sending him crashing to the ground. In the car, Baiwu was looking at his phone and yelling, Turn left ahead, go another 700 meters, then go straight.
The percentages on the system appeared. Criminal with a gun, 100%. Xia Xiaoxiao's mortality rate, 895%. Chance of catching up by speeding up, 71%. Chance of Xia Xiaoxiao knowing the opponent has a gun, 55%, he said worriedly.
Enter Hongtai residential area. Make a hard turn. Behind her, her teammate came forward and handcuffed the man from before, smiling menacingly. He took out a gun and prepared to shoot.
She was shocked and rushed to push the other person away.
Careful. Taking advantage of the chaos, he climbed out the window and escaped.
Xiaoxiao immediately chased after him.
Where do you think you're going? Chase after him.
She jumped down through the window as well.
He then fired a shot. Luckily, the bullet went to the side and stuck in the wall. Baiwu had sped to the scene.
The car even had a few bullet holes. He pointed the gun and shouted fiercely, Get out of the car!
Hongtai opened the door forcefully, hitting him. He tied him up. The police arrived, confiscated the gun, and escorted him away. Baiwu breathed a sigh of relief.
Xiaoxiao was equally worried.
That was dangerous. Turning to Hongtai, Brother Tai, why are you here? Giving him an annoyed glance, Baiwu got out of the car, saw the bullet holes on the car, and he panicked. Holy crap, those are real bullets. If I had been a step late this time, Hongtai said to Xiaoxiao.
Sa Xiaoji is still as reckless as ever. Luckily, Bai Shansheng calculated the hexagram today. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
Xiao grabbed their hands and said loudly,
Do you two know how dangerous that was?
She said sternly. This is a criminal with a gun. That's not how model citizens behave. A voice came from the walkie-talkie.
Team leader, come up here for a moment. There's a slight problem. Over?
She glanced at Baiwu. Thanks, Brother Tai, and you too. Watching her walk away, Baiwu rubbed his forehead. If your life wasn't in danger, I wouldn't have bothered coming.
He recalled the scene where she forced him to put out his cigarette.
He sighed. I don't expect you to be grateful. Just don't mess with me anymore.
He flicked his lighter and lit his cigarette, exhaling a light puff of smoke.
Hongtai looked at him and said, Are we waiting for her to come back together, or should we head back first? You sure you're okay? He was startled. Has the danger been eliminated? What's the death rate for Jia Zhaozhao? The system popped up. Danger eliminated 0%. Jia Zhaozhao's death rate 994%. What the hell? He rushed after her. Damn it, the rate keeps increasing. 9,165%, 9,171%, 9,183%. Baiwu's face turned pale. The rate is constantly rising. He sprinted up the stairs. Wasn't the criminal taken away already? Besides her, who else is up there? There's no way she could get reversed bitten. Wait, could there be accomplices? He opened the door and shouted, Xia Xiao. At this moment, Xiao was standing in the interrogation room. Seeing him, she gestured for him to leave. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. Stand aside. He was stunned. WTF. Scared me to death. I thought something happened upstairs. What exactly is her danger? Looking at the vases on the table. Antiques. What crime did this criminal commit? A police officer said.
From the traces in this room, there must be accomplices.
Yeah, he probably just left temporarily, she deduced. He must also have a gun. It's extremely dangerous. Close the door.
Notify outside to increase surveillance of suspicious people. Don't startle the snake. Looking at the system display, 9,107%. What to do? Time is running out. What exactly is her danger? Suddenly, the walkie-talkie sounded.
Team leader, the building manager, received a complaint from a resident, curiously asking, "Have we finished the operation yet?" Bai Wu bit his hand and guessed. Curious residents, criminals, hostages. He was startled when he saw the system display. Rescuing a hostage is what put her in danger, he said grimly to her. Xia Zhao Zhao. I have something important to tell you. The rate continues to rise, 918%. She told him to leave. We'll talk later. This place is too dangerous. You two get out of here, she tells her teammates. You two go search ahead, roger that? He panics. It can't be that Zhao Zhao is in danger. She frowns. Move. If you don't leave, you're obstructing an officer. He brushes her hand off. If I leave, you're gonna die, he says with a serious face. I'll speak up even if I get beat. I can't just watch you go to your death. I'm just being a busybody. But don't you think your subordinates are being too careless? Her eyes widen. He continues. Look, the search area is too big now, and you don't have enough people. And that guy could be anywhere. The longer this drags on, the harder it is to control, she ponders. Tells him to continue. He tries his best to explain. I really do know how to tell fortunes. Whether you believe it or not, listen to my analysis before you decide. Okay, he worries and thinks, she won't suddenly kick me, will she? This chick is stubborn. She doesn't trust me at all. She puts her hand to her chin and says, all right, tell me what you think. He's surprised. She immediately reminds him, humph, don't get too cocky.
Any citizen who enthusiastically helps us will be treated seriously, especially in such an emergency. He sighs in relief. This girl can actually think straight when something important happens.
There's rarely anything more important than this, he tells her. Criminals don't just wander around for no reason, plus he just ate. Looking at the cigarette butts below, he picks one up and says, he probably went out to buy cigarettes. Pointing at the map, he probably went to the supermarket south of the neighborhood. She glances at him, grabs his hand. Okay, follow me. She pulls him down the stairs. She communicates through the walkie-talkie. Deliu. You search towards the supermarket south of the neighborhood. Be careful to conceal yourselves, and make sure the civilians are safe. He looks at the system panel, and freaks out.
Being noticed by the undercover cops is at 804%.
Accomplice leaving to buy cigarettes is at 100%. Preparing to flee is at 997%, he says. The exit south of the neighborhood is a small alley, crowded with people, not suitable for an ambush, he shouts loudly.
The criminal might be completely exposed, which would threaten the crowd by 4,425%. Plus, the accomplice must have been alerted by the gunshot just now. The walkie-talkie sounds.
Team leader, target spotted moving east. Looks like he's preparing to escape. The two of them jump into a car. Don't rush. There are too many people around. Let him run, you guys pursue from a distance. And make sure the civilians are safe. She calls him into the car. She floors the gas pedal. The supermarket is south of the neighborhood. If he runs east, he'll have to go through the intersection. South is the commercial district. Bai Wu is being forced against the glass door. North are two high-rise residential areas. Everyone is getting into formation. Everyone pay attention to the commercial district intersection. Set up an ID checkpoint. Zhao Qiang. Please coordinate with the traffic officers to check drivers for drunk driving at the turnoff to the high-rise residential area. The accomplice has a gun, fleeing. Request backup ASAP. Roger. Two suspects heading down the fork in the road. Haozi, lead the civilians away. Daliu, maintain pursuit distance and keep chasing. The car's still speeding like crazy. He turned into a high-rise residential area, then a derelict building, turning into a construction site. Daliu fired a warning shot, forcing him into that abandoned building. She gets out of the car, contacts. She rushes towards the construction site. Haozi, Xiaoqiang, lead the team, and ambush at my location. Bai Wu is feeling sick and throwing up. Bai Wu immediately says, ugh, take my hand, I'm fine. Hurry, and chase after them. Zhama Xiaoxiao, keep her safe. Hong Tai rushes off after Zhao Zhao. He sighs in relief. He lights up another cigarette. Looks like we're safe this time, got the guy. And Sha Xiaoxiao's danger level is 0%. TCH, not for nothing is your boy, old Wu, a fortune-telling god. Suddenly, a milk carton is thrown at his head. A kid climbs over the wall and gets in. On the wall, the kid even sticks his tongue out, taunting him, Naya Naya Naya, and the kid has jumped inside. He's startled. Holy crap. He watches where the little brat came from. Guess the kid is fast. His face turns green, goddamn it. Wait. He chases after the kid, and the system pops up again. Xia Xiaoxiao's danger level 956%, child hostage danger level 90%. This hostage pit is unavoidable. He's tense. My dear ancestor, please don't let anything happen to you.
The kid turns back and looks at him, panting. See if you can still catch me, trash. Suddenly, something startles him.
A man is standing in front of the kid with a gun. He gives a dangerous smile. At this time, Xiao Xiao has caught up. She's shocked. He immediately takes action. He lunges forward, trying to grab the kid. Bai Wu rushes forward and hugs the kid. He hugs the kid, falling over to avoid the criminal. At this moment, the screen continuously displays system malfunction, system malfunction. He stares wide-eyed in surprise. He rubs his head and says wearily,
Hingek, Xiao steps forward.
You're awake, Good Samaritan. Immediately after, he worriedly asks the kid, Are you okay? What about the other accomplice? Is that sorted out too? She immediately tried to reassure me. Relax, I'm fine now.
The accomplice is already in cuffs, and being taken back to the station, she recounted how she shot the gang leader in the arm, causing him to drop his gun.
And then Wu Hongtai seized the opportunity to rush in and knee him. And you, rolling around, probably gave yourself a concussion. Seriously? She asked with concern. Do you need me to take you to the hospital, you Good Samaritan?
She recalled seeing me lying unconscious on the ground, yelling, Bai Wu, while Wu Hongtai was behind her, hugging the terrified and loudly crying baby.
She whispered, looking at me passed out. I thought you had a TBI or something. I was stunned, thinking to myself, I think I did hit my head on something, but I can't feel anything. More importantly, system, is Xia Xiaoxiao's danger completely resolved? Seeing me sitting there blankly for a long time, she asked loudly with concern, Why aren't you saying anything? You didn't actually get brain damage from hitting your head, did you? We still need to go to the hospital to get you checked out.
Finishing her sentence, she turned to go to the driver's seat.
Let me drive, I panicked, and quickly ran to stop her. I reached out and grabbed her arm, saying, I'm fine, no need to go to the hospital. At this moment, the system kept announcing, Data update failed, system malfunction, unable to calculate. A look of embarrassment spread across Xia Xiaoxiao's face as they both looked down at where Bai Wu's and her hands were holding each other. I immediately withdrew my hand, raising it to the sky as if to say, I didn't do anything. Cold sweat broke out, and I awkwardly said, Really? I'm fine? No need to worry? I cursed inwardly. Damn it, the main crisis is over, but my personal crisis isn't. Based on her personality, she's not going to slap me into next week, is she? Xia Xiaoxiao replied coldly. HMPH. Who's worried about you? I'm doing this because I have a responsibility to a Good Samaritan who's ready to sacrifice himself for others, and besides, with a master diviner as amazing as you, could Xia possibly get into trouble? I glanced at Xia Xiaoxiao, thinking, does this girl actually believe I know fortune-telling, and that I'm a good person?
Seeing Bai Wu staring at her, she coughed awkwardly as a reminder. Also, last time on the bus, it was thanks to you intervening that a tragic accident was avoided. She turned away, thinking to herself, just now, he rushed to save the baby, without a second thought. I feel like he's not as annoying as I thought.
Then she turned back to face me and said sincerely, in short, thank you so much for repeatedly being a good Samaritan. I was wrong before, I misunderstood you, and I always targeted you. I'm sorry. I widened my eyes in surprise, scratching my head awkwardly, and replied, that's all in the past. I just happened to do some good deeds. Nothing worth mentioning.
Xia Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes and replied in a deep voice, Then she smiled happily and said, Tai Ge told me that this time you predicted that I was in mortal danger, so you rushed to save me. If you two hadn't arrived in time, I might have died under the criminal's bullets today. As expected of Master Bai. I smiled proudly and said, what else? Another second and you'd be done for. She also praised. Afterward, it was thanks to your help that we were able to successfully capture the suspect in one fell swoop. I waved my hand shyly and started preaching. It's mainly the spirit of unity. The honor belongs to everyone, she said apologetically. Before, about the Santai candy thing, it was because I didn't understand the situation and blamed you wrongly, and I offended you a lot. I immediately held up my hand to stop her and interjected, you can't say it like that. If you hadn't carelessly sold that thing first, I wouldn't have been able to get such a bargain. She instantly became furious and slammed her fist hard against the car. Seeing that scene, I was scared out of my wits, utterly terrified, she said with a furious tone. So you're saying that you calculated that the Santai candy was mistakenly sold, and you knew it belonged to my family, yet you deliberately sold it back to my grandfather at a high price. Realizing that the situation was not good, I quickly jumped back into the car. Thinking I was safe, I rolled down the window and stammered. About that, I I can explain. Sha Xiaoxiao's face was unfriendly. A single sentence could lead to a long time of bickering. She took a breath, calmed down, and sadly blamed herself. What's there to explain? In the end, it's all because I'm hasty and impulsive, trying to help but messing things up. You're just picking up a bargain to make money. Besides, the item is already back with my grandfather, he replied. You care about your grandpa, afraid he'll get scammed. At the same time, your sense of justice and professional habits can't help but make you suspicious of a mysterious stranger like me. But you're still outstanding in your area of expertise. She raised her voice and snapped. Did I need you to point that out? Seeing Sha Xiaoxiao's reaction, he thought to himself, this girl is totally the tsundere.
At that moment, she realized something and blurted out, That's right, your fortune-telling skills. He looked puzzled.
She immediately opened the car door, got in, and sat down. She gave Bai Wu a death glare. He awkwardly planned to slip away immediately. Sha Xiaoxiao moved closer and said in a low voice, You better be discreet, or you'll attract trouble, he exclaimed in surprise.
What? She said. Even though I don't understand or believe in this stuff, it's still accurate. You have no power, no influence, and no ability to defend yourself. Be careful not to invite disaster. He looked away, his face helpless, without responding. Seeing this, she thought he was ignoring her, grabbed him, and shouted, Be serious, I'm doing this for your own good. It's fine if it's the people my grandpa knows,
but if the wrong people find out, you'll be in big trouble. Even divine calculations won't save you. At this moment, both of his shoulders were being squeezed red, his face was covered in sweat, and he thought to himself, This violent woman, she's not that big, but her grip is surprisingly strong. He quickly waved his hands and said, I know. In his heart, he thought, Did she even need to remind me? Of course, the fewer people who know, the better, especially rival forces.
Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked through his mind, and he shouted, That's right. Those two criminals came to sell antiques today, didn't they? Xiaoxiao sulkily replied. Why are you asking me? Aren't you supposed to be able to see through the heavens and predict the future? He winked playfully and said, Heavenly secrets can't be revealed so easily, right? Over here, Sha Xiaoxiao put her hand on her chin and pondered. One of them is an escaped convict with a long criminal record. I also received intelligence to arrest them, but I don't know anything else. Even if I did, I couldn't tell you, so don't go snooping around. He also thought to himself, She definitely wouldn't do anything against the confidentiality rules, and I bet she doesn't know the real intentions of those two guys either. The fake goods group thing still has to be handled through Shay Lao, Wu Lao, and the Antiques Association. Just then, he suddenly remembered something and shouted, Your grandpa is still waiting for news from us. At this moment, Yu Hongtai appeared with countless small birds around him, and he quickly reassured them, Don't worry, I've already reported that we're safe. They've been waiting for you two to have a banquet these days, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, bro, I'm still here. After that, he quickly got back to business and seriously asked, What time is it now? Can we still make it? Or how about Sha Xiaoxiao immediately interrupted. Don't. You're the main character today. Don't even think about running away. With that, she scrambled into the driver's seat and gripped the steering wheel firmly. She turned and shouted, Uncle Tai, get in the car. Immediately afterwards, she slammed on the gas pedal and the car sped off.
Sha Xiaoxiao was extremely focused, licked the corner of her lips, and said in a deep voice, Leave it to me. At this moment, Yu Hongtai's face was a bit solemn. The car sped along at 200 kilometers per hour. Inside the car, all that could be heard was Bai Wu's blood-curdling scream. At the Wu family banquet, the ceiling was adorned with numerous red lanterns, making the room incredibly vibrant, yet maintaining a classic charm. Round tables were set up, each with 10 chairs, and most people were already there. Xiaoxiao was sitting with 3 other guys. Only 2 salad plates had been served to her table so far. The brown-haired guy with glasses raised his hand to check his watch and asked, What time is it? Why haven't we eaten yet? Aren't we waiting for Sister Ruyun? Xiaoxiao answered with a blank look. She called and said she's stuck in traffic, might be late, so no need to rush, right? Xiaoxiao's cousin, a blonde guy decked out in gold necklaces and bracelets, scoffed. Sister Ruyun is really something. Ever since she married that jinx, trouble just keeps piling up. Seriously, he's cursed for 8 generations. Seeing this, the brown-haired guy with glasses, whom Xiaoxiao called her cousin, quickly reminded him, Less talk. Suddenly, Xiaoxiao stood up, looked towards the door, and exclaimed, Grandpa's here. Everyone stood up in unison. From the main entrance, Wu Laoye entered, accompanied by Bai Wu, Sha Yongkang, Wang Panzi, Yu Hongtai, and Sha Xiaoxiao. Wu Laoye gestured towards Sha Yongkang and Sha Xiaoxiao, saying, Today's banquet has distinguished guests attending. Sha Yongkang and Sha Xiaoxiao, already aware, nodded. He turned, placed a hand on Bai Wu's shoulder and introduced, Allow me to formally introduce these two, Boss Wang and Mr. Bai. Bai Wu and Wang Panzi clasped their hands in greeting. Bai Wu also gave a slight nod. Wu Laoye continued.
Mr. Bai is a new friend I've recently made, a capable young man. You all should interact with him more in the future, Bai Wu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head when he heard Wu Laoye praise him.
After that, Wu Laoye slung an arm around Bai Wu's shoulder,
telling everyone to sit down. Bai Wu, come over here.
At the dining table, Wu Laoye, Bai Wu, and Xia Yongkeng were all laughing happily, though it was unclear what they were discussing. Xia Xiaoxiao, seated beside Xia Yongkeng, continued to listen intently to their conversation, while Wang Panzi had already been lost to the tempting array of delicacies on the table. As the waiter brought another plate of meat, Wang Panzi eagerly picked up his chopsticks. The brown-haired guy was raising his cup to his lips when he suddenly looked at Bai Wu and said, "Anyone young enough to catch Grandpa's eye is definitely no ordinary person." His words surprised the blonde guy, who was in the middle of picking up food with his chopsticks. He shoved a piece of meat into his mouth as he turned to look, his gaze far from friendly. Over here, Bai Wu was smiling as he toasted Wu Laoye, while Wang Panzi was still diligently gnawing on a pork knuckle. God knows how much he'd already eaten. There was a heap of bones on his plate. Wu Laoye laughed heartily, saying, "I'm counting on you two to uphold proper conduct." Seeing this, the blonde guy angrily stabbed his chopsticks into the meat dish and said, "Who knows what scammer crawled out from who knows where, but don't let me catch you guys slipping. Otherwise, don't blame me." His reaction even made Xiaoxiao look up. Xiaoxiao gently explained, "Bai Wu is probably not a bad person. I've known him for a long time." The pink-haired guy was utterly surprised to hear this, and he sneered. "How do you know him? Is he, like, your gigolo?" Xiaoxiao waved her hand in disgust. "Puff puff puffed. You and your filthy mouth. Who's like you, falling in love at first sight?" Suddenly, Xiaoxiao, carrying a lyre, walked over from a distance, exuding a menacing aura. "Who's bullying my little sister? If you're spoiling for a fight, just say so." This made the three young men turn pale and break out in cold sweat. Xiaoxiao stood up and hugged Xiaoxiao tightly, her voice full of a spoiled whine. "Sister Shai, everyone missed you so much." The blonde guy gingerly turned around. His hand holding the chopsticks was trembling, and stammered, "Xiaoxiao, little auntie's here." Xiaoxiao glared daggers at him, making him drop his piece of meat. "I told you, call me Sister Sha. Yes, Xiaoxiao. A name you get to use." The pink-haired guy quickly stood up, pulled out a chair, and meekly said, "Sister, sit in my spot. I was just teasing Xiaoxiao. Who dare bully her anyway?" The brown-haired young man adjusted his glasses and said, "We were just curious where those two esteemed guests came from. Tell us," the blonde guy added. "Exactly, they don't look like scions of powerful families. Did the old master just pick them up on a walk?" The pink-haired guy also chimed in with a sneer, "Ha ha, they really do look like it. One's a Mr. and the other's a Little Boss Wang." The pink-haired guy chuckled derisively. "Sounds like some street thug lingo." The blonde guy chimed in with a hearty laugh. Xiaoxiao distastefully swirled the wine in her glass, muttering to herself, "You guys are just spoiled brats riding on your ancestors' coattails. You're nothing but a bunch of idiots." "What?" Xiaoxiao suddenly slammed her glass down, she said angrily. "Bai Wu is our honored guest today, and my grandfather recognizes his antique appraisal skills. I suggest you guys show some respect and don't cause any trouble." After speaking, she gently grasped Xiaoxiao's hand and said, Let's go talk over there." Xiaoxiao obediently replied, "Okay, I have a lot to tell you too." With that, Xiaoxiao pulled Xiaoxiao away. But before leaving, Xiaoxiao turned around and made a silly face at the three men. Blee. Ugly losers. The three guys were so infuriated by the two girls that they were speechless. Over there, old Master Wu was happily clinking glasses with Bai Wu, saying, "Come on, Bai Wu, let's have another one." The three young men suddenly appeared behind Bai Wu, startling him. Leading the pack was the blonde guy, followed closely by the pink-haired guy and the brown-haired guy with glasses. The blonde guy raised his wine glass and said, "Uncle, we're here to toast Mr. Bai." Old Master Wu stroked his beard, grinning broadly. Right, you should offer a toast. You still have a lot to learn from Mr. Bai in the future." Then he turned to Xia Yongkeng and raised his glass, saying, "Old Xia, I'll toast you one. It's been a while since we've had a drink together." Bai Wu respectfully raised his glass and headed toward the three guys. The blonde guy spoke up first. "You're the honored guest of our uncle, so your level in antique research must be extremely high. We brothers want to learn a thing or two." The brown-haired guy added, "Mr. Bai, don't blame us. We just want you to give us some pointers." The pink-haired guy chimed in, "That's right. We just want you to take a look at some things." At this point, Bai Wu suddenly understood the intentions of the three guys. He thought to himself, "These three don't like the look of me and want to cause me trouble.
but outwardly he politely said, "You're joking, let's discuss together."
The brown-haired guy approached old Master Wu from who knows when. He leaned down and asked him,
"Uncle, Grandpa, we recently acquired some items but can't figure them out. We wanted to ask Mr. Bai to take a look and learn something. Is that all right?" His words caused everyone to turn and look. Wang Banzi, who was busy eating, even had to stop, still holding a lobster in his hand. He happily said, "Appraisal. Interesting, I'll help you guys take a look."
Hearing Wang Banzi say that, Bai Wu turned to look at him, thinking, "Don't embarrass me any further, just focus on your food."
Bai Wu approached, forcing a smile, and placed his hand on Wang Banzi's shoulder, saying, "I also want to admire the treasures of these young masters, Fatty. Help me keep these two old men company. I'll be back in a bit."
Sha Yongkang frowned, looking thoughtfully in Bai Wu's direction,
while old Master Wu waved his hand, laughing and saying, "Bai Wu, remember to teach them something, so they can broaden their horizons." Go on, old Master Wu said, and Bai Wu and the three guys turned to leave. The brown-haired guy even gestured for Bai Wu to go first, while the blonde and pink-haired guys walked ahead, grinning triumphantly. The blonde guy thought, "You con artist? See how I'm going to deal with you?" The three of them led Bai Wu to a table not far from old Master Wu's table. On the table was a pile of antiques with different styles, sizes, and patterns.
The brown-haired guy, while pushing up his glasses, said to Bai Wu, who was intently looking at the pile of antiques, "Mr. Bai, I'm not an antique connoisseur. Can you help me with the origin of these, so we can broaden our horizons?"
The blonde guy couldn't wait to urge, "This is as easy as pie for you, right?" "Spit it out," Bai Wu smirked inwardly. "Heh, if you guys insist on provoking me, then don't blame me for not saving face for you." Old Master Wu looked at the four people in the corner with amusement, thinking, "How can these trinkets stump Bai Wu? This time you guys are kicking a steel plate." At this moment, just as Bai Wu, filled with confidence, was about to speak out the information about the antiques on the table, a Scarlet System window popped up with 4 words, "Download failed." Seeing the 4 words, "Download failed," Bai Wu was so shocked that he cursed, "FCK, what's going on?" But in response, there were still countless system windows. With the same content as above, he stood there dumbfounded, panicking and wondering, is the system down?
The pink-haired guy, seeing him silent, couldn't help but ask,
"Mr. Bai, why aren't you saying anything?" Bai Wu's face had darkened upon seeing the 3 words, "System error."
Old Master Wu, who was always paying attention to the situation on his side, seeing this, immediately speculated, Bai Wu didn't talk about these antiques being trinkets. Could there be another intention? The blondie stood in front of him, arms crossed, and immediately mocked. "You don't need to stare at this stuff for so long, right? Did you drink too much and get blurry eyes today?" Hearing this, Wang Banzi couldn't hold back, and rushed over, pointing his finger at the 3 guys and yelling, maybe he had a little booze in him, his cheeks were flushed, and he angrily explained, "My big bro has always been a divine strategist, never failing." The blondie sneered. "Divine strategist? That's just what you say. Is the god not home today or something?" He looked down at Bai Wu's gloomy face, continuing his assault. "What era is this? You should come up with a better line. Trying to scam the Wu family. Are you crazy for money?" Wang Banzi angrily shouted at the blondie. "Shut your trap," he frowned, and continued. "Today my big bro expended a lot of vital energy he needs to recover. This is Wu family territory. I advise you guys to keep it down, or who knows who'll lose face when the old man hears." Wang Banzi and the blondie glared at each other like they wanted to jump each other. Wu Laoye and Sha Yongkang also turned their attention to this side.
Wu Laoye raised an eyebrow, thinking, what's wrong with Bai Wu? Could it be that reversing Zhao Zhao's bloodlight disaster with some forbidden, heaven-defying technique damaged his vital energy? Suddenly, his brow furrowed, his expression becoming more serious.
"That's no ordinary metaphysical practitioner, but absolutely a grandmaster among grandmasters."
Just now, he thought. So those idiots couldn't hold back. Originally wanted to let the grandmaster teach them a lesson, to let them know the principle that there's always someone better. But the current situation is that Grandmaster Bai is definitely recuperating. The more he thought about it, the more worried he became, grinding his teeth. Wu Laoye's expression became heavier, and he secretly cried out in his heart, "No! Those beasts are about to cause trouble." At this moment, Bai Wu was extremely tense. He frantically thought, what the heck is wrong with the system? It occasionally glitches like this, but it's never been this bad. What to do? These brats are still relentlessly hounding me. Should I find an excuse to bail? The blondie impatiently reached out to grab Bai Wu, causing Wang Banzi, Wu Laoye, and Sha Yongkang to panic. He irritably said, "So, you done looking? Afraid I'll expose you." But before he could finish speaking, Wu Laoye glared and shouted, Bastard, how dare you speak to my honored guest like that?
Hearing this, they were so scared their hair stood on end. Wang Banzi was also in a similar state. On the contrary, Sha Yongkang, standing behind Wu Laoye, quietly frowned. Wu Laoye stepped forward and put his arm around Bai Wu's shoulder, smiling in Bai Wu's surprised eyes. They're lacking discipline. I hope you don't blame them, master.
Bai Wu was pale, covered in cold sweat, and thought, I don't care about blaming them. He glanced at Wu Laoye's flower-like smiling face and suddenly felt uneasy, worriedly thinking, my system seems to be down. Please don't cause any more trouble for me. But how could Wu Laoye know Bai Wu's worries? He naturally misunderstood the expression on his face, and his smile became even more strained.
His face is so ugly. Could it be that his vital energy is really damaged, and he's being provoked by these idiots? Is he really angry?
Wu Laoye turned to look at the three young men, with a terrifyingly warning gaze, causing them to bend over and kowtow, begging for forgiveness. Seeing this scene, Bai Wu's expression worsened even more. The tall Wu Laoye put his arm around Bai Wu's neck and scolded, You brats! Did the dogs eat all your manners? Aren't you going to apologize to Grandmaster Bai? The three of them had very ugly expressions and could only keep quiet. The blondie was obviously unwilling, he said. How can a swindler be considered an honored guest of the Wu family?
Hearing this, Wu Laoye was furious and rushed forward to beat him up. Suddenly, Bai Wu's eyes widened in surprise, as if realizing something.
He coughed softly, regaining his composure. Ahem, Wu Laoye, there's no need to fly into a rage for my sake. It'll harm our harmony. It's just some friction between us young people. As he spoke, he confidently looked at the three of them. The brown-haired and pink-haired ones seemed afraid of Wu Laoye, but the blondie was obviously not convinced. He gnashed his teeth, staring at Bai Wu.
Finishing his words, he picked up the inkstone and said, These two inkstones are both fakes, he slowly explained. However, this one has some age to it. It's a replica from the Republican era, meticulously crafted, and has some collectible value. As for these, he glanced in another direction as the system that crashed earlier had returned, countless windows appearing in front of Bai Wu. Bai Wu placed his hand on a porcelain vase and said, This Yongle period Qinghua porcelain vase has a rich glaze, elegant and beautiful shape, and perfect craftsmanship. It's just a pity it was made this year.
The three guys looked at their phones in disbelief. The blonde mumbled, I can't believe he got them all right. Bai Wu was extremely pleased with himself, and asked with a smile, Well, do any of you have any disagreements? But behind that smugness was a sigh of relief from him, he thought. Luckily, the Wu family suddenly rushed out and bought me some time. Finally, the system is back to normal. But the second he was relieved, the next second he frowned and lamented inwardly. Crap. Looks like the system is really bugging out this time. Although he was worried inside, on the surface, he was still very pleased with himself.
Sha Yongkang nodded slightly to him, and Master Wu applauded in admiration. Their faces were radiant, as if stars were twinkling around them, while the three guys were still staring blankly at their phones. Seeing this scene, Bai Wu happily thought, Looks like I've passed this hurdle smoothly, but without the system I can't do anything.
Although he was somewhat relieved, Bai Wu couldn't help but feel worried. If they probe me again, I'll really become the fraud they say I am. Of course, no one else could ever know this. They would forever think it was his own ability. For example, right now, Master Wu smiled so wide his eyes squinted and said,
Worthy of being called Grandmaster Bai.
There are some antiques here that even I can't tell the real from the fake. Only Grandmaster Bai can see through them, with his enlightened eyes.
In a moment that everyone didn't see, Bai Wu's eyes suddenly became serious, glancing behind him, thinking. Moreover, looking back at the text on the system window, 2 barcodes 100%, related to a counterfeiting group 100%, he couldn't help but ponder. Bai Wu frowned, resting his chin in his hand and musing.
Among these antiques there's actually stuff made by a counterfeiting group hidden.
Last time the system said the Wu family and the counterfeiting group were related. Could it be that there's an inside man in the Wu family?
The brunette nudged the blonde, signaling him to look towards Master Wu. The brunette stepped forward, cupping his hands towards Bai Wu.
With no trace of contempt, but respectfully said, Worthy of being called Grandmaster Bai, it was we who misremembered. We have offended Grandmaster Bai. I'll toast Grandmaster Bai a cup, to atone for our mistake. The pink-haired guy still showed no repentance, putting his arm around Bai Wu's shoulder and jokingly said, Grandmaster, you're so awesome. Can you really divine fortunes with your fingers? You learn something new every day? Grandmaster, can you divine when I'll get rich? The blonde kept his arms folded in a corner silently.
Only then did he speak, his voice full of reluctance. You do have some skill, the brunette continued. Let's go. The 3 of us brothers will treat Grandmaster Bai to a few drinks. The pink-haired guy chimed in. Right.
The two of them each grabbed one of Bai Wu's arms. This sudden enthusiasm made him awkward. The blonde behind him still wore that displeased expression. Bai Wu hurriedly declined.
"Oh no, no need, old Wu, old Sha. I see it's getting late. I won't bother you any longer." On the surface he acted normal, but inside Bai Wu was uneasy.
He sensed that besides Old Master Wu and Sha Yongkang being friendly to him, everyone else was looking at him with eyes that wanted to devour him alive. He thought to himself, the system is having problems, and the Wu family isn't easy to deal with either. How can I tell who the inside man is? I should bail quickly, to avoid the inside man discovering me. Seeing Bai Wu hurriedly leave, Old Master Wu couldn't help but worry. Could it be that Grandmaster Bai is really angry? He placed his hand on Bai Wu's shoulder, enthusiastically smiling and saying, "How can you say it's a bother, Grandmaster Bai? Why don't we have a few drinks? Don't pay attention to these kids."
Wang Pengzi, face flushed red, also said, "That's right, Grandmaster Bai. Why are you in such a hurry to leave the Wu family? Sit for a little longer." Bai Wu suddenly remembered what Sha Shaoxiao said when they were in the car. She had said that he should restrain himself a bit to avoid trouble, and at that time he had asked back, What? Then he got pinched by her, and got angrily scolded by her. "If bad people find out, I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble. Even divine calculations won't be able to save you." At this moment he anxiously thought, how can this situation not be urgent? Now the system is having problems. If the inside man makes a move on me, or discovers something wrong, and tells the counterfeiting group, wouldn't that be game over?
Therefore Bai Wu still insisted on leaving first. He cupped his hands and said to Old Master Wu, "It's getting late, let's do it next time." His attitude astonished everyone there. Old Master Wu hesitated. And then he shouted, "Grandmaster Bai, wait!" At the same time he grabbed his hand to stop him from leaving, which confused him. Sha Shaoxiao and Xiao Yu, who had just arrived, were also surprised, not knowing what was going on.
Old Master Wu stroked his beard, cleared his throat, and said, "Grandmaster Bai, I heard that our Shaoxiao and Grandmaster Bai have known each other for a long time. I didn't expect there to be such a connection," making Bai Wu wonder, and he had to turn back to look at him, while Wang Pengzi, quick-witted, quickly figured something out. His eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, "Oh!" Then, he covered his mouth meaningfully and said to Bai Wu, "The Wu family has this kind of connection." But Bai Wu still didn't understand anything at all, only to see Master Wu happily waving Xiao Xiao over, while Wang Banzi smirked, glancing at Bai Wu. As for him, he was covered in question marks. Xiao Xiao immediately ran over and called out, "Grandpa!" Master Wu looked at Bai Wu and said, "I heard that Grandmaster Bai is not yet engaged. I wonder if Grandmaster Bai is interested in our Wu family." As soon as his words came out, everyone in the room was stunned. Sha Yongkang widened his eyes and shouted, "What are you talking about?" The person sitting closest to Sha Yongkang also chimed in, "That's right, this is too sudden." But what he said next was unexpected. He angrily said, "If you want to form an alliance, it should be with our Sha family first. Xiao Xiao of our family and Mr. Bai have known each other for so long, and she even saved his life." Master Wu naturally refused, retorting, "What era is this? Why are you still playing the life-saving grace card?"
Grandmaster Bai and our Xiao Xiao have a foundation of affection. The two old men, with their hair all white, were now arguing like children. Not to be outdone, Sha Yongkang immediately retorted, "Pasha, my Xiao Xiao and Bai Wu are a match made in heaven, understand? This is called a marriage destined by fate." Xiao Xiao didn't expect this situation. Her face flushed red. She shouted, "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Xiao also agreed. "That's right, Grandpa, I'm still young. Why are you already talking about marriage?" Xiao Xiao felt wronged, tears welling up in her eyes, and said loudly, "Such a big matter, and you didn't even ask me? Grandpa doesn't care about my feelings at all." With that, she covered her face and ran away sobbing, much to everyone's surprise. Bai Wu helplessly rubbed his forehead, thinking, what is going on here? Is it so hard to withdraw from this mess? Why are they already talking about marriage? Thinking this, Bai Wu suddenly frowned and glanced behind him. Sha Yongkang sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, the blonde guy behind him gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes looking like he wanted to devour Sha Yongkang alive. In his eyes there were bloodshot streaks. He cursed inwardly. This old geezer should just hurry up and die. The brunette quickly grabbed his head and pulled him down, warning in a low voice, "Pay attention. The old man is still here." Everyone was distracted by Sha Xiaoxiao's reaction, but Bai Wu kept glancing at these two. He decided that these two weren't good people. Then, as if he suddenly realized something, his face was covered in sweat, and he was suddenly terrified. Could they be the Wu family's internal spies? But before he could think, Master Wu had already called him back. "It was our fault for being too abrupt, Grandmaster Bai." Seeing this, Xia Yongkang also softened his tone. Right, we shouldn't interfere in the affairs of you young people, let's go have some wine. Seeing the two old men working together so harmoniously, Baiwu didn't refuse. I also feel that it's not very appropriate. I felt unwell just now and wanted to take my leave, but I'm fine now. Let's have a few drinks with you two old men. A quick glance revealed a little of the two old men's scheming thoughts. The two elders spoke about these things because they wanted to keep him, also because they thought highly of him. Regardless of whether it was for the two elders or for himself, he had to find out this internal spy. With that, he happily followed the two old men and sat down at the banquet table. Although he was smiling and talking to them on the surface, he was secretly keeping an eye on the blonde guy. I'll investigate these guys first. They're so weird, and they keep trying to make things difficult for me. What are they planning? Thinking about how the whole system had been disabled, he couldn't help but frown. I refuse to believe that without the system, I can't rely on my own observation and analysis to find the internal spy. Then he picked up his glass and walked over to the two guys, only to see a man wearing glasses gently patting the blonde man's shoulder and saying, "What's wrong with you? The granduncle is still here. If you speak nonsense, aren't you afraid of getting beaten? You don't need your life, but I still need mine." Baiwu coughed softly from behind, and the group of people in front of him were startled. Seeing this, Baiwu couldn't help but think, this guy looks like he has a deep mind, but his words are so timid. He respectfully offered a glass, showing a friendly attitude. "I was too busy to eat and drink earlier. Here's a toast to the three of you." He looked at them, and in his heart, he had decided to take action against this kid first. But when the blonde guy saw him coming, he showed a hostile attitude. He didn't even bother to respond to his toast. Fortunately, the man wearing glasses next to him was courteous, and quickly raised his glass. "Bai Shensheng, you're too kind. With your skills, Bai Shensheng, we should be the ones to offer you a drink." Baiwu waved his hand. "We don't know each other, so it's normal for you to be wary. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance, let's just call it making friends." Then, he turned his gaze towards the blonde guy who had been eyeing him suspiciously. "You've been implying things since earlier, but this guy doesn't seem too happy about it." Baiwu secretly assessed him. This guy clearly can't hide anything. He'd be a terrible mole for the counterfeit group. Could he be acting? Just to mislead everyone? But he quickly dismissed that thought. Nah, that's way too obvious. The blonde saw him extend his hand and grabbed it aggressively. A sleazy smile plastered on his face. How could that be? "I'm just curious how Bai Shansheng knows Xiao Xiao." Baiwu was a little confused when he heard that name. Xiao Xiao, who, at that moment, Xiao suspiciously raised her hand. "Are you guys calling me?" Baiwu looked at her in surprise, then back at the blonde who was giving him a hostile look, like he'd stolen his cabbage, and was shocked to realize, Xiao, he smirked. "It's fate that brings us together from 1,000 miles. To test his assumptions, he provoked him a little. Once, Xiao carelessly sold some Tang Dynasty porcelain from her house, and I happened to buy it. Then, we ran into some thugs on the bus. He felt the hand holding his tightened. Baiwu's hand was going numb, and he sighed. Damn, this guy's really into Xiao. So, to rescue his hand, he clarified, "But we're just acquaintances, nothing more." The blonde's eyes lit up. "Really?" Baiwu rubbed his hand and explained, "You know Xiao's personality better than I do. She's proud and aloof. Why would she associate with me? To be honest, I'm a little scared of her violent streak. No, I mean women with skills." He subtly sized him up. "Looks like he's hostile towards me because of Xiao. He was probably spouting nonsense earlier because Shan Lao mentioned matchmaking. He's really got no brain." The friend beside him laughed and smoothed things over. "I get it. What man doesn't like a gentle, kind woman?" Everyone joined in, teasing him. I don't know, you used to mess with her and got your ass kicked. Hey, are you exposing my flaws? You don't need that La Romani Con N94 anymore, do you?" Baiwu eavesdropped, and was curious when he heard this. "What's that about?" The guy with glasses provocatively told the purple-haired guy beside him. "I heard you bought a yacht last week. Didn't your VIP car get shipped back home?" The other guy's eyes dimmed. "What's the point? Everywhere I go, I can't speed. If I go a little fast, I get speed limit warnings and a bunch of tickets. I might as well go race on the track." Then he looked at Baiwu excitedly. "Grandmaster, are you interested in racing? We should race next time." The people around him were a little displeased and said, "Do you think Bai Shansheng is like you, just knowing how to play all day? I think you should stop using that card and sit in the company for a few days." Baiwu looked at these young masters who only thought about girls and playing, and couldn't help but sigh. These pampered young masters, especially this playboy, don't seem like moles. Plus, their elders control their finances. Guess I'll go check out the elders. After saying that, he excused himself and headed towards the elders' table to offer toasts. No sooner had the liquor arrived
Then he overheard these big shots discussing all sorts of things. Next week, we're hitting the links with Boss Wang for a charity golf outing, addicted already, or planning to haggle over buying this halo. How much have you sunk into it? I think this year's situation is still manageable. Bai Wu was still feeling confused when a woman approached him. I heard that Zhu Feng knows how to tell fortunes. This statement immediately dragged him into the center of the ladies' discussion. The new Chungi necklace is too ordinary. Kids these days all like this style. Saying it's eye-catching. Have you heard? Old Zhang's keeping someone on the side, and his wife is going wild. They're tearing each other apart, fighting already. Bai Wu was pulled this way and that, constantly being asked to toast, leaving him utterly exhausted. Is this a place for people with money? They're either making it or spending it, not a single useful piece of information, wasted half the day for nothing. He sighed softly. None of these people look like insiders. Lao Wu, seeing his listless state, approached him warmly to inquire, Bai Dashen, are you feeling unwell? Seeing this, he politely replied, Why is Wu Lao calling me Dashen? I can't take that title. Just call me by my name. He looked at the old man, thinking to himself, even though the Wu family has an insider from the counterfeiting gang, I can't find them right now, and Shu Heng's system is down. How about I remind Wu Lao a little? Maybe he has a way. With that thought, he gave the two old men a serious look and said, Now that we've brought it up, have you two considered it? The counterfeiting gang is in the dark, and we're in the light. But before he could finish his sentence, someone came forward to report, Master, the eldest miss and eldest son-in-law have arrived. Bai Wu was puzzled, seeing that the party was about to end. But there were still people arriving. There's still someone who hasn't come. When he clearly saw the faces of those who arrived, he was a little surprised. Leading the way was a beautiful woman with a slightly arrogant air. She gave a graceful smile. Sorry, the car broke down. But what made Bai Wu hesitate was the young man behind her. This guy was gloomy, cold, and didn't look like a good person. At this moment, the bugged system was constantly repairing itself. Suddenly, a screen displaying 88% appeared. Bai Wu's eyes lit up. Oh snap, the system's back online. When he clearly saw the information on the screen, he couldn't help but be stunned. The Wu family's son-in-law ain't a good guy, 88%. This Wu family's SIOG is the insider. He quietly observed, and noticed that the woman seemed to have a very good relationship with everyone. As soon as Xiao Xiao saw her, she rushed over. Sis, you're so late. Everyone around came forward to greet her, making the atmosphere lively. Is Mess, Ru Yu preparing for a grand finale appearance? Mess, Ru Yu must be busy. Wow, haven't seen Mess, Ru Yu in a few days, and she's even more beautiful. However, in contrast to this bustling scene, the man following her was ignored by everyone, standing alone in one place, completely isolated from the crowd. Seeing this, Bai Wu fell into contemplation. This Wu family's son-in-law doesn't seem to be very welcome. He looked at the system panel, still filled with a bunch of red errors, and sighed softly. But the system still can't be trusted. Looks like I still have to investigate the cause of the Wu family's son-in-law myself. Then, he turned his curious gaze towards the two old masters. Who are these two? Lao Wu cheerfully replied. My eldest granddaughter, Wu Ruyu, and her husband, Su Zhe. Seeing Lao Wu mention her, Ru Yu immediately happily stepped forward to massage his shoulders. Grandpa, I didn't mean to be late. Don't be mad. Seeing this, Bai Wu also stood up to give her his seat. Then he found the purple-haired young master from before who had been talking to him and asked, Is that your brother-in-law? He doesn't seem to be in a good mood. Why not invite him to sit with us? The blonde standing next to him, hearing this, had a face full of disdain. What face does a loser have to be unhappy? If he hadn't married into the Wu family, he'd probably have a hard time feeding himself. Bai Wu immediately caught the key information. He's a live-in son-in-law. Seeing that a family scandal was about to be exposed, Hua Hua pushed Bai Wu away. Bai Dashen, you don't need to worry about him. He whispered to him. That guy's a country bumpkin who married into wealth. I don't know how he managed to fool Ru Yuji that year. His grades weren't bad, but he can't seem to do anything right. Bai Wu heard this and glanced at the man. How could the mole of a counterfeit gang be a useless person? However, the system's previous reminder made him feel uneasy. But 88% not a good person is too vague. Who knows if he's a petty thief or a real mole? Maybe he's just like that guy earlier, making a big fuss. He seemed to sense his probing gaze and felt extremely uncomfortable. He subconsciously rubbed the ring on his ring finger. This action was inadvertently noticed by him, but Hua Gongzi beside him didn't notice anything, still trying to please him. Not like the young and talented Master Bai. If the old man really wants to marry Xiao Xiao to you, I think it's a great idea. Reduce the chances of a fool like Xiao Xiao being cheated later. Bai Wu suddenly felt a little panicked being hit on so directly, but Ru Yu, standing not far away, saw the commotion on his side, and looked over, surprised to see Bai Wu.
Bai Wu was trying to explain to Hua Hua, this, I don't think it's a good idea. Wu Lao was just saying it casually, it can't be taken seriously. He brushed it off so he could focus his thoughts and the mission. But now it seems that the Wu family's son-in-law is most likely the mole. I still need to find a way to gather information. Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder. He was startled and turned around to see Wu Ruyu staring at him, her eyes a bit sharp. Before Bai Wu understood what was happening, she took a step back, maintaining a refined demeanor, and reached out to him.
Is this the honored guest, Bai Wu Xiansheng, that Grandpa mentioned? I thought Grandpa was going to introduce us to a respected elder, but I didn't expect it to be such a young and talented person. Bai Wu couldn't help but feel a headache looking at her mature demeanor. This Wu Ruyu seems to be not as easy to deal with as Wu Xiaoxiao. Wu Xiaoxiao is just silly and innocent. Suddenly, he realized something, and hurriedly greeted. Miss Wu, you are too kind. Miss Wu is the one who shines.
He didn't hold back his compliments, while scheming all sorts of things in his heart. If the Wu family's son-in-law has problems, Wu Ruyu, as his wife, might know something.
He looked at her husband, only to see that he had a furious expression on his face. His hands were clenched so tightly that they were trembling, and no one dared to talk to him. Seeing Bai Wu and Ruyu getting closer and closer, he couldn't take it anymore, and stepped forward to grab his wife's hand, but she coldly brushed him off. Then she didn't even bother to pay attention to her husband's pale face, and continued talking to Bai Wu. I haven't asked what high position Bai Xiansheng holds, Bai Wu calmly replied. It's not a high position at all, just an idle person. I'm just a collector of antiques, not like Miss Wu who looks like an elite in the industry at a glance. But he felt goosebumps all over. Is the Wu family's miss giving me the green light? Is she misunderstanding that I want to flirt with Wu Ruyu? But their relationship doesn't seem to be good. Lao Wu, after greeting his friends, happily came to his granddaughter.
Yeah, how can this girl compare to Mr. Bai Shenji Miao? Suan is real ability. Don't coax her, she will get proud of herself. Her husband, standing next to her, felt a surge of jealousy hearing his father-in-law praise another man in front of his wife. Shenji Miao Suan what? A swindler is unexpectedly welcomed by the Wu family. Bai Wu quickly caught his attitude. A discordant couple. Maybe Wu Ruyu doesn't know what her husband is doing behind her back. I can only make a move against him, provoke him a bit. Thinking this, he stepped forward to ask him, is Su Xiansheng also in the antique business? He was a little surprised to hear this, but quickly regained his composure. I wouldn't dare say I'm in the antique business. I've just heard a lot, and have a superficial understanding. Bai Wu didn't take his attitude to heart, and continued to chat happily.
Seeing your family is well off, Su Xiansheng must be very busy with work. I heard Miss Wu say that Su Xiansheng works in the finance industry. I wonder what kind of company he's a CEO of. Hearing this, he dodged the question a little. Oh me, I'm just a regular employee.
Bai Wu feigned regret. I thought anyone who could marry the Miss Wu would have to be an antique connoisseur, or some kind of business elite. He tried to keep his composure, waving his hands. No, just a small position, nothing like Bai Xiansheng being valued at such a young age. The more Bai Wu spoke, the more contempt he showed on his face.
Wu Lao and Sha Lao are just giving me a hand, but Su Xiansheng is family to the Wus after all. Even with the Wu family as support, you're still working so hard outside. Seems like you're a man of ambition, but can a small position like that support Miss Wu?
Then he pretended to cover his mouth. Oh, I forgot that Su Xiansheng is an adopted member of the family, my bad.
By now he was so angry that the veins on his hand were popping as he rubbed his ring. But on the surface, he tried to restrain himself, saying, of course I have to work hard to earn money for Ruyu, whatever she wants. It's just a small token of my appreciation.
Seeing him so defensive, Bai Wu frowned. This guy's really cautious. I tried to provoke him like that, and he can still hold back. Looks like you really can't do it without a system. Thinking this, he didn't want to test him anymore. That's right, the thought is what matters. As long as you have enough money to use, Su Xiansheng, let's have a drink.
He was all smiles on the outside, but inside he was starting to have his doubts. The more of a show he puts on, the more suspicious he is. No wonder he can fool Wu Lao and Sha Lao. He watched him leave. Still not exposing him directly. Gotta be careful not to stir up trouble. Prioritize solving the system problem first, then unmask this guy again. Of course, can't just wait for the system to fix itself.
Wang Banzi, sitting next to him, seeing that he had been silent all this time, couldn't help but wonder, Bai Wu, what are you spacing out about? Did you drink too much? Bai Wu sighed. All you know how to do is eat, no brains at all.
Suddenly, he remembered something, and slung his arm around Wang Banzi's shoulders, asking, Banzi, I remember you have a lot of back-channel intel, right? Then he pointed in the direction of Su Jia leaving. and said, "Go back and investigate this guy for me." At this moment, a fierce look was already evident in his eyes. The more he rubbed the ring on his hand, the more force he used. As night fell, Wu Laojia, with his arm around Bai Wu's shoulders, walked out of the restaurant, chatting and laughing with everyone. Wu Laojia said groggily, "It's so late, it's not convenient to drive. Why don't you stay here tonight?" Bai Wu raised his hand, pointed outside the gate, and smiled. "You're too kind. We've already troubled you too much today. We've already called someone to drive for us."
He turned his head and glanced, frowning as he thought, "That live-in son-in-law of the Wu family. Gotta be careful and keep an eye on him. I'll find a chance to catch him later."
Bai Wu and Wang Banzi walked to the car. The system kept displaying, "System malfunction." He sighed deeply. The important thing is to quickly figure out the system problem. Night fell, and the buildings became dark and desolate.
After returning home, Bai Wu went to take a shower, water droplets running down his body from the shower head. After showering, he put on a simple set of clothes and stepped out into the living room.
Bai Wu walked to the table, picked up a bottle of water, took a big gulp, and thought to himself, "This is such a headache. I've asked a bunch of questions, but the system isn't responding at all." Bai Wu plopped down on the empty chair, blaming himself. "After getting the system, all I wanted was to get rich, without figuring out what it was all about. Now I don't even understand what's going on." The system panel appears. System cannot answer. He ruffled his hair, frowning. "Can't answer? What am I supposed to do? Sounds like a computer or something. System, try rebooting." The system doesn't respond. Bai Wu stared at the system panel, then yelled, "Dude, can't you give me a little explanation?" He leaned back, lamenting, "This messed up system, it's good for nothing." The system panel displays again. "System insufficient energy. System insufficient energy." Bai Wu's eyes widened. As if realizing something, he sat up straight, propped one hand on his thigh, and shouted, "Energy!" The system appears again. "Host in life-threatening danger, consuming large amounts of energy to protect the host's safety." Bai Wu pointed at his face. "Me? What kind of life-threatening danger did I encounter?" The system displays an image of a human brain. Bai Wu immediately recalled what happened before and Sha Xiao's words, "But I managed to hit my head." Even when rolling around, Bai Wu scratched his head and said, "Oh man, I didn't realize I almost died back then. That was too close. So you can not only calculate the success rate for me, but also protect my life." He rubbed his chin and thought, "You ran out of energy saving me, and then crashed. Nah, you were already lagging before that. What's up with that? No bandwidth." The system appears, talking to him. "Protection. Normal update only. Sorry for the inconvenience," he pouted, complaining. "Just like the government." He seriously pondered, "Which means, you can't answer my questions anymore, and you can't protect your host, me either. Can't have my cake and eat it too." Bai Wu's fantasy began to crumble. He thought dejectedly, "So is my dream about to be shattered?" He gripped the bedsheet tightly until his hands trembled. Moreover, right now, there's still a ton of annoying problems, especially that counterfeit group. He also thought about other problems. Of course, big troubles, but also big gains. Now all my connections and opportunities rely on the system's abilities. Could it be that my chance to change my life has ended just as it began? Bai Wu rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Back to square one, he frowned, his eyes firm. "Absolutely not. I have to find a way to solve this." He took a breath. Then Bai Wu tapped on the system panel in front of him. "You don't have enough energy. How can you replenish it?" Then he quickly guessed, if it's energy, then normally it's electrical energy, light energy, and the like. Right? I don't even know what kind of energy the system uses. The system runs again, searching for energy collection solutions. Bai Wu ruffled his hair, thinking to himself, although the system's success rate calculation is very metaphysical, overall it's just a high-end search system, a high-tech thing that suddenly jumped into my body. I have to figure out the origin of the system when I get back. A line of text gradually appears in front of Bai Wu. System Energy Replenishment Plan, A. The system automatically recovers, cannot calculate for the young master. Recovering and updating too easily before completion of the update can cause limitations in crashing the system. B. Capture external energy. It is necessary to obtain through host collection and contact. C. Withdraw the energy from the host. Fast and convenient. Done in 3 seconds. Bai Wu stared in astonishment. Done in 3 seconds. He was about to reach out and select option C when he suddenly stopped. He realized something. Draining my energy means I have to pay a price. Zhu Feng frowned, deep in thought. What kind of energy can even be drained from a person's body? Also, system, what exactly is your energy? The system nervously gave an honest answer, adding an explanation. Insufficient energy. The core database cannot be opened. Unable to answer, Zhu Feng crossed his arms and pouted. This is basically draining my life away. What's the point of even playing? Suddenly,
A series of system panels popped up, startling him, with hundreds of them displaying the text, "Draining energy will not endanger the host's life. Draining 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 energy will not endanger the host's life." He still resolutely asked,
"Then what effects will it have on me?" The system can quantify anything's value. If energy is drained from a person, it will affect the success rate of the host. Xu Feng asked in surprise. "Are you saying that my success rate when I take action means my luck will decrease?" he thought. "Making my luck worse just to repair the system is too unreasonable." He raised his hand, about to tap the second option. If it's B, it means hiding from the world to collect energy for the system.
Xu Feng immediately imagined huge, ferocious beasts and shivered.
Could it be like in those Xiangxia novels, traversing thousands of mountains and rivers, then collecting celestial essences and defeating ancient divine beasts or something? My arms and legs are weak, no way. System automatically recovers, unable to calculate young master. Recovery, moreover, before the update is complete, it is easy to have limitations in doing things. Crash! He glanced at the system with fear.
If it's A, then the system will slowly adjust itself, without me needing to find energy. Although there's some fear that there will be restrictions on usage later,
it is indeed the most suitable option.
Xu Feng stood up, scratching his head, thinking. But just waiting for the system to repair itself isn't reliable either. System, if I choose A, can I still choose B or C later?
The host can change options at any time. He lit a cigarette with a lighter. Now that's something I can work with.
Xu Feng clenched his fists, deciding.
System, choose option A first. If any external energy suitable for B appears nearby, remind me in time.
He smirked. As for whether or not I'll collect them, that depends on the situation. And C, too, ensuring I can level up at any time.
For now, I can only accept this limited use, automatic recovery of A, confirming host's instructions.
Xu Feng exhaled smoke, deep in thought. After all, I still have a major enemy. The counterfeiting syndicate.
He recalled that person's back view and Shaka Laojia's words.
Xu Feng stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Preparing this much, I can advance and attack, and retreat and defend. I probably can't afford to make any mistakes.
He tiredly flopped onto the bed, his hands behind his head. Xu Feng picked up the USB drive, frowning as he thought. Next, I need to see if Peng Zi has turned anything up. I should also see what old Wu gave me.
2 days later, Xu Feng plugged that USB drive into the computer to see what was inside.
Inside, 2 files appeared. Research on the counterfeiting technology of Shengongtong's Yuanming Qinghua, and summary of Shengongtong's illegal antiquities trade situation this year.
He gently rubbed his chin, pondering. The documents are indeed very comprehensive, but right now, what I really want to know is their next course of action.
Just then, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. The caller was Wang Pengzi. As soon as he picked up, he heard him regretfully say, "Brother Feng, major discovery. The matter you assigned to me has progressed." He was stunned, urging him on. "Speak quickly, what did you discover?" Wang Pengzi's face turned serious. "I've discovered an underground private bank that's probably connected to those guys. Come over here quickly, I'll send you the location." Hearing that, he stood up, ready to go, but didn't forget to tell the other guy. "The counterfeit group might recognize us. We need disguises. We're going to the city center, to a place bustling with people and skyscrapers." He and Pengzi are currently in the main hall of a bank.
Decked out in stylish clothes, playing the role of wealthy playboys, he turned to the person behind him and asked, "Did you find any clues?" He, playing the bodyguard, whispered in response, "I heard that large sums of money from the counterfeiting world flow into this private bank, and there are connections to some people." His face fell as he continued, "So I didn't dare act recklessly, and called you to come and explore together." Hearing this, Bai Wu couldn't help but be surprised, questioning in his head. Unexpected. Why is he suddenly so reliable? Seemingly not noticing his surprised face, he casually continued. "Let's disguise ourselves as investors, gain their trusts, and then find out the source." Saying that, he put his arm around his shoulder, chatting and laughing happily. "That's right. You should save your ability to see through heavenly secrets for when it's absolutely necessary. After all, it consumes too much energy. Let's investigate the truth first." He could only silently sigh, thinking to himself, "Sigh. It's not me who doesn't have enough energy, it's the system. System, is this private bank related to the counterfeit group?" The system then appeared in a loading state. He frowned tensely. "Got it. Recovering. Normal use is not guaranteed. I can only rely on myself to act." Inside the conference room, a man sitting opposite them was enthusiastically introducing, "This is our company's trump card project. Through market verification, the profit collection is stable,
and the rate of return is high. After a while, he gave a professional smile and asked, "The plans have all been introduced to you two, in detail. I wonder if you have any questions." Bai Wu immediately noticed the problem in the story, with an expression revealing scrutiny. Why does it sound like an unreliable financial company? I don't feel like there's anything related to the other side. While he was still full of suspicion, Peng Zi next to him, without thinking, laughed and said, "No problem, we'll invest 10 million. He was shocked and stared in disbelief, then gave him a loud smack on the head, not forgetting to scold, "Damn it, who's the boss here? Did I tell you to speak?" Looking at the person opposite, he regained his composure and said, "I need to call my investment strategy consultant first." Before he could finish speaking, the man understood and stood up. "The boss can feel free, I'll wait outside." Bai Wu's eyes stared at his figure until he completely stepped outside. He adjusted his glasses, with a somewhat angry expression, questioning, "After listening to him for so long, I didn't find any clues. Are you sure this place is related to the counterfeit group?" The more he spoke, the closer he got to scolding. "And you, opening your mouth to invest 12 million. His eyes became sharp. "After investing the money, what then?" Peng Weizi was stunned by the question, only able to stammer an explanation, but only managed to squeeze out some meaningless words. Investing. Of course, you can find clues." Under the pressure of his gaze, he broke out in a cold sweat, turned his face away, and couldn't say another word. But Bai Wu wasn't easily fooled. "That's not right, something's up here." Immediately grabbing the other person's shoulders, he asked, urgently, "You're lying to me, aren't you?" Hearing that, he was so scared that he trembled, repeatedly denying, "How could that be?" He directly grabbed his head with both hands and said, "Have you forgotten what I do?" Still not talking, Peng Zi was so frightened that his face changed. He had to admit defeat. Okay, don't get angry. I'll talk, okay?" He breathed a sigh of relief, then hurriedly explained, "I did go to find clues, but I didn't find any results. I found that many people in the counterfeiting world invest money here." He lowered his head, pretending to be a victim, and continued, "Then I thought I could make some money, but I was afraid of being scammed, so I asked you to help." Rage welled up in his heart, and he stood up abruptly, pointing at the other guy and yelling, "Can't you tell what's important? You're too damn trusting." Then he leaned in close to Peng Zi and scolded, "Besides, aren't I taking you to make money? You listen to his BS, it's obviously a trap. By the time they run off with the money, you can cry your eyes out and still not find their graves." Hearing this, he retorted with fiery enthusiasm, "No way, a lot of friends in the industry have invested, a lot, and they've already gotten commissions." Then he continued to explain, "Peng Zi knows his own weight. Zhu Feng has been making good money following you lately, but what about the future?" His face suddenly fell. "You have to think ahead about the future." Bai Wu, hearing this fool, felt helpless. "Ugh, I can't reason with an idiot like you." He gently placed his hand on the other guy's shoulder and reassured him, "Just remember this, I'll take care of your future." Then he pushed up his glasses and urged, "Stop wasting words, follow me." The two of them left the room. Seeing this, the man reached out to stop them, smiling and asking, "The boss still wants to leave." Seeing this, he questioned sternly, "What? You're allowed in but not allowed out?" Peng Zi chimed in, "My bro doesn't trust your abilities." Even so, he flashed a professional smile, raising his hand to affirm, "Boss, please rest assured 100% about this. Our boss and the major shareholder are both extremely influential figures, especially in the antiques world. They're renowned figures." He asked in surprise, "Oh, an antique world boss?" He replied immediately, "Of course." Bai Wu pondered, "A big boss in the antique world running an underground private bank. What kind of upstanding guy is that? Could Peng Zi have accidentally stumbled upon a bank run by a counterfeiting ring? Seems unlikely, not possible." Thinking this, he immediately changed his attitude, smiling smugly. "You should have said so sooner. I just love antique world bosses. So cultured, so refined." His face now full of cunning, he expressed, "Then introduce me. I want to meet your boss." Without much more talk, he immediately pulled out his black card of power. "As long as you're trustworthy, this daddy will give you at least 35 billion a month for you to work with." The decisive action made the employee's eyes light up at the sight of the money, and he respectfully led the way. "Boss, this way please." Entering a room that had been left slightly ajar, inside, a masked figure was already waiting, extending a hand in, "Welcome. Welcome, esteemed guests, I am the boss here." Bai Wu also politely took his hand. He introduced himself. "You can call me Mr. Ri. Let's sit down and chat." The two sat down facing each other, as if ready to prepare for a major transaction. His eyes stared intently at the other person, smiling with hidden meaning. He did the same, with a very sharp and probing gaze. Suddenly, he glanced down at his hand, seeing the familiar gold ring,
Along with the gesture of spinning the ring, the corner of his mouth unconsciously turned up in a pleased smile.
His face was arrogant, sure of victory, secretly laughing in his heart. Ha ha, so it's you. His spirit was extremely relaxed after recognizing the other party's identity, his mind excited to the extreme. Oh my baby.
They sat facing each other, discussing business. He adjusted his glasses, a smug smile playing on his lips, inwardly praising the man before him.
His behavior is truly like two different people.
Recalling Su Ze's previous image,
it made him even more incredulous, his gaze gradually turning probing and unusually serious. How many faces does this guy actually have?
Seeing his silence,
Xu Feng cheerfully chuckled and spoke first. What should I call you, boss?
Bai Wu also happily replied.
Surname is Hey. Used to mine coal a few years back, but not anymore. Now I just do whatever I can to make money. Heard from my subordinates that you're a big boss in the antique scene. Is it a quick way to make money these days?
Su Ze heard this and cleverly responded.
Not bad. It all depends on your eye, connections, channels, and routes. Of course, you also need capital. Since you're interested, I'll give you a brief introduction.
Bai Wu looked very eager, as if he couldn't wait any longer, and chuckled excitedly.
All right, tell me about it. He elegantly poured 2 cups of hot tea and said, This industry is extremely profitable, but also very dangerous. However, you can rest assured about our professionalism.
Bai Wu excitedly inquired.
How professional are you? You have to tell me how to make money, right? Deep down, Bai Wu was plotting to pretend to be an outsider wanting to know the ropes.
Bai Wu quickly got into character, beginning to use his scheme, feigning innocence and a lack of knowledge about the antique industry. I don't really understand. How does this industry really make money? Big money. Don't tell me you guys are running an honest business. You can't make money that way. The other party waved his hand and laughed. You're joking.
He paused, a dangerous look and a sly smile appearing on his face. We really do run an honest business, but we can still help you make money. We'll take care of the specific business operations. You don't need to worry.
Bai Wu widened his eyes in anger, leaning forward, slamming the table hard, his face becoming even more contorted with anger.
Are you really treating me like a fool? Not giving me any specific information, just spouting empty words and expecting me to invest money?
Su Ze, seeing that the other party had followed the trajectory he had laid out, felt very pleased. He chuckled and explained, You've misunderstood. Matters related to commercial secrets really can't be revealed.
Then, he confidently assured. But you can rest assured about our strength and reputation.
Bai Wu pondered in silence for a long time, then pointed at himself, warning,
Don't you trust me? Or do you want to see my trump card first?
Finishing his sentence, he crossed his arms and turned to the side, giving Sun Zhen an angry look as he said, I want to sincerely join. How much do you need?
In Su Zheng's heart, a sense of unease arose towards the person in front of him. He couldn't help but wonder, what's this kid's background after all? Is he really a naive show-off? Or does he have another purpose?
Noticing his hesitation, Bai Wu glanced over and made a vague statement.
Bai Wu bluntly questioned, You've been yapping all day, not being honest with me. I still don't believe you. My options in the antique world aren't limited. Why can't I find somewhere else?
Then, without hesitation, he turned to leave.
Even Wang Banzi sighed in his heart. Wuji's acting is too good, so arrogant, I wouldn't dare to say half a word all day. What does he want to do, after all?
Bai Wu suddenly stopped and asked Banzi behind him.
Banzi, didn't you say there was another place that was even more trustworthy? Take me there.
The cunning Su Zhan realized that his moment had come, and immediately stood up, anxiously trying to stop him. Boss Hey, he smiled, trying to appease the other party.
Don't be impatient, of course, I'm sincere.
Then he tried hard to persuade.
It's just that the antique industry has always borrowed money and not paths. You should forgive me.
Seeing that he was willing to speak, Bai Wu asked, You're willing to talk? Of course, Su Zhe wouldn't be stupid enough to say that, so he continued to persuade.
To tell you the truth, we have a large antique deal coming up recently, and we need some capital. If you trust us, you can participate in a portion, he said with a smile. At that time, the commissions will be divided proportionally.
He pouted and frowned, looking disdainful. That's it, Su Zhe replied.
Indeed, I understand you.
Looking at the cunning guy, he thought to himself,
still wary of me, while also keeping my fingers crossed. In case I'm the type to spend money like water. That's why he mentioned needing a little capital for a large deal.
His eyes turned even colder.
Could this bank really be connected to the counterfeiting group?
Suddenly, the system popped up a notification. Probability of the bank being connected to the counterfeiting group, 100%. He glanced at the information, stunned, but immediately regained his composure, turned around and left briskly,
leaving behind the sentence, You're good? I'm impressed. Finally, he didn't forget to do the cool coat-flicking move as he left with Wang Banzi. Only then did Su Zhen withdraw his smile, revealing a dangerously unpredictable expression. This guy seems like an empty suit, but he asks such crucial questions one can't help but be wary. The two stepped outside. Bai Wu whispered to the system. System, are you back online? But only silence and a loading screen answered him. He frowned in annoyance. Got it. Just treat you like you don't exist. You'll show up naturally when you want to. On the street, a car sped by like the wind. Inside, Wang Banzi, who was holding the steering wheel, softly called out, Wu Ji. Bai Wu raised his hand, signaling him to be quiet. His hand holding the phone, calling Sha Lao. As soon as the call was connected, he quickly asked, straight to the point. Sha Lao, this is Bai Wu. Has anything big happened in the antique scene lately? As if to make sure, he emphasized. The kind of thing that requires a large amount of capital. The other end of the line slowly replied, there actually is. A large foreign family wants to auction off a large quantity of rare antiques. Many big bosses in the country are determined to get them. After hearing the necessary information, he immediately hung up and clicked his tongue. Auctioning antiques with big capital, seems like this is it. The fatty sitting next to him looked at his slightly furrowed face and started to worry. Sweating, while he was still stroking his chin, pondering and analyzing the problem. Buying back valuable products from abroad, then making high-quality replicas, Relying on their counterfeiting skills, it's like printing money in minutes. Recalling Suze's diverse expressions, he found it interesting and exciting, and a smile crept onto his face. If that's the case, then let's cut off your financial path first. Destroy this private bank. On the bustling street, Bai Wu and Wang Banzi's white car sped by. Bai Wu sat in the car, rubbing his head, staring at the business card in his hand, lost in thought. The problem now is how to deal with this underground private bank. A vicious cycle was in his head now. The bank acts cautiously. The capital must have a special route. That is, from the demand of capital, reasonable returns, attracting capital to the shell bank, no capital accumulation, capital transportation, investment projects, and then back to the demand of capital. While Wang Banzi was still focused on driving, Bai Wu glanced out the window, looking very thoughtful. Even if we destroy the bank now, we're just destroying an office. His eyebrows furrowed, his expression extremely tense. His fist clenched, crumpling the paper in his hand, he thought. Moreover, I don't have concrete evidence. She is the owner of the bank. Acting rashly will only stir up trouble. Thinking about the powerful and cunning group behind Suzanne, Bai Wu couldn't help but worry. The bank is actually backed by a counterfeiting ring. Bai Wu angrily gritted his teeth. He made up his mind, I have to strike a clean blow, or there will be endless troubles. Wang Banzi turned to see him like that, and was a little worried. Bai Wu then raised his hand to stroke his chin, and sighed softly. I should still discuss this kind of thing with Wu Lao and Shai Lao, they definitely have ideas. He pulled out his phone from his pocket. As he was dialing, he suddenly noticed that the dormant system had returned. As soon as it appeared, it immediately mocked him. Looks like you can't do anything without the system and the help of others. He widened his eyes in surprise and asked the system, what do you mean by that? Bai Wu frowned and continued to ask. Weren't you in hibernation? How can you still scold people? The system quickly replied to him. If you really can't leave the system, why not use Plan C to restore the system now? Its answer surprised Bai Wu, and he covered his mouth slightly, feeling a little ticklish. It seems like I've been seen through. But then Bai Wu's eyes suddenly changed, becoming more determined and cold. HMPH. I'll prove to you that even without relying on the system and others, I can destroy that underground private bank. Seeing his constantly changing expression, Wang Banzi couldn't help but worry. He hesitated to explain. Wu Jia, I really didn't mean to deceive you today. It's true, but before he could finish speaking, Bai Wu waved his hand and interrupted him. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have discovered that the boss of that underground private bank is Wu Jia's in-law. Consider it you redeeming your sins. Hearing Bai Wu say that, Wang Banzi was so shocked that he couldn't hold the steering wheel steady. Causing the car to swerve on the road, he shouted in front of Bai Wu's calmness. What did you say? The bank boss is Wu Jia's in-law. He furrowed his brows, his face horrified, but Bai Wu was surprised that Wang Banzi didn't know anything. He asked repeatedly. You didn't realize. That bank is related to the counterfeiting ring. You didn't know that either. Wang Banzi quickly explained. I was still in a daze just now. How would I know these things? And then, as if he suddenly realized something, his expression became serious, and he analyzed. Wait. The boss of the underground private bank is Wu Jia's in-law, and the bank is related to the counterfeiting ring, so isn't it? His eyes flashed with joy, and he shouted, Wu Jia's in-law is a member of the counterfeiting ring. Then, ignoring Bai Wu's speechless expression, Wang Banzi proudly patted his chest. Only Banjia. I am quick-witted enough to see such an important issue. Bai Wu glanced at him and reminded him, You should focus on driving. Wang Banzi didn't become complacent anymore and replied, "Alright Wu Jia, hold on tight." The car carrying the two of them continued to speed on the road, leaving a cloud of dust on the ground. Wang Banzi was focusing on driving but still couldn't hide his curiosity, and turned to ask Bai Wu, "So, you already knew a long time ago?"
Bai Wu naturally didn't have anything to hide, and admitted, "Of course I can tell fortune."
Wang Banzi's cheeks flushed red, and he asked excitedly,
"So what do we do now?" Bai Wu replied with a bored tone. "Contact Wu Lao. Directly rush over there and capture Bai Wu."
"We don't have direct evidence," Bai Wu said. "Having courage without strategy, rushing in will only startle the snake. We have to think of a more reliable way." Wang Banzi suddenly became agitated and shouted loudly, "If we destroy the bank now? No way, my brothers. All their assets are invested in there."
He turned to look at Bai Wu and continued, "If something happens to the bank, their money will definitely not come back. I have to tell them to withdraw their money first." Hearing Wang Banzi's words, Bai Wu's eyes widened, and he suddenly had an idea. He turned to Wang Banzi and exclaimed happily, "Banzi? What did you say just now?"
Wang Banzi didn't understand anything again, worried and sweating profusely, and hurriedly clarified, "I'm not a money grubber, Banzi. I'm a very righteous person. I can't let my brothers be ruined."
Bai Wu immediately reassured him, even praising him. "What are you getting excited about? I'm not blaming you. You really are my lucky star." Wang Banzi didn't understand anything, and asked back in surprise and worry,
Bai Wu stroked his chin and smiled with satisfaction. "Haha, I got it." Back at the Wu residence, Xu Feng reverted to his cautious demeanor, standing obsequiously before Wu Lao. After reporting on the company's situation, he asked, "Grandpa, that's how things are at the company. What do you think I should do?" Wu Lao disliked his attitude, scolding him angrily. "Can't you stand up straight when you talk, man?"
He quickly straightened his posture and smiled sheepishly.
"Yeah, standing straight now." Wu Lao sighed wearily, waving his hand impatiently. "Get out of here. Seeing you pisses me off. From now on, handle the company matters yourself. Don't bother asking me anymore." He immediately replied, "Yes, Grandpa."
Xu Feng smiled meaningfully.
"Then I'll head back first." A black car sped off down the road.
Xu Feng sat in the back seat with his legs crossed, holding his phone in one hand and touching the earpiece in his ear. He no longer had the fearful, cowering demeanor he had in front of Wu Lao. He called someone, his voice sharp. "Boss, I've already had my subordinates transfer half the money to your account."
He continued, "I'll send the rest after I've gathered enough capital." On the other end, Scarface, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, said excitedly into the phone, "Excellent! You're really capable. It was right to put you in charge of the bank."
He took the cigarette out of his mouth, held it between his fingers, and promised loudly, "After this is over, I'll save a high-ranking position for you in the organization." Xu Feng, on the other end, thanked him happily. "Really, thanks for your support, boss." Scarface hung up immediately after he finished speaking.
He put the cigarette back in his mouth, his face turning terrifyingly cold, and grunted hoarsely.
Xu Feng stared at his phone, black-faced, and said disdainfully, "A high-ranking position in the organization, that's what you use to try and lure me."
Suddenly, he lowered his voice, looking calculating, and muttered. Then suddenly, his expression became extremely ferocious, his smile filled with ambition and scheming, and he continued, "Is your position, boss?" His image at this moment was completely different from when he was at the Wu residence. He couldn't help but reveal all his plans. "Once I completely control the counterfeit goods group, I'll have the power to overthrow this son-in-law act. The Wu family will also be in my grasp." He imagined the scene of everyone trembling and crying before him, and his smile grew even more intense. "By then, I'll simultaneously control the Wu family and the counterfeit goods group. I'll eat both sides, black and white. Who in the antiquities world would dare disobey me?" Xu Feng felt extremely satisfied in the beautiful fantasy he had created. Enduring humiliation and hardship for so many years, I'm finally seeing the light of success. As he was lost in thought, his phone rang again.
Xu Feng reached for the earpiece and asked as soon as he answered, "What's going on?" The person on the other end said in a panic, "Boss, something bad has happened. Something's about to happen at the bank. Come back quickly."
Hearing this, Xu Feng's expression suddenly changed. He glanced at the earpiece and asked sternly, "Something happened at the bank?" Bai Wu's face appeared with an excited smile. Obviously, he was involved in this matter.
Xu Feng stood in the elevator, adjusting his tie, with the masked bodyguard behind him.
He thought confidently to himself, "The reason I endured hardship in the Wu family for so many years was to wait for the opportunity to ride the wind and transform into a dragon, becoming the person who controls both sides of the antiquities world." His eyes glanced at the mask, and he reached for it. As he prepared to put on the mask, he remembered the people who had caused him trouble and humiliated him, including Bai Wu,
Scarface, Sha Yongkang, and Wu Lao, he thought. They're just stepping stones on my path to advancement.
The elevator stopped on the 28th floor. When the elevator doors opened, Xu Feng had already put on his mask properly. He smiled smugly. This storm isn't enough to scare me. The corners of his mouth curled up and he said, "Watch how I quell it." Inside, a bunch of people were crowding the reception desk, yelling their heads off, "I gotta get my money back, ASAP."
Everyone's faces were twisted in annoyance, shoving each other. One dude shoved his contract forward, angrily shouting, "Quit dragging your feet, the contract's right here." The woman next to him was also pushing him to hand over the money. "Hurry up and give us the money."
The two employees were sweating bullets, forcing smiles as they tried to soothe the raging crowd. "Everyone, please don't get worked up. Our boss will be here any minute now. Your money is absolutely safe with us. No need to worry." Then, the male employee grinned as he spotted a figure behind the crowd, and he shouted loudly, "Boss, you're here." Everyone turned their attention to the newcomer. Because of his words, Su Zi strolled forward, with his hands clasped behind his back. Su Zi calmly said, "Our company is all about freedom, no forcing anyone. If you want your money back, then be my guest." His face darkened, spitting out each word coldly. "But we won't be responsible for any losses that result from it. According to the contract, you can only get back your initial investment." After Su Zi finished speaking, both sides stared at each other, and the space fell silent. After a long while, the crowd was now all over the place, everyone talking at once. Looks like this place isn't about to run. But whatever, let's get the money out first."
"What if nothing happens? Wouldn't we be throwing away our profits?"
The bodyguard got pissed when he heard that and scolded. "Run away. Our company has massive financial resources and a trustworthy reputation. How could we run away?" One of the dudes in the crowd said. "But there are rumors outside that—" Before he could finish, Sun Zi interrupted with an unhappy expression. "Rumors outside?" He rubbed his chin, thinking to himself, "As expected, someone is going against the bank. Good thing I found out in time." At the same time, the bodyguard confidently declared, "If we really had a problem, we wouldn't show our faces to everyone. You can all rest assured." But the crowd wasn't easily convinced by just a few words they worriedly expressed. "We can't rest assured. That's our entire family's savings," someone even firmly said. "Just give us the money. We'll take responsibility for the losses ourselves." Immediately, Su Zi waved his hand and ordered, "All right, take them to withdraw their money. Put all of them on the blacklist from now on." Some people who wanted to get their money left. Su Zi crossed his arms and coldly looked at the people who were left, asking, "Anyone else want their money back?" The people who were left were clearly wavering. They hesitated to speak, someone said. "Let us think about it a bit more." Some were acting thoughtful, others were hesitating, afraid of losing a bit of profit. In the end, they were just blinded by greed, agreeing, yeah, let's think about it a bit more." Seeing this, Su Zi smiled in satisfaction. "HMPH, you think you can look down on me just by stirring up a few people with your rhetoric?" He couldn't help but sneer. "Is that all you got?" He happily looked at the crowd that was whispering and discussing, thinking, "I've scared them for now. I'll have to get them to take some sedatives later." Then, he turned to the bodyguard and asked, "Have you told that guy to arrange it yet?" The bodyguard was still holding his phone, replying, "I've called to urge him. He'll be here right away." Before long, two guys, one skinny and one fat, swaggered in like a couple of nouveau riches. The skinny one loudly said, "Heard this place is a super legit investment. Boss Rui is all elite and skilled. Definitely wouldn't run off with the money." The fat guy next to him was carrying a black bag, adding, "Where's the boss? We want to invest, bringing all our assets, worth over 10 million. The bodyguard whispered into Su Zi's ear, "Looks like they're the ones." Su Zhen turned around, and a smug smile bloomed on his lips. Perfect timing. He walked up and shook hands with the skinny guy, politely smiling and saying, "Boss Zhang, Boss Zhao, welcome, welcome. I've been waiting for you for ages." After saying that, he turned around and introduced them to the crowd. "Everyone, these two are big bosses from Beijing, here to invest." Suddenly, an old man in the crowd recognized the two and shouted, "Isn't that Wang Ergao and Li Huzi?" His words made the others surprised, wondering, seeming like a few others also recognized these two. Person 1. "That's right, it's them," the grumpy old man snapped. "You two good-for-nothings. Since when did you become big bosses in Beijing?" With that, the old man angrily grabbed the skinny guy's collar. Turning his face green, he yelled, "You still owe me 300 yuan. Where did you get tens of thousands from?" "Hell money." Su Zi's face turned pale, and the smile on his lips froze. The old man grabbed the skinny guy's collar, glaring like he was about to punch him. Another man snatched the black bag from the fat guy's hand, saying, "Let me see." He opened it, but inside there were only a few sets of clothes.
The man angrily threw the bag to the ground, causing the clothes to fall out. He snapped and cursed.
"Damn it, there's no money in the bag, just a few rags." The skinny guy turned to Suzanne in fear and said, "Boss, they see through us. We're not doing this act anymore." The fat guy also panicked and turned away. "Don't blame us for this." As they spoke, the two, one fat and one skinny, ran away from the crowd. As Suzanne watched them flee like they were being chased by ghosts, still in shock.
Suzanne suddenly turned to stone on the spot.
The crowd behind him suddenly radiated murderous intent, a cold voice questioning, "So they were hired by you? Looks like something really happened on your end, otherwise you wouldn't have hired people to put on an act."
This frightened Suzanne, and he turned around, explaining awkwardly,
"Everyone, calm down. This must be a misunderstanding. I don't know those two at all." But the crowd clearly saw and heard everything.
They wouldn't believe Suzanne's explanations, and the more he explained, the more it sounded like sophistry to them. An old man gritted his teeth and said, "Don't know them. Didn't you greet them just now, saying you'd been waiting for them for a long time?"
The situation changed so quickly that Suzanne trembled. The bodyguard stretched out his arms to block him, staring nervously at the crowd.
The crowd continued to denounce him. "There must be something fishy going on here. It's too dangerous to keep our money here." "That's right. Investment companies like this are not trustworthy."
Immediately, the crowd rushed forward like hungry ghosts, causing both Suzanne and the bodyguard to flee for their lives.
The crowd rushed forward, shouting, "Our money! We must get our money back! Return our money!"
At that moment, both Suzanne and the bodyguard ran into a room, escaping the crowd. The bodyguard leaned wearily against the door, while Suzanne supported himself, panting heavily.
Susie angrily took a breath, glanced at the bodyguard, and complained irritably,
"Is this who you called?" Knowing he was in the wrong, the bodyguard lowered his head and mumbled in justification, "I just contacted a friend to help me find someone."
Suzanne irritably loosened his tie, continuing, "The most important thing for a bank is trust. Without trust, the consequences are unimaginable. Now we can only return all the money to them, and try to stabilize the situation."
The bodyguard tremblingly reported, "Boss, half of the bank's capital has already been transferred, and now the money in the account is probably not enough to deal with these people."
As soon as he said this, Suzanne froze. He went berserk, waving his hand and knocking over the lamp next to him, roaring, "Worthless piece of trash!" Suzanne gritted his teeth and said,
"If I find out who's behind this, I'll definitely make sure they don't die peacefully." At this moment, the bodyguard heard loud knocking on the door outside, and he said anxiously, "Boss, why don't you retreat through the back door first?"
Suzanne turned around and slapped him, yelling, "Retreat? What retreat? What are you panicking about?"
His eyes became sharp. "This is a matter of who lives and who dies."
He frowned and rubbed the gold ring on his middle finger, continuing,
"Looks like we can only resort to desperate measures."
Suzanne was on the phone, saying, "Xiao Liu, transfer all the liquid capital on your side to me now." The other end of the line replied, "All of it. What if Wu Lao finds out and asks about it?" he shouted loudly.
"If anything happens, I'll take full responsibility. You just do as I say." Then, he gritted his teeth and hung up. He leaned back, exhaling a breath of foul air. Just then, another call came in. He turned his head to look. The screen displayed the name, Ru Yu. On the other end, Ru Yu said in a seductive voice, "My love, where are you now?" He tried to remain calm and replied, "Out for some social engagements." "What's up?"
she asked. "Are you in some kind of trouble?" He immediately reassured her. "Don't overthink things. How could I be in any trouble?"
She said playfully, "Honey, if anything happens, you must tell your family. Don't do anything foolish," he responded. "All right, I have some things to do. Gotta hang up." As soon as he hung up, he frowned and muttered to himself, "Why is Ru Yu nagging me so much?" Just then, his grandpa kicked the door open and walked in. He jumped in fright, dropping the phone he was holding.
His face turned ashen, and he called out,
"Grandpa," the old man loudly asked, "I heard the whole phone call you just made. Tell me, what's going on?" He hurriedly stood up, stammering, not knowing how to explain. Cold sweat began to break out on his face. He thought to himself, "I'm done for. I've been exposed." The old man sat down and scolded, "Well done. I never expected you to have two faces. Tell me, what did you use the family's money for? And what's with this private bank?" The old man pointed at his face and questioned, "From what I know, this bank is connected to a counterfeiting ring. You're really something." He thought fast. He had to pin the blame on someone else and deal with this first. He suddenly remembered someone, perfect for framing Bai Wu, killing two birds with one stone. Then, he took a breath and regained his composure. He put on an innocent face and said, "Grandpa, listen to my explanation. It's not like that at all. I was set up by Bai Wu. This bank isn't mine. It's his." the old man loudly asked. The bank belongs to Bai Wu, so why are you the boss there? He sighed. After joining the Wu family, I've always disappointed you, so I thought I should do something to make you happy. Bai Wu took the opportunity to tempt me, asking me to help out with the bank, splitting the profits 50-50. As soon as I took over the bank, I ran into trouble. I was temporarily possessed and thought about using the family's money to save the day. A look of sadness appeared in his eyes. Then he continued, Grandpa, I know I was wrong, but I was all set up by Bai Wu. He began to shed crocodile tears, he said. Now I understand. It's Bai Wu who has impure thoughts about Ruyu, so he thought of a way to get rid of me. He immediately knelt down in front of the old man and said softly, Grandpa, you must believe me, I'm really being framed. The old man exclaimed in surprise. Is Bai Wu really that kind of person? He affirmed without a doubt.
Bai Wu usually pretends to be a good person, but he's actually the most cunning and treacherous person. The old man softened his tone and replied, If you've been set up by Bai Wu, then I'll personally find Bai Wu and get things clear. He said confidently, I'm willing to confront Bai Wu face to face to prove my innocence. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes as he thought, Seems like I've fooled them for now. Just then, someone boomed, Is that Mr. Doget kneeling over there?
Bai Wu and Wang Banzi slowly entered, and Bai Wu said, We meet again, Mr. Doget? Looks like you're having a busy day. Doget suspiciously asked, Boss Black. Then Bai Wu took off his glasses and asked, Can you recognize me now? Doget pointed at Bai Wu in shock, exclaiming, It's you! Bai Wu teased. I heard someone wanted a confrontation in front of me, so here I am. Doget paled, thinking, No, this can't be happening. How did Bai Wu find his way here? Bai Wu looked at Doget and sternly asked, You think this little scheme of yours could fool me? Doget stubbornly retorted, All of this was your doing. All of this was your doing. Bai Wu patted Wang Banzi's shoulder. He's not wrong. The mess was caused by me arranging for Banzi to spread the rumors, drawing in plenty of investors to show up. Wang Banzi scoffed. Isn't it lucky that Banjia has such a huge influence? Wang Banzi pointed at Doget and said, Counterfeit group. You started the rumors to harm me, and now I'm returning the favor, Bai Wu added. Including the two scammers you arranged, I intercepted them outside and replaced them with my people.
Doget, sweating cold bullets, said, No wonder they were so easily exposed, so it was all your plot. Bai Wu chuckled.
Bai Wu exposed Doget. I also found out that the money from the investment accounts all flowed into the counterfeit group, becoming their support in participating in overseas auctions. Bai Wu held up a purple USB and said, The evidence is all here. Then Bai Wu brought it close to Doget's face. Doget kept sweating profusely. Bai Wu continued, I figured you would try to touch the Wu family's accounts, so I told Old Man Wu to watch your subordinates. Before you called your subordinate, Old Man Wu heard everything clearly.
The Wu family angrily stood up and said, Coming in first was me giving you one last chance. If you proactively admit your mistakes, there might still be a way to turn back, the Wu family angrily said.
It's a pity you refused to see the light. The Wu family didn't mistreat you, yet you dare to do this. The Wu family frowned and said sternly, The most unforgivable thing is that you dared to join forces with the counterfeit group. Doget questioned back, Isn't it obvious that you were the one who made me do all of this? On Bai Wu's side, Bai Wu put a hand to his chin and thought, could it be that the Wu family has another story to tell? Doget angrily shouted, Isn't it all your fault that I ended up on this path? The Wu family asked in surprise. You're saying it's all my fault? The Wu family grabbed Doget's collar. Doget loudly replied, Isn't it? This is all your fault. I turned out this way. You too. Bai Wu saw the Vong family clenching his fists and quickly backed away. Over here, Wang Banzi whispered. What's up with the Vong family? He calmly replied. Let's just watch first and see. The situation might not be as simple as it seems.
The old man roared in his face. You little brat, you're framing people, and you're trying to pin it on.
Then he threw him to the ground and asked, Then tell me, what have I done?
He struggled to his feet and recounted. Ever since I married into the Vor family, you've always looked down on me.
No matter what I did, I could never please you. Then he shouted loudly, Didn't you mock me for not having any ability? Didn't you say I wasn't managing the company well?
Since you look down on me so much, I'll join your enemies. I'll help your enemies fight back against you.
He yelled so hard the veins popped on his forehead. I'll let you see my true strength.
He pointed directly at Von family's face and questioned, I'm going to prove to everyone that you're blind, and you stifled me. Tell me, did you cause me to end up like this today? Von family's face turned ashen.
Wang Banzi raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. No wonder they're from a rich family, so many stories. He put his hand on his chin and pondered. So that's how the righteous path turns to the dark side. Vongjia let out a breath of turbid air. So that's what you think in your heart.
He leaned against the chair with difficulty, and then the assistant standing to one side quickly helped him sit down. He waved his hand and said, "Everyone unrelated, please leave. Bai Wu, stay." The crowd filed out one after another, and the door slammed shut. He spoke.
Ru Yu's and Xiao Xiao's father passed away early. The Vone family's business is so big, how could I hand it over to my 2 daughters? Ru Yu is gentle. Xiao Xiao is lively. But if they inherit the Vone family, I'm afraid it will be difficult to gain people's respect. He was silent and didn't say a word. He also said nothing to let Vongjia continue the story. He said, "When you married into the Vone family, I investigated your background. Although your abilities are not enough, your character is not bad. With some polishing, you might be able to take over the Vone family." He immediately retorted, "But since I married in, you've always had a stern look on your face, nitpicking in every way," he angrily shouted. "You can't make jade without polishing it. If I didn't treat you like that, how would I motivate you to improve?" Then, he shook his head, his voice full of disappointment. "Unfortunately, you can't understand my good intentions. On the surface, you felt inferior and pretended to be incompetent, without ambition. But secretly you relied on the counterfeiting group," he exclaimed in surprise. "So that's how it is? You don't despise me?" Vongjia asked back. "If I despised you, would I give you the largest company in the family to manage? If I despised you, would I agree to let Ru Yu marry you?"
In his heart, it was as if 10,000 thunderbolts had struck. He called out, "Ru Yu!"
Then, he fell into despair, saying to himself, "So, all along, I've been mistaken." He collapsed to the ground, loudly blaming himself. "I've always thought I was smart, but it turns out I'm the stupidest one." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Man, what a tragedy." Vongjia spoke up. "Since things have come to this, the Vone family definitely can't tolerate you anymore. 1,000,000 times no. You shouldn't be involved with that counterfeit group. I must enforce family law, kick you out of the house, and hand you over to the authorities." He sighed sadly. "It's all my own doing. I accept any punishment." He closed his eyes and said with difficulty, "The Wu family doesn't allow a son-in-law like you. For Ru Yu's sake, you two must get a divorce," he replied. "Yes." Then, he decided, "I can't drag Ru Yu down. I agree to the divorce."
Just then, Ru Yu rushed in from outside and protested loudly.
"No, it can't be."
The 2 members of the Wu family were surprised by her appearance.
He asked in surprise, "Ru Yu, why are you here?" The Wu family members scolded loudly. "Didn't I tell you to wait in the car? Were you eavesdropping outside the door just now?" Bai Wu was also stunned.
She put her hand in front of Su Zhen and said,
"Grandpa, I've always listened to you since I was little, but I don't agree with this." Her eyes filled with tears, she said loudly. "I will not divorce Suzy." He reached out to stop her. "Ru Yu, don't be so willful. Leaving me is the best choice for you."
Tears streamed down her face as she looked at him affectionately, saying, "No, we are husband and wife. We must face everything together." Then, she hugged him tightly and cried loudly. "We once vowed to be together forever. No matter what happens, I will be by your side. If you leave the Wu family, I will leave too."
"I haven't been good enough to you usually. I didn't even notice the humiliation you suffered in the Wu family. I'm also responsible for you becoming like this. So, I must bear it with you." He was stunned.
Tears. His hands trembling.
Then he gently stroked her hair and said softly, "Ru Yu, I was wrong. I just wanted to show off. It was my fault. It's always been my fault for not being good enough." Bai Wu turned his head away, thinking, "Now it's the Wu family's internal affair. It's not appropriate for us to be here. We should go outside first." Focusing only on fighting for power and forgetting the people around you will definitely lead to miserable failure. Cherishing the person in front of you and changing your way of life, perhaps this is the best ending. He slowly closed the door. The door closed, leaving only the Wu family member, Su Zhe, and Ru Yu inside. He turned and thought, the underground private bank is gone. The grudges between me and the counterfeit group are even greater. The situation in the future will probably be even more dangerous. The private bank has been destroyed. There is insufficient capital, and we have been instructed to withdraw from this auction. The scarred man looked at the stack of documents with a grim face, then turned off the machine. Document for selecting core members of the Antique Association. Person who selected Person C, Sha Yongkong, Wu Zhiguo. He frowned and said angrily, "I really underestimated this Bai Wu guy before." He kicked the table over, papers flying everywhere, and shouted, "That Bai guy must die!" Bai Wu stood in front of the bar. "Bai Wu, this is Bai Wu." The voice on the phone said, "Luckily, you discovered the abnormality of the bank early. Otherwise, the counterfeit group would have used its huge capital to make a move at the auction. The consequences would have been unimaginable."
Wu family member snatched the phone and said, "That's right. Luckily, Bai Wu was sharp this time and joined forces with us to wipe out this damn underground private bank. Well done." Bai Wu scratched his head.
"It was just luck. Wu family member replied. Hey, we know what you're capable of, alright? If it weren't for you stopping Suzy from screwing things up even worse, preventing this whole mess, the Wu family would have taken a serious hit. Bai Wu worriedly asks, I wonder about Miss Ru Yu. Old man Wu sighed. Ru Yu refuses to divorce that brat. She even gave up her inheritance from the Wu family. Whatever. Let her follow the path she chose. Let's not talk about this anymore. But Bai Wu, I have some old friends coming back to the country in a few days. Come meet them. Bai Wu thought, doesn't this sound like the Antique Association buddies? Old man Wu is trying to expand my network.
Probably thanking me for the bank thing, valuing me so much I should find a way to repay him, especially about the counterfeit gang. Old man Wu continued.
I'll let you know when, Bai Wu happily replied. If Old man Wu invites me, of course I'll be there. ASAP, haha, Bai Wu pondered. The bank is gone anyway. The blood feud between me and the counterfeit gang, based on their past tactics, they might want to kill me.
System warning, danger detected, calculating probability. AAA. Yang Kang snatched the phone back from Old man Wu. It's out. Forget about whatever month later news. There's a bigger matter at hand.
Sha Yongkang said. Bai Wu, that assessment to the Antique Association last time, said it was coming up, remember? Bai Wu thought for a moment and replied. So soon. The thing about selecting core members. Of course I remember. Sha Yongkang continued into the phone. We officially nominated you to participate in the core member selection. The documents have been submitted. Just waiting for the final assessment announcement. Heard that other members in the association nominated quite a few people too. Everyone is a renowned old-timer in the antique world. Bai Wu, we both know what you're capable of, but you're still young, bound to be looked down upon by those old farts in the assessment panel.
Bai Wu continued to ponder. If we're talking about networking tactics, I'm really not as good as those in the scene. Those two suspicious old saints in this assessment, if I can't use my strength to suppress the whole situation,
then I'm definitely losing. But when it comes to strength, if I have the system, there's nothing to fear, but the system's energy is consistently low, making me a bit worried. Moreover, the moles of the counterfeit gang keep getting exposed. They'll definitely make a move during the assessment.
If they can eliminate me, they can also become a member, killing two birds with one stone. Sha Yongkang continued. The nominees this time definitely have accomplices from the counterfeit gang. We can't tell who they are, but if you get chosen, you can stop them from infiltrating.
We absolutely cannot lose this assessment, Old man Wu said loudly. With Bai Wu here, what are you worried about, old geezer? Sha Yongkang replied. I'm talking business here. Bai Wu had a headache. These two old men trust me too much. My master persona is too solid. Bai Wu grabbed a bottle of water. He drank, as he thought, if it's a misfortune, you can't avoid it, so why not take this assessment as an opportunity to clean up the Antique Association? Maybe I can completely get rid of this big enemy. After all, the counterfeit gang wants to off me at any moment. The problem is, can I rely on the system's insufficient energy to find the mole? System displays. The counterfeit gang brings an 898% chance of danger. Leaving for a month will obtain 95% energy. Bai Wu was startled. Bai Wu, the system scared me. Ever since the energy's been low, why are my nerves so easily triggered? Suddenly a voice rang out in the phone. What do you mean, insufficient energy? Bai Wu panicked. Nothing. I said the phone doesn't have enough battery, Bai Wu thought. Leave, what the heck? You really want me to hide in the mountains to grind monsters and level up to replenish your energy? Danger. You think I don't know that? System notification. Recommending the host to leave this dangerous place. You can escape once, but not a million times. Running away doesn't solve the problem. Sooner or later, you'll have to face it. This time, you gotta stand your ground. Sha Yongkang chuckled. Nothing else then, I won't bother you with your exam preparations, Bai Wu called out. Wait up, old Sha. Bai Wu thought to himself. Catching the mole should still be discussed with the two old guys. The system is a problem for now. Not to mention, this definitely needs their cooperation and support.
Bai Wu said to Sha Yongkang, old Sha, about the exam and the association. I have some specific ideas I need to discuss with you two. In detail, I'm heading over. Now Bai Wu got into his car.
A man in a coat watched through a lens from afar. Bai Wu sped off. He looked down and smirked. Bai Wu was driving on the road. He stepped on the gas. The car sped up. Bai Wu overtook the car in front. Under the wheels, the car next to Bai Wu suddenly shook. The tanker lost control. Bai Wu looked over in shock. The tanker was about to crash into Bai Wu's car. Bai Wu panicked. Holy crap! Bai Wu quickly accelerated. Bai Wu tried to dodge. What the heck? The tanker crashed into Bai Wu's car. The airbags deployed. The tanker crashed into the guardrail. Bai Wu's car spun around. Bai Wu opened the door. Phew, I'm still freaked out. Oh man, almost lost my life there. The tanker driver also breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Wu picked up his phone and called. Yeah, there's been an accident on Baiwa Road. A cement mixer crashed into a private car, but Everyone's okay. He looked at the driver and thought, was that really just an accident? If I wasn't lucky, I would have been toast.
The driver looked at him fearfully. Bai Wu felt something was off. Something's not right. He recalled the system's notification about the fake group, bringing an 898% danger level. The system had warned me of danger before. Could this driver have been sent by them, intentionally creating an accident to harm me?
A police officer arrived at the scene. We've checked the traffic cameras. It's not your fault. The cement mixer driver was tired. You can leave after the insurance company confirms. Bai Wu looked at the driver suspiciously. This driver looks pretty honest. Doesn't seem like it, Bai Wu said to the cop. That's good then. The insurance company people will handle the aftermath here with you. I'll head out first, Bai Wu pondered. If it's not the driver, could someone have tampered with the car? Bai Wu looked over at the side of the road. He was scared. Shoot! In the crowd. Could it be? Bai Wu crossed the road. He thought of a plan. I need to hurry, geez. Gotta get out of this mess. Bai Wu stepped into an alley. He moved forward when suddenly a foreign object fell right in front of him. Bai Wu got angry. Damn it. Throwing stuff from up high. Bai Wu panicked. Wait, could this also be? From above, a woman apologized? The kids weren't careful. Suddenly, a motorbike zoomed by. Bai Wu was shocked. He dodged. He thought to himself, what the hell? A combo attack. Get out of the way, the motorcyclist yelled. Motherfucker, not looking where you're going, trying to kill someone. Bai Wu ran in front of a center, looking left and right. Bai Wu sighed in relief. With so many people around, it should be safe, right? Am I being too paranoid? If this was all arranged to deal with me, it'd be a bit much. Bai Wu continued to think. But I'm used to so many unexpected coincidences. Whatever. Better safe than sorry. Gotta hurry to Master's place. After all, safety is guaranteed there. What's the safest way to get there? Bai Wu recalled the scene of a man holding a gun and thought, there are too many people on the streets. Too many places to strike. Impossible to guard against them all. But leaving the crowd, I might just get killed in an alley. After all, those counterfeit syndicate guys can even get their hands on illegal guns. He looked at the directory. I remember there's a subway under this shopping district. Guns and props won't pass the security check. Bai Wu walked to the elevator, and he went down. Suddenly, the woman behind him pushed him down. He panicked. He thought in his head, son of a bitch. An assassination attempt. He grabbed her shoulder, and she fell to the ground. Whoa. Bai Wu was frightened. Scared the crap out of me. Seems like this time it really was an accident. He apologized. Sorry, I used too much strength, the old lady replied. It's okay. I'm the one who should be apologizing. I tripped just now. Luckily you reacted quickly, otherwise we would have both fallen down. System announcement. System received weak energy. Bai Wu wondered. Where did the energy come from? The old lady grabbed his hand. You scared me to death. I have to thank you properly. He was embarrassed. You're too kind. It was just a helping hand. He laughed. Besides, I was just saving myself. She pulled Bai Wu along. No way, I must thank you properly. Let me treat you to a meal, Bai Wu said. Really, there's no need. Suddenly, Bai Wu thought, it wouldn't hurt to have a meal. The restaurant has cameras. Maybe it's impossible to create an accident anyway. It's quite safe. She grabbed Bai Wu's hand and pulled him along. Bai Wu sighed inwardly. Real strength is what matters most. The man in the coat watched him from afar. He smirked. Hee. I've finally got my chance. The man in the coat took out a bottle of red liquid. At this moment, in the restaurant, a man sitting not far from Bai Wu's table observed him, thinking to himself, my poison kills invisibly. Just one bite. Just then, Bai Wu cut a piece of meat and brought it to his mouth, ready to enjoy it. This is it. Put it in your mouth. He. Guaranteed to die suddenly in 2 hours, and no one will be able to trace it. Suddenly, Bai Wu spat out the piece of meat he had just put in his mouth, surprising and confusing the other man. At this moment, the woman asked Bai Wu, what's wrong, buddy? Eat up, you look so hungry. Bai Wu just smiled and said nothing, thinking to himself, did the chef mess up the seasoning? Why does it taste so strongly of soda? The man sitting not far away thought to himself. He spat it out. Could there be a flaw? At this moment, Bai Wu wondered, steak with soda, that's really weird. Is the chef from India or something? Could it have been poison? The woman reached over and patted him on the back. Hey, did you choke? You're too impatient. At this moment, the system popped up. Seasoning error rate 100%, poisoning rate 0%. I'm not poisoned, but this steak has been seasoned wrong. Does the system mean the wrong seasoning was added? That's how I escaped. Bai Wu thought to himself. Then he looked around. Could the assassin be nearby? The system appeared. 100% assassin. Bai Wu pretended not to notice anything, turned away as if nothing had happened. The woman then asked Bai Wu, don't you like it? Order whatever you want. No need. This is delicious.
Bai Wu thought to himself with a bewildered expression. I might be facing an assassination attempt today. It seems like blending into the crowd isn't safe. I might accidentally get caught up in something.
The other man thought to himself. You're dead this time. At this moment, Bai Wu and the woman left. The man immediately followed him. As he followed Bai Wu, he observed the time and thought, this kid has ingested so much poison, and he's still okay. WTF. Wasn't it supposed to paralyze the heart and kill invisibly? At this moment in the assassin's room, a fellow assassin yawned. He picked up a bottle and said, who ripped the label off my bottle? A little rip, and you can't even recognize it. At this moment, that guy was still tailing Bai Wu. Bai Wu thought to himself, I've definitely been hustled by a shady merchant. As expected, relying on others is not as good as relying on yourself, Bai Wu secretly commented. This guy's stamina is too good. I've already circled the streets 3 times and still can't shake him off. Just then, he rushed forward with the intention of pushing Bai Wu into the street. Suddenly, Bai Wu crouched down, pretending to tie his shoelaces, and thought, failed with the poison. Now he wants to push me into the street to get run over. The assassin turned away and thought to himself, damn. The assassin recalled the instructions. Remember, absolutely don't make a big deal out of it. You have to make his death look accidental. Couldn't you just grab this weak bird and take him to a deserted place and kill him with one stab? Why do all this pointless stuff? Bai Wu quickly moved through many streets at this moment. Bai Wu tiredly said, I shook him off. Just then, a shout suddenly came. Help! Help me! Save me! Bai Wu thought in surprise. Oh God! Isn't that the assassin? Why did he fall into the water? I see. This guy is pretending to be drowning, trying to trick me into the water. This guy wants to pretend to fall into the water to trick me into saving him, then take the opportunity to drown me. Bai Wu turned his head and thought, I should take this opportunity to quickly escape. Just then, the assassin's legs suddenly cramped. At this moment, the assassin thought in a panic, oh God, I really have a cramp. He struggled and shouted, help, help, cramp, glug, glug, glug. Bai Wu looked at him with a surprised expression and thought, how does he really look like he's drowning? At this moment, the people present immediately shouted, help! Does anyone know how to swim? Save him, someone is drowning here. Bai Wu clenched his fist at this moment, sinking into thought. System, quickly see if he's really drowning or if he's tricking me. Am I really gonna watch him die without helping? The assassin struggled desperately at this moment, drinking water, glug, glug, then sank. Bai Wu ran away immediately at this moment. Bai Wu turned back at this moment, with a stick in his hand, shouting, get out of the way. Immediately, he jumped into the water and said loudly, grab on. Bai Wu didn't care whether he was an assassin or not at this moment. Saving someone is important anyway. Save him first, and then we'll talk. The people on the shore gathered and grabbed onto the bamboo pole, pulling with all their might. Everyone, lend a hand. They pulled the assassin up, turned to Bai Wu, and said with a smile, young man, you're so clever, so quick-witted at such a young age. Someone could have died if it weren't for you. You're so kind. At this moment, the system appeared. System received a faint energy. Bai Wu thought to himself, could it be that the system collects energy through? The system then appeared, really faking it 100%, really drowning 98%. Bai Wu thought, he really wanted to trick me into saving him and then harm me, but ended up getting cramps himself. Seems like he isn't very smart. His last poisoning attempt also failed. At this moment, the assassin stood up. The assassin turned and left, leaving Bai Wu standing there thinking, this assassin is so dumb, why is he in such a hurry to run away? Watch how I catch this guy alive. Bai Wu picked up his phone, called Wang Banzi, and said in a serious tone, Banzi, come to me immediately. I'll send you my location. Don't hang up, listen to my instructions. He glanced at the glass door next to him, and saw the assassin following him. He thought to himself, knew you wouldn't give up. Follow me all you want, I was afraid you'd run off. He turned around and walked towards the assassin. The assassin panicked. Oh no. He quickly grabbed a skewer, looked straight at the vendor's face, and asked, how much for this? The confused vendor instinctively grabbed the price tag and replied, $3.50 for one. At this moment, he walked behind the assassin, making him jump, holding his breath as he watched him walk by, sweat dripping down, anxious when he heard him say quietly on the phone, I suspect someone is trying to attack me. Drive here quickly and pick me up. The assassin breathed a sigh of relief and reassured himself. Phew, it seems he just sensed danger but didn't discover me. Good thing I was quick-witted. Then, he revealed a malicious expression, grabbing the dagger inside his pocket and thought, this kid is too cunning. A cold glint flashed in the assassin's eyes. He blurted out, I can't drag this on any longer. He suddenly ran after Bai Wu and shouted, you owe money and don't pay. Where are you running off to?
sending Huang running forward with all his might. He smirked triumphantly and thought to himself,
Pretending to be a debt collector like this won't expose my identity. Everyone around was frightened and scattered. Bai Wu ran frantically and turned straight into a nearby alley. At this moment, he was stunned to see that it was a dead end. Sweat covered his forehead as he slowly turned around and said to the assassin, Don't come any closer." He stood close to the wall to create distance and asked anxiously, "Good sir, when did I owe you money? I don't even know you." Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to reach into his pocket, took out the knife inside, and said provocatively, "Stop acting. Are you done acting? Well then, someone bought your life. Who told you to offend someone you shouldn't have offended?" He slowly pulled out the knife. Bai Wu quickly gestured to stop him and said in a panic, "Don't. How much did they pay you?" Dude's face went even paler. He yelled, "I'll pay double, no, triple." The assassin stopped, blurting out, "Triple?" He was a little tempted, thinking it'd be enough to live on for a few years. His eyes lit up. He thought, "This sucker. I could probably squeeze 5 times the amount out of it." Bai Wu was still freaking out, waving his hands and saying, "Triple's not enough. Fine, quadruple. Just promise to go easy." The assassin stroked his chin, secretly stoked. Called it. This kid took the bait, but he suddenly shuddered and exclaimed, "Nah, man," and thought to himself, "If I let him go, those other guys will definitely off me. They're even nastier than I am." He gripped the knife tighter, his brow furrowed, a dangerous glint in his eyes, thinking, "Gotta get this kid to transfer the cash first, then ice him. That's the perfect plan." Haha. Having decided, he lowered the knife and started negotiating. "8. Deal's a deal. Do as you said. Give me 500K, and I'll let you go. Get your phone and transfer the money now." Bai Wu, hearing this, slowly backed away from him, grinning. "But I don't have any money on my phone. Come home with me to get it. How's that sound?" He pointed at him and shouted, "Don't move." Behind him, Wang Banzi's figure suddenly appeared on the wall, holding a big sack, but the assassin didn't notice a thing, and angrily yelled, "You trying to play me? Who doesn't have money on their phone now? Hurry up." Bai Wu smirked in response. All right, right now is exactly the right time." Hearing this, Wang Banzi decisively jumped down, throwing the whole sack over him. The assassin, caught off guard, screamed, "Whoa, who's ambushing me? Do you want to die?" Ignoring the threats, Fatty Wang somehow produced a stick, hitting the assassin repeatedly, not forgetting to threaten him. "You want to get beat? Huh?" he cried out in pain. "Yo, ow." A few minutes later, Bai Wu, with a cigarette in his mouth, glanced at the chaotic scene before him. After beating the guy for a while, Banzi was drenched in sweat. He said, "This kind of idiot, so strong I'm exhausted." At this moment, the assassin was lying on the ground, completely tied up, his face swollen and deformed. Bai Wu stamped out his cigarette, then knelt down and said to the assassin, "Spill it. Did the counterfeit gang send you? Tell the truth, and I'll not only go easy on you, but even give you some money." But he stubbornly retorted, "Like hell, you sneaky attackers. Don't even dream about it. We're professionals. We never rat out our clients." Bai Wu chuckled. "Even thieves have principles now. As far as I know, they're offering $1 million to take my life, right? And they only gave you 100K. The assassin, hearing this, exclaimed in confusion, "$1 million? But Daoji's side has always been 100K, this time too." Then, he suddenly looked up at him and asked, "Wait, something's not right. How did you know I was given 100K? And where did you hear about the $1 million? You're not trying to trick me, are you?" Bai Wu stroked his chin, looking smug. "Yep, just as I guessed, it's the counterfeit gang." He pulled out his phone and called Shay Lao. "Bai Wu, why aren't you here yet? Look down." The assassin had been gagged with paper, only able to make hoo-hoo sounds. Wang Banzi stood next to him, kicking him a few times as a warning. "Behave yourself," Bai Wu said softly into the phone. "Ran into some trouble on the way." Sha Lao was startled and asked from the other end of the line, "What happened? I told you to get Hong Tai over there." His eyes turned a bit colder, and he replied casually, "No need, don't worry, I've taken care of everything." Looking down at the assassin lying on the ground in pain, he said, "It's too late today. How about I head over there tomorrow afternoon? What do you think, you two old guys?" The old man immediately replied, "It's good that you're okay. Then you go back first. We'll send someone to pick you up tomorrow. Be sure to stay safe." From a distance, he could see the police arriving, so he turned and patted Fatty Wang on the shoulder, saying, "I'll leave the rest to you." Pan Zi confidently replied, "Don't worry, leave it to me. You be careful." Thinking of the system, he thought to himself in frustration, "System, oh system, when are you going to recover?" The system only displayed a reminder notification. System received energy. It continuously announced, "Danger rate 857%, 913%, 896%,
Seeing this, he felt helpless and thought,
all this random crap keeps popping up in front of me, it's so annoying.
As time slowly turned to evening, Bai Wu wandered down the street and thought to himself, I'm so damn tired today. Luckily, I was startled but didn't encounter any danger. He stepped into the elevator. The elevator is currently going up to the 9th floor. Holding the key in one hand and his head in the other, he pondered, my head hurts so much. Although I'm temporarily safe, they'll definitely come looking for me at home later. Are these unexpected events really just coincidences? Then, he put the key in and opened the door to his house. Standing in front of the large, dark house, he thought, or is the fake-making gang deliberately trying to lull me into a false sense of security so they can strike a fatal blow when I'm off guard? I feel like it's not that simple.
Time rewinds to 2 days ago. The scarred-faced guy was smoking a cigarette while calling someone. He said, this kid is a bit strange. I underestimated him before. His expression became more serious. And he took out the cigarette and continued, this mission must be planned meticulously. Of course, it's best if we can succeed smoothly right now, but if we fail, we can also make him careless and take advantage of his relaxation to deliver the final killing blow. Capture him. The scarred-faced guy gritted his teeth and said, make sure he dies.
Back in reality, Bai Wu turned on the light as he thought, but this assassin is too dumb. Is he even a professional? Startled, he couldn't help but speculate. Could he just be a pawn, not the final trump card? The fake-making gang will definitely send people. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification that startled Bai Wu. Warning, warning, host's life is in danger. Bai Wu turned around in shock. From behind him, a man in black rushed forward with a knife. Bai Wu froze, thinking to himself, too late. The system continuously warned, host in danger, host in danger. Fortunately, as the man approached to stab, he managed to block the knife with his phone. Bai Wu quickly dodged, and the phone fell to the ground. Bai Wu glanced back in panic, wondering, blocked it? I blocked it. What's going on? The sharp blade in the assassin's hand seemed to gleam. He smirked, his eyes fierce. He thought, not bad, not bad. Saved by a phone, the assassin stomped on the phone, advancing toward Bai Wu. Bai Wu quickly fled, but was still slashed by the assassin jumping forward. The system announced, energy insufficient. Unable to continue providing protection, Bai Wu was sweating profusely, gritting his teeth as he looked at the bleeding wound on his arm, telling himself, damn, that was close. The assassin came charging again. Seeing Bai Wu dash towards the wooden table, he glanced at the assassin casually approaching. His hand grabbed the ashtray on the table. Bai Wu gritted his teeth and swung his arm, decisively throwing the ashtray at the assassin. However, the assassin easily caught the ashtray. He smirked. Bai Wu climbed over the table, crawled onto the sofa looking for something. He turned to look at him, holding a spray can in one hand and a lighter in the other, glaring as he asked, you wouldn't want to make a big scene, would you? The assassin didn't seem worried at all. He put the ashtray down on the wooden shelf behind him and slowly replied, yeah, you're right. The assassin grinned mockingly and said, if it really gets loud, I can still kill you in a flash and get away safely, trust me. As the assassin politely held his knife and grinned, while Bai Wu tensed up, ready to defend, the system popped up a series of notifications. Warning, energy insufficient, cannot continue defense. Host's mortality rate is skyrocketing. Find another solution. The system continued to notify. Host's mortality rate is skyrocketing. Recommend upgrading the system immediately. Seeing this, Bai Wu got annoyed and thought, what good is upgrading at this time, Zhu Fei? Boot me up an invincible defense cloak or infinite respawn ability. The assassin pointed to the side, reminding him, I advise you not to cause trouble. Hey, look over here. Bai Wu looked in the direction he was pointing. His eyes widened in horror. Seeing Wu Xiaoxiao passed out, her hands and feet tied tightly, sitting in a corner of the room, Bai Wu asked in his mind, Wu Xiaoxiao, why is she here? Bai Wu gasped in surprise, his face turned pale, panicking as he thought, I was just planning to use fire to limit his attacks, then take the opportunity to run out the door, but what about Zhao Zhao in this situation, even if I can't escape? Seeing his reaction, the assassin said smugly, it's okay if you want to resist, but you should think about your little girlfriend. She came looking for you this afternoon, you weren't home, so I helped her open the door. Bai Wu shouted angrily. What did you do to her? The assassin calmly smiled and said, don't worry, I wouldn't dare mess with the heiress of the Wu family. Being unconscious just keeps her from bothering. He continued, if the Wu family's heiress dies in your hands, I really don't dare to imagine what her grandpa might do, but it would save me some trouble. Bai Wu gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He glared at him, worriedly wondering, what to do? Is the only way left to merge with the system again? But what will it take from me?
Can upgrading really solve the danger at hand? The assassin glanced at Wu Xiaoxiao, slowly approached her, his voice full of sarcasm. I advise you not to yell, and don't wave around the flammable thing in your hand. Don't burn down the house without hurting me. You two can bury yourselves in a sea of fire. Bai Wu froze, silent. Taking advantage of this, the assassin quickly grabbed Wu Xiaoxiao. Bai Wu panicked when he saw the assassin put a knife to Wu Xiaoxiao's throat. The lighter in Bai Wu's hand burst into a small flame. He shouted in panic, "Stop! Don't touch her!" The assassin smiled triumphantly and said, "Figured it out. Then throw away the thing in your hand and obediently accept your fate." Bai Wu anxiously looked at Wu Xiaoxiao, who had a knife to her throat. The hand holding the spray can couldn't help but tremble. He made up his mind. It's come to this, I can only do it. He threw the spray can and lighter to the ground. Bai Wu pursed his lips, silent, and said to the system, "System, initiate Plan C recovery, please." System commencing immediately. Following Bai Wu's request, his body seemed naked amidst a surge of blue energy, accompanied by continuous notifications. Initiating Plan C recovery. Extracting hosts merging energy. Extracting energy 1%, 2%, 3%, Bai Wu said to the assassin. Take my life if you want, but I hope you'll spare Xiao Xiao. Don't worry, I've thought this through. A hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Just give me a few minutes. I want to say goodbye to her. Wu Xiaoxiao was knocked unconscious, unaware of anything. Seeing that the deed was about to be done, the assassin generously agreed, but still cautiously pointed the knife at him, commanding, "Fine, I'll allow it. Kneel down there, hands on your head." Bai Wu immediately complied. He put his hands on his head and knelt down, but in his mind he was pleading, System, you gotta hurry. I'm afraid I can't stall for much longer." The system coldly displayed 5 words. System is recovering. Meanwhile, Bai Wu was giving the performance of a lifetime. Looking at Wu Xiaoxiao, he softly said, "Remember the first time we met? The stone bench in the park? You suddenly appeared and bumped into me." Bai Wu recalled the memory of that time. The two of them even unconsciously embraced. Their eyes met. Wu Xiaoxiao's face flushed red. He slowly continued. Bai Wu's face turned pale, thinking to himself, all for the final victory. Gotta endure for now. Bai Wu rattled on, causing the assassin to clutch his head helplessly. He snapped irritably, "Stop blabbing, I can't wait any longer." Seeing this, Bai Wu secretly called out, "System, how much longer? This bastard's losing his patience. System, respond quickly. Almost complete. Please wait. To buy a little more time." Bai Wu immediately looked up, tears welling in his eyes, pleading, "Give me a little more time. It's been so hard for us to be together." At first, Wu the old master looked down on me for being poor, opposed us being together. I worked my butt off to finally earn some recognition. Our good days have only just begun. Bai Wu was sweating profusely, thinking, am I channeling my inner son-in-law, forcing myself to spout nonsense? Then, he didn't forget to urge, "System, hurry!" The assassin lost all patience. He raised his foot, angrily yelling, "Heaven! Who cares how you became a son-in-law?" The assassin kicked Bai Wu, causing him to fall to the ground. He raised the knife, continuing, "Continue your love story in the next life." Bai Wu hurriedly grabbed the assassin's wrist, gritting his teeth and doing his best to stop him. The assassin gave a cruel smile, saying, "Don't struggle, it's no use." Bai Wu was still trying his best to stop the assassin, but the tip of the knife was still getting closer to his face. Now the tip of the knife was only a short distance from his pupil. His eyes were bloodshot. Just then, the system returned with a notification. System restored. Upgrading. System activated. Enhancing host. Bai Wu's entire body stiffened. His eyes widened. His black pupils had turned a jade green. A stream of blue electricity surrounded Bai Wu. His eyes emitted a burst of light. He glared at the assassin. Gripping the hand, holding the knife, he easily controlled the assassin. Quickly sitting up, he was sweating, painfully let go of the knife in his hand, and blurted out, "Why do I suddenly have such great power?" Immediately afterward, Bai Wu threw a punch at the assassin's face, causing him to cry out in alarm. "Oof!" His eyes were cold. He raised his knee and kicked him in the chest. The assassin was sent flying, crashing into the wall-mounted TV, shattering it. He screamed, "Ah!" Then, he fell to the ground, his soul scattering, groaning, "No! No way!" Bai Wu clenched his fist, panting heavily. He was sweating. Tiredly opened his mouth, and immediately fell to the floor, passed out. After who knows how long, the scene changed to a hospital. The machines were still running. Bai Wu, wearing an oxygen mask, slowly opened his eyes. Before him, Wu Xiaoxiao and Wang Banzi were overjoyed to see him awake. Wu Xiaoxiao even had tears in the corners of her eyes, she happily exclaimed. "Bai Wu, you're finally awake." Sha Yongkang and Grandpa Wu outside heard this. and immediately opened the door and entered. Sha Yongkang said happily,
"It's good that you're awake. You've been asleep for 3 days."
Grandpa Wu next to him smiled and added,
"The doctor said you were just overworked. It's nothing."
Bai Wu was surprised to hear this. He took off the oxygen mask and sat up at the same time, wondering to himself, "It's been 3 days. Is this the after effect of using the system's function?" Grandpa Wu laughed and said, "Kid, who would have thought you'd single-handedly take down the assassin? If it weren't for you, Xiao Xiao would have been in serious danger this time." Bai Wu looked embarrassed and replied,
"Xiao Xiao was also implicated by me, falling into danger. That assassin, Grandpa Wu, became serious when Bai Wu asked about it and recounted. That night, old Sha was worried about your safety, so I asked Hong Tai to go over and see, and when he got there, your place looked like a battlefield." Sha Yongkang frowned slightly and sighed. "I was too careless this time. They even hired a professional assassin. It can be seen that the destruction of the counterfeit bank was a huge blow to the group, forcing them to take such vicious action against us," Bai Wu said with a serious expression. "You two, we and the counterfeit group have reached a point of no return. They will definitely resort to more sinister methods in the future. If that's the case, let's end this quickly." Grandpa Wu looked at him silently, while Sha Yongkang stroked his beard and asked, "What's your idea?" Bai Wu did not hesitate for a second and immediately replied, "Well, this member assessment is extremely important. The counterfeit group will definitely try every means possible." He clenched his fist full of determination and offered his suggestion. "Why not take this opportunity to drag out all the inside agents in the association, and then take the initiative to attack, completely wiping out their organization? Although the difficulty and danger are very high, I want to give it a try." Bai Wu stared at them and asked, "What do you two think?" Grandpa Wu was overjoyed. His left hand hugged his right hand, which was clenched into a fist. He said, "That's great. I've wanted to do that for a long time, but there was no opportunity. I definitely agree." Sha Yongkang did not object either, but he still had to remind. "Of course, it's important to completely eliminate evil, but such a big action. I don't know what the other antique bosses think. As for destroying their organization, we can't rely on us alone. We still need to get help and support from many sides." Bai Wu scratched his head in confusion. He thanked the two of them for supporting his idea. "It is indeed a bit ambitious. You two should discuss it first, and I'll prepare." Sha Yongkang smiled kindly and said,
"You should rest well first. We'll discuss it in detail after you're discharged from the hospital." Then, they left together. Grandpa Wu was being pulled away by Sha Yongkang, but turned around and complained irritably, "Old Sha is always overthinking things, so timid and fearful. How can he accomplish anything?" Sha Yongkang had no choice but to appease him. "Let's talk about it when we get back."
Behind the two of them, Wang Banzi and Wu Xiaoxiao happily waved goodbye to Bai Wu. He waved back helplessly to see them off. After they left, he finally breathed a sigh of relief.
He frowned and thought to himself, this time was truly surviving a great disaster.
He recalled the images of the assassins. His face darkened, and he said in his heart,
"Just you wait. It's our turn this time." Then, Bai Wu sat cross-legged on the bed, hand propping up his head, and kept calling out, "System! Now that you've recovered, stop playing dead, come out here!"
Instantly, the system appeared brilliantly, causing him to shield his eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim,
"Oh man, that's way too extra." But when he saw the system's notification, forced increase of host's organ function and regulation of energy reserves, the system will affect the system's speed, Bai Wu's eyes widened in surprise. The system continued to announce,
"But the system version 20 has completed the upgrade." Bai Wu immediately clutched his head and groaned, "Why is this system even more laggy than before? It barely speaks." The system introduced further. System 20 also has the function of creature breathing. Bai Wu crossed his arms and glanced at it helplessly. He questioned, "You're an NPC. Are you really like this? Stop doing this stuff. What did you take from me to recover? And what's with the 3-day coma?" The system coldly replied,
"Host's voluntary behavior? The system is not responsible," he angrily thought. "It involves you, but you're not responsible." The system immediately replied, "Your luck is good. The timing of the recovery only extracted insignificant energy from the host. Relax, you won't die. Do you feel anything abnormal?" Bai Wu suddenly realized something, he thought in surprise. "It seems like nothing has really changed," the system smugly replied. "I told you." Then it continued, with a hint of criticism in its words, "Next topic. The situation at the time was critical. The strength difference between the two sides was too great. The data deduction showed no chance of winning, so the system chose to stimulate the host's nervous system, forcing energy input in a short period, achieving an explosion of power. Of course, the dual effects of the skill are timely and related to the host's body. Your body is just too weak," Bai Wu replied in confusion. "Consider you vicious," the system smugly replied.
"You're welcome." Bai Wu fell into contemplation. He placed his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful.
So that means muscle strengthening and the after effects.
He remembered when he punched the assassin in the face, thinking to himself, this is completely a hidden, instant kill technique. Bai Wu remembered when he began to turn the tide, pondering. Although the time is limited, it requires 3 days of sleep afterwards.
He also recalled when he kneed the assassin. He internally assessed. But at critical moments, it can definitely change the situation.
Bai Wu's face lit up. He exclaimed in his heart,
awesome. The system was smug. Once again it said, no need to thank me.
Then, Bai Wu curled his hands into fists. One hand held at his hip, one hand punched into the air. He happily thought,
it seems like I really need to train more in the future, physical strengthening. I believe I can last longer and punch 10 guys with one blow.
The system then replied, having dreams is a good thing.
But its next sentence was like pouring a bucket of cold water on Bai Wu. If you can't achieve it, the GM training card can still be transferred. Bai Wu went crazy and started tearing at his hair, yelling at it. Besides hating on me, what else can you do? At this moment, the system suddenly popped up a notification. System success rate 20. Your lifelong bestie has activated a humanized interactive interface for the host. Bai Wu was taken aback and asked, oh, how exactly? Tell me the details. The system then replied, it's that when you ask a question, it can help you analyze and provide backup options. You'll know once you use it. Bai Wu nodded and continued to ask. So what about the energy gained last time?
The system replied,
you can gain energy by changing the success rate of others. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Anyway, doing more good deeds is the way to go.
Bai Wu got annoyed hearing it talk in such a provoking way.
He pressed his hands tightly against the system window and said to it with calm compassion, not trying to adapt, will sooner or later be pissed to death by you?
He was stunned when the system screen suddenly shrunk, jumping out of his palm. The system appeared, smugly reminding, the host has wasted his own success rate just to restore the system. You'll have to rely on me from now on.
I advise you to be kind.
Bai Wu could do nothing about it,
so he clutched his head and replied, I thank you.
Which also means, I'm going to have bad luck.
He sighed, thinking, anyway, I've run into my fair share of bad luck on this journey, so I don't really care about a little more. A blessing in disguise may.
System recovery and upgrades bring a lot of benefits. The system jumps out and says, System 20 is at your service. Bai Wu thought about the people in the shadows behind that counterfeit group. He clenched his fists, determined. Counterfeit group, it's my turn to make a move.
Scarface was leaning against a table, talking on the phone. A few subordinates were on the floor holding their heads.
He said yes, failed again.
The other end of the line said, didn't you say you found a professional killer this time?
Scarface frowned, grimacing.
That's right. I know his abilities very well. He's never failed before. I don't know what happened this time. The silhouette of the person on the other end of the phone appeared. All right, stop what you're doing. You probably won't have a chance to act again until after the assessment.
Scarface frowned, looking annoyed. The other side continued.
The assessment is about to start. I've already finished the perfect plan.
The mysterious person turned around. He grinned evilly.
This time, I'll personally meet him. After the plan succeeds, he'll leave you to be torn apart here.
The phone on the table vibrated. Bai Wu sat with one leg crossed, picked up the phone, and said with a smile.
Standing next to him was, Hong Tai, have you learned from Elder Sha?
Sha Yongkang's voice came from the other end of the line.
Yes, it's me. In the name of the executive member of the HNH Antique Association, I officially inform you that your application for the alternate position has been accepted, and the election assessment will be held in 2 days, Bai Wu replied blankly. Okay, yes, he squinted, thinking, such a serious tone, what happened?
Elder Shang frowned, and said sternly,
specific detailed assessment rules will be sent to you later in the form of a text seal. Please prepare seriously.
The system popped up a warning. Rules have changed, not good for you. To prevent disclosure of secrets, all voting members have been quarantined.
Bai Wu then replied, yes, I will. Sha Yongkang also reminded, oh that's right, don't forget that you are recommended by me, and Elder Wu, don't lose face, good luck.
Bai Wu pursed his lips.
Rest assured.
After hanging up, Bai Wu rubbed his chin, thinking, just now, Elder Sha was probably making a public phone call on the spot, so his tone was serious. The last general encouragement probably meant the matter I asked for has been arranged, and the 2 big shots will be there. He smiled, and looked at Hong Tai.
The next thing depends on me, Hong Tai said with a serious face. Yeah, good luck, I believe in you. In the Antique Association conference room, 12 big shots were sitting around a long, round table.
Sha Yongkang put down the phone
and said, I have already informed Bai Wu. Does anyone have any objections? Vice President Li Defeng waved his hand and said with a smile, No, not at all, he added.
Elder Shang's actions are impeccable, very appropriate.
Elder Wu frowned and roared. Is everyone satisfied? If you're happy, let's go home. The president stood up, raising his hand to mediate. Okay, don't be so tense after the meeting. He happily pulled Qian Yuda and Elder Wu away, while the two were glaring at each other like they were about to fight.
It's rare that we're all here, and there's no one to manage us. Let's go for a drink, the president sighed.
Killing cattle and stewing lamb for fun, gatherings of 300 cups at a time? One of them laughed loudly. Ha ha, President, don't cheat today. Ridiculous. Why would this old man need to cheat? Last time it was because my wife was there. No one can pretend to be scared today.
An hour before the hall, Sun Taihei stroked his beard and said happily,
Oh, is this the young man that old Wu and old Cha recommended? Impressive for someone so young. Core member Jia Jiangguo chuckled. Indeed. So young. That old geezer back then was 4 years older when he joined the core team. Upon hearing this, everyone simultaneously looked at him in shock. Old Wu, enraged, shouted, Why are you bringing him up? Don't mention that useless guy's name. Qian Yudada chimed in. Ahem, you two. Even if you want to shove your own people in, you can't just push like that, right? He sneered. Leaving aside ability and talent. Has this kid even graduated from university? Old Wu, infuriated, yelled. Nonsense, Old Chan said sternly. You can rest assured on that front. He chuckled lightly. If the two of us have vouched for him, we'll definitely take responsibility. If Brother Qian is interested, you could have Bai Wu seek guidance from you. Li Defeng laughed, trying to smooth things over. We'll know if he's got the goods once he's tested. We should give young people more opportunities, Qian Yubeta said unhappily. Does a nobody like him even need testing? It's a waste of time and effort for nothing. Hearing this, Old Wu roared. Are you afraid of losing and being embarrassed? Fine, let the one you recommended compete with Bai Wu then. Isn't there another recommended person? Call them here directly. Let our subordinates take action. Qian Yuda crossed his arms and raised his chin, amused. Me testing him? HMPH. The person I recommended can already scare him shitless.
It's a well-known talent scout in the scene. If you want to compete, then so be it, and call that other recommended person here too, who recommended that person. The chairman turned and said softly,
that one's really not available. Let's discuss the vice chairman election first. Core member Jia Kai also spoke up. The chairman is right. Vice chairman elections used to almost always have 1 or 2 candidates. Our old tradition is passing by over half of the votes. Now that there are 3 candidates, shouldn't the rules for testing and voting be adjusted? Qian Yuda said with arrogance. With 3 candidates, in terms of appraisal ability, the one with the best performance will definitely win, but there's also the consideration of virtue and experience. What if the winner's virtue doesn't match the position? How would that look for us? Core member Zhao Jinggang also agreed.
That's right. Virtue and ability are equally important. Young people with ability are naturally a good thing, but we have to carefully consider this person.
Old Wu was so angry he was trembling, huffing and puffing. Li Defeng clapped his hands. Stop arguing. Everyone has a point. I have an idea. See if it works.
He sternly tapped his hands on the table.
Appraisal ability is mainly technique. Results are easy to say. Whatever the score is, that's the score. To examine virtue, we'll look at our votes. The final result should consider both of these aspects at the same time. What do you all think? Old Wu was so angry he jumped up, slamming the table and yelling, Aren't you guys deliberately bullying Bai Wu for being young? You say you're giving him a chance, but in the end, who's going to vote for him?
Qian Yuda laughed triumphantly. Whoever can make everyone admire them, of course they'll vote for that person. This method is very good. The final winner must have top-notch professional performance, and also get more than half the votes.
Old Wu pointed straight at Qian Yuda and scolded. Are you crazy? If we follow the rules you set, there's an 80 or 90% chance this election will be inconclusive? What are you plotting?
Old Wu rolled up his sleeves, ready to give him a beating. Scaring Qian Yuda, Li Defeng and several elders had to step in to stop them. Sun Taihei was still leisurely sipping his tea.
All right, let's go outside. Today, I definitely have to see what you're made of.
Several elders jumped in to hold Old Wu back, while that Qian Yuda ran away in fear. Calm down. Seeing Sun Taihei remaining so calm, Sha Yongkang thought to himself, this time the chairman also recommended someone. Could it be that he's no longer standing aside in inaction? He's always been observing from the sidelines these past few years. Why is he suddenly making a move this time?
Old Sha glanced, thinking, Old Qian's strong opposition to Bai Wu must mean he's on the other side. Could it be that the chairman doesn't see it? Several elders, some holding arms, some holding legs, others offering advice, couldn't take it anymore. Li Defeng yelled loudly, Stop making noise! He pointed directly and said, You guys have completely lost your decorum. What kind of status and age do you have? Do we still look like cultured people?
Sun Taihei softly uttered a word. Lia Defeng turned around and asked,
Chairman, we should still let you take the lead. I really can't handle this. At this moment, the chairman finally spoke. I think what old Qian said isn't without reason. Although it's a bit strict, the assessment of core member replacements is a big deal. We must prioritize quality over quantity. The two elders softly replied. Qian Yuda also agreed. The chairman is right.
Old man Wu was so angry he gritted his teeth, wanting to rush forward. But Xiao Lao grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back. Li Defeng said with a smile. The chairman is absolutely right. This replacement can't be taken lightly. Aren't you, Elder Xia and Elder Shang, going abroad for inspection next week?
He raised his hand and continued. With you not around, I'm afraid I can't handle it. What should we do? His face was cunning as he squinted his eyes and said, How about we convene a meeting beforehand? That way, all three of you will be present, and I can relax a bit. Besides, we'll have a full quorum, and the winner will definitely receive everyone's recognition then. What do you say? The chairman's expression was the same as Li Defeng's, and he replied, All right then, Old Man Wu said irritably.
With these conservative old geezers present, how can Bai Wu possibly win more than half the votes? In the hall at this moment, Liu Defeng was chatting happily with Sun Taihei.
Qian Yuda was whispering and snickering with He Jiangguo.
All of this was noticed by Sha Yongkang. It was indeed like that, but that was exactly what Bai Wu wanted.
In the Antique Association, people were bustling and walking back and forth.
Bai Wu confidently adjusted his collar. No matter how difficult the assessment is, it doesn't matter. What I really need to do is sweep away these demons here. Suddenly, behind Bai Wu,
Vice Chairman Li Defeng stepped out of the car. People standing on both sides of the road showed their admiration. Who are these two? It's Vice Chairman Hua.
The two guys among them exchanged glances, signaling to each other. People on the roadside greeted, Sir, hello Vice Chairman, don't push. The two passed each other, stuffing a crumpled piece of paper into the other's hand.
One of them jumped in and said, Is that the Vice Chairman? I heard he's a national level expert in ceramics. Where is he? Let me see. Bai Wu was dumbfounded, stunned. Vice Chairman. The system panel appeared above his head. Connection rate, 100%. Bai Wu put his hands in his pockets and walked into the room with a disdainful expression, thinking, I didn't expect the Vice Chairman to be the mole. I caught a big fish as soon as I walked in the door. A good start. He slowly walked into the room and saw a man turning around to look at him. Immediately after, the man approached him, cheerfully striking up a conversation. You must be that unprecedented young man I've heard so much about. Then he continued, I've long admired you. Long admired you. Seeing this, Bai Wu happily shook hands with him, saying politely, Nice to meet you. But in his heart, he had a different thought from his dark expression. This guy is probably the one recommended by the counterfeiting group? Is the other one still not here?
Suddenly, from the door, C.T. Lao Chung also walked in, cutting off their conversation with a loud laugh. Ha ha, sorry.
Then the old man stroked his white beard and continued, I've kept you both waiting.
Bai Wu was stunned when he saw the old man walk in, thinking, where did they invite this old immortal from? The mold is too similar.
At this moment, in another room, the old guys were observing every move of the three people on the TV screen.
Qian Yu turned to the person next to him and said, I didn't expect the chairman to invite these old guys. What's the point of the assessment? Hearing this, the person next to him replied, I heard that if he wasn't familiar with living in seclusion at the Yawa residence, the previous chairman might not have won that year.
Seeing the two people say that, two other people also chimed in. That's right, how old is he this year? I heard he's 2 years older than the chairman.
Seeing everyone say that, Sun Taihei turned around and smiled, raising his hand to object to the rumor.
Wrong, I'm 2 years older than him. Meanwhile, in a vast hall, the screen displayed the scene inside the room with the elders and the three candidates, Bai Wu, when suddenly an announcement boomed.
The 3 selection participants have arrived.
This assessment follows the principle of fairness and impartiality. The 3 selection participants.
Please enter the assessment hall to appraise the antiques in turn.
The judging panel will observe you via the screen and proceed with voting. The selection participant must receive the highest appraisal score, and simultaneously, more than half of the judging panel's votes will determine the final winner. Both criteria are indispensables. If the assessment scores are equal, the person who completes the appraisal in the shorter time wins. If a tie occurs in the voting, the chairman will have the final say. Hearing the announcement, the people in the hall hurriedly urged,
Hurry, it's about to start.
I'm definitely winning the appraisal assessment, but how many of these old foxes would vote for me? And with that brat messing things up, is this rule trying to screw me over? Immediately after, another announcement echoed. The competition begins. Following that, Bai Wu, Gailao, and the person who shook hands with him walked into a room displaying numerous antiques, and the three of them approached an ancient brazier together to observe. Seeing it, Gailao smiled and nodded in agreement. Bai Wu observed the ancient brazier and confidently thought, I'm already version 20. This is so not challenging. Then the three separated, examining other antiques in the room. Bai Wu put his hands in his pockets, leisurely observed the antiques around the room, but his feet headed towards the answer room opposite. The other two saw him look at an ancient vase and head towards the answer room, so they turned to look. Just as he opened the door to the answer room, the other two had already approached the ancient vase he had looked at and were carefully observing it. Seeing him directly enter the answer room, the other two turned back to look at him in alarm. At this moment, an extremely surprised voice came from the loudspeaker. So fast, Bai Wu thought to himself. I already can't hold back from going directly to the answer room. I'm already holding back as much as I can.
Over here, the elders in the room were no less surprised. Everyone was excitedly clamoring, unable to believe it, saying, Are you kidding me? Finished in just a few minutes. Hearing this, Qian Yuda was stunned and yelled, Young people these days are so impatient they don't know the immensity of heaven and earth.
On the screen was an image of Bai Wu entering the answer room. Seeing everyone so excited, Elder Wu frowned at them, reminding them, Shh, keep it down, the candidate still has to present.
Over here, after entering the room, he walked to the podium, looked directly at the camera in front of him, and calmly said, Hello esteemed judges, I am Bai Wu. The first item is likely a Xuande round-eared brazier from the Ming dynasty with gold content.
An image of the ancient brazier appeared, followed by his clear answer.
Originating from the first 3 years of the Ming dynasty, the so-called treasure color inside, shining like pearls, rippling waves outside.
Then Bai Wu spoke again, giving an appraisal. The current market reference price is approximately 17 million to 20 million. Bai Wu then continued to look at the camera, saying, Next antique. The second item is a forged cultural relic jade pendant, produced in approximately 10 years.
Modern master handcrafted, Yangzhou factory, a manufactured product. Not bad though. Then, Bai Wu casually raised his hand to introduce another item. The third item, a Tangzhen Guan tricolor equestrian statue. The entire product is very rare in the world for this subject matter and condition. The market price is over 30 million. Suggest donating it. On this side, after hearing Bai Wu speak, Xia Kaide clenched the paper in his hand, gritting his teeth and uttering, Unexpectedly, everything is correct. Opposite him, He Jiangguo stared at the paper in his hand, exclaiming, Hiss.
Hearing Bai Wu's words, Elder Wu smiled and praised. As expected of Bai Dashi. On the screen at this time, Bai Wu was still answering. The eighth item is from the Wuzhou period of Xian Yuda. Watching him confidently rattle off the antiques, Xian Yuda was terrified, and sweat covered his bald head. He grimaced and said, How is this possible? Then he thought to himself, Could this kid have also stolen the answers?
Faced with the grimaces of Lin Yudefeng and Xian Yuda, Sun Tai, he stroked his beard happily, praising, Bai Wu, this young man really has some skills.
But immediately after, he frowned, worriedly thinking, Not bad answers, but the speed is too fast. I can't help but think, this kid is a little weird.
Xia Jiankuyo looked delighted, giving a thumbs up towards the screen, praising, to be able to correctly identify all of these items at such a young age is rare. Seeing this, Zhao Jingang agreed, Isn't that right? Each time he accurately states the era, and furthermore, the reference price is also so accurate.
Truly a formidable youth. Xia Kaide next to him couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Not only that, but also his speed. What is the background of this young man? At this time, Li Defeng sat to the side, crossed his arms, nodded, and chuckled, saying, That's right. I'm enlightened today, but this is a bit too mystical. On the screen, Bai Wu smiled and said, This is my assessment of these antiques. As soon as he finished speaking, someone spoke up.
Please, Mr. Bai, go to the lounge and wait for the other contestants to complete the exam. Hearing this, Bai Wu thought to himself, Absolutely spot on, and so quickly. Is this the feeling of a top student dominating everyone else? Just as he was gloating, the system proudly announced, Sorry, not sorry. Who told me to have a system? That's right. Version 20 of the brand new skill. The top choice for solving humanity's headaches. Hearing the system's smug words made him sulk, thinking, I was just saying something nice. Why did the system immediately retort? The system immediately retorted, Isn't it true that the host didn't use his brain to answer the questions? Hearing this, Bai Wu turned black with anger and scolded the system as he walked. How can a robot like you be so good at trash talking? Seeing this, the system refused to be outdone and replied, A brain is a good thing. Too bad you don't have one. Just then, a voice came from the TV. Please, contestant number 2, Mr. Wu, begin answering. Hearing this, Bai Wu turned back to look at the TV, thinking, it's good to be able to watch this guy answer here. Immediately afterwards, the man surnamed Wu began to answer. This is a Qing Yongzheng imitation roux ware glaze. At this time, Bai Wu was already sitting on the sofa, propping his chin up and watching the TV intently, thinking, HMPH, he knows quite a bit. It's a pity that this Qing Yongzheng imitation song roux ware is not quite right. It's clearly that the tire color is influenced by the Yaozu kiln, not the glaze color. Why is he so off? Afterwards, he frowned uncomfortably, changed his posture, and thought, why does his recitation sound like a student reciting in class? Given his age and experience, it shouldn't be like this, right? Suddenly, the system announced 100% memorizing answers. Hearing this, Bai Wu was startled and panicked. Is cheating being exposed in broad daylight? He narrowed his eyes and resentfully thought, how can this be? The judges have already been isolated. They couldn't possibly have contact with the contestants. Immediately afterwards, the system replayed the scene of the man surnamed Wu having a piece of paper slipped into his hand by someone. Then the system sarcastically said, Host, not only do you have no brain, but your critical thinking is also very low. Hearing this, Bai Wu's eyes widened in surprise, realizing, so that's how it is. Afterwards, he clasped his hands together and seriously asked, System, is there any evidence left? The system immediately said, 100% of the evidence remains. He flushed it down the toilet before the exam. Hearing this, Bai Wu fell silent, biting his fingernails, and angrily thought, cheating bastards! It's not easy to catch them red-handed like this. Moreover, it's impossible to clarify whether it's related to the vice president. A man walked in, startling Bai Wu. He just smiled, squinted his eyes, and nodded as a greeting. The man sighed, not happy at all. He sat down, and Bai Wu mocked in his heart, it really takes a lot of effort and hard work to defeat me. It's just a pity that his memorization level is a bit lacking. He glanced over, thinking to himself, moreover, his emotional control is not good either. As for this last immortal, Bai Wu's smile made him extremely uneasy. He reassured himself, even if his answers are all the same as mine, I've already suppressed him in terms of speed, therefore there's no need to worry. There's a camera above the door. To find all the insiders, I must meet all the bigwigs of the judging panel. He glanced around thoughtfully. Originally, the plan that Shanlao and I discussed had already achieved initial success. At this time, he recalled the conversation between the two. These old foxes are definitely not happy with an unknown kid like me. The insiders will use this opportunity to make things difficult and target me. Then, Lao Shan and I will use a counter-strategy. No matter how they want to torture me, I have to argue with them, so that when they gain the upper hand as they wish, the situation where all members come forward will be completed. He smiled sinisterly. That's the most natural way, so they won't be suspicious. Returning to reality, he crossed his arms and continued to think, but the rules of the competition have changed. To prevent fraud and cheating, the contestants and judges won't meet each other throughout the entire process. How great is that? Damn it, I miscalculated. The clock kept turning. Time waits for no one. A broadcast announcement rang out, making Bai Wu glance at all the members. Assessment complete. The top spot for this assessment goes to contestant Bai Wu, with 10 correct answers in 16 minutes. That guy scowled, his face darkening. The broadcast continued. Contestant number 2, Mr. Wu, with 9 correct answers in 28 minutes. Number 3. Old Master Gay. 10 correct answers in 3 minutes. Old Master Gay closed his eyes, listening intently, while chatter buzzed around the big screen. Mr. Bai Wu. Hearing his name made Bai Wu snap back to reality. Jia Kade said through the TV, fawning, brother, your performance was truly outstanding. Though young, you're incredibly knowledgeable about antiques. Among these 10 antique items, some were real, some fake, and they originated from different eras and periods. Yet, Mr. Bai Wu could effortlessly write down their origins without a single mistake, truly rare. His face looked utterly fake. Perhaps Mr. Bai Wu has a profound understanding of history. Honestly, in my decades in the antique world, I've never encountered such a talented young person as Mr. Bai Wu. Bai Wu put on a humble expression. You flatter me, sir. It's just a bit of inherited family knowledge, he thought scornfully. You know how to butter me up, huh? This is clearly the praise first, kill later routine, he continued. However, how can one miss an opportunity to meet a master? I'm feeling a bit restless, so I'd like to humbly ask for some pointers from Mr. Bai Wu. Bai Wu replied without hesitation. You jest, sir. Please, go ahead. His heart burned with excitement.
I was just worried about having no way forward, and you truly are my benefactor, Xia. Kaide spoke continuously. In the exam there was an item, a Songru kiln porcelain, a Qing dynasty fake. We all know about Northern Songru kiln, and there's even a rumor about Northern Song imperial kiln. What are your thoughts, Mr. Bai Wu? Bai Wu's expression turned icy. A full historical explanation and debate. Is he trying to bully me for being young and uncultured? Or does he have another agenda? The system panel was showing a mixed bag.
Bai Wu sharply realized. Right, this assessment was rigged against me from the start, and now there's an insider muddling the waters to profit from it. He pondered, hand on his chin, looking for a solution. They might know that I can divine origins by pinching my fingers, so identifying real or fake items doesn't stump me. But historical and cultural debate relies on deep internal accumulation, and since I'm so young, I'm naturally weak in this area. Fluent replies aren't difficult. But the real challenge is what to do next. How can I make them confront me head on? The man chuckled. Mr. Bai Wu, you're so knowledgeable about antiques. Why so silent now? He turned, sneering. Surely, something this trivial is child's play for Mr. Bai Wu, isn't it? Both Li Defeng and Qian Yuda smirked maliciously. Xia Yongkang, Master Wu, Xia Kaide, and Chu Jinggang all watched closely. A representative spoke up. You can only state the correct answer, but you can't provide any reasoning for it. That's a bit strange. Bai Wu, as if offended, retorted, Are you saying I cheated? He cursed silently. A cheater like you is trying to accuse me of cheating. The man denied. I didn't say that. I just feel that given Mr. Bai Wu's academic background and age, the discernment shown in today's assessment might not be entirely accurate. His eyes darkened. What's your take? Old Master Gi stroked his beard, analyzing. Whether there's cheating or not, I don't know. I'm just curious if this young man's appraisal speed means he truly examined everything thoroughly. Cornered, Bai Wu instantly realized and chuckled faintly. Found a loophole, and now you're pursuing it to the end. Fine. Here's your loophole. What's your next move? His eyes were like a hunting snake. Then he put on a bewildered expression, with sweat pouring down his face. Northern Song Imperial Kiln. Is he taking the opportunity to nitpick? Still drawing a blank. Wasn't he responding so fluently just now? Bai Wu secretly chuckled. Come on, keep it going. I'll counter whatever you throw at me. Sure enough, it was all just an act. Sun Taihei stroked his beard, raising an eyebrow. Is he really stumped? I doubt. Seeing Bai Wu's expression on the screen, Qian Yuda became suspicious. This Bai Wu guy's behavior is too different from before. Immediately, Master Wu spoke up cautiously. What do you mean? Old Shan's face darkened. The Sa family has the authority to check all the association's documents. Bai Wu is your guy. What do you think I mean? Seeing the situation about to escalate into a fight, Lia Defeng quickly smoothed things over. How can you say that? I trust that Sa Lao wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. Wu Lao Jia stood up straight, pointing at Yunda and yelling, You blockhead? Immediately, Yongkang tried to stop him. Yongkang was just as tense, crossing his arms, breathing heavily. Fine, then check it. You have the authority, and you're not the only one. Cough cough. Bai Wu's cough came from the screen. Tai Xia gestured for everyone to pay attention, silencing them. Come on, what is this? At least listen to what the contestant has to say. He asked Bai Xiansheng. Do you have anything you want to say? Bai Wu then began to give a series of formal replies. Starting from the Tang dynasty, 1G for public works, 2G for workshops. In Song dynasty ceramics, official wear was passed down through Northern Song Bianliang and Southern Song Linyan. The imperial court designed kilns to produce porcelain. Cheng Ying smirked. According to Southern Song literary records, Fushuan miscellaneous records, around Bai Wu were announcement boards. The system, of course, only he could see. He just had to read what it said. It also says that Song official wear is Ru wear, so in a sense he is confident. Finishing his sentence, there was no official wear in Northern Song. This shocked Jia Cade like a bolt from the blue. Li Defeng and Qian Yuda were equally shocked. Well answered. Wu Laojia smiled brightly. So did Yongkang. Sun Taixia made a proud expression. Bai Wu seemed to be bathed in light, full of arrogance, the smirk of a victor. With System 20, did you think you could scare me? I have so many openings, didn't you want to meet me face to face? Bai Wu crossed his arms confidently. These are some of my thoughts on Northern Song official wear and Ru wear. Sorry for taking some time to organize my thoughts. Please forgive my clumsy explanation. In his heart, he smugly thought, come on, let's see how you respond. Across the TV screen, the old guys could only be silent after hearing those words. Wu Laojia then spoke up. What now? Where's the fierce tiger that was growling just now? Why aren't you talking anymore? Qian Yude also spoke. Consider him amazing. San Lao is generous, I apologize. And retract my words from before. Yongskang was still deep in thought. Too dangerous.
But Bai Wu is truly brilliant. Stalling for time on purpose, Jia Kaide lifted his glasses and said, Bai Xiansheng's answer was not bad, I've learned something. Li Dafeng then turned off the TV and said, the 3 contestants can rest for a while. He pressed the remote. Turning off the screen, Bai Wu was smug in his heart. Go negotiate, I can wait. He plopped down, leisurely sitting down. On the other side, Li Dafeng changed the subject and said, those were all misunderstandings just now. Let's talk business. Qian Yude also chimed in. That's right, he responded. Correct. But why did you stall for half a day, he affirmed. Moreover, his initial expression was very tense. I still feel very strange, Wu Laojia retorted angrily. What, are you not done yet? You think anyone you don't like is a thief? Sa Yongkang mused. Perhaps Bai Wu is improvising. In order to expose the inside story, I must cooperate with him. Then he spoke up. You can suspect, but bring out the evidence. Just saying it doesn't count. Li Dafeng saw that the situation wasn't good if it continued, so he cut in. Stop arguing. He turned to remind Sa Yongkang. Sa Lao, you are knowledgeable. Don't add fuel to the fire. Saying that, he stood up, actively changing the subject. There's a lot of debate about Bai Xiansheng right now. This ability is a little scary, so how about we test him one more time? If he passes smoothly, he'll definitely win. Of course, this is both a test and an opportunity to prove his strength, and to avoid tarnishing the reputation. After speaking, Li Dafeng sat down and turned to ask Sun Taihei. Chairman, what do you think? Sun Taihei just glanced over without saying anything. A second later, he stroked his beard and happily said, 2 skills to suppress the masses, inevitable. He's asking for everyone's opinion. This young man is a bit interesting. How about one last check? Shan Yongkang happily replied. We're all listening to you. Sun Taihei also smiled. Alright, true gold fears no fire. As for the extra exam question, Bai Wu was sitting and waiting anxiously for any news. Why hasn't anything happened yet? Could it be that I overdid it and stirred up a hornet's nest? The system replied, that's not the case, host. With such a poor performance, the odds show that they think everything is still under control. He wondered to himself, so, they still have a backup plan. He sighed and then laughed. How thoughtful. They're definitely going to push me into a dead end before they're satisfied. Back in the conference room, Li Dafeng spoke up. Since the chairman agrees, let's follow my suggestion. Each of us will prepare an item for Bai Wu to appraise, so the questions won't be leaked, and he can prove that he's got real talent. He clasped his hands together and said, cheating of course is out of the question. Does old Sha feel that's satisfactory? Sha Yongkang was silent, as if he was pondering something. And then he replied, alright, let's do it that way. However, he gave his own opinion. If everyone is giving questions together, then just call him in and have him answer face to face, so some people don't keep causing trouble. Qian Yukida beside him snorted, HMPH. The others nodded in agreement. Old Shai makes sense. Sha Yongkang stroked his beard, thinking, it's not a complete waste of my mission. Next, it's up to you, Bai Wu. At the exhibition of antiques, Bai Wu, Lao Gei, and another person walked into the place where Li Dafeng was waiting. Li Dafeng stood seriously, with his hands behind his back. This core member selection assessment is of utmost importance, so we unanimously decided to add an extra exam question. Young man, try your best. Let's see what you're capable of, Bai Wu replied. Got it. The corner of his mouth curved up. Of course. I'll be serious. Have you guys hidden your foxtails carefully? I'm going to attack. Li Dafeng frowned, glared at him, and answered regardless. Whether it was luck or something else just now, you're dead this time. At this moment, Bai Wu glanced over to check the goods before checking the person. The information of the antiques appeared before his eyes. Let me see what you guys are trying to use to make things difficult for me. Suddenly, he widened his eyes in surprise. This is. All the information of the antiques shows that they are 100% fake. He stroked his chin and thought, are these fake goods all from the same counterfeit gang? System panel shows 83,333%. Li Dafeng happily invited Bai Wu at this moment. Bai Xiansheng, you can start now. Bai Wu looked at the numbers on the system panel and thought, that means there's one item that isn't from the counterfeit gang. He glanced at the system while guessing. Besides the internal sticker, the big shots only brought out what they believed were genuine articles. Seeing that he was tired, the system consoled him. Bai Wu, you're working hard for your master. Repeating something so obvious again. His face darkened, his brows furrowed, his eyes shifted elsewhere. They were all oblivious. The elders all flashed fake smiles, looking down on Bai Wu in their hearts. You want to fight me, humph? Your cultivation is still far behind. Li Dafeng cracked open his eyes smugly, secretly sneering in his heart, as if he was confident in his every move, knowing you can divine with your fingers. Authentication might make things difficult for you, but as long as you point out that the items everyone authenticates as real are fake, adding suspicion that you already cheated. No matter how high your level is, no one will believe you. Li Defeng happily made a suggestion.
Since everyone has offered additional suggestions, why don't you all bring out your hidden treasures for examination? As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Taihei glanced at him, then stroked his beard, and said with a smile,
"That's right. Didn't Lao He brag about his newly acquired vase a few days ago?" Back to Bai Wu, he is now immersed in his own thoughts. Seeing Bai Wu thinking so deeply, Li Defeng couldn't help but feel smug. The trap has been set. If you don't answer well, not only will you offend the core members, but you won't have a chance to turn things around either. Bai Wu glanced at Li Defeng secretly, seeing through his thoughts. The vice chairman is probably thinking like that. He picked up the antique vase and examined it. Even if I can prove these are fakes, I'll lose face for these seniors. No support tickets, haha. Bai Wu glanced over, a smirk appearing on his face. The plan is indeed vicious. But this is exactly what I've been waiting for. Watch how I break your game. Suddenly he discovered that there were some real items among the fake ones.
50 real, 50 fake. The corner of his mouth raised, Bai Wu flashed an evil smile.
Got it. He fake coughed once. Cough, Bai Wu stated clearly. These 4 items are real. He listed each item, one by one.
Kangxi period Famille Rose Basin, Ye Wen glaze around the rim, Qing Dynasty Rouge powder box with a flowering branch on the lid, Yongle period solid gold Amitabha Buddha statue,
Song Dynasty bronze incense burner. Old man Wu smirked.
Xia Yongkang nodded and stroked his beard. Xia Cade raised his glasses and replied,
"Alright, first up, this antique. Set it aside." Qian Yu Da gritted his teeth, glaring at Bai Wu. HMPH, you'll be eating crow for sure on this one. Bai Wu then pointed to the other items. As for these 2, his expression darkened. These 2 are quite interesting, also half fakes. Li Defeng and Sun Taihei were completely surprised by what he said. Sun Taihei asked, "Oh, why do you say that?" Bai Wu picked up the ancient vase and said, "This vase is of the Yuware from the 5 dynasties period, with celadon glaze and carved floral designs. The base, lid, and handle are all correct, but..." He looked at the system's analysis panel and recited, "Only the body of the vase is incorrect. The system shows the analysis result. Counterfeit," he explained. "It's a modern fake attached to it."
The old master accompanying Bai Wu stood beside him, giving a thumbs up.
Bai Wu switched to picking up the Buddha statue. As for this Buddha statue in the ancestral hall, Qian Yu Da felt a pang of anxiety. He glanced with his sharp eyes. "No," Bai Wu analyzed clearly. "The accurate era should be Tang Dynasty mid-period, Yuan Dynasty early period, Ming Dynasty mid-period, all mixed with modern era."
Qian Yu Da couldn't believe his ears, his mouth agape. "How could that be?" Bai Wu continued.
"Everyone knows these antiques are precious legacies left to us by our predecessors, storing countless information about historical culture and society."
The system displayed the analysis results of each part of the Buddha statue.
Tang Dynasty mid-period, Qing Dynasty mid-period, Ming Dynasty mid-period, Yuan Dynasty early period.
He pointed to the statue and said, "To restore this missing information, it needs to be repaired. It indeed originated from the Tang Dynasty, but later underwent many repairs."
He stroked his chin and asked, "Old masters over there, its appearance here is because of you all sitting here. Someone participated in the repair of this item, right?"
He Tai Sun stroked his beard on the side, smiling with satisfaction. "Indeed, just as I guessed, this kid's skills aren't just about appraising." Li Defeng's face became quite ugly, seeing that the time had come. Bai Wu smirked.
"The time is ripe." He opened his arms wide, frankly saying, "As for the last 5 items, they are all fakes." He Jianguo was shocked and shouted, "Kid, you're saying these are fakes?" Bai Wu confirmed, "That's right, all of them." Li Defeng raised his hand to stop He Jianguo, then said, "Mr. Bai, don't be so quick to judge. You say these are all things that everyone treasures. If you say there are fakes, you must bring out concrete evidence," Bai Wu asked. "Evidence?"
Qian Yu Da angrily retorted, "That's right, concrete evidence. Otherwise, how will everyone be convinced?"
Bai Wu picked up the vase, glancing at him with his sharp eyes.
"All right, I'll provide the evidence right here."
He stood there, holding the vase for a long time. Li Defeng saw that Bai Wu didn't react. He smirked triumphantly in his heart. HMPH, the only evidence is inside the vase. Finding it without damaging it is impossible. Smashing Zhulong's head last time was because it was at home, far from Lao Tao being protected by him. This time he dares to act wildly. He frowned and glared at Bai Wu. HMPH. Even if I lent you some guts, you wouldn't dare. Bai Wu glanced at him. He suddenly dropped the vase, causing it to shatter. Everyone was astonished.
Qian Yu Da angrily shouted, Bai Wu, are you crazy? Lin Defeng was so shocked he couldn't speak. Oh heavens, he really smashed it. You little beast, you're too arrogant. He Jianguo, red with shame and anger, pointed a trembling finger at Bai Wu and yelled, You dare to smash my treasure, he roared.
Get someone in here, guards, guards, guards. Immediately, 2 guards burst through the door, throwing it wide open. Bai Wu was now in a precarious situation, not knowing what to do. Crap, I've run into a hustler who immediately calls for the guards. System, you're messing with me again. He glanced at the system.
The system reassured him.
Don't worry, I'm here for you.
Sun Tai-he, on the side, held a steaming cup of tea, leisurely watching the chaos unfold.
Oh, he really went for it. Things are getting wild.
Wu Laoye, who came with Bai Wu, rushed out to stop them. Hold on, who dares to act rashly? He Jianguo angrily pointed at the old man, rebuking, acting rashly. This kid, are you still defending him?
The guards grabbed Bai Wu's arms. Bai Wu shouted, Didn't you guys want proof? I'm 100% sure, he declared clearly, surprising everyone in the room again. If I'm wrong, I'll pay 10 times the price. Bai Wu was sweating profusely. The system has a whole package deal. I don't believe I can't control the situation.
Li Defeng gritted his teeth.
This is bad. Things are about to go wrong. He spoke up. Bai Wu is too impulsive. He continued to make things difficult for him.
He smashed the vase before saying a second word. Too disrespectful to us seniors. He Jianguo pointed directly at Bai Wu, scolding. That's right, young people should have martial ethics, Wu Laoye retorted. Pshaw, martial ethics, are you out of your mind? Xie Kai-dai chimed in. Young people should respect the old and love the young. Meanwhile, Sha Yong-kang was deep in thought. 80% chance it's a fake from the forgery syndicate, like the 9-dragon vase last time. He watched He Jianguo ranting at Bai Wu and speculated, I remember Lao. He brought out this vase, could he be a member of the forgery syndicate?
Bai Wu was sweating bullets as the guards tried to drag him out. I didn't expect the scene to spiral out of control like this. They didn't even give me a chance to explain.
Wu Laoye rushed forward, pulling him back and shoving the guards away, shouting,
Get lost, all of you! Wu Dao flared up. Old man, you dare to act rashly too.
Hearing this,
Wu Laoye couldn't hold back. Act rashly. If I wanted to act rashly, would you guys still be here yapping? He continued. Would it kill you to let him prove it? I already said I'd pay if he's wrong. A bunch of endless nagging. And you call yourselves seniors.
With that, Wu Laoye threw a thick stack of bills onto the table. Sun Tai. He smiled slightly, calmly. Young people are really bold, but since he's already smashed it, let's hear him out first. He calmly stalled for time.
If he's wrong, you can arrest him and hand him over to the police. Bai Wu was surprised to hear this. I didn't expect the chairman to help me at such a critical moment.
Li Defeng tried to object, but Tai He waved him off, refusing.
He frowned, his eyes darkening. This is really bad. The chairman's attitude is starting to lean towards Bai Wu.
Hearing this,
Bai Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Amidst the chaotic scene, he calmly explained, Everyone knows about the business of making fake antiques. The skill level of the forgery syndicate is clear to everyone. I really couldn't bear to see you seniors being played. I dared to point out the mistake, but I didn't expect to be treated like this. Bai Wu turned to Defeng and Lao He. This fake must have cost you quite a bit, right? He replied nervously. That's of course.
Then he pointed confidently. All right, today I'll let you all witness the verification of this treasure. Bai Wu sat down,
rummaging through the shards, making a swish, 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 swish sound. Bai Wu halted his hand, picking up the ceramic shard with the code Q paper embedded. Everyone, take a look. What's this? Defeng was startled, and the others behind him exclaimed, How can this be? Talent and virtue reversed, unbelievably sealed inside the ceramic. It was placed in there during the molding process.
He placed the broken piece on the table. Bai Wu crossed his arms, letting everyone analyze it.
The craftsmanship of this fake is exquisite, flawless in every aspect.
Those who possess such skill, I believe the elders here are even more aware than I am.
He felt smug, even smoother than smashing the jar last time. System, isn't that exactly how it is?
Sun Tai-he, sitting in a corner, continued to ask him. So how did Mr. Bai see through this secret? He turned back to respond. Perhaps this Grandmaster is fated to me. Anything he creates, I am fortunate enough to recognize immediately. The old man chuckled, nodding in satisfaction.
Wow! Impressive! Impressive! He stiffened his face.
The chairman doesn't seem easily fooled. Amidst the clamor, he gave an awkward smile. The interesting thing is, this Grandmaster is extremely arrogant, even having a quirky habit. Every one of his works contains 2 barcodes, Bai Wu suggested. These items too, just smash them open and we'll know right away. Feeling guilty, they hesitated. This? Jin Yuda crossed his arms in anger.
You're quite capable, young man. I advise you to restrain yourself a bit. Overly arrogant words can be harmful. Bai Wu chuckled, overflowing with arrogance. Thank you for your concern. If I'm wrong, I'll bear the consequences, of course. But you big shots, this is a rising talent in the industry. What if I'm actually right? He left everyone in the room speechless again. Wasting money and brand image were secondary. If this involved the manufacturing and sale of fakes, the trouble would be immense. Taihei smirked slyly. Bai Wu closed his eyes, pretending to ponder. Not a saint who doesn't make mistakes.
His gaze turned towards Yu Da, making the old man jump. What's most hateful is this merchant making fakes. Regardless of our position, we should expose them.
Li Dafeng didn't know what to say.
He thought it probably didn't come directly from the vice chairman's hand. That sly old fox was extremely cunning, making him feel uneasy.
It seemed Bai Wu was about to get pissed. But for sure, he probably can't get involved in the system panel. Current level of indirect participation, 83%.
Sun Taihei calmly stood up, surprising everyone.
These words unexpectedly came from a young man. We two old fools are truly ashamed.
He calmly stroked his beard. If you all have no objections to Bai Wu's assessment, let's not let this matter cause anxiety. Why should we?
Bai Wu thought. Is the chairman deliberately protecting me, or is he protecting the other party? Stay calm, observe, and adapt.
Taihei subtly diffused the tense situation.
I suggest everyone go back and carefully examine their own items first. If you can't see it clearly, quickly invite someone knowledgeable to take a look. Absolutely do not carelessly expose it, lest it attracts attention, and the nature of the fake spreading changes. Of course, Li Dafeng didn't take that to heart at all.
The old man forced a smile and rubbed his hands obsequiously,
smiling at him. Bai Wu, I have an item I definitely need your help to appraise. Lost in thought, Bai Wu really felt uneasy. Is that old fox even learning how to change faces now? Seriously, his mood was hitting rock bottom, Li Dafeng said with a warm smile. While my specialty is ceramics, everyone slips up sometimes when it comes to appraising.
Xie Jianguo, standing next to him and holding the barcode-covered ceramic shard, chimed in, flustered. Vice Chairman's right, this, even heroes stumble, and horses miss their step. Xie Kaidai stroked his chin thoughtfully, adding, with 5,000 years of history, there are countless treasures. No matter how skilled you are, your knowledge is limited. Zhao Jingwang chimed in.
Exactly. That's the principle, Bai Wu smirked inwardly. These old fogies are building a platform for themselves, conveniently clearing away any suspicion.
Li Dafeng gave a light cough.
At the same time, he reached out and placed his hand on Bai Wu's shoulder. Bai Wu glanced at him, and Li Dafeng immediately said, Luckily, the chairman reminded me. I've been feeling uneasy about an item of mine, so would you, Mr. Bai, do me a favor and take a look when you have some free time. Hearing him, Bai Wu just smiled silently.
Then he put on a bright smile, cupped his fist in a gesture, and replied, Of course, haha, Vice Chairman, you flatter me. If I have the chance, I'll definitely visit and ask for your guidance.
On the surface, he was polite, but his eyes suddenly turned ice cold as he cursed inwardly. Claiming to have cleared his name, and then conveniently adding fuel to the fire, Bai Wu glanced at the people behind him, speculating, Seems like these people are now certain that the Vice Chairman isn't involved in the fake goods they bought, but that they're just unlucky sods like them. At that moment, Li Dafeng suddenly called out, Everyone! Pointing to the watch on his wrist, he reminded them,
It's getting late, we should get back to studying. Then, turning to Bai Wu, he said,
Bai Wu, there's still one last item, and for you, it'll be a piece of cake.
Seeing this, Bai Wu smiled outwardly but thought disdainfully in his heart. Humph. Let's see what your final trick is, old fox. Then, he stepped forward to carefully examine the green vase on the table. As he stroked his chin thoughtfully, the system popped up a notification. Fake, 100%. He leaned down to look at the vase more closely, frowning as he asked the system,
where's the flaw? The system appeared as a box, scanning the entire vase. It was analyzing the vase for him. After it was done, it announced, The trace element composition is incorrect. Getting this result, Bai Wu recalled his earlier interactions with Li Dafeng. He propped up his chin, asking the system, Is this the fake that came from somewhere else? The system quickly replied, Correct. Moreover, it's 100% without the 2 barcodes. Hearing this, Bai Wu couldn't help but be surprised, his eyes widening. The system displayed a series of information, extremely high level of craftsmanship. The external features, inscriptions, and lines all matched the conditions of the real thing. Only the internal composition is abnormal. It's a pity. The human eye can't detect the flaws. The omnipotent system can only apologize. Bai Wu frowned worriedly. Crap. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. The system told him another piece of information, reminding him, Heads up. The item belongs to the chairman.
Bai Wu couldn't help but be stunned upon hearing that, not expecting it to belong to the chairman. Looking over at Sun Tai-hei, who was happily holding up a cup of tea to drink, he lamented inwardly. The chairman helped me out of a few situations and gave me opportunities before. If I smash it this time, I'll definitely offend him.
Seeing him like this, Lia Defeng suddenly approached him from behind, his voice sarcastic. Why the long face? Are you tired? Take your time. No need to rush. Examining it carefully is a good thing. Don't act impulsively like last time. Bai Wu glanced at Li Defeng's smile and the hand on his shoulder, frowning as he muttered. Thoughtful reminder. Humph. Tell it to the ghosts. He's deliberately provoking me. Smashed it equals digging my own grave. He closed his eyes and asked the system. Right? The components inside can definitely be checked by professional equipment, right? The system immediately replied, Of course, but your level of technology can't completely check without causing any loss. Hearing that, Bai Wu suddenly caught the main point. He repeated in his head, There's a loss, the guild leader's stuff. But persuading the guild leader to check it might not be completely impossible either. After all, it's just a loss, not destruction.
Bai Wu's face suddenly brightened, and he thought smugly, the truth is only one, so the inspection is also a trap. The assessment can't stump me, so they plan to fake the report.
He flashed a smile, stroking his chin, and sneered in his heart, Heh. This is what they use to try and stump someone like me. Then, he asked the system again, Are the examiners people from the vice guild leader? Or are they trying to rig the assessment report? The system answered immediately, People from the vice guild leader, 80% chance they'll change the assessment result. Even though there's an omnipotent system, if the host keeps relying on it like this, you'll degenerate. After saying that, it slapped Bai Wu on the cheek. He cried inwardly, Is it a crime to guess wrong without any basis? So what exactly is his scheme? But before he could finish, the system snapped back, reminding him, I've given you too much help already. You should think for yourself, you simpleton. Bai Wu's cheek was swollen red from the slap, and he thought angrily, It's not easy to meet the boss this time. He wants to test me. If I have to think for myself, then I'll think for myself. After that, Bai Wu crossed his arms and stared at the vase, seriously thinking, The item belongs to the guild leader. The flaw is the components inside. He glanced at Sun Tai. He continued to calculate. The guild leader probably just wants to test me, and doesn't intend to make things difficult. Maybe he won't take out a super fake G.I. He glanced at Sun Tai. He again, behind that bewildered expression. He's the guild leader. If I get it right, it'll be awkward for him. Is he going to say that I carelessly misjudged? Bai Wu imagined Sun Tai-he holding 2 clumps of long beard and sticking his tongue out at him, looking playful, and he cried inwardly, Are you messing with me? He's the guild leader. He frowned, his expression serious, his eyes not leaving the vase, and he couldn't help but hesitate in his heart. But if it's real, how do I explain it? The old fox's last trump card must be a vicious plan, and a very risky one. He only took it out because he was forced into a corner. He thought deeper. Now he's taking out the guild leader's item, so this item must be related to him. While he was lost in thought, Li Defeng stood behind him, looking extremely smug. Suddenly, Bai Wu seemed to understand the problem. Could he be playing the trick of passing off the fake as real on me? The system suddenly appeared with an adorable expression, with a hesitant attitude. That thing? At that moment, Bai Wu's expression became frightening, and he smirked. He calmly turned to look at Sun Tai-he and asked, The final treasure, if I'm not mistaken, it probably belongs to the guild leader, doesn't it? Li Defeng was very surprised to hear that, and Sun Tai-he was surprised, mixed with pleasure. He stroked his beard and said, Oh, in surprise. Li Defeng looked at Bai Wu in shock as he slowly approached Sun Tai. He leaned down and whispered in Sun Tai, His ear, guild leader, your treasure has been swapped out. Hearing that, Sun Tai, he was shocked. The hand stroking his beard also stopped, and he hesitated. This thing. Li Defeng felt unhappy in his heart when he saw Bai Wu whispering to Sun Tai-he, restless and uncomfortable. The old man yelled anxiously, Bai Wu, is there something that you can't say in front of everyone? But Sun Tai-he raised his hand to signal him not to interrupt. He had no choice but to watch Bai Wu still passionately whispering to Sun Tai-he while grinding his teeth in anger. Sun Tai. He suddenly glanced at Li Defeng, his eyes sharp and cold. Then, he turned around and waved his hand, saying, Bai Wu, follow me. In another room, on a uniquely shaped wooden shelf were many antiques with different shapes and patterns. Not far away, Bai Wu and Sun Tai. He sat on a sofa, with a pot of tea and 2 cups on the wooden table. Sun Tai. He calmly sipped the tea in his hand and scrutinized Bai Wu. Bai Wu also stared intently at him. He stroked his long, white beard and spoke first. Tell me your reasons. Bai Wu didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point.
Chairman, this late Tang Dynasty glazed vase from the Qing Dynasty of yours, if I'm not mistaken, it's probably related to the vice chairman, Sun Tai's chairman, Sun Taiha, swirled the tea in his hand, listening to him in silence. Then he stroked his beard again and directly admitted, "That's right, we both had our eyes on this item, and in the end, he let me have it." Hearing this, Bai Wu asked seriously, "Can you tell me the specific details?" "Of course. This is also to prove my judgment and analysis." Sun Taiha's small eyes glanced at him again as if probing, and then he spoke slowly. "The thing is," after recounting the situation to Bai Wu, he lowered his head slightly and picked up his teacup, concluding, "That's roughly it." Bai Wu clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Chairman, for your trust." Sun Taiha waved his hand and calmly asked, "Judging from what you're saying, the thing outside that shouldn't be mine has been switched out." He glanced at Bai Wu, his eyes deep. "Do you have any evidence?" At this moment, Bai Wu rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Suddenly he smiled and said, "Definitely. Today, he's thinking. This kid is too vague about appraisals and too weird." Then he playfully continued, "Now he's even solving cases. What ability does he actually have? Or is he just a con artist?" Sun Taiha also laughed, without denying it at all. "That's right, you guessed it very accurately. Tell me." After hearing this, Bai Wu clasped his hands and happily replied, "Bai Wu's appraisal skills will have a chance to explain in the near future. Let's talk about the treasure in front of us first." He began to explain seriously. "The vase on the outside is indeed a fake, but I can't provide direct evidence. So let's say, and it's not from the counterfeiting group, so there are no two barcodes inside." Thinking of the structure inside the fake vase, he said, "The only flaw is the internal composition, which can only be proven by machine test." At this point, Sun Taiha calmly asked, "Such a test will definitely cause damage. Are you afraid that I won't agree?" Bai Wu immediately denied it, his expression serious. "I'm afraid it will be switched in a way that no one would know." He thought of the smug faces of that group of people, and slowly said, "I believe your item is real, but the thing on the outside has been swapped for a fake. If I say it's fake, you definitely won't admit it. Even if you don't blame me, others won't let me off the hook." Sun Taiha listened and happily praised, "No way, you're so shrewd, kid." Bai Wu scratched his head embarrassedly, and he continued to offer a hypothetical argument to him. "If you agree to a machine test, then the item that is ultimately examined will definitely be your real item, and I will still have no way out. I believe that they also have the ability to do it." Sun Taiha, being an old fox, asked directly, "Are you talking about the vice chairman and his subordinates?" Bai Wu wasn't surprised, and he said, following his words from earlier, "The process of the two of you coincidentally meeting this item, is my analysis of that a coincidence?" At this moment, the image of Li Defeng with countless ceramic vases of different shapes, patterns, and colors appeared in Bai Wu's mind. He continued to say his speculation. "The vice chairman is a ceramics expert, so he definitely wouldn't easily let go of such a treasure. Even if he doesn't openly compete with you, he will secretly find someone to buy it back at a high price. Otherwise, he wouldn't be himself." Thinking of Li Defeng secretly swapping Sun Taiha's real ceramic vase for a fake one, he reached out to the wooden table and continued, "And that fake item, without any flaws on the outside, he probably got it beforehand. So giving you this real item was for a bigger scheme. And isn't it being used on me today?" Bai Wu tapped his finger on the table, continuing, "As for him, wanting to be a vice president, he could easily turn staff at all levels into his own people if he wanted to. But the only places he can't touch are the appraisal center and the laboratory. The vice president schemed behind the president's back to deal with me, but unexpectedly swapped the treasure without the president knowing." In Bai Wu's head, he pictured Li Defeng's smug, sinister smile alongside Qian Yumda and the scarred guy. He frowned and went on, "Clearly planned and plotted for a long time, the goal isn't simple. Could they already be on guard?" As he spoke, he thought anxiously, "This time there's no evidence, and the system is examining. Is it possible to directly expose the internal spy? But maybe the president can understand what I'm implying." At this moment, the system suddenly jumped out excitedly, throwing flowers. "Host, you've grown up. I'm so relieved." Bai Wu himself didn't expect it, exclaiming in surprise inwardly, "Holy crap, I actually analyzed it correctly." At this time, Sun Taihe sighed sadly. "It's also because I've been away from management these past few years." Seeing his expression, Bai Wu thought to himself, "This president is so profound. Good thing I didn't stand against him." Sun Taihe stroked his beard, glanced at Bai Wu, and asked for his opinion. "So how do we solve this now?" Bai Wu replied, "Solve the trap without touching or examining it. Directly find your real item. This matter will collapse on its own without a fight. If I'm not mistaken,
The real thing is somewhere in here.
Sun Taihei nodded in satisfaction, thinking, This kid is smart and sharp. Luckily his nature isn't bad. He suddenly stood up, surprising Bai Wu slightly.
He said with a smile, "Little Bai, stop beating around the bush, go catch the person." Hearing these words, Bai Wu flashed a smug smile. Bai Wu slowly said, "The real item is." At the same time, in another room, a man was clutching a box tightly. He looked around anxiously.
Suddenly the door opened, causing him to tremble. Then, elsewhere, Sun Taihei and Bai Wu confidently entered the room, carrying a ceramic vase. Xia Kaide turned around in surprise and asked, "Why is there another one exactly the same?" Zhao Jingwang also wondered in surprise, "What kind of scam is this?" Li Defeng looked at the vase in Bai Wu's hand and felt uneasy. This, could it be the one that was hidden?
Just then, Bai Wu gently placed the vase on the table. He said, "This is the final answer."
The Tang Dynasty Yao Qing glazed straight vase. This is the real deal.
As he spoke, he pointed towards the vase not far away. And that one, in front of the seniors, he declared loudly, is a fake. Thinking back to not long ago,
Bai Wu had called the guards to arrest the man holding the real vase.
When he opened the box and found that it was indeed that vase, he was extremely happy. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. Bai Wu thought to himself, "The evidence and witnesses are all here. Let me see what tricks you still have. It's just a pity that it's not the time to arrest you yet."
Sun Taihei stroked his beard and praised with satisfaction. A promising young man, it seems, distinguishing the real from the fake is no problem for him.
He, Jiang Guo, asked in surprise, "Was this matter of true and false prepared by the president?" Someone mumbled in awe, "This fake stuff is so confusing I really couldn't see through it." Another person praised, "Well done, kid, you fooled us all."
Sha Yongkang frowned, thinking, "I'm afraid it's not that simple. The president's antique must have a problem." But Bai Wu probably guessed it too. In contrast to him, Marshal Elder at the side shouted with joy, "Bai Wu is a badass."
Li Defeng forced a smile, giving him a thumbs up and praising, Right, amazing. But in his heart he was clearly freaking out, constantly asking himself, could it be that they found the real thing but still don't suspect me? Or do they have other intentions?
Bai Wu on this side thought solemnly, that tight-lipped secretary would rather die than say someone ordered him to do it. Biting his lip tightly, he just can't stand me, and that's why he came up with this trick. He remembered when he caught the man red-handed, Sun Taihei had told him, "Although the evidence and witnesses are all clear, I want to personally resolve this family matter after the examination is over. What do you think?" Bai Wu agreed. "I agree.
Everything went according to your will. That's why I'm talking to you privately."
At that moment, Bai Wu thought to himself, even if this whole thing was orchestrated by the vice president, he could just say he was testing me. There's no way to prove his connection to the counterfeit group, and it would also make the president and the association lose face, so I just have to go with the flow. With that thought, Bai Wu propped his chin up, looked at Sun Taihei, and asked, "Vice President Lai has held his position for many years. I'm taking a wild guess, but President, you must know how many of his accomplices are still in the association, right?" Sun Taihei placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling gently with a hint of a lecture in his tone. "Young man, it's good to be calm and keep the peace. What's yours won't run away."
Back in the present, Sun Taihei happily said to everyone, "Besides, the competition is over. How about it, everyone? Let's vote." Seeing the situation, everyone else simultaneously thought, the president is clearly supporting Bai Wu. He, Jiang Guo, wiping the sweat from his face, spoke up in support. "Of course I support him. A young talent like this should be entrusted with important responsibilities early on." Someone else chimed in agreement. Another person said, "I vote for Bai Wu." He breathed a sigh of relief. "Good thing this kid knows how to behave. He didn't smash my stuff this time. That was a close call." Li Defeng crossed his arms and secretly evaluated. "This kid's patience is pretty good. This is too much. This punk." He Jiang Guo stroked his chin, calculating to himself, "Looks like the president values this kid a lot. I need to suck up to him more from now on." Finally, Sun Taihei made the announcement. "Since that's the case, this competition ends here. I declare Bai Wu to be officially a core member." As if waiting for this, Master Wu immediately went over, put his arm around Bai Wu's shoulder and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I knew it. How could I have been wrong? We have to drink until we drop today." In his heart, he was secretly smug. HMPH. Now you guys see how awesome Master Bai is, don't you? Bai Wu, meanwhile, puffed out his chest and thought, it's just a core membership, no big deal. He Jian Guo suddenly ran over, grabbed Bai Wu's hand, and said in a fawning tone, "Mr. Bai, could you drop by my house later and take a look at a few things for me?" The others saw this, and also vied to get close to him. One person said, "Look at mine first. Are you free tomorrow? I'll come visit your house." Another, not wanting to lose, squeezed in. If you're going to look, you'll look at mine first. Ling Defeng stood to the side, looking at him with hatred in his eyes and secretly cursing, "Damn it, this kid is too crooked. I guess I failed this time. I need to plan ahead and be careful." Despite this, he still smiled and clapped his hands in congratulations. "Good, very good." Qian Yuda saw this and winked at the people behind him, and they all feigned a congratulatory tone. "Congrats, congrats." Bai Wu saw their attitudes and fell silent, glancing over, and then the system window popped up with the faces of the four of them, along with the notification, "Deceitfulness, 100%. The corner of Bai Wu's mouth curled up slightly as he thought proudly, "That's a clean sweep, not a single one gets away." Master Wu suddenly put his hand on his shoulder, startling him. He asked, "Bai Wu, what are you spacing out for? Let's go, we should go have a few drinks." Behind Bai Wu and Master Wu, Elder Gi smiled and grabbed Sun Taihei's arm, congratulating him. "Congratulations, you've got a treasure now. You won't need us old farts with shaky hands and blurry eyes anymore, will you?" Sun Taihei winked and said, "How could that be? I'll still need you to steer this association for a long time. Don't even dream of retiring early." Elder Gen, with his silver hair and missing a few teeth, could only sigh helplessly. Suddenly, Sun Taihei turned to Lin Defeng and said, "Vice President Li, come with me for a bit. There's something I want to discuss with you, Bai Wu. You stay here too." Li Defeng's face was worried as he replied, "All right, wait a minute. I'll go take care of something outside and come right back." Bai Wu and Sun Taihei exchanged a meaningful smile, and Sun Taihei said leisurely, "Okay, we'll wait for you." The two of them silently watched Li Defeng's retreating figure. Bai Wu smirked victoriously to himself. Hey, you'll definitely have to come back." Li Defeng turned and walked down the hallway, his face creased with worry, thinking, "I'm 80 to 90% exposed. No matter how much they know, making a run for it is the best strategy." Behind him, Bai Wu, looking at Sun Taihei and smiling, quickly asked, "President, did you intentionally beat the grass to startle the snake, because you have a deeper plan?" Hearing him ask this, Sun Taihei simply stroked his beard calmly and replied with a knowing smile, "What do you think? Why don't you try to guess?" Bai Wu froze, his expression changing as he thought, does the president want to reel in the net now, or is he planning to continue casting a wider net? Suddenly, the system chimed in, explaining, "Current catch rate, 325%. Suggest expanding the net to 467%. Bai Wu, seeing this, stroked his chin thoughtfully. Not a very high percentage. So, neither of them is what the chairman is looking for. Seeing Bai Wu's pensive face, Sun Taihei, standing beside him, reassured, "Relax, unique talents and abilities aren't rare, I won't expose you." After that, he turned his head to look at Sha Yongkang in the back, asking meaningfully, "Right, old man." Immediately after, Sha Yongkang smiled and nodded in agreement. Seeing that Sun Taihei had spoken like that, Bai Wu complimented, "Chairman, your knowledge is profound. My little tricks aren't worth mentioning." Sun Taihei, while opening a door into a room, said, "You're being too modest. If you had arrived earlier, the outcome today would have been different." Hearing the tone that he knew everything already, Bai Wu was surprised and asked, "Chairman, you suspected his identity early on, didn't you?" Sun Taihei didn't rush to answer his question, but pointed to the chair next to him and said, "Sit down and let's talk." After he sat down, Sun Taihei slowly crossed his arms and began to speak calmly. "There are some things in the association that aren't right, just like Lao. He's antique. I knew there was something fishy, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. No evidence, yet hidden right under our noses. This time, I took the opportunity to drag it out for everyone to see. Sure enough, young talent is something." Hearing this, Bai Wu sat there, propping his chin up with his hand, thinking to himself, "No wonder he believed my bullshit. Turns out he already suspected it, and even started preparing before the competition. This is borrowing a knife to kill someone. Truly, the older, the wiser." Immediately after, he looked up at Sun Taihei with a harmless face, and politely said, "I just used a slightly unconventional method to talk about the appraisal. It still didn't get past you two." Two people heard this. He is also very sharp. He said everyone is also very clear. Making counterfeit goods to an appraiser is the biggest crime. An appraiser may not have fame. As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes and seriously said, "But absolutely cannot be involved in fake goods. Absolutely can't say no, and yes." At this time, Sha Yongkang, sitting beside him, also looked gloomy and recounted, "The vice chairman colluding and making counterfeit goods is a huge blow to our association's reputation. Li Defeng has been in charge of all the big and small matters in the association in recent years, abusing his power for profit. There must be a lot of fake goods outside, too." Then, he smiled and turned to look at Sun Taihei, asking, "I wonder how you plan to deal with Lin Defeng. Are you going to secretly arrest him later?" Hearing him ask that, Sun Taihei just waved his hand lightly and said, "No rush, just keep an eye on him. We still need to gather more evidence." Immediately after, he picked up his phone, looked at it, and said triumphantly, "Just as well, let's see how he tries to escape. How many internal spies are left in our association?"
Seeing this, Bai Wu turned to look at Sun Taihei with a weary face. Regarding the matter of internal spies,
seeing that he seemed to doubt his abilities, Sun Taihei calmly stroked his beard and said, "I trust you. You should trust me too. Otherwise, I wouldn't have closed the door to discuss things with you, let alone accept a superpowered figure like you." And Xia Yongkang, sitting there, nodded in agreement.
At this time, Bai Wu suddenly made a guess. I guess, in addition to Vice Chairman Li, there are still 3 spies among the core members. Then Xia Yongkang added,
"Counting Old Sun from before, that's almost half of them. Vice Chairman Li Defeng's methods are really terrifying. Sooner or later, the association will become a counterfeit-making corporation."
Sun Taihei, after hearing them speak, closed his eyes, stroked his beard, and said softly, "As of today, he is no longer the vice chairman." Then, he looked towards Bai Wu and asked, "How about you replace him? We're all old, we can't manage anymore, so we'll let go and make way for the younger generation to continue." His words not only shocked Bai Wu, but Xia Yongkang, who was sitting there, was also no less surprised.
Nevertheless, in his heart, he was so happy that fireworks were exploding in his head. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Oh, I only took the core member exam, but I can win this grand prize." But immediately after, he imagined himself crying out in pain because he stretched his legs too far and broke his treasures. But if this step is too long, if he accidentally does the splits,
with his scary thoughts, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat all over his face. Ugh. But Xia Yongkang, sitting opposite him, also agreed and said,
"I think it's fine too." Hearing that, he could only cough twice to regain his composure. Cough, cough. Immediately after, he sat up straight and said,
"Collecting antiques and doing research are both traditional skills. My knowledge is limited, and I rely on petty tricks. How could I possibly promote them? Besides, my meager reputation isn't enough to convince everyone, and I'm still young, still want to learn and explore more. Chairman, I appreciate your sentiment, but I can only decline."
Hearing this, Sun Taihei stroked his beard leisurely and said with a smile, "What I value most is your virtue, your willingness to stand up, and your sensitivity to the times. But what you say is also true. Young people should broaden their horizons.
There's still a vast world waiting for you to roam."
Then, he walked over to Bai Wu, who was sitting, and placed his hand on his shoulder, continuing, "All right, let's put this matter aside for now, but you still have to accept this position as a core member." Hearing this, he thought worriedly,
"Was that a test of my character? Whatever, I spoke my honest thoughts." But then he looked at Sun Taihei seriously and said, "Of course, if you and the association ever need me in the future, Bai Wu will never refuse." Hearing his affirmative answer, Sun Taihei replied happily, "Good. In the future, if you encounter any difficult problems, just speak up. This old man's abilities aren't just for show, haha."
Bai Wu, no longer being polite, looked up and asked for his help.
"Right now, there's something I need to ask the chairman."
Hearing this, Sun Taihei exclaimed in surprise, and then he clenched his fist, determined to say what he needed. "I've crossed swords with the counterfeit syndicate multiple times, and now it's a matter of life and death. For both public and private reasons, I can't back down anymore."
Xia Yongkang, sitting next to him, also agreed. "That's right, they've sent assassins after us many times." Then, Bai Wu said with a dark face,
"And their people have already infiltrated the association. I have a plan, and I hope the chairman will fully support me. This time, we'll give that counterfeit syndicate a devastating blow."
Contrary to their serious mood, Sun Taihei, after hearing his tone, burst into laughter. "Haha, good kid, ambitious indeed. This old man will fully support you."
Suddenly, the door was flung open, and the figure of Old Man Wu, holding a bottle of wine and looking drunk, stumbled in, grumbling loudly. "Why do you guys always run away whenever I mention drinking?" Then he whined, "Li Defeng too. If you don't want to drink, just say so. Why disappear without a word?"
Hearing this, Xia Yongkang exclaimed in surprise. He bolted. Bai Wu and Sun Taihei, hearing this, were not only not worried, but also smiled cunningly.
Good riddance. At this moment, a man hiding in a corner outside saw the black car leave, and immediately called someone. He said, "Boss, Li Defeng has left the association." Inside the room, Sun Taihei sat on the long chair. Bai Wu and Xia Yongkang sat on either side, and Old Man Wu stood in the middle of the room, tilting his head back to drink. The 4 of them were discussing something together. Bai Wu's face was ice cold, frowning as he thought,
"He's got a guilty conscience. Being scared by me and the chairman like that, how could he not bolt? After all, the scene doesn't have any solid evidence."
But then the corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk, he thought.
"Moreover, if I point out that he's an inside man for the counterfeit syndicate now, Those old foxes will think the chairman wants to promote me to eliminate those who want to rebel. Even if I can prove it, it'll make a big deal out of it, which is the same as making enemies with the crowd." At this moment, Xia Yongkang's face was stern, while Old Man Wu exclaimed in surprise, "Li Defeng is a mole. I knew that two-faced bastard wasn't up to any good." And he burst into a rage, roaring. He ran away. "We should chase after him immediately." Contrary to him, Sun Taihei remained calm. "What's the rush?" Sun Taihei calmly stroked his beard, his eyes flickering slightly. "Looking like a seasoned old fox," he continued. "His escape is an admission that there's something wrong with him, isn't it? I'll explain it clearly to everyone later. We'll also see what everyone has to say about today's matter." Hearing him say this, Bai Wu pondered even more deeply. For the chairman, as long as he roots out all the moles, he can stabilize the internal situation of the association. Li Defeng's escape gives the chairman evidence to round up all his accomplices and hand them over to the police. But I can't let him run like that. Thinking this, he smiled and said, "The chairman is still the most thoughtful. If he really runs away now, then I." But before he could finish speaking, Sun Taihei went straight to the point. "You let him escape because you want to set a big net to catch big fish, right?" Bai Wu explained. "That's right. Him desperately running away is to report the news to the counterfeit syndicate. Not only that, but he's also running for his life to ask for help, so there's a high chance he'll risk running to their side." At this moment, 2 lines of information suddenly appeared on the system. Asking the counterfeit syndicate for help, 100%. Running to the counterfeit syndicate, 785%. Bai Wu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, 100%. Looks like I still need to spend some money to hire a bodyguard." At that moment, a black car was speeding along a crowded street. Li Defeng's voice echoed in the car, seemingly announcing news to someone. "That kid Bai Wu passed the assessment." The old man drove with one hand and listened to the phone with the other, frowning as he said, "We still underestimated him. This kid is too wicked." The person on the other end only asked one question. "Are you exposed?" Li Defeng immediately denied it. "Not yet. All traces have been erased, they can't get to me." The person on the other end angrily broke the burning cigarette in his hand and asked, "Where are you?" Li Defeng anxiously replied, "I'll hide first. Transfer 10 million to my account, and help me prepare a set of fake papers in case of emergency." The person on the other end of the line quickly replied, "Okay, tell me where you are." At the same time, Li Defeng's car sped off like an arrow. It turned out that the person Li Defeng had just called was Scarface. His eyes stared ahead, filled with murderous intent. Back on this side, Bai Wu held a teacup with both hands, waiting for Sun Taihei to fill it. His voice slowly rang out, "You want to catch both the person and the artifact," he exclaimed. "Not bad taste you got there." Bai Wu held the teacup tightly in his hand, his expression serious as he replied, "This matter is not only related to the association and me alone, but I'm afraid they will also endanger the entire antique world and the entire society, so I must act," Sun Taihei shouted. "Good." He reached out to Bai Wu while he was drinking tea and said, "Tell me your plan." Bai Wu slammed the empty teacup down on the table. Then he stood up, clenching his fists with surging momentum and said, "We'll split our forces into 2 groups. One group to check the invoices, and one group to catch the people." Sun Taihei was still a little hesitant. He asked again, "Are you sure you can find the problem on the invoices? And what about catching people?" Bai Wu looked at the system windows that were appearing, and affirmed firmly, "Of course." At this moment, outside the gate, 2 cars, one black and one white, sped away. Bai Wu was driving the white car. He slammed on the accelerator. His face was full of confidence, as he immediately called the system. "System, get to work. Where is the vice president running off to?" The system displayed a series of notifications. 100% eastbound, target, Hangzhou Airport, 735%. The road is congested. Based on calculations, the probability of successfully capturing the target is 93%. Bai Wu was pleased with this information and thought, HMPH, run. Even if you burrow into the ground, I can dig you up. On the street, Li Defeng's black car sped off like an arrow. The white car driven by Bai Wu was no less in speed. Suddenly, the system jumped out with continuous notifications. The probability of successfully capturing the target decreased to 892%, decreased to 755%, further decreased to 501%. Looking at the decreasing numbers, Bai Wu exclaimed in surprise, "What the heck? Shouldn't the success rate increase as we get closer?" But the system only replied with 3 words, "Analyzing." On this side, Li Defeng looked at the traffic jam in front of him, and he worried so much that he sweated. "I'm a bit stuck in traffic, about 10 minutes away." With that, he steered the car in another direction. Scarface on the other end of the line replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you." On Bai Wu's side,
His car sped like a rocket through a curve. The system window appeared again. Probability of capturing the target 2024. A series of cold notifications from the system hit Bai Wu's eyes.
Probability of target being in a traffic accident, 832%. Target mortality rate, 614%. pH. He swore in a panic.
Holy crap, no way this is happening. Right back to Lin Defeng. As his car approached an intersection, he said to Scarface, "I'm here." Little did he know, a truck was speeding out from the intersection. By the time Lin Defeng realized it, the truck was way too close. The truck crashed head-on into Lin Defeng's car, shattering the windows. He yelled in anger, "You?" By then, his car had been wrecked into a pile of scrap metal, with the wheels knocked off.
Fragments of the car fell to the ground, gasoline leaked out, and a flame began to spread.
Lin Defeng sat in the car, his face and body covered in wounds, muttering in resentment. "You, indeed," Scarface coldly said on the other end. "This is what you taught me." With that, he tossed the phone away. Lin Defeng's car was engulfed in flames, erupting in a huge explosion. System notification. Capture success rate, 0%. The target's life was not preserved. When Bai Wu arrived, he only saw the car and Lin Defeng inside, engulfed in flames, with thick smoke billowing up.
Powerless at the sight before him, Bai Wu gritted his teeth in anger and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I was too careless."
Bai Wu frowned, thinking, "The vice president kicked the bucket. Where did my plan go wrong?" Bai Wu looked at the system panel and said, "Are you messing with me again? Didn't you say there was a 100% capture rate when I first got in the car? If not, I wouldn't have deliberately scared him into running."
The accuracy of the rate is based on the amount of real-time information and will change at any time. This is basic knowledge. Host,
"Are you angry, sir?" He got pissed, looking at the system panel. The system isn't omnipotent, but it will gradually upgrade continuously and become the perfect version. Suddenly he thought of something. "Not omnipotent, huh? Then why did you act like you knew everything during the exam but didn't tell me?" He glanced at the system panel. "Seriously? You're even sending me a smiley face icon, so you're playing me again, huh? How can you say that? Helping you appraise. Still, okay, what's the problem?"
Of course, the host is also welcome to use more new functions and choose options.
He sighed and said, "Sigh. Gotta keep calm, gotta keep calm. Serves me right for believing it's BS." His phone rang. Someone was calling with news. The person on the other end said. He immediately asked, "What? Car accident? Yeah, I'll be there tonight. One step too late, hit by a big truck. Probably not going to make it." The system panel popped up. Perpetrator has escaped 100%. There is currently no way to obtain information on the perpetrator. No cameras, no fingerprints, no eyewitnesses, no data to collect. Successful pursuit rate, 2%. He made a call and said, "The truck is from the construction site nearby. It looks like a traffic accident, but I'm sure it's a hit job," Bai Wu said with a frown. "Chairman, we can do this now."
Sun Taihei was startled when he heard Bai Wu say,
"Ah, he's dead." Sun Taihei then said, "Then isn't that lead cut off? Why weren't you more careful?" Everyone was making a fuss, so the two old men, worried, thought.
Deputy Chairman Li got into a car accident while being chased by Bai Wu.
"But from what I heard, they haven't suspected us yet," someone called. Scarface said, "Boss, it's done. We're outside the city now." He smiled contentedly and said, "Hide well and wait for my orders. Oh, the money will be transferred soon, got it. But Lin Defeng's house seems to have been sealed off for investigation." "Do you need to run away, sir?" "Don't worry, I've already taken care of the important connections. The rest aren't much of a threat," he said seriously. "We have to watch out for that little punk Bai Wu, he's too cunning." The two old men burst into the room. He immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" The two old men said fearfully, "We're exposed. Everything's exposed. Lao Qian was caught by the chairman, and Deputy Chairman Li was chased to death in a car crash by that demon Bai Wu," he calmly said. "Is that so?" The two men looked panicked, sweating profusely, and said, "We haven't been suspected yet, but for safety, we're thinking of running away to avoid trouble." He glared at them. He pulled out a gun, pointed it at the two old men, and said, "Motherfucker, are you guys planning to betray me? I'll take care of you now." Seeing him point a gun at them, the two old men panicked and knelt down, saying, "No. We wouldn't dare betray you. We really haven't been discovered," the bald old man said in a panic. Deputy Chairman's exposure was all because he repeatedly targeted Bai Wu. "We didn't say anything during the assessment, did we?" In the evening, many police officers arrived at the scene of the accident. Bai Wu stepped out of the car and said, "Thinking that silencing Lin Defeng would solve everything. Dream on." Wang Banzi also stepped out of the car and said, "As expected of Wu Jia. So calculating, he even knew where their base was and could dig it up." Bai Wu laughed and said, "Yeah, it's because someone was leading the way." Wang Banzi, confused, asked, How did you know? Blackmail or bribery?
Bai Wu said.
That's all you can think of.
Bai Wu told Banzi.
Before the assessment, I had already planned everything. Expose the biggest mole, deliberately let him run, then scare the rest into running for their lives. And we just watch from afar. The police are ready to investigate too, Bai Wu said triumphantly. The original plan was to catch Li Dafeng to finish this great show, but who knew he'd be silenced? Still good, it's still within my control. The three of us will find the culprit together. Today, we'll settle all the debts.
Scarface still had a cigarette in his mouth, and he gripped his gun tightly. He angrily kicked a subordinate, sending him sprawling. He snapped, "You idiot!" The subordinate behind him trembled with fear.
Then he went to the door and shouted to his subordinates outside, "Someone!" At this moment,
the computer screen showed camera footage of the police surrounding his base with guns. Back with Bai Wu, he was calmly leaning against the car. Wu Hongtai was also standing solemnly. Only Wang Banzi was confused and worried. Pointing at the police force, he asked, "Wu Jia let a young woman lead the vanguard team, and we're just cowering here."
Bai Wu glanced at him and said, "So talkative, I already said. They're the mobile unit, just waiting to deal with unexpected situations." Wang Banzi's eyes widened and he asked, puzzled, "Isn't she your fiancée? Aren't you even a little worried?"
Seeing Bai Wu's bad complexion, Yu Hongtai stepped forward, put Wang Banzi in a headlock, dragged him away, and said, "Can you just shut up for a sec?"
Bai Wu propped his leg on the hood of the car, thinking to himself, "Are Zhao Zhao and the others really going to be all right?" He sat right on the hood of the car, hands clasped in front of him, looking pensive. The counterfeiting gang's people probably aren't pushovers either. Then he asked the system, calculate if Zhao Zhao will be in mortal danger in a bit. And will the counterfeiting gang be wiped out?" Meanwhile, Wang Banzi idly rested his chin in his hand, watching him. The system popped up, calculating. Not long after, it gave the notification, Zhao mortal danger, 994%, counterfeiting gang wiped out 80%. Right then, inside the base, the counterfeiting gang was panicking. They shouted, "Boss, they've already come in." They clamored. "Boss, what do we do?" A bald guy with a gun suggested, "Let's rush out." The scarred guy calmly held a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, tightly gripping his gun. "What's the fuss? We're just a reprocessing plant, not some gambling den or drug den. You guys take a bunch to keep them busy for a bit. Hold them off." He put his arm around a long-haired man and continued to give orders. "I'll take 2 people to destroy the important stuff. Don't leave any evidence." At this moment, the guy's face darkened. His eyes were terrifying. He continued, "Then call a few quick guys to scout out the situation out there. I suspect Bai Wu is here too, around here somewhere." So they started opening cabinets to find important files. Then, in a room, 2 subordinates, following the scarred guy's instructions, quickly took the pile of files out and burned them. Only then did the scarred guy start to feel worried. Could this really be the big one coming? Thinking about that, his hand holding the gun tightened even more and trembled slightly. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside, scattering the birds. The scarred guy was startled and turned to look back. The 2 weak and timid old guys were terrified. The old guy with the beard sweated profusely and asked loudly, "What's going on? Have they already surrounded us?" The remaining old guy in a vest clasped his hands on his head and pleaded, "Boss, I don't want to die. Save us." The scarred guy was annoyed by the 2 old guys. He turned around, his eyes blazing with anger, violently. "Fine." Finishing speaking, he stood up, grabbed the old guy in the vest by the collar, dragged him away, and said, "I'll lead you guys to escape this way." Bai Wu asked the system again, "What are the chances of catching their leader?" The system immediately replied, "Chance of catching the leader, 50%. Seeing that, Bai Wu couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to himself, "The success rate of wiping them out is so high, how come catching their leader is only 50%? His eyes darted back and forth, and the system reported, calculating the chance of catching the leader. Bai Wu sat on the hood of the car, waiting silently. Yu Hongtai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, while Wang Banzi boredly spun a wooden stick in his hand. Bai Wu was suddenly startled when he saw the system update to 40%. He was even more shocked when the number in his eyes dropped to 39%. Bai Wu hurriedly jumped down from the hood of the car. He shouted, "Something's wrong, he's planning to run." He rushed towards the counterfeiting gang's base. Yu Hongtai followed closely behind him, and Wang Banzi, while panicking, ran after him and asked, Who's planning to run?" But Bai Wu didn't have time to answer, his expression serious. He said to the system, "Oh system, help me find out which way he's planning to run." The system immediately displayed a map and the target to find. He thought, "I'm gonna get to the key location and control the overall situation. Let's see where you run." Bai Wu booked it, darting through an alley and hauling ass forward. Wang Banzi chased after him, but kept asking, "Yu Hongtai, Who the hell are we chasing so hard? Who's trying to run away?
The three of them ran to a section of road and saw the two old geezers supporting each other, trying to escape.
Wang Banzi pointed ahead and yelled, "Wu Jia! Those two old guys are trying to bolt,"
he shouted. Before charging towards the two old men without a second thought, Bai Wu frantically tried to stop him from behind. "Fatty, don't chase them!"
But it was too late. He helplessly watched Wang Banzi running ahead with the lantern, the car disappearing into the distance. Bai Wu sighed and facepalmed. Why don't you ever use your brain? What the heck are you going to accomplish, chasing them on foot?
He turned slightly to Yu Hongtai and said, "Lao Tai, stick close to me."
Then, the two of them ran forward, following the map's navigation. When they got near the end of the road, he saw the arrow pointing right turn. But just as Bai Wu turned the corner, a bald dude with a knife blocked his path, ready to stab him. Bai Wu's eyes widened in terror, and he thought, "I'm done for." Luckily, Yu Hongtai quickly rushed forward and kicked the knife out of the bald dude's hand, saving Bai Wu. Yu Hongtai spread his arms, shielding Bai Wu. He breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Hongtai's eyes became sharp and cold. Now, in front of them, a group of people were slowly approaching with knives. The guy with shoulder-length hair pointed a sharp knife at them, his face full of murderous intent as he said, "Bai, don't even dream of leaving here alive today." The scene shifted to somewhere outside the city. A man stood looking down at the rows of houses and sighed softly. What comes must come." Bai Wu stood behind Yu Hongtai, his face serious, and said, "The target is their boss. Help me hold these guys back." Hearing this, he anxiously asked, "Are you sure you'll be okay on your own?" Bai Wu placed his hand on his shoulder, smiling confidently. "Don't worry." Immediately after, Yu Hongtai kneeled on one knee, and Bai Wu jumped up at the same time, the two working together seamlessly. He stepped on Yu Hongtai's shoulder, using the momentum to leap onto the wall. Seeing this, the guy with shoulder-length hair shouted, "Run! In your dreams." Yu Hongtai was now fully focused, clenching his fists, ready to fight. He resolutely charged forward, striking everyone who rushed at him, ignoring their threats.
"You want to die!" another shouted. Bai Wu, standing on the wall looking down, couldn't help but worry.
Yu Hongtai punched the bald dude in the face and turned back, urging, "Bai Wu, go!"
Bai Wu gritted his teeth, unwilling to leave at this moment, but the situation forced him to leave.
He resolutely jumped down on the other side of the wall. Bai Wu quickly ran away, but feeling uneasy, he asked the system, "This operation, everyone will be safe, right?" System, relax, host. You should be worrying more about yourself. Bai Wu, but don't I have you? Bai Wu, I've got it all planned out. I'll go Super Saiyan and kick his ass. System, target approaching, displays area map. System, danger alert. Bai Wu was shocked. Bai Wu stopped abruptly at the system's danger warning.
Bai Wu quickly dodged a bullet that whizzed past him.
Bai Wu jumped behind some large wooden crates for cover, clutching his chest, panting, pale-faced, and thinking, "Holy crap, I almost didn't even get the chance to transform." A scarred-faced dude stood behind a car, one hand holding a gun, the other a half-smoked cigarette. Clearly, he was the one who just shot at Bai Wu. He grinned cruelly and said, "So it really is you, Bai Wu?" Scarface. "Too bad you didn't take the road to heaven. Since I can't send you off today, I'll change my last name." With that, Scarface walked out, firing wildly at the wooden crates where Bai Wu was hiding, while Bai Wu could only hug his head and take the beating. The area on Bai Wu's upper arm that was shot had already started bleeding. Bai Wu glanced back, gritting his teeth, thinking, "Shooting right away. What kind of villain are you? Where's the script? Looks like I ran into a mad dog." Bai Wu clutched the wound on his upper arm, suddenly grinning. "Fine, I'll deal with you," and clock out to go home. Then, Bai Wu's face hardened, his eyes became sharp, and a fierce killing intent radiated from him. Bai Wu. System, activate enhancement function. System, enhancement function loading. Just then, Scarface appeared next to Bai Wu.
Scarface pointed the gun at Bai Wu's head, grinning smugly. "Bai, time to die."
Then, Scarface pulled the trigger. Instantly, the system announced, "Nervous system successfully activated." As the bullet in the chamber was triggered, preparing to fly out, the system reported, "Next, calculating probabilities." And then, just as the bullet left the barrel, system, augmented mutation prediction function successfully loaded. In an instant, Bai Wu became a different person. His eyes flashed with a lightning-fast light, and he tilted his head to dodge the bullet's trajectory.
Scarface was terrified, retreating in shock, yelling, "What kind of hack is this?"
Of course, Scarface didn't give up so easily. "Scarface, I don't believe in this spooky stuff." But Bai Wu's senses were now much sharper than normal, so dodging the bullets was not too difficult. Bai Wu tilted his head to the right to dodge one bullet, then tilted to the left to dodge another bullet. While rushing towards Scarface, ignoring his constant firing, Bai Wu could easily gain the upper hand. Bai Wu grabbed the hand that was pulling the trigger in Scarface's shocked eyes. Then, he landed a solid punch on Scarface's chest, forcing him to spit out his cigarette. He followed up by twisting Scarface's wrist, making him drop his gun and scream in pain. Ugh! Next, he jabbed his elbow into Scarface's face, causing his eyes to roll back as he stumbled backward, caught off guard. Not stopping there, he continued with a punch to Scarface's right side, before following up with another punch to the chin that nearly knocked his teeth out. Finally, he raised his leg and kicked him square in the chest, sending Scarface's large frame flying. His entire body was sent crashing into the car behind him, the impact so strong that it dented the door and shattered the windows. Scarface struggled to get up, stammering, "No, it's impossible. You." But before he could finish, he collapsed. The system popped up, counting down 3, 2, 1. Then it announced, Diamond Body Deactivation. Bai Wu was completely drained, feeling like his soul was about to leave his body. In the end, he didn't even have the strength to stand anymore. He collapsed to the ground, but was still conscious enough to think, "At least I didn't pass out this time, but damn, that hurt." Bai Wu tried to stand, to get up, but couldn't. The system reappeared. Host's endurance experience has greatly increased. Congratulations. He struggled to lift his head, holding his phone. Seeing Scarface passed out in front of him, he thought to himself, "This guy is seriously tough. I almost got myself killed." Then, he quickly tapped on his phone screen, thinking, "I better call for backup, ASAP. If another one of his buddies shows up, I'm screwed." Just then, the system suddenly displayed a message. Capture rate of the ringleader. 32%. Bai Wu jumped up in shock, cursing. "The hell? It went down." Suddenly a man opened the door of a nearby house and stepped out, laughing loudly. Ha ha. His actions made Bai Wu startled, and turned to look. He was a little scared, and tentatively asked, "Who are you?" The man who had just arrived had completely white hair and beard, but his buzz cut seemed a little out of place with his long beard. He sighed softly, saying, "Sig, Karma's a bitch. I'm his second uncle, his family." Bai Wu's face darkened upon hearing this. He bit his teeth in panic, inwardly screaming, "I'm done for." Bai Wu struggled to push himself up, desperately pleading with the system, "Quick, think of a way to save me." The system popped up, reassuring, "Host, please calm down. Danger detected 0%. He immediately looked up, surprised. "Nani?" The system reassured him once more, "Host, please calm down. Danger detected 0%. But the old geezer ignored him, turned around, sat down, and rubbed Scarface's head, saying softly, "It's all my fault for hurting you." His breathing became more and more rapid, but he still tried to maintain his composure. His eyes looked like a beast, guarding against danger. The system said, "No danger for now." Which means he doesn't intend to attack, but he doesn't know how long his current state will last. "What kind of medicine is he selling in his gourd?" The geezer turned his head and calmly asked. "Are you Bai Wu?" He looked up and answered, "Yeah, that's me." He raised his eyebrows in question. "Are you the boss behind the Counterfeit Goods Syndicate?" the old man asked in surprise. "Counterfeit Goods Syndicate?" But then he lowered his head, sighing deeply. "You're not wrong. The divine craftsmanship inheritance has become a den of fakes for 100 years, and I am the source of the sin." Bai Wu's jaw dropped in shock. Shengong Lao turned around, stroking an ancient vase, and said softly, "That's right, not many people remember the name, divine craftsmanship, anymore. I am a descendant of this divine craftsmanship, a stubborn and useless old craftsman." Bai Wu immediately asked, "So all these fake antiques were made by you?" The old man turned his head back and said, "That's right. How else would you make fakes?" He frowned and replied, "If it weren't for the lack of a barcode, it could genuinely be considered the real deal in every aspect." The old man didn't turn to look at him behind him but said, "But a fake is still a fake." Bai Wu sat down, trembling, and said with difficulty, "Knowing it's fake, why still make it? There's no shortage of ways to make money. Why choose this path?" The old man slowly recounted. "This demon hammer divine craftsmanship has been passed down from generation to artisans. A vision of divine craftsmanship kneeling to receive the inheritance gradually appeared." The old man sat down and explained, "What we create is the inherited skill. The skill is the pure essence," he self-explained. "Originally, we thought that as long as we were firm in our hearts and always kept the limits, there wouldn't be any major problems," Bai Wu immediately retorted irritably. "But later, it still got out of control, didn't it?" The old man sat silently, melancholy, but his heart was unpredictable, and the nature of man is infinite greed. The old man sighed helplessly again. A disaster happened many years ago.
Shen Gong remembered the horrific fire in the past, when he carried the baby to escape,
causing the demon hammer to disappear from the world. I am the only one left in the divine craftsmanship lineage, the person who carried the lucky great-grandson to escape, away from the world to survive.
The old man looked up at the sky, his eyes as if he was about to cry.
Originally, I thought that letting this skill end with my generation would be the best protection for it. Who knew? Life is not as simple as I thought.
Remembering the two of them huddling under the eaves in the pouring rain. To make a living, I had to break the restrictions.
Recalling the scene of having to sell my precious items, while outside, street vendors kept shouting, "Hot buns here!" And his nephew tugged at his sleeve, begging, "Uncle, I want to eat buns." Customers kept urging, "Don't hesitate, sell it to me. Look how hungry that kid is." But one wrong step led to another, and there was no turning back.
When Scarhead grew up, who knew he would become a genuine spendthrift?
Pointing to the vase in the book, he asked with a sly smile, "Uncle, do you think these things meet your discerning eye?" He kept rambling, "I swear, after I finish this order and earn enough money, I'll go abroad with you to retire in peace." After hearing that story of the past, Bai Wu spoke, "I can sympathize with the earlier part, but what about the later part? When you went deeper and deeper, you could have stopped in time. With your ability, you could have become a legitimate antique collector and made money honestly." Shen Gong still replied gloomily, "Make money from antiques?"
Suddenly, his eyes became frighteningly serious. Relying on your sharp eyes and smooth talk, or picking up cheap stuff, or telling stories and buying low and selling high. Is this the way you righteous and honorable gentlemen make money in a bright and honest way? Suddenly, his eyes widened, so shocked that he couldn't say another word. He could only think to himself, "At first I got the system because I was making a living in the antique market for money, and the methods I used were indeed no different from what he said."
Then his eyelids drooped again, and his face gradually darkened. Fortunately, Fatty Wang is thick-skinned, otherwise, I and him would definitely have a life-and-death struggle with each other. Although antique collecting is indeed a cultural tradition of upright gentlemen, but when you think about it, it's not much different from me.
How much cleanliness can there be?
Finally, he slowly spoke. Although many things are controversial and unclear, making fakes to deceive and profit is clearly wrong and cannot be excused. As for this inherited skill, I believe there will be a better path for it. I advise you to turn yourself in.
Shu Feng stood up and slowly moved down the steps.
Little bro has extraordinary talent, so he needs to broaden his horizons and mind even more. Those with ability naturally have a responsibility to bear. Suddenly, the system popped up a notification. Captured the mastermind %. The old man shook his head and sighed, saying, "As for me." Then, he walked in another direction. "You reap what you sow." Bai Wu frantically reached out, wanting to grab him, his tone becoming more urgent. "What are you planning to do?" But then he wearily hugged his head, painfully clenching his teeth, his body barely able to hold on. Then his eyes gradually closed, before the figure gradually entered Shen Gong's furnace. The old man prepared to step inside the door. "Pure skill. Why is it so hard for people to accept? My existence is inherently a sin." His eyes were almost completely closed. His vision was also gradually blurring.
He tried to look closely again, but his strength was exhausted, unable to hold on any longer. Smoke billowed from the chimney, darkening the entire sky. Shen Gong stepped inside, and the flames burst forth.
Bai Wu fainted, but was still aware of the situation, panicking and thinking, "No, I fainted again. Where am I now? Did someone come along and dump me in the river?" He heard voices beside him. How is he? Still not awake? It's like this again. He slept for 3 whole days last time. His eyes fluttered open, and the first 2 people he saw were Wang Peng and Xia Xiao. Seeing that he had woken up, Xiao Xiao put her hands on her hips and looked at him as he slowly sat up, angrily questioning him. "Why don't you take any precautions? You just say you're going to faint, and then you faint. What if someone else found you, instead of us? You would be in danger for sure." Wang Pengzi made a sinister face and chimed in, "That's right, it's easy to get kidnapped by bad people."
Xia Xiao swiftly pinched Wang Peng's face with both hands,
causing him to scream for mercy and pain. "Aya, auntie, I was wrong." Bai Wu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at the sight. She didn't say anything, just pinched Lao Peng's stomach once. He saw her hand and worried, "You're injured."
Xia Xiao rubbed her hand, reassuring him. "Just a few splinters, don't worry. Their crimes, plus using a gun this time, are enough to keep them in prison for quite a while."
Wang Peng pouted beside him. "I'm also injured. Why don't you ask me?" Bai Wu rubbed his eyes and chuckled. "You have a lucky face. You'll definitely be fine." "What about Brother Ta?" Xiao Xiao also smiled and replied, He went back to report the news to the old guys. Then he glanced at Wang Pengzi, saying, "Fatty, go take a rest. I have something important to talk to Zhao Zhao about." He understood, and quickly obeyed, leaving. Only the two of them were left in the room.
Xiao Xiao's face flushed red, and she shyly asked,
"Brother, what do you want to say?" He coughed a few times and asked,
"Has everyone checked out the kiln area?" His words startled her.
"The kiln has been checked. It's all just broken pottery. Why are you suspiciously asking? Didn't you find anyone?"
She crossed her arms and looked at him with some confusion. "There's no one. How could there be anyone there?"
Bai Wu rubbed his chin, his eyes looking into the distance, explaining, "There was an old man, claiming to be Shen Gong. I seemed to see him go in there while I was fainting." Xiao Xiao confirmed with him again. "But we searched very carefully. There really wasn't any sign of anyone."
She came to his side and patted his shoulder reassuringly, surprising him. "Forget it. We'll search more carefully again. You should also go get a statement soon." He stood up and sighed, saying,
"That's right, a fatal blow. The counterfeit group has also been caught. The old man's life or death is probably no longer important." A flash of happiness appeared in his eyes, and he thought to himself, "Finally got rid of a burden, time to enjoy life." "What?" Zhao Zhao smiled extremely happily. "This operation was so successful. Your contribution is not small. These few times you have selflessly helped us solve a very big problem." Suddenly, her face flushed. She sighed and stammered, "I kept doubting you and making things difficult for you. I'm really sorry."
Xu Feng didn't blame her, just smiled and replied,
"Didn't you apologize last time? Why are you being so polite?" She lowered her head, staring at the ground. "No, I should still make it clear I'm afraid I won't have the chance anymore. I might have to go abroad for further studies." Bai Wu didn't understand what she meant, and replied with a smile, "That's a good thing, don't you want to go?" Zhao Zhao hesitated. "I don't know, I haven't thought about it yet." He continued to ask, "Is it because you can't bear to leave Grandpa?" But seeing her awkwardness, it didn't seem like that was all. The system displayed, "Can't bear to leave Grandpa 82%? If you have a dream, be brave and take a step forward. Otherwise you'll regret it later. Old Shaw's health is still good, and he's still very lucid. What are you worried about?" She immediately looked up at him and asked, "Do you think I should go?" She blushed, turned her head away shyly and said, "He only looks lucid. He's easily fooled a lot of the time."
These words made the corner of his mouth twitch uncontrollably, and he broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself,
"What kind of joke is this? You dare say your grandfather is like that? After that muddle-headed ghost sold the wrong antique from your house." She turned her head to look at him and smiled. "But with a great god like you taking care of him, I should be relieved." Bai Wu laughed gleefully. Right, Lao She and I have a good relationship. Just leave it to me." Xiao Xiao looked at him suspiciously. "The two of you have a good relationship." She felt that something was wrong, frowned and yelled, "Are you kidding me?" He hurriedly dodged her arm as she rushed over, denying, No. It's Cao Lao's goodwill towards me and our relationship, the two of us." "What kind of relationship is it?" she asked. "We're good brothers," he replied. Xiao Xiao happily put her arm around his shoulder. "I accept you. Take good care of our grandpa for me." He looked at how quickly her attitude changed, and couldn't help but be confused, thinking, what did this little girl eat today that made her personality so different? Xiao Xiao suddenly became silent, her eyes sad, not knowing what she was thinking. She turned around and left abruptly. "Go rest, I'm going back." Then came the sound of the door closing. Bai Wu stretched comfortably. Youth is wonderful, still having dreams to pursue. Then he suddenly realized, "That's right, I'm not old yet," he thought to himself. "The current me is no longer the noob I once was. Now I have the absolute ability to pursue my dreams." He focused his thoughts, and images from the past flashed through his mind one by one. After getting the system, I unknowingly entered the antique world. Today, his eyes were more serious than ever before. Looking back on the journey he had taken to get to this day, he continued his train of thought. "At first, I was empty-handed and didn't understand anything about this field. I just used tricks to fool Fatty a few times. Looking back now, it really was a bit too much. Using knowledge to trick those who don't know, it feels no better than making counterfeit goods. I really don't have a great love for antiques. Why should I wade through this murky water?" He recalled the image of Scarface, smugly thinking, "Besides, I'm still the only man with an all-powerful system." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel happy and determined. In a room, after Bai Wu told Sun Taihei everything, he said, "The situation last night was roughly like this." Sun Taihei picked up his teacup, smiling, and asked, "The mastermind behind the fake goods syndicate wasn't Scarface Dao, but a mysterious old man." Bai Wu immediately confirmed, "That's right,
And he even calls himself some kind of divine craft inheritor. His words surprised Sun Tai-hei. Turns out it was him.
Seeing his attitude, Bai Wu wondered, "You know him?" He stroked his beard and explained to him, "The divine craft and devil hammer unsurpassed craftsmanship has been passed down through generations.
We used to know each other, a brief acquaintance, but later, due to differing ideals, we stopped interacting."
After that, devil hammer disappeared without a trace, and divine craft also went into seclusion. I had long suspected. Could it be him? Unexpectedly, I guessed right. Perhaps this is fate.
Seeing him sigh heavily, Bai Wu looked at him in confusion.
He exhaled and said, "Oh well, consider it an end." He looked at him and said, "That's right. Now the fake goods syndicate has also been eliminated. The association has also been cleaned up. I'm also relieved."
Sun Tai-hei turned to him with interest and asked,
"Oh, sounds like you have some new plans."
Bai Wu scratched his head embarrassedly.
"It's nothing much. Just want to try my hand at something different."
Sun Tai-hei stroked his beard, looking at him and saying, "Broadening your horizons is a good thing, but the antique world losing you is a great loss."
Bai Wu stood up and replied with a smile, "With you, Mount Tai of the North, sitting here, what difference does it make whether I'm here or not?"
Sun Tai-hei looked at him and laughed.
"Stop teasing me. If you've thought it through, just take action. Remember, if you encounter a difficult problem, come to me for help."
He saw Bai Wu outside, shook his hand and said, "If the association has something going on, don't refuse." He happily agreed. "Of course, just call and I'll be there."
Outside, a room with wooden doors and many rectangular ceiling lights.
Bai Wu walked along the corridor with Wang Banzi, his hands in his pockets. He asked him, "Ah Wu, you're not playing antiques anymore." He glanced at him and replied, "It's not taking this as my main profession anymore. What's the point of picking up scraps every day? Besides, don't you think? How can you always find good stuff every day?"
Wang Banzi immediately retorted, "Of course it's meaningful."
He thumped his chest confidently and said loudly, "Finding good stuff, don't worry, I'll be your ore detector. You just have to be responsible for picking out the best stuff."
Bai Wu just glanced at him and sighed helplessly. When they got outside, while the two were opening the car doors, Wang Banzi was still saying, "Wu, if you find a new way to make money, don't forget about me." Bai Wu sat in the car, buckling his seatbelt and said, "TCH, you money grubber, I haven't even figured out what to do yet." Wang Banzi's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "Then invest in finance, play the stock market. With your talent, Wu, you will definitely become the new stock market king." After saying that, he immediately thought of the scene of himself sitting in the middle of a pile of money. On the surface, he smiled happily. "And I will become the stock market king's right-hand man. I will definitely also hi." Bai Wu turned to look at Wang Banzi, who was happily immersed in his dreams, and asked, "Stock market?" In his head, he secretly thought, "AI, how much can I earn in a year playing stocks?" The system immediately gave him the answer. "Investing in the stock market, 96%. You can earn 100 million. 744%. You can earn 300 million. 541%. You can earn 500 million. Seeing this, he said dejectedly, "Sorry, not interested," Wang Banzi asked in confusion. "Why?" Bai Wu propped his hand on the car door and explained, "First, thinking and calculating every day just to make money gives me a headache. It's tiring. I don't like it." Hearing these words, Wang Banzi angrily shouted, "My Wu, where are you going to get money falling from the sky while you sit around doing nothing?" Ignoring Wang Banzi, Bai Wu continued calmly, "Second, relying on my ability to play the stock market, I'm not sure I'll be able to do it. Even if I can, then it's also making money on other people's blood and sweat. It's sinful money." He propped his chin, looking at Wang Banzi. "In the beginning, I waded into the muddy water of the antique world for money. It was difficult to get out and escape the burden. But now you're encouraging me to play the stock market. Well, forget it." His face darkened, and he said, "But the most important point is..." He sighed helplessly. "I'm terrible at math." Wang Banzi facepalmed hard after hearing that. He didn't even care about his forehead swelling up, and asked, confused, "So what the hell are you planning to do?" Lots of people were passing by outside. Bai Wu started the car and replied, "What am I doing? I just want to make a lot of money in a legit, happy, and chill way." Just then, the phone rang. He glanced at Wang Banzi and said, "You pick it up. Maybe something good is looking for you." Wang Banzi glared at the phone, grumbling, "It's probably a spam call. Something's up with my number lately. If it's not ads, it's some scam. So annoying." Then he ignored the call, immediately getting back to the money-making topic with Bai Wu. "Wu Ge, can you stop messing with me? What's the plan? Just spit it out already." He calmly replied, "What's the rush? Aren't we talking about it?" He picked at his ear and continued, "Anyway, forget about stocks and stuff.
Wang Banzi immediately picked up his phone and started tapping away, answering. Alright, you're the boss. I'm just chillin'. At most, we'll find a spot with good feng shui.
Then he went online to search for some information. While he was looking, suddenly a phone number called. He quickly answered. Hello, who is this? A enthusiastic voice on the other end. Hello, sir. We are Fortune Longevity Villa. Wondering if you are interested in real estate investment?
Hearing that it was a marketing call, Wang Banzi immediately got angry and shouted into the phone, Get lost, go die.
Bai Wu looked at him, lost in thought.
Fatty has made some profit following me, but he's also taken a few hits. Even though it's mainly because he's greedy, it's a little unfair to impose my standards on him. After hanging up, Wang Banzi regained his composure. He turned to say, Wu Ji, I get that you want to be noble, but I'm not like that. I need money to live right now. How about you try divining and see what's the road to happy, chill riches for us?
Hearing that, Bai Wu continued to contemplate.
As long as you're breathing, there are all kinds of troubles and problems. Wanting to live better only brings more troubles.
Suddenly, he clenched his fist and shouted, Fatty, I got it! Startling Wang Banzi, who asked, Got what? The car carrying the two of them sped down the road, only hearing Bai Wu's loud laughter. Start a company, a consulting company to help others make money. Ha ha. On the bustling street, Wang Banzi unhappily turned and asked, Bai Wu, what are you driving at? Start a company to help others make money. Are you trying to politely ditch me? Bai Wu immediately soothed him. Hear me out.
He drove and raised 3 fingers, explaining with a smug look. Helping others make money is also for our own benefit. Basically, we help people solve difficult problems, choose the good and avoid the bad. If it's successful, we take a consulting fee. Wouldn't taking 30% of what they make be fair? Hearing this, Wang Banzi immediately changed his tune, excitedly shouting, 30% is more than fair. This is a business with zero investment and huge profits. With our connections, we can easily make 10 million a month just messing around. Wu Ji, good job.
As if suddenly remembering something, he scratched his head and looked at him, puzzled. Oh, that's not right, Wu Ji. Isn't that like what I just said about fortune telling? Bai Wu looked straight ahead, focused on driving, but still didn't forget to correct Wang Banzi's words. Bullshit. What fortune telling? It's a proper consulting company. Wang Banzi had no choice but to agree. Okay, whatever you say. Then what are we waiting for? Let's register the company now.
The car of the two of them drove through a street crowded with pedestrians.
Bai Wu's calm voice rang out in the car. What's the rush? First, we have to solve the problem of the workplace. Let's go look at office space. Later, the car of the two of them stopped in front of the CBD district, the large entrance of the tallest, bustling central building in the area. True to its name, the buildings here were very modern and eye-catching. Suddenly, through the car window, Bai Wu noticed Qing Qing walking out of the building, followed closely by a young man with glasses, dressed stylishly. His name was Xie Chen.
Ignoring Qing Qing's cold attitude and annoyed face, Xie Chen still chased after her, begging, Don't go, sis, just tell me what's wrong. Seeing this, Bai Wu sat in the car and said in surprise, Damn, what's this drama now? Is that white face not afraid of death or something? Hitting on Queen Wang Hua.
Wang Banzi smiled, nudged him, and gave a meaningful look. Heh, this beauty ain't that type.
Harassing her in broad daylight, aren't you gonna go be a hero and save the damsel?
A look of helplessness appeared on Bai Wu's face. Hesitating. Let me see, I'm thinking. Why her? Is this kid the one chasing after her? If I go over there now, she's totally gonna take it out on me.
Xie Chen raised his hands, continuing to babble even as Qing Qing closed her eyes, ignoring him. This is my family's turf. No matter what, I can help you solve it, sis.
When she couldn't take it anymore, Qing Qing shot him a cold glare, saying through gritted teeth, Don't you understand human language? I don't need it, scram.
Bai Wu suddenly got out of the car, one hand casually in his pocket, the other adjusting his collar, speaking up to help Qing Qing out.
This girl has made herself pretty clear already. You won't get anywhere by keep bugging. By now, Wang Banzi had also gotten out of the car.
Qing Qing was surprised to see him approach Bai Wu. Why is it you? Xie Chen interrupted. Couldn't help but be surprised. Only he still cheerfully waved to her. Coincidence, I'm checking out apartments. Xie Chen frowned, guessing.
Where did this roadblock come from? Could he be another one chasing Qing Qing?
Qing Qing was sadly recalling the scene of Mu Yi
hugging Bai Wu.
Her eyes glanced at him, somewhat hurt, thinking,
I've been trying to make myself forget about that, but today I ran into him again. And then she shut her eyes tightly, turned, and ran off, saying, I've got stuff to do, gotta go. Leaving the 3 men stunned, the 3 didn't understand, blankly standing there. Then Bai Wu sighed and turned to tell Wang Banzi, Let's go, we'll go inside to check out the apartments. He immediately replied.
The two of them went inside the building one after the other,
while Xie Chen turned his head to watch them leave. He gritted his teeth, annoyed but helpless, only able to curse inwardly. Damn it! Upon entering the building, a female employee quickly stepped forward, politely greeting, "Hello sir, how can I help you?"
Perhaps unable to contain the curiosity in his heart, Jia Chen suddenly appeared behind the two and asked, "Bai Wu, right? You and Qing Jingji are close friends."
Being the master here, the female employee immediately bowed slightly to greet him upon seeing him. Young Master Xia, Bai Wu, and Wang Banzi also turned to look at the sound of the voice.
Wang Banzi's attitude was displeased, while Bai Wu was very calm.
He thought to himself, "Does this little shrimp think I'm his rival in love?"
Seeing that he didn't say anything,
Xia Chen then approached, cleared his throat provocatively, mixed with ridicule. "Answer me, and I'll tell them to give you a discount. This is Royal View, by the river, in the middle of the Golden District. Are you sure you can afford it?" Wang Banzi, eyes wide, glared at him, angrily crossing his arms. "Who are you looking down on, kid?" Xia Chen was clearly unhappy, but on the surface he still smiled, pretending to be friendly. "Don't misunderstand. Just a little good intention. You guys came to talk business. I should be grateful." Wang Banzi couldn't take it anymore, and angrily spoke up. "This!" But before he could finish speaking, Bai Wu slapped his hand hard on his shoulder to stop him.
He calmly turned away and said, "Whether we can afford it or not, we'll have to see."
Then he said to the female employee, "We're using it as an office. Whether to rent or buy is still undecided." The female employee smiled and gestured to guide him to the other side. "Yes sir, this way please, I'll introduce you." The female employee led him to a table with a miniature model of the buildings. While Bai Wu and Wang Banzi were attentively listening to the female employee's advice, Xia Chen, resting his chin on his hand next to them, suddenly asked, "May I ask, what industry is Mr. Bai in?" Wang Banzi snapped, "What we do is none of your business." After saying that, he immediately changed his face, excitedly saying to Bai Wu, "Wu Ge, buy an apartment. You're renting hotel rooms long-term every day, the money for a whole month probably isn't anything good, then it's not even a home. Besides, have you forgotten about what happened last time? That hotel was indeed pretty good, but the location was too remote, and the security was terrible." The female employee pointed to another building on the model, saying slowly, "Our building B is labeled as NA. If you're still not satisfied, you can take a look at building A. Prime real estate, baby. Perfect for living and doing business. The design's on point too. A lot of artists and successful entrepreneurs dig this place. Trust me, you're gonna love it."
Xia Shen rolled his eyes. "Yeah, a bunch of scam companies. Loved it too. Probably bought with dirty money."
The saleswoman awkwardly chuckled, "Haha, young Master Xia's just kidding. He means everyone who sees this apartment loves it. Don't overthink it." Bai Wu and Wang Banzi, getting annoyed, exchanged glances. Is he trying to pick a fight? Or expose his dad's dirty laundry? This young master's kinda interesting. Seeing Bai Wu's thoughtful expression, Wang Banzi threw his arm around him like a real estate shark. "Don't even hesitate, Wu Ge. This is legit. Get a big one. Live and work. How convenient is that?" "Makes sense," Bai Wu told the saleswoman. "Alright, show us around. If it's as good as you say, we'll put down a deposit today." Xia Shen scoffed. "These nouveau riche popping up like mushrooms after the rain. Easy come, easy go, am I right?" Bai Wu's face darkened. "Heh, gotta hustle to eat, right? I'm confident I can handle it. Thanks for your concern, young Master Xia."
Xia Shen finally ditched his lazy act, slammed his hands on the table, and stood up. "Bai Xiansheng is loaded. Only the king's penthouse is worthy of someone like you."
Wang Banzi perked up. King's penthouse. The saleswoman's eyes widened in surprise, while Bai Wu smirked to himself. HMPH, let's see what tricks you've got up your sleeve, kid. All three of them stared at Xia Shen, who casually strolled towards the door with his hand in his pocket. "Let's go check it out." At the 88th floor, the elevator doors slid open. The saleswoman led Bai Wu to an apartment, stopped outside, pushed the door open, turned to Bai Wu and said, "Please, this is the one."
Inside, Wang Banzi was floored by the sheer size and opulence.
He wandered around, gawking. Holy crap! Wang Banzi went to another room, and then went outside to the resort area, and was surprised to see there was a very large swimming pool here. He puffed out his chest and exclaimed, "This old fatty's never seen an apartment this freakin' luxurious in his life." Bai Wu was stunned, but internally cheering. This is what it really feels like to have money. So damn good.
Xia Shen spoke up. "This penthouse suite is our King's Penthouse project, and this is the only King's Penthouse unit. The price isn't exactly cheap, of course." The saleswoman chimed in, her face a little pale, her earlier relaxed demeanor gone. "The total price is 48 million, with a total area of over 550 square meters, plus a rooftop terrace of over 280 square meters. It's all equipped with high-end smart tech. It's really perfect for someone like you, sir."
Wang Banzi turned to Bai Wu. "Wu Ge, what do you think?" Bai Wu turned to the saleswoman. The apartment's not bad, but he noticed the saleswoman's trembling hands and wondered, why's this girl been shaken ever since we got here? And this Jia Shen guy's been acting weird the whole time. Bai Wu's sharp gaze could see through anything. To be sure, he asked the system. Suddenly coming up to this floor, she completely became a super attentive employee. That's what I feel. System. Could it be that this apartment has a problem? The system responded, apartment has issues. Percent chance. Wang Banzi was busy calculating the down payment, 30% down, 30 years mortgage. That's Jia Shen. Cut him off. Sorry, but 48 million is already a super discounted price, so no mortgages allowed. Besides, none of our King's Penthouse buyers ever need a mortgage. Bai Wu looked at Jia Shen. Noticing the strangeness in his words, it sounded a bit condescending, but it also felt like he was trying to provoke him. A moment later, he acted like nothing had happened and said to them, all right, let's go with this one. Let's head downstairs to do the paperwork. In his heart, he was all like, who cares? The date's auspicious, the price is acceptable, and I've got the system anyway. What's there to be afraid of? He even glanced back at Jia Shen smugly, thinking, put on airs, will you? You'll get what's coming to you eventually. After finishing the procedures, Bai Wu walked out holding the contract, thinking, down payment's paid, full payment in 3 days, sign the name and I can get the keys. Moving in, opening a company, starting a new career, this is the real new life. In his heart, he was still a little uneasy, thinking about the female employee's reaction in the office just now. But Jia Shen and that girl's reactions earlier, why do I feel like something's off? Could this apartment be? Is the system glitching again? Seeing Bai Wu worried, the system reassured him. Don't worry, host. You won't get played today. Just then, Ching Ching walked out from behind, carrying a suitcase. Hearing the noise, Bai Wu turned around and saw Ching Ching. Their eyes met. Bai Wu awkwardly greeted, hi, what a coincidence, you live here too. Ching Ching didn't look too happy. She turned her head away and replied, yeah, but I'm moving out today. Seeing her reaction, Bai Wu was a little surprised. Is it to avoid me? It's not that serious, is it? You haven't looked for me in forever? The misunderstanding from before should be resolved, right? He then noticed the suitcase Ching Ching was carrying, wondering, did I just buy myself a one-way ticket to Crazy Town? No, I just put down a deposit. How could she know so quickly? Ching Ching then spoke up. Thanks for earlier. Thank you for helping me out of that situation. Bai Wu happily replied. No problem, don't mention it. Ching Ching lowered her head, closed her eyes, and said in a slightly strained tone, about what happened before, I was too impulsive, misunderstood you, and caused you a lot of trouble. I'm really sorry. Seeing her action, Bai Wu was a little surprised. He happily said, it's all in the past, it's nothing really. In his heart, he finally felt a little relieved. Oh heavens, I've finally cleared my name. I can be a new man again. Ching Ching also breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Bai Wu's words. And then she chatted with Bai Wu, very casually. I've heard some things about you recently. It's really making people see you in a new light. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said, it's all right, just luck. In his heart, he was thinking about something else, wondering, I wonder if things are over between her and Mu Yi Er. But she probably won't drag me into it again. Suddenly, Ching Ching noticed something in Bai Wu's hand. She suddenly grabbed his hand and asked, were you just buying an apartment? Bai Wu happily replied, that's right, just put down the deposit. We almost became neighbors, haha. I didn't even know you lived here, what a coincidence. Hearing this, Ching Ching's expression turned ugly, and she suddenly pulled Bai Wu away. You can't buy this apartment, quick, go get a refund. Bai Wu panicked a little, stopping her. Hey, wait a minute. Ching Ching turned back and asked, what's wrong? Bai Wu awkwardly said, pointing to Ching Ching's hand that was holding his. Can you let go first before talking? Ouch. Ching Ching hurriedly pulled her hand back, turned her face away, and blushed with embarrassment. Damn it, Bai Wu was helpless and didn't know what to say. Same symptoms, but it's a little milder than that crazy lady. He turned to Ching Ching and said, don't rush, just calm down. Why can't I buy this apartment? You have to tell me the reason first. This is an apartment, you can't just return it for no reason. Hearing this, Ching Ching loudly said, you're such a money grubber. How much is the deposit? I'll pay you back, okay? Seeing her reaction, Bai Wu was helpless. Trisk, now I'm turning into Fatty Wang. He calmly replied, this isn't about money. I really like this place. If you don't give me a reason to change my mind, why would I back out? Ching Ching was silent for a long time, until a woman walked by. Then she approached Bai Wu and whispered to him, actually, the feng shui of this entire building is bad. She glanced around as if wary of someone overhearing, especially Tower A. Bai Wu, upon hearing this, asked for confirmation. You mean it's haunted? Ching Ching immediately put her finger to her lips, signaling him to keep his voice down. A few minutes later, in a luxurious apartment, Bai Wu stroked his chin, lost in thought. So I've been played, huh? Not only by that little punk, but also by your almighty system. Wang Banzi came over from behind, startled to see them. The system then popped up, crying injustice. So wronged, host. The apartment really has no issues. Wah. He pulled Wang Banzi aside and whispered. After hearing it, he exclaimed in surprise, "What?" His face darkened, and he shouted in horror, "This place is haunted." Seeing this, Ching pinched his hand, making him flinch. She reminded him. "Can you keep it down a little?" Bai Wu asked sternly. "Weren't you planning to buy two? Did you finish the negotiation? How much of a discount did the staff promise you?" Wang Banzi, still frightened, waved his hand and said, "Spare me. How can anyone live with that kind of stuff? No way, we're gonna get a refund." Ching immediately agreed. "Yeah, we have to get a refund," he frowned and told them. "Stop shouting, will ya?" But secretly he asked the system, "Hey, is this place really haunted?" The system replied in an annoyed tone, "Haunting probability %. Believe it or not." Faced with the system's attitude, Bai Wu angrily retorted, "I believe it. If I didn't, am I supposed to go ghost hunting for real?" Then he crossed his arms and calmly reassured Ching and Wang Banzi, "It's definitely not something supernatural. I suspect someone is pretending to be a ghost." In his heart he thought, "Whatever you are, you want to haunt me? Not a chance." Ching frowned and asked softly, "You're saying someone is involved?" Bai Wu stroked his chin again, his expression thoughtful, and said, "It might not be that simple. We need to investigate." Ching stamped her foot angrily and pulled out her phone. "I'll have my family investigate which wild dog is daring to pull this kind of stunt so they'll know the consequences of messing with this young lady." Seeing this, Bai Wu's face paled, and he quickly coaxed her. "Hey, don't get angry. Getting too worked up will only make things worse," Wang Banzi chimed in. That's right. Getting angry will cause spots and wrinkles." The more he spoke, the sweeter his words became. "A beautiful and charming girl like you isn't worth getting angry over such a small matter." Ching immediately stopped being angry after hearing this. Phew. Bai Wu sighed in relief when he saw Ching happy again after being complimented by Wang Banzi. This young miss has such a short fuse. If I can't control her, who knows what trouble she'll cause. He turned to her and asked, "Did you go to the cellar this morning to ask for a refund? Did you hear about the strange things, or did you experience them yourself?" Immediately, Ching got angry again, waving her arms and shouting loudly, "Refund, piffed? I don't lack this little bit of money, and I'm too lazy to argue with them. Today I just went to curse them, to curse the bunch of money-grubbing scoundrels who don't do their jobs and run a dishonest business." Bai Wu and Wang Banzi were startled by her and hurriedly soothed this jumpy young miss. After a while, Ching finally sat down on the chair but still angrily waved her hand. Bai Wu and Wang Banzi were drenched in sweat. He let out a weary sigh. Ching then recounted, "Originally, I bought this apartment to avoid the drama, because I didn't want to stay at home and listen to them nagging, and besides, I really liked this apartment." She recalled that she couldn't help but tremble when the elevator suddenly broke down. But after living there for a few days, things started happening. The elevator strangely malfunctioned, and she also had problems opening the door to her apartment, she continued. The system confirmed it too, like, even when I had to bolt, cause of the alarm bells, and the downstairs system kept blaring randomly at midnight. Saying that, she was sweating buckets, but her voice was still tough. "I'm brave, ain't scared of nothing," but it was freaking annoying, she thought. They'd probably be scared to death. But Bai Wu didn't flinch, just propped his chin on his hands, lost in thought, while Wang Banzi was so spooked he was seeing red, face pale as a ghost. Ching shivered slightly, and continued, "I called maintenance a bunch, they just said sorry, they'd fix it ASAP. But nothing, got fixed, I couldn't take it anymore, so I bought another place somewhere else. Today's moving day." Bai Wu sized it up. "Now that's a genuine heiress." He looked at Ching, frowning. "That Xiao guy, is he like the prince of this building? And your stalker?" Ching immediately threw up her hands, impatient. "Nope, met him like twice. That punk kid, the only son of the Shia Corporation, is always beefing with his dad, spends all day glued to video games. Harmless though, just ignore him." Bai Wu smiled knowingly. "Got it," he thought. "Figures. He probably knew the place was haunted, and sold it to me as a prank. What a little SHT. Wang Banzi, now drenched in sweat, stammered, "Miss Ching, did you see all this stuff yourself?" Suddenly questioned. Ching glared at Wang Banzi, making him jump. "You think I'm the type to spread rumors?" She put on a scary face, her voice turning dark. "Sure, I heard stuff too. Some folks really saw some creepy stuff, got spooked out of their minds. Want to hear?" Wang Banzi couldn't handle it, hid behind Bai Wu and clung to his shoulder. Clutching prayer beads he pulled from who knows where, he pleaded, "No, I'm a scaredy cat, hate that stuff." Ching sighed, looking at him. "You two are supposed to be big, tough guys, and you're such wimps, SMH. His face ashened. He twirled his prayer beads, saying, You don't get it, I deal with antiques, so I got bad juju. Attract stuff. He suddenly remembered something, turned to Bai Wu and yelled, "That's right, Wu Ji, I gotcha." Bai Wu silently gave him a look of contempt. Wang Banzi rambled on. "You're a master diviner, so you gotta know about feng shui, right? With you as my good luck charm, what do I have to fear?" Qing Qing, hearing this, said excitedly, "Bai Wu, I've heard things about you too, you're totally the one for this." He suddenly pictured himself in a Taoist robe, sword on his back, whisk in hand, riding a toy tiger to Le VCP, spouting, "What does my father's father call me? My father's father is my grandfather." He sighed, clutching his head. "Ugh, at this rate, I'll go from master to grandmaster. Am I switching careers?" Then he gave a forced smile, raising his hand. "Just so we're clear, I only know some basic divination tricks, nothing else. But I can probably handle some spooky stuff." Wang Banzi chimed in excitedly. Right, Wugi and I bought this place to start a company that solves problems for people." He blurted out. "We'll read fortunes, interpret dreams, bring good luck, ward off evil, name analysis, and fortune-telling." Bai Wu's face went pale, quickly covering his mouth. Qing Qing was delighted, holding out a black card. "Perfect. Get to it, then. This card's probably got over 8 million on it. Your mission is to expose this fake ghost act." Bai Wu didn't say much, immediately refusing. "I was gonna check it out myself anyway. To protect myself, I can't take your money." In response, Qing Qing was so generous that Wang Banzi was stunned. "It's okay, I'm a resident here. Consider me hiring you on behalf of everyone. Come find me if you need more. If there's any left over, consider it a housewarming gift." Bai Wu suddenly felt awkward. Before he could decide, Wang Banzi eagerly snatched the black card from Qing Qing's hand, surprising him. He even agreed for him. "In that case, many thanks. An investigation needs funding." After handing it over, Qing Qing picked up her suitcase, ready to leave. She stood up, turned to look at them, raising her fist in encouragement and threat. "Don't you dare let me down, mess with me, and you'll face the consequences." With that, she didn't linger, but dragged her suitcase out of the apartment. Bai Wu and Fatty Wang watched Qing Qing's figure leave, and he thought to himself, the apartment deposit is just a small matter. Worst case, we'll just write it off. It was hard enough to change this Lao Sha's opinion of me. We already accepted her first commission and even took her money. If we do well, everyone's happy. He sighed in frustration again. "If we don't finish it or run away, I don't even want to think about how this little devil will punish me. I'm creating bad karma." Fatty Wang, beside him, didn't pay any attention to his gloomy face and excitedly showed off. "Woo bro, happy opening, the first order's here." Bai Wu leaned back in his chair, bored, propping his face with his hand. "You keep it. Weren't you complaining about being broke when you first came in? Use this for daily expenses first." After speaking, he immediately stood up. Fatty Wang stared blankly at him. He continued, "Let's go prepare for work." Bai Wu cracked his wrists as he walked out the door, his face serious as he assigned tasks. "Let's split up and work. You go find your contacts to investigate the situation. Here, I'll take a look around," he thought. HMPH, I don't believe it." At the same time, Fatty Wang happily stuffed the black card into his jacket, his feet trotting after him. Bai Wu walked to the directory board where a security guard was standing. He put his hands in his pockets and carefully examined it. After a while, he turned to ask the security guard, "Hello, I'm the new apartment owner. This area of yours combines business and residence, and many people come and go every day. Is security absolutely guaranteed?" The security guard quickly replied, "Hello, sir. Please rest assured, we have the most advanced security system. Every employee entering and leaving is checked, verified, and monitored. If a stranger breaks in, the system will display a notification within a few minutes. We will send someone to follow closely." Hearing the answer, he smiled slightly, thinking, so that's how it is. A high-end residential area is indeed different. After that, he also turned and left. Before leaving, he said to the security guard, "Well, very good. Then I'll go take a look. Sorry to trouble you." The security guard replied, "You're welcome. If you have any problems, feel free to come to us any time, sir. Take your time." Bai Wu glanced at him, thinking, just kidding. What would you guys say if I asked about hauntings? I should still go ask the homeowners. Bai Wu went to the commercial area A on the second floor. He put his hands in his pockets and leisurely walked along the corridor. Outside the closed doors were cardboard boxes and miscellaneous items. Left in a mess, he sighed to himself. It's really deserted. After wandering around for a while, he finally stopped in front of the door of a design company. He thought, well, both of the two new companies need logos, business cards and stuff. My new company also needs logo design, business cards and stuff. His eyes thoughtful. He casually went to inquire a bit. Inside the design company, Bai Wu sat next to an old uncle employee with long hair who was holding a cigarette. On the computer screen, The old uncle employee was diligently working according to his request. Bai Wu smiled and said, "Not bad, very good. But can you make it more imposing?" The old uncle, looking tired, replied casually, "Yeah." He said that, but in his heart, the old uncle was very uncomfortable. Squinting his eyes at him, he thought, he keeps nagging in my ear, one moment subtle, one moment strong, one moment graceful, and now imposing. Why don't you just choose a rainbow-colored word with a black outline? He also glanced at the old uncle and asked in a deep voice, "This building is so deserted. Is it because the feng shui isn't good? I heard from friends that it doesn't seem very clean here, right?" The old uncle's face changed suddenly. He turned to look at him, his eyes wide, startling him. The old uncle leaned in close, making him panic, and he whispered, "I heard that the designer before me was a girl. That night, when she worked overtime, she encountered something. Then she was so frightened that her soul flew away, and then she decided to quit no matter what." Bai Wu widened his eyes in surprise. "Ah, that's serious. What did she encounter? Surely it's not." The old uncle widened his eyes, his face sinister. "What else could it be? It's that thing. Let me tell you, I came here to work because of this matter, and guess what happened?" The old uncle suddenly leaned back in his chair and said in frustration, "I rushed to work overtime for a whole month and didn't see anything at all. Are you pissed?" He looked helplessly at the old uncle. "Damn, your guts are too big, huh?" The old uncle became cheerful again, pointing at his face. "Of course, I just like those stimulating stories like I have a haunted house. If I meet it, I definitely won't let it escape." Suddenly, the company boss came from behind and shouted, startling the old uncle, "Do you still want to work or not?" Then the boss crossed his arms and said to him with a frown, "Sir, don't listen to his nonsense. Those are just rumors. We don't have a lot of buyers yet, so it's deserted. Don't listen to those ridiculous rumors. Our homeowners need to make a living too." He stood up while saying, Right, what age is it already? Still believing in this half-baked stuff. Then I won't bother with those things anymore. I'll come pick up the finished product in 2 days." The boss immediately saw him off. "Okay, take care on your way." The uncle employee silently watched his figure leave. Bai Wu continued to ask other people. He asked a man, who waved his hand. "Not too clear." He asked a woman, and she hurried away. "Never heard of it." He asked an old uncle, who angrily questioned him. "Who are you? You're not a reporter, are you?" After a while of probing, he still didn't get any results. Xu Feng stood in front of the building, pondering. This building definitely has a problem. It's just that people don't want to talk. On one hand, because I'm a stranger and a customer, so suddenly asking around will definitely make them wary. On the other hand, the gains and losses of these homeowners or tenants are all tied to this building. They certainly don't hope this place will have this kind of rumor, so they're even less likely to admit it. At this time, the system appeared and said to him, "Too little information. There's no way to directly determine exactly who's playing mysterious." He sat on a long chair and continued to ponder. Could it be that I have to get information from the building owner? The sales side and the accounting side definitely won't spill a word. His expression became more and more thoughtful. Or should I try checking each person who passes by here? Oh my god, this method is too silly. I might as well register to be a security guard and sit at the door. The system appeared again to mock him. It's not like it can't be considered. It's better than the host sitting here thinking nonsense. Its words made him angry, but he couldn't do anything about it. Bai Wu leaned against the back of the chair, sighing dejectedly. "I endure. Then whatever you say is right. If you don't help me, just please be quiet." The system happily replied to him. "Is the host being considerate of me?" So touching. After calculating, to find the person you want to find, there are currently 3 options to choose from. A. Bribe a sales employee to inquire. Success rate 403%. B. Steal information from the building owner's computer and track it down. Success rate 61%. C. Stand at the intersection and ask passers-by. Success rate 706%. Bai Wu frowned as he looked at the information the system provided. The first one has too low a rate, can't be controlled. The second one is illegal, I definitely won't do it. The third one has a slightly higher success rate, but, no matter how I look at it, it's all unreliable. He narrowed his eyes and angrily thought again. Stand on the street and ask everyone, "Oh my god, isn't this the same as the flashing card scanner at the subway station?" But before long, Bai Wu finally went out to the main street and stood there. He stood stiffly like a telephone pole in the flow of people. The system ridiculed him. Your mouth said you didn't want to, but your body automatically chose the highest success rate. He cleared his throat and said to the system, "So many people. Am I supposed to grab them and ask one by one? Do you believe I'll be shooed away in a bit?" Suddenly, the system gave guidance that surprised him. "Host, there's a man with a baby in his arms to your right. Stop him."
Success rate, 953%. Bai Wu turned to look
and saw a man holding a crying baby in his arms. He hesitated and asked the system again, "What kind of weird idea is this? Do you think that father holding his child looks like a gentle person?" Then his eyes widened, suddenly realizing something was wrong.
Bai Wu's expression darkened as he stopped the man.
"Excuse me." Behind him, a woman rushed over, shouting at the same time,
"Catch him! That's my child." Bai Wu frowned, cursing inwardly.
"Crap." Almost immediately, he lunged towards the man and the baby. Then he turned around, pushed the man away, and snatched the baby in an instant, catching him off guard. Afterwards, he handed the baby back to the mother. As for the man, he could only lie prostrate on the ground because passers-by who saw the injustice were beating him up. They beat him while scolding, "I hate these child abductors the most. Don't even think about getting away. Hey, don't dirty our hands. Let's just kick him once and hand him over to the police." Meanwhile, the woman, holding her child, tearfully thanked him. "Luckily, there was this gentleman. If not for your help, we'd be in deep trouble today," Bai Wu said with a smile. "No need to be so polite, it's what I should do." As he spoke, the woman's face suddenly changed.
She started sweating profusely, looked down at the smiling child, and continued, "I was just talking to someone at the entrance for a couple of sentences, and this little rascal bear ran off. I was so scared I thought even in broad daylight we'd be haunted." Bai Wu was stunned when he heard this.
Haunted? Could this child's mother be? Just then, the system window popped up,
pointing at the woman. "Correct. 100% the owner of Building A." He looked at her, lost in thought. Bai Wu rubbed his head happily, thinking,
"Wow, is it really that magical? Didn't waste my whole day after all." Bai Wu feigned suspicion and asked the girl,
"You mentioned being haunted in broad daylight. Is it really haunted?" The girl looked embarrassed, waved her hands, and laughed it off. No, you must have misheard." He smirked and thought,
"Looks like she won't tell the truth unless I use some tricks." Thinking this, he raised his hand and rubbed his nose, saying, "Ha ha, you scared me. To be honest, my wife is pregnant and easily frightened. We used to live in a place with bad feng shui. All sorts of things happened, so we want to move to a different apartment."
He turned his head, looked towards the building, and continued,
"I'm also eyeing this residential area. Great location, great environment, and quiet too. Maybe I'll move here too. I've been looking for a house everywhere these past few days. My legs are about to fall off." The woman's hands trembled, she pointed, her face full of fear, and asked him, "You said, here, Riverside Imperial Palace?" Bai Wu replied with a bright smile. "That's right. The apartment on the A building side is pretty good." She turned her head away, her eyes avoiding him.
Suddenly she grabbed his wrist. "Bro, I really shouldn't meddle in your business." Her face was pale, her body trembling, making him shiver as well. She stammered, advising him, "But since you're a good person, I can't just stand by and watch you walk to your doom. You absolutely must not buy this apartment. This place isn't clean." She tried to explain to him but still couldn't stop trembling.
"Listen to me. Here, at night, the elevator always stops at the 18th floor and won't move. Also, the security system, alarms, and doorbells ring non-stop, even when no one touches them. It gets fixed for a few days, and then goes back to normal." He pretended not to believe it and said, "Must be a coincidence, right? Or the building management system is malfunctioning." The woman ignored him and continued to recount the things she had witnessed firsthand.
"Also, there are bloody footprints on the staircase.
The next morning when you bring the manager to see, they disappear without a trace. And walking down the hallway, you occasionally hear children crying, and many other kinds of creepy sounds."
Speaking to this point, the woman was at the peak of fear.
"Besides, there's also a long-haired ghost in white." She widened her eyes, fear evident in her eyes. Bai Wu trembled when he heard this, saying, Really?" He went with the woman to the children's playground in the area, and a few others joined in the conversation. "I'm not lying to you, am I? Look, everyone knows about it. That's right. Auntie Wu upstairs encountered it once, when she came back very late, it's true. She was so scared that she peed her pants, and moved away a few days later." A woman in a green coat asked the person next to her, "Then why haven't you moved out yet?" The short-haired woman frowned and replied, "My husband is preparing to sue the seller, demanding compensation."
The woman who had been with him since the beginning bit her lip in fear, saying, "My old man's stocks have been frozen recently, otherwise we would have bought another house and moved a long time ago." He raised his hand to interrupt their discussion.
"Everyone, please calm down, don't panic. Are you saying these things have only happened recently?" The woman in the green coat spoke first. "Not recently. It's been about half a year, right? It was pretty good. When we first moved in, I remember very clearly that it started to get weird about 4 months ago." He raised his hand to his chin and said, It's all in the evening, when it's quiet at night, right? Hearing him say this, the women's faces darkened, frightened. Oh no. Could it be that even in broad daylight, one person immediately interrupted? Shush, shush, you're cursing again. The brown-haired mother grabbed his hand and advised, listen to me. Your wife is probably heavily pregnant, right? Take my advice. Absolutely, don't risk it. You can't buy this apartment. After gathering information, he waved goodbye to the mothers and left. He turned back to face the building, stroking his chin and thought, this building has way too many ghost stories already. Doesn't matter if it's ghosts or people, someone's about to eat dirt. The system sulked. I told you it's 100% human-made. You're being so mean, Xu Feng. You don't trust me. He twitched an eye and replied, of course I trust you. I was just saying. It perked up immediately, displaying yay. Xu Feng frowned and kept thinking, it's not just one person stirring up trouble at night, but a whole bunch of them. The system displayed a bunch of info for him, then asked, want to run some calculations? Xu Feng smirked to himself, all smug. Even a moron would know it's impossible. Who would be so bored? It's definitely someone with a scheme. Plus, the Riverview Estate's security isn't bad. To pull something like this off undetected, it has to be the building owner or the security guards. The system praised him. You're so smart, Xu Feng. He was still focused on his train of thought, not noticing a hand reaching out from behind. Another thing is, what's their goal? Based on the current situation. Suddenly, Wang Banzi appeared from behind, slapping a hand on his shoulder, making him jump. Xu Feng, what are you doing standing here zoning out? I called you, and you didn't even answer. Bai Wu angrily snorted, trembling with rage as he snapped, if you ever sneak up on me and put your hand on my shoulder again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Fatty scratched his head, replying quickly, no, I won't do it again. A moment later, a hand was sprinkling seasoning on some delicious-looking skewers. Bai Wu and Wang Banzi were sitting in a roadside stall, munching on skewers. Wang Banzi said as he ate, I've actually heard a lot of rumors in this area, all sorts of ghost stories. It's making my head spin. Bai Wu bit off a piece of meat from his skewer and asked him, the content of the rumors doesn't matter. Anything else? Wang Banzi put a big piece of meat over his mouth. Of course, I heard that quite a few owners have moved out, plus some new subsidiary companies have opened up too. Xu Feng interjected, I know this already. Continue. He chewed as he bit a large chunk of meat from his hand. What's even more important is that not too long ago, the owner had a few conflicts with the real estate company, and I heard the subsidiary companies are also forcing the real estate company to take responsibility, and they apparently fired a security team leader. Xu Feng frowned and thought to himself, personal revenge. Doesn't quite add up. If he was fired, how could he still get in and out of the complex so easily? In the crowded restaurant, the two of them sat at a table, eating and discussing. Xu Feng concentrated and thought, this isn't just about dealing with one person, it's aimed at the whole complex. The main goal is to ruin the whole building, so they must have a deep grudge against the real estate company, or there's some benefit involved. Xu Feng's expression darkened. But basically everyone, tenants, owners, people who do business with the real estate company, could be involved. It's like finding a needle in a haystack. Wang Banzi looked at him and asked, can you calculate it or not? Honestly, if we aren't sure, we should just return this apartment. Your money isn't falling from the sky. He grabbed 3 skewers and ate them all at once, saying, this price in the CBD is definitely too high, but who would have thought the most glamorous high-rise would be a haunted house? Bai Wu smirked, making a decision. I'm definitely getting this place, don't worry, I have a plan. Wang Banzi looked at him, excited. Really? Xu Feng leaned closer to Wang Banzi and instructed, tomorrow, I'm going to pay the rest of the fees. You go downstairs and get me a business card and a sign, and prepare some decorations for the opening. Xu Feng laughed with glee. We have to make it big, so the whole building knows we're opening a company. Wang Banzi looked at him, confused. What's that for? Xu Feng snapped his fingers and smirked. What for? To lure the snakes out of their holes, Bai Wu style. Run as fast as you can, startling passersby, he thought bitterly. I got played by this security guard again. His eyebrows furrowed tightly. The clues are all on him. He can't let him get away. He ran to the management office. The receptionist was stunned by his sudden appearance. Mr. Bai Wu said breathlessly. Is Jia Zong still here? It's urgent. Please let him know. The receptionist's eyes widened, and she quickly replied, they're in a meeting. Please wait a moment. I'll go right now. Bai Wu propped himself up, sighing, and wondered, causing such a ruckus, is it one group or two? The system immediately replied, one group, 50%, two groups, 50%. He raised an eyebrow and cursed at it. Don't act like those dumb AIs. Speak like a human, the system retorted indignantly. Even if I'm all-powerful, I'm still just a system. I can't do human-like communication for now. Besides, you clearly said you didn't trust systems, so I'm sulking. You gotta rely on yourself, host. Hearing this, Bai Wu gave in. My bad, you can leave now. He rubbed his chin, musing. That makes sense. The security guard belongs to both groups, so technically it's still just one group. Just then, the receptionist appeared with a man. She called out to him, Bai Xiansheng. He turned around, and Secretary Wei introduced herself. I'm Secretary Wei, from Xiazong's office. Xiazong is still in a meeting. You can tell me what's up. As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Banzi and Xia Chen caught up, surprising both Secretary Wei and Bai Wu. Both were sweating profusely, panting. Huff, 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 Secretary Wei asked, confused. Xia Xiao, Wang Xiansheng, what's wrong? Xia Chen waved his hands, trying to shake off Wang Banzi, who was clinging to him, and cursed in disgust. You psycho, why are you dragging me along? Wang Banzi spoke haltingly, but still wanted to tease Xia Chen. Xia Xiao, don't rush, I'm, providing close protection, he thought to himself. If I didn't drag you along, you'd run off and cause trouble for the Bai family, wouldn't you? Ignoring their argument, Bai Wu decisively pulled Secretary Wei aside. Secretary Wei, let's talk business. Secretary Wei, of course, couldn't refuse. Xia Chen was shocked and annoyed at being ignored, while Wang Banzi was grinning widely. On this side, Bai Wu asked directly, how does Xiazong plan to handle this? Secretary Wei pushed up her glasses and hesitated. Well, seeing this, he glanced back subtly. Xia Chen was eavesdropping intently, while Wang Banzi was dragging Xia Chen along, flirting with the receptionist, and bringing over 2 cups of water, he said. Just asking. If it's not convenient, then forget it. Secretary Wei quickly said, Bai Xiansheng, you're joking. It's okay to tell you, Xiazong's idea is to severely punish the main culprit, while the other accomplices will just be fired and demoted. No legal responsibility will be pursued. Bai Wu listened with a smile. But in his heart he thought, still wants to handle it quietly, huh? Downplaying the whole thing. Then he asked, what about the security guard from earlier? Secretary Wei smiled faintly. Him. Considering he basically confessed truthfully, plus he showed signs of making amends, he'll get off easy, just fired. Bai Wu was secretly pleased. Good thing they didn't call the cops. Or how would I investigate further? He rubbed his chin and said to Secretary Wei, got it, I'm relieved this is over. Secretary Wei took out a check from her bag and said, we should be thanking you. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please accept it. Bai Xiansheng. Xia Chen, who had been eavesdropping, shouted, startling them both. Secretary Wei, don't trust him, he's a con artist. With that, he stepped forward and snatched the check, snapping, is my dad stupid? Is he giving away money? Secretary Wei hurriedly tried to stop him. Xia Xiao, don't mess around. Bai Wu smiled calmly. I said it was voluntary before, so please thank Xiazong for the thought on my behalf. Afterwards, he turned to leave, not forgetting to call out, let's go, fatty! Wang Banzi didn't forget to glare at Xia Chen before leaving. Yeah. Secretary Wei patiently tried to persuade Xia Chen, Xia Xiao, please don't cause any more trouble. He stuffed the check back to Secretary Wei, his eyes glued to Bai Wu, and said, don't mind me, just want to see what they're up to. After speaking, he followed them. Wang Banzi glanced at him while talking to Bai Wu. You told me to watch out for that security guard, but that little tail is watching us. What should we do? He didn't care at all and gave him a meaningful look. It's okay. There's a turn ahead. You go straight to the parking lot, then drive to the hotel to check out. Leave the rest to me. Wang Banzi understood and replied, okay, man. At the turn, the two split up quickly, each running in a different direction. Xia Chen secretly cried that things were not good and wanted to run. Xia Chen frowned, determined. HMPH. That Bai guy, I'm sticking to you today. After running for a while, Bai Wu leaned on a pillar, panting. Xia Chen wasn't much better. He pointed at him and said, want to race with me? No way. A black car stopped next to them at the same time. A man who seemed to be the driver stepped out and bowed to Xia Chen. Xia Xiao. Wang Banzi happened to drive past. He winked at Xia Chen. Bye-bye, sugar. Bai Wu folded his arms and smirked. You win. So where do you want to go? Xia Chen stared blankly as Wang Banzi drove away, unable to do anything. He turned back to the car in annoyance, and the driver called out in confusion, young master. Before getting into the car, Xia Chen threatened through gritted teeth. Bai Wu, you're good, just you wait. He laughed in response. Okay, you're welcome anytime. After that, Xia Chen left the driver behind and quickly drove after Wang Banzi. He turned around and smiled faintly. Still just a little brat with milk on his breath, tossed out a rabbit, and he's already chasing after it. Half an hour later, the guard was driving off somewhere. Bai Wu was still tailing him from behind. He told the driver, driver, catch up. The driver responded, right away, boss. When the traffic light turned red, the guard stopped. He was talking to someone through his Bluetooth earpiece.
"Don't worry, I'm fine, there's still a chance, I'll figure something out." Little did he know, Bai Wu, just a short distance away, had already opened his car door and heard their entire conversation.
He curved his lips, a chilling glint in his eyes, thinking, when push comes to shove, he'll sell out Jia Cheng to save his own skin and protect that other hidden hand. A moment later, the guard arrived at a row of buildings under construction. Banners hung above them, while building materials and sacks were strewn all over the road below.
Bai Wu stood behind a wall, secretly thinking, "Damn, these unfinished Jiang City apartments actually have people living in them? That's rough. And that scummy real estate company, could it be?" He continued following, then saw the guard talking to a woman. The guard anxiously asked, "Sis, why are you here?"
Tears still welled in the woman's eyes as she raised a hand and slapped him, leaving a red mark across his face. She questioned loudly,
"You're working as a security guard for Ding Tian. I put you through college for this."
Bai Wu totally didn't see this coming, eyes wide in shock. Holy moly, what kind of plot twist is this? The woman continued, "I know you care about me, but what's the point of revenge? How can ordinary folk like us fight against a real estate company? Is it really worth sacrificing your future like this?" The guard wasn't angry about the slap. He just touched his cheek, silently bowing his head. But hearing her words, he couldn't hold back the frustration simmering inside, and immediately shot back, "Just bow our heads, stay quiet, and wait for this whole system to reset itself. Don't be naive, sis. That's not gonna happen. These evil property developers, you gotta use dirty tricks to deal with them." He almost yelled, "Just make a big enough fuss, get the media involved, and I don't believe they'll be able to live in peace." Bai Wu was stunned, slowly putting the pieces together.
Poor residents of the broken, unfinished apartment complex, bravely fighting against a big, bad, unscrupulous developer boss.
Bai Wu stood in a dark corner, stroking his chin, his expression thoughtful, as he glanced at the guard and his sister arguing behind them. He recalled the data he'd seen from the consulting company. Hold on, that's not quite right. The previous report showed him as a decent, ambitious, and responsible businessman, didn't it? Suddenly, as the woman spoke, she covered her mouth and coughed. "Cough, cough, cough." The guard quickly patted her back, worriedly saying, "Sis, let's get inside quickly. Your condition can't handle the wind." He then helped the woman up the stairs and into the building. The woman quietly chided, "If you truly care about my health, then listen to me. Try to find a proper job. Stop trying to fight that real estate company." The man, worried sick about his sister's condition, could only agree, Yeah, I'll listen to you, sis." He watched their retreating figures, muttering to himself, "The culprit? Yet also the victim. Looks like things here aren't as simple as they seem." He started connecting the dots. He applied to be a security guard for revenge, then got threatened by the deputy captain, and was even forced by Jia Cheng to record that video and sell it to them.
If it works, he makes bank. If it doesn't, he spills the beans on the mastermind and walks away clean. What a pro at playing the helpless, ignorant accomplice. The system popped up, saying, "I told you the coercion probability was 67%, Bai Wu scoffed. "What's with the dangerous act, huh?"
"What I need is some valuable intel to figure out what's really going on here."
He scanned his surroundings, then spotted an uncle pulling 2 water jugs and couldn't help but comment,
"Man, no water, no power? How are they even living like this? This uncle looks pretty decent though." He walked closer, a friendly smile on his face. "Uncle, mind if I help you pull those? What are you guys up to?" Bai Wu looked at them, confused. When he turned around, it was Jia Chen. Standing behind him with his hands in his pockets, Bai Wu's smile faltered, his face immediately darkening as he squinted, cursing under his breath. "WTF, why's this brat following me here?"
Jia Chen casually walked over and slung an arm around Bai Wu's shoulder, lying without batting an eye. "We're from the press, journalists." The uncle looked suspicious. "Journalists? Seriously, what kind of reporter dresses this fancy?"
Bai Wu glared at him, instantly realizing this kid was here to mess things up. Jia Chen, acting completely innocent, asked, "Dressing like this is fancy."
Bai Wu desperately wanted to ditch him, so he stepped aside, waving his hand. "I told you to change your clothes when you're on assignment. It's like talking to a brick wall. Just go home." Jia Chen gave Bai Wu a look, clearly seeing through his attempt to shake him off. "Don't even dream about it. I want to see what you're up to here."
He clasped his hands and started pleading with him. "Master Bai, please let me off this time. I'll definitely remember next time." "Please," Bai Wu thought, fed up. "Your own project, and you don't even know the details. Talk about slapping yourself in the face. Oh, all right." Then, he didn't chase him away and turned to ask the uncle, "Uncle, we'd like to know a bit about this half-built area. Could you tell us what's going on?" Jia Chen chimed in from the side. "Yeah, exactly." The uncle wiped his sweat, hesitating. The situation here, It's a long story, he began. This place is called Huxi Yuan. It has apartments. And also Anning Apartments. The main contractor is Ding Tianxia Group, Jia Chen exclaimed, interrupting the uncle. Ding Tian? Which Ding Tian? The uncle's face instantly changed. He said resentfully. Which other Ding Tian? It's the famous Ding Tian from our province, the one everyone knows. Bai Wu turned to remind Jia Chen. Don't butt in, uncle, please continue. He secretly sighed in his heart. Don't you want to hear the scoop? Just sit still and listen, man. The uncle recounted sadly. At first, when we heard Ding Tian was the contractor, we were overjoyed. After all, it's a leading company in the industry. Who would have thought? Just when it was almost finished, something happened, and they just stopped completely.
Later, I heard the person in charge of the project was arrested for embezzling project funds.
Looking at them, he continued. From then on, they'd work, then stop, build, then restart, messing around for half a year like that. After that, they just completely halted work, until now. Bai Wu asked again. So, have you guys tried contacting Ding Tian yet? The uncle replied exasperatedly. Yes, we did, countless times. At first, they said there were internal issues and told everyone not to worry, they'd resolve it quickly. But in the end, not only did they not resolve it, they even sold this project outright to Dacheng Real Estate.
Hearing this, Bai Wu asked in astonishment, Sold? Why?
The uncle suddenly replied angrily.
They said it was a strategic adjustment. Who'd believe that? That's total BS for sure. Bai Wu quickly interjected, trying to calm him. Calm down, uncle. Investments. But the uncle didn't listen, and continued. But after Dacheng took over, they said they'd change the entire plan. They'd make it a high-end luxury complex, and forced us to pay more money. But if we didn't pay, they'd return the original payment. We tried to reason with them. Ding Tian's attitude was mild, but they said this project had nothing to do with them anymore. Dacheng's attitude was arrogant, saying if we missed the deadline, we'd bear the consequences ourselves, and if we didn't like it, we could just tear it down and rebuild it. The uncle grew angrier as he spoke. We couldn't just sit here and wait to die, so we ended up here as households refusing to move out. In the end, the truly hateful ones are Ding Tian, those hypocrites, those massive swindlers. Xia Chen, as the young master of Ding Tian Group, felt his head spin and started sweating profusely upon hearing this. The uncle turned to Bai Wu again and asked, Oh, right, which news agency are you guys from? Before, those reporters would run away as soon as they saw us. Bai Wu calmly replied, We're online media, much more straightforward than those guys. Oh, really? A man's voice rang out from behind them. Brother-in-law, why did it take you so long to get water? My sister told me to come down and help you. The uncle immediately replied. Gangzi, I'm just introducing the situation a bit to these two journalists here. The two, Bai Wu and Xia Chen, also turned around to look at the same time. But when he saw the newcomer, Bai Wu was so shocked he blurted out a curse. Holy crap, Xia Chen wasn't far behind. And the security guard, called Gangzi, angrily yelled out, making everyone immediately. He craned his neck and shouted, Everyone, come out quickly, those real estate guys are here to cause trouble again. Bai Wu's face turned pale, and he secretly lamented. We're screwed, the uncle also exclaimed in shock. What? You guys are... Jia Chen anxiously said, Uncle, listen to me explain, it's not what you think. But before he could explain anything, Bai Wu grabbed his hand and pulled him away. Run! The two ran off headlong. Behind them, the residents of the apartment complex chased after them furiously, some holding brooms, some throwing slippers, and others throwing stones. The two quickly hid under a car. Both were sweating profusely, seeing legs pounding past them, and hearing the shouts of the residents. Get them! Chase them down! A moment later, the two had escaped the pursuit of the apartment complex residents. Bai Wu reached up and touched his shoulder, exhaling, and asked the dejected Xia Chen sitting beside him. You okay? Xia Chen didn't reply and turned his face away. Bai Wu asked curiously. Your family's Ding Tian caused such a huge mess, and you didn't know. Suddenly, Xia Chen stood up abruptly, clenched his fists, and said through gritted teeth, I knew there was a vice president who embezzled project funds, and I also knew a project was sold to someone else, but I didn't know these two things happened in the same place. And I definitely didn't know what kind of person my father really is. Bai Wu stared at him with wide eyes, secretly marveling. Good grief, a young master like this still has a conscience. That's rare. Xia Chen pulled out his phone and said, I'm calling him. I want to ask him what he was thinking, if he'd really do anything for money. Bai Wu quickly grabbed his shoulder to stop him. Don't get worked up. We haven't checked things out yet. Don't jump to conclusions. Xia Chen hesitated. But what about those people? Bai Wu immediately said. You want to help them restart the project, right? They see your family as the enemy. Right now, he narrowed his eyes, thinking, no way. Is young master about to cut ties with his capitalist dad? Right then, the system popped up again. It showed a window and scanned Jia Shen's gloomy face.
It said to him, "A bit difficult, let me try to analyze it for you."
Jia Shen turned to Bai Wu and asked, "Enemies, if it were you, what would you do? Would you silently wait for the contractor's conscience to kick in?"
He looked Jia Shen in the face and replied, "I can make that contractor hate me instead."
Jia Shen sadly looked down at the ground. I really am just a privileged kid in your eyes. I've never been close to the lives of people in the lower classes, and I never thought about how much injustice they suffer." So he stood aside, silently observing and assessing Jia Shen. First time descending to the mortal realm, feeling the pain of the world. Ah, no wonder Jia Shen remembered back when he was little. My dad was always busy with work, never home, and every time we met, it was like he was an instructor to me, always so indifferent. Back then I kept wondering if I was even his real son. He gradually took off his glasses, his eyes drooping, and sadly continued. These past 2 years at the company, I've realized he's like that to everyone. His nature is to exploit others and himself. Maybe many people feel he's a successful man, standing on top of the world. But I hate him, and I don't want to become someone like him. So he's always been living life cluelessly and naively. He suddenly made a suggestion that surprised Bai Wu. "I'll investigate what happened here, if you agree to help me." But he quickly changed his mind, saying loudly,
"That's not right. I'm too soft. You won't get any benefits on this side, because you can only make money by helping rich people solve problems." Bai Wu nonchalantly replied, "Am I your dad's errand boy now?" The system simultaneously displayed. Scanning this guy, Jia Shen next to him kept criticizing him. "Who do you think you are? I'm warning you, there's a limit to making money." He curled his lips with amusement, reaching out to push the system away. All right, enough nagging. This kid is pretty interesting, I like him." The system was angered by his actions, immediately complaining. "Host, call it and it comes. Wave it away and it goes." Meaning, it comes even if you don't call it? And it leaves if you chase it away? Suddenly he put his arm around Jia Shen's shoulder, laughing and saying, "That's how it is in theory, but now I'm helping you with this because I'm a little interested."
Jia Shen looked at Bai Wu with stunned eyes, not knowing what to say. Seeing his expression, he comforted him. "Relax, I'm not messing with you. Every now and then, doing some public service to change the scenery, making money all the time is boring." At Xinjiang Emperor Scenery, in Bai Wu's office, 3 people were sitting around, silently thinking their own thoughts.
Wang Pengzi angrily shouted, "What kind of script is this that flips so fast? Just a bodyguard, 2 identities, and a non-relocated resident of the unfinished construction zone."
He spun around towards Bai Wu, angrily saying, "Damn it, I'm going to destroy these unscrupulous real estate developers. Making money regardless of life, you guys will definitely get your karma."
He looked up at him angrily, saying, "Cut it out, we don't even know the root of the matter, stop talking nonsense." "What?" Qing looked over at Jia Shen, saying, "If it's really your dad who did it, are you really going to go against him?" Jia Shen immediately blew his top, standing up abruptly. "If you guys don't believe me, then I'll solve it myself." Bai Wu didn't want to argue uselessly anymore. He spoke up to mediate. All right, stop arguing now. We're all in the same boat now, Jia Shen. Tell us the situation." Jia Shen honestly reported, "Ding Tian's capital chain has indeed had problems in the past 2 years, mainly because of my dad's ambition for the ecological city plan. To make it easier to understand, Jia Shen brought out a map consisting of Luqi, Wuqi, Siqi, Sanqi, Erqi, Yiqi. That damned vice president also embezzled a bunch of money from this project. The company has already used a lot of bailout funds, but it's still not enough. My dad had no choice but to decide to find another trustworthy company to sell Shihuan to." A strategic diagram was set up, consisting of ecological city, Xinjiang Emperor Scenery, Hicheng, Shihuan. He continued, "On one hand, reduce the group's capital pressure. On the other hand, it can also let some small businesses have a way to invest and make money. But then I heard that the government has a new policy, and the development prospects of this area will be very good in the future." His expression became even more serious. Therefore, the second contractor then played tricks to push this area up, rebuilding it from scratch into a high-end community.
Bai Wu seriously analyzed. Although the situation now is not mainly caused by Ding Tian, it can't escape being related. Jia Shen resolutely said after hearing this, "Although I hate my dad's style, I believe in his character. I will definitely resolve this matter properly. It's just that I haven't thought of a solution yet."
Wang Pengzi propped his chin up, HMPH. "Wanting to protect Ding Tian's corporate rights and brand is simple. Rebuild that construction area from scratch is the key. But the project has been sold, so do we have to go find Dai Cheng over there to talk?"
Qing felt that this approach was not practical. She analyzed. "Are you kidding? Dai Cheng's meal. Do you think they can spit it out? even if we offer a high price to buy it back. Spending money to rebuild, do you know how much money that is?
Bai Wu tried to ask the system for its opinion.
Can Ding Tian acquire this project?
The system quickly showed the result, 351% chance of acquisition. He felt this result wasn't too bad. Not bad, it's even higher than I expected. He asked Jia Chen, "Are there any restrictions or violated clauses in Yi Qi Tian and Da Cheng's transaction?" Xia Chen immediately replied, "Yes. Originally, the transfer fee was 580 million yuan, which was already an incredibly cheap deal, on the condition that Da Cheng must complete the project construction, without delays or changes to the project rules.
If the agreement is violated, Ding Tian has the right to reclaim it at the original price." Hearing that, Wang Pengzi quickly spoke up. "Then what are we hesitating for? Your family has a huge business, so a few hundred million yuan is nothing, right?" Bai Wu immediately cut him off.
"You're thinking too simply. There's also the cost of rebuilding the entire project from scratch. That's no small sum either," Xia Chen gloomily said. "Roughly, it'd be 12 billion yuan, Ding Tian, right now." Qing chimed in, continuing Xia Chen's words. "Where would Ding Tian even find 12 billion yuan right now?" Then she frowned and continued.
"Firstly, that eco-pit is a bottomless money pit, and secondly, the adjacent land is said to be haunted, so it wouldn't sell for much. Plus there's that life-or-death betting agreement." Wang Pengzi's eyes widened in surprise.
"Betting agreement?" Bai Wu fell into thought. "An investor's life-or-death betting agreement? Holy crap, it's him, Jingtian Capital." His words stunned Xia Chen, and Qing beside him immediately confirmed. "That's right, in the investment agreement between Jingtian Capital and Dingtian, there's a clause like this. Suppose Dingtian fails to achieve its business targets within the period, then it will proceed according to the betting clause. It can be imagined as follows.
Big companies present extremely high profit targets in the betting clause to make other companies gamble, as if saying, 'Go on, or else hee, all right, I'm going all in.'" At this point, Qing turned to ask Xia Chen, "So the bet must be about shares, right?" Xia Chen wasn't very clear. He said, "I only know that Jingtian is also a major shareholder. Besides that, I've never heard my father mention it." "Then how did she know?" Qing revealed.
"My grandpa told me,"
she continued. "If the targets aren't met, they'll have to compensate Jingtian with shares, plus a significant amount of interest, repaying both principal and interest. When companies worth 10 billion yuan fall into their trap, there's no other way. They can only say, 'We've got nothing, just kill me.'" Bai Wu rubbed his chin.
"Are you kidding me? If it really comes to that, I'm afraid Ding Tian won't be able to pay such high interest rates."
"The situation would become like this.
If you can't pay, then the only way is to compensate the other party with your shares at the original price. The company won't be yours anymore. Get out." "That's how the game rules are," Wang Pengzi immediately asked. "So we have to achieve the goals, right? If we complete them, the company's value will increase, and then I win. Compensate with money or get lost? Do investors have to make up the difference based on the new valuation? Two parties risking everything for their grand ambitions?" He couldn't help but ponder.
Succeed, and take a single step to heaven. Fail, and face ruin and destruction. Tisk, tisk. Xia Chen sat down and sighed. "My mom and I didn't know anything about this. He was too overconfident, only thinking about his own career." Qing snorted.
"The most important thing now is, how many shares have already been sold? If this doesn't work out, how much will the family have left?" Xia Chen said in a low voice. "Don't ask me, I don't know anything."
Suddenly, old Pengzi clutched his chest. "This isn't good. My heart condition is flaring up again. You quickly think of a solution." Qing also agreed with Wang Pengzi's suggestion. "Exactly, Master Bai. It's your turn to act." Hearing this, Bai Wu closed his eyes.
"Hold on a sec." He chuckled softly and called out to the system. "System, if I'm not mistaken, Jing Tian is the final boss. It's your time to shine." Data slowly appeared, and the more he saw, the more surprised he became. "What? The buyback price is unexpectedly that low? Looks like success is the only option, failure is not. They really want to swallow up someone else's company whole." Bai Wu continued to discuss with the system. He asked it, "What's the relationship between Jingtian and those two companies? If I assist, what's the probability of Dingtian achieving its goals? What's the probability of taking down Jingtian?" After a moment, his eyes gleamed. "Got it!" he excitedly told everyone in the room. "Jingtian is the mastermind behind all this, and the buyback price is practically free. What we can do is help your father achieve his goals." Hearing that, Wang Pengzi's eyes immediately lit up, while the other two stared, eyes wide and mouths agape, at Bai Wu's bold decision. He then sealed it with a sentence, "After that, we'll deliver a fatal blow to that crocodile." Seeing their astonished expressions, Bai Wu rubbed his chin and said with a smile, What's wrong? You're already acting like this just by hearing about Jing Tian. Right then, Fatty Wang, standing beside him, scratched his head, looking puzzled, and asked, "Who's that? Don't recognize. I'm just shocked Xia's family is about to lose everything. How ruthless is that?" Immediately after, Xia Chen suddenly charged forward, shoving Fatty Wang aside, and yelled, "Are you talking about Qingtian capital?" Responding to Xia Chen's panic, Bai Wu calmly stroked his chin and said, "That's them," surprised. Though Bai Wu acted like he knew everything, he secretly thought,
I didn't expect them to be hiding so deep. Hearing him say that, Qing turned to look at him, worriedly saying, Qingtian is seriously some nasty capital shark, and apparently, they're secretly manipulating other real estate companies too. Seeing that, Bai Wu closed his eyes, imagining Qingtian with a cunning face, seizing all the real estate companies with one hand. Then, he summarized Qingtian's tricks in one breath. Use those companies as cannon fodder, then gamble on it, swallowing the hardest to control, which is Ding Tian. Once they become the Wulin Alliance chief, those who submit will live, and those who resist will die. Speaking to this point, Bai Wu frowned, opened his eyes, and gritted his teeth, saying, This kind of scumbag must be eliminated. Otherwise, who would dare to buy an apartment in the future? As soon as Bai Wu finished speaking, Qing threw a bucket of cold water on him. Eliminate them. You've got quite the mouth. Right now, how do we save Ding Tian? And the unfinished apartment complex owners, issues aren't even resolved yet. Hearing Qing's words, Xia Chen and Fatty Wang sighed in frustration. Seeing the two of them sigh, the two Qing frowned unhappily, yelling, Wanna die? If you sigh again, get out Tata here. Just then, Bai Wu took a step forward and spoke up. Now that I've figured out who's behind it, I'll naturally have a way to deal with him. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and said casually, This matter has to be carried out step by step, and it also requires everyone's cooperation. Do you guys believe in me? Hearing that, Fatty Wang excitedly pointed at himself, confidently saying, Of course I believe you. You're my boss, man. Xia Chen next to him also spoke seriously. Wu Ji, I was wrong for targeting you before. As long as you can solve this, I'll do anything. Fatty Wang stepped forward, massaging his shoulders with both hands, then turned to look at Xia Chen, teasing, Wu's little bro, what are you gonna do? Bai Wu couldn't help but feel helpless. This guy is all direct and thick-skinned. Qing on the side looked at Bai Wu with sparkling eyes and said, Wu's little bro, what are you gonna do, Grandmaster Bai? Just give your orders, I'll do anything for you. Seeing her adorable expression, Xia Chen and Fatty Wang simultaneously got nosebleeds. After everyone finished speaking, Bai Wu asked again, Really? You guys mean that from the bottom of your hearts? Seeing that he still hadn't said his plan, Qing turned into a fierce woman, grabbing Xia Chen and Fatty Wang's heads and banging them together, threatening, Are you finally going to spit it out or what? Bai Wu got scared and immediately flustered. I'll talk. Please calm your anger, heroine. Then, without delay, he spoke out his plan. First, there's the issue of the unfinished apartment complex. If Dai Cheng really broke the rules, then Ding Tian will be able to take it back. Bai Wu squinted his eyes and continued. As for the transfer restriction, I'll take care of it. Hearing that, Fatty Wang was startled and quickly interrupted him. Wu Ji is so rich. Immediately, Bai Wu raised his hand to stop him from continuing. Order, I haven't finished speaking yet. Then he continued to speak out his plan. As for the money to complete the construction, I want the homeowners and Ding Tian to do it together. At that moment, Qing suddenly raised her hand to interrupt. Wait a minute, can you be more specific? Our brains can't keep up with your rhythm? Immediately, Fatty Wang, with a bewildered face, also agreed. That's right, Wu Ji. Hearing that, Bai Wu explained his plan in detail. Simple. Spread the news that Ding Tian wants to take out a high-interest loan to reclaim Westlake Villas. Bai Wu continued. I guess Da Cheng is Qing Tian's pawn. Since Ding Tian is willingly walking into its own grave, Qing Tian will definitely cooperate, making the reclamation even easier. After that, an image of Da Cheng as an extremely loyal dog of Qing Tian appeared in his head. Then he continued to speak, and the homeowners, after hearing this news, will follow my instructions and go over there to promote fundraising, which is just within reach. Beside him at this time, Qing frowned as she listened to him speak out his plan, while Fatty Wang was surprised, staring at him with wide eyes. At this time, Xia Chen was still worried and asked, But what about the loan? Before he could finish his sentence, Bai Wu grabbed his shoulder, smiling and reassuring him, Don't worry, it's not a scam. It's my people. Hearing that, Fatty Wang's eyes lit up immediately, excitedly asking him, Wu Ji, you're probably asking Chairman and Elder Wu, Elder Sha to help us, right? Bai Wu was too lazy to respond, turning to glance at him, jumping the gun and stealing credit again, huh? Qing on the side spoke up arrogantly. HMPH, I don't dare to say anything else but count me in when it comes to money. The three of them, Bai Wu, Fatty Wang, and Xie Chen, immediately shouted, "Big sis, great and mighty." Seeing the expressions on their faces, she laughed happily. Ah hee hee. Immediately after, Bai Wu asked Qing Qing for a favor. Qing, your grandpa is incredibly well informed in the business world. He knows everything. Can you help me get some information about Qing Tian's and those two families, business and investments, so I can easily diagnose the problem and prescribe the right medicine? After hearing that, Qing nodded in agreement.
Got it, leave it to me. Riding that wave, Bai Wu turned away, pretending to stroke his chin, and said with concern, "The haunted incidents at the imperial estates are taken care of. I'll visit my cousins tomorrow, and those imperial estate apartments will sell out fast."
Wang Banzi and Xie Shen stood beside him, staring blankly, not understanding a thing. Qing saw through his intentions, and Xie Shen scornfully said, "So shameless. What are you planning for me, the retainer?"
Xie Shen also chimed in, questioning, "Yeah, everyone has important things to do." As soon as Xie Shen finished speaking, Bai Wu pointed at him, saying mysteriously, "Relax, I've got a great role for you." Without letting everyone wait, he smiled smugly and revealed his plan. Let Xie Shen go cry and hug his dad's legs. The focus of our plan is Ding Tian, so the most important thing is to get his father's trust and support.
Hearing this, Xie Shen turned pale, sweating and scratching his face, while Qing sighed worriedly. "From what I know, CEO Xia is an upright and stubborn person. Your superstitious tricks probably won't work. Besides, the relationship between Xie Shen and his father." Bai Wu immediately smiled and reassured her. "Don't worry, I have a countermeasure." Then, he asked for help from the system. What's the success rate of convincing CEO Xia right now?" The system immediately gave an answer. "The success rate is only 237%.
Hearing this, Bai Wu's face darkened. This stubborn old geezer. Then don't blame me for using tricks. The system hurriedly reminded him. "Host, your luck isn't good. I advise you to be cautious." Hearing this, he angrily waved it away. "Get lost, I don't need your advice." Then, Bai Wu stroked his chin, flashed a dangerous smile, and said, Desperate times call for desperate measures," making the other three worry and sweat.
Seeing him like that, the three felt a bad omen. Qing and Wang Banzi already knew what kind of person he was and thought the same thing. What tricks is he planning to pull again? Bai Wu was standing outside on the balcony, happily saying, "Chairman, I'm counting on you." Behind him, the three were eavesdropping at the same time.
When they saw him come in, Wang Banzi asked worriedly, "How is it? Is everything all right?" He replied with a smile, "Relax, everything's taken care of. All three big bosses have agreed to help." He gestured to Xie Shen. "Let's go, you and I will go see your dad." At the same time, he shouted, "Everyone, split up and act. Everything is ready for this operation." At the Dingtian Group building, he was sitting down for negotiations.
"What I just analyzed isn't wrong, right? Dingtian has reached the door of life and death. What other choices do you have?" Xie Shen stood next to his father, his hands and feet trembling as he listened to him. CEO Xia remained silent in contemplation, his expression serious as he said,
"Indeed, very insightful. It seems you've put a lot of thought into Dingtian, haven't you?" He thought to himself, "I knew it wouldn't be easy to convince him." Then he said with a kind smile, "Haha, CEO Xia has probably investigated my background, right?" He naturally replied, "That's right, I have." Then old Xia continued,
"However, I don't think... No, I can't believe that you would take risks to help Ding Tian out of a sense of righteousness." Bai Wu showed an understanding attitude and explained, "Firstly, everyone pursues different values. And secondly, there's righteousness and the requests of friends. In short, it's very complicated." Suddenly, he became mysterious and said,
"To be honest, I don't think I can completely convince you, just like you can't completely understand Xie Shen."
Leaving him stunned,
unable to say anything, Xie Shen spoke up from behind,
"Dad, I believe Bai Wu, and I also approve of his plan." He raised his hand resolutely and continued, "Besides, I personally signed for a 500 million loan." Hearing his son say that, he became extremely angry, slammed the table hard, pointed straight at his face, and shouted, You unfilial son!" Xie Shen panicked, immediately jumped back behind Bai Wu, and called out in a trembling voice, "Secretary Wei, come in here for a moment." Then he put his arm around him and pushed him away, not forgetting to turn back and say, "Dad, calm down a little. Chairman Lai will call you later to explain." As soon as the two left the room, they breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could calm down, a curse echoed from inside the room, "Beast, prodigal son." Making them jump in fright, Xie Shen sweated and asked him, "Bro, are you sure my dad's okay? If anything happens to him, I'll fight you to the death." He glanced at him and replied confidently, "Relax. I've calculated everything. How could I be wrong? Besides, you said your dad hasn't been feeling well lately. It's normal for him to get angry at you." On the outside he was like this, but inside he couldn't help but sigh. "I'm creating karma. Why am I doing such immoral things? System, is CEO Xia's health okay?" 10 minutes later the two were sitting on the chairs waiting for CEO Xia's anger to subside. Xia Shen even turned to ask him, "Can you calculate if my dad's okay?" He replied listlessly, "Relax, he's fine. I just calculated it a minute ago." Suddenly, the secretary came out and announced, "Gentlemen, CEO Xia is calling for you." They both jumped up and headed into the room. Facing the two young guys in front of him, CEO Xia paused in silence for a moment. He picked up his thermos and slowly said, "Chairman Lai of the Chamber of Commerce just called. If he vouches for you, plus the credibility of those big shots from the Antique Association, I have no choice but to believe it." Not forgetting to praise him, Bai Xiansheng is indeed an expert. Xu Feng immediately cupped his fist in a polite gesture and replied, "CEO Xia is generous, Bai Wu is at fault." Xia Chen next to him also spoke up to apologize. "Dad, I was wrong, I shouldn't have acted first, and reported later, making you so angry." He held up his hand to stop him, sighing, "Don't say any more, you guys were just too hasty, son. I'm very happy you have this spirit. I should also examine myself. We can talk slowly when we have time." That sentence left him stunned, speechless. Following that he stood up and continued, "It's all because I like to do things on a grand scale, plus my management has problems, that led the company to this crucial threshold of survival." He paused for a moment, then continued, "Bai Xiansheng, your plan really surprised me, but because I couldn't control my emotions." Then CEO Xia held out his hand, indicating a handshake. "I'll leave this matter to you, and Xia Chen will fully support you on my behalf." Seeing that Xu Feng hadn't reacted yet, he stepped forward and grabbed his hand, excitedly saying, "Go hard!" Bai Wu looked at his hand, thinking in disbelief, "Is CEO Xia playing me, planning to screw me over after this?" The system then popped up with a notification, "Probability of screwing you over is 0%, trust is the premise for cooperation." That reassured him, "As long as I don't get screwed." When the two of them left the room again, the employees there immediately started gossiping and pointing at them. He ignored them and thought to himself, "This crown prince is usually indifferent, but now he suddenly takes control of the country. In the eyes of outsiders, this is a sign that Ding Tian is about to fall." He looked over at Xia Chen beside him, smiling smugly. Can the crown prince's coup save the Ding Tian Empire from its decline? In the following days, news reports continuously broadcasted about his activities. Starting with the press conference, "Can the Ding Tian Empire revive its glory?" Next, he partnered with Xinhuang, displaying his royal authority. Ding Tian recovered the unfinished Westlake Garden residential area, resurrecting it. At the same time, he refused interviews. Regarding the important issues, was that huge sum of money obtained through high-interest loans. The crown prince refused to answer. And finally, the results of the competition. The ecological city project battle that everyone was following finally came to an end, and the final result, Ding Tian lost badly, and Jia Cheng won. In the dark night, at a suburban villa, 3 glasses of wine were being raised. 3 guys were celebrating this victory. The first one laughed smugly, "Haha, we finally got our hands on it." The second one immediately chimed in, "Isn't it thanks to President Sun's strategy and financial support?" The one called President Sun smiled sinisterly. Gently swirling the wine in his hand, he said venomously, "After we acquire all his shares, the real estate world will belong to me and you guys." Then, there were sounds of vicious laughter, hee-hee-ha. At the same time, the male lead Xu Feng was sprawled on a chair, leisurely smiling and saying, "Looks like tomorrow." He raised the wineglass in his hand, looked up at the bright moon and said, "There's gonna be some changes." Early in the morning, Bai Wu, in his pajamas, stood on the balcony stretched. Wang Pengdizi, still wearing an eye mask, rushed over with his phone, calling him urgently. "Woo, come on, the chairman's calling." Xu Feng took the phone and held it to his ear, asking, "Chairman, is it good news?" Sun Taihei at the other end of the line replied, "Yeah, you guessed it again. During the groundbreaking ceremony yesterday, they dug up something, probably a fragment of a pre-Qin period tomb complex." Xu Feng raised his hand, signaling "OK" to Wang Pengzi, while answering Sun Taihei. "Amazing. This is a major discovery. It's definitely a great achievement for the contractor." Wang Pengzi clenched his fist excitedly and exclaimed, "Ode." Sun Taihei laughed and said, "Haha, it's a significant contribution. It's just that the ecological city plan probably has to be stopped, and the development objective has to be revised." Xu Feng casually put his hands in his pockets, the corners of his mouth raised, and said, Merchants can't just think about making money, they also have to know how to shoulder some social responsibility. Don't you think so? I haven't officially thanked you for the financial assistance last time. Just summon me if you need anything, Sun Taihei then said.
Having you say that is enough. I have to go attend the conference to discuss the excavation plan for this relic, so bye. Bai Wu smiled and said, okay, goodbye, Chairman. Wang Pengzi saw that their conversation had ended, and cheerfully said, success. This time they've completely fallen into the trap, ha ha. He raised his hands to the sky and praised loudly. Awesome, Wu family. Bai Wu, meanwhile, leaned against the balcony, chin in hand, a satisfied smile on his face. At that moment, in a suburban villa, a wineglass was thrown to the ground, shattering into pieces. Red wine splattering and mixing with the fragments. President's son angrily gritted his teeth and snapped, damn it, why did you invest the money in a loser like him? The man with the goatee waved his hands, trying to appease him, stammering, Don't get worked up. The higher-ups are already discussing excavation plans. They'll make sure we don't lose out. Just wait for news. Hearing this, President's son got even angrier, yelling, wait, and eat dirt. Such a large amount of capital is stuck here. Do you know what the consequences are? Meanwhile, in a VIP room at a restaurant, Xia Zhigang raised his wineglass, a radiant smile on his face, and said, on behalf of Ding Tian, I sincerely congratulate you all on achieving a glorious victory. Cheers. Xia Zhigang stood amidst a large round table, laden with delicacies, with Bai Wu and Wang Banzi beside him, and Xia Xian and Qing Qing on either side, everyone smiling brightly, raising their glasses and shouting in unison, cheers! Afterwards, Bai Wu savored his wine leisurely, while Wang Banzi just poured the whole glass down his throat, looking extremely pleased. Xia Xian and Qing Qing were both very cheerful, as the plan was on track, and the burden in their hearts was somewhat relieved. Xia Zhigang finished his wine and put down the glass, then turned to Bai Wu and praised Bai Xiansheng's ability and ambition. Xia is truly impressed, Bai Wu replied politely. You flatter me, President Xia. Xia Shen raised his glass and continued. Bai Xiansheng, Qing Qingji, and Fatty-E2, thank you three for helping Ding Tian. This time, Xia Shen toasts you all. Bai Wu then asked him, are Di Jing and Hu Jiwan both going smoothly? Xia Shen replied with a bright smile. The rumors about Di Jing have dissipated, and revenue is soaring. Negotiations with the homeowners at Hu Jiwan are also going very smoothly, and construction can be resumed very soon. Xia Zhigang sat beside him, looking extremely satisfied. Bai Wu glanced at Xia Zhigang and asked in a low voice, forgive me for being abrupt, but what about the bet? Xia Zhigang immediately replied, there's still half a year left. The sales target shouldn't be a big problem. When that time comes, Qing Tian will have to fulfill their responsibilities. His eyebrows suddenly furrowed, but he continued, we'll see if they can get through this hurdle. In a flash, Xia Zhigang's expression relaxed again, and he turned to Bai Wu to change the subject. Let's not talk about that anymore, let's talk about us. Bai Wu was a little surprised. President Xia, please go ahead. Xia Zhigang said, no matter what Bai Xiansheng's initial motive was for doing this, for Ding Tian and the Xia family, this is a life-saving grace. Xia can't just offer a verbal thank you. Bai Wu hesitated. Suddenly, Qing Qing interjected. Xia Shushu. Who else are you thanking? Don't forget I helped too. Wang Banzi, mouthful of shrimp, holding a crab claw, also perked up his ears to listen. Xia Zhigang laughed heartily. Of course, you all made great contributions, and you all deserve to be properly thanked. With you big shots and Qing Qing Zhaoji helping to solve our difficulties, there must be some interest. How about 20% annual interest? Bai Wu shrugged his shoulders, sighed softly, and said, me and those old directors have made it clear, just consider it a loan from me, and they don't need me to pay interest. Qing Qing also nodded and said, I don't need it either. Don't let me get scolded when I get home. Xia Zhigang replied, no, in business interest must be paid. Otherwise, how can Xia hold his head up in the business world? In the future, Xia Shen also spoke up to persuade them, you two shouldn't refuse, listen to my dad. Then Qing Qing clasped her hands, winked, and stuck out her tongue playfully, saying, then thank you for Xia Shushu's hongbao. Bai Wu also replied, okay, thank you. President Xia. Wang Banzi, who was eating, also peeked over, looking radiant. Xia Zhigang tapped his finger on the table and continued, on the other hand, Bai Xiansheng's help, according to the consulting level, should be 20 to 40%, Bai Wu exclaimed inwardly in shock. Oh my god, this is not a small amount. How does Ding Tian suddenly have so much capital? The system quickly appeared. Hey, is this considered a question? Are you asking how much capital Ding Tian has? Or are you asking where the source of their working capital comes from? Qing Qing was no less surprised at this moment. Xia Shushu.
Is your company not opening anymore? How can you use so much working capital to thank Bai Wu?
Xie Zhigang closed his eyes and replied in a low voice. Indeed, the working capital is still very tight. We can't spend such a large consulting fee.
Hearing him say that, Wang Banzi choked instantly, while Bai Wu scratched his face helplessly. He smiled and looked at Bai Wu, saying, "So I decided to pay, in the form of shares. I cordially invite Bai Xiansheng to join Dingtian." Xia Shen also smiled and looked at Bai Wu. That comment of his made Wang Banzi pause mid-grab for the shrimp on his head. Ching Ching happily agreed. "That's a deal." Bai Wu's eyes widened as he wondered, "Is this what they call a pie falling from the sky?" The system immediately replied, "Duh. 896%, a huge opportunity. It's just that the host doesn't know squat about the land business." Hearing this, Bai Wu glared at it with wounded pride.
"Hey, why are you so savage with your words today?" Bai Wu suddenly remembered his old job. When the boss said after a meeting,
"Don't go home after work, let's have another meeting," he hurriedly waved his hands in refusal. "No way, CEO Jia. I don't know anything about the land business, plus I'm used to being lazy. It's hard for me to adapt to this kind of 9-to-5 job." Xia Zhigang and Jia Chen looked helplessly at Bai Wu, who was waving his hands as if to say,
"This humble servant can't do it." Jia Chen sighed and thought, "What a pain. You just need to stay home and wait for the company's dividends. Who asked you to manage the company, my guru? You're overthinking it." Bai Wu shook his head vehemently. "Absolutely not." Xie Zhigang crossed his arms and nodded like a tumbler. "Not mandatory to accept."
Regardless of Bai Wu's persistent refusal, Xia Zhigang was determined to make him accept. Wang Banzi's eyes lit up, shrimp in his mouth, muttering to himself about the interest plus consulting fees plus the money that girl gave him, roughly calculating, the profit should be 500 million, no, 800 million, no, it's probably 15 billion. Xia Chen was helpless as those two were going back and forth about accepting and refusing. He sighed softly to Ching Ching. "I told you, he's not happy with too much money." Ching Ching picked up her glass, toasted, and said, "Stop nagging like a woman, drink up."
After a while, Bai Wu groaned, "Ugh, headache." While he was dozing off in bed, a voice kept ringing in his ears. "Daddy, are you awake yet, Daddy?" He groggily opened his eyes, wondering in his head, a kid. In his sight was the face of a child staring excitedly at him. He thought, "Oh my God, why? It feels like..." Right then, he suddenly widened his eyes in panic. He gaped and sat up, looking at the child sitting on his stomach, stammering, Kid! Whose kid is this?" The white-haired, big-headed, tiny-bodied child standing on his stomach burst into tears. "Daddy, don't you recognize me anymore?" This made Bai Wu panic. He grabbed the edge of the bed and screamed, What? Don't come over here." Because he was too panicked and had nothing to hold on to, Bai Wu fell and hit his head on the ground, his feet kicking up in the air. The child covered its mouth and laughed at his disheveled appearance. But at that moment, his foot accidentally kicked it. Countless squares flew out from a corner of the child's face. At this moment, he exclaimed in surprise and doubt, System! The playful system raised its hand to greet him and said, "Ah hee hee, got caught. I thought the host would be scared stupid." Bai Wu felt dizzy and rubbed his head, answering, "Whew! Humanization, pixel simulation running into the real world, anyone would be scared shitless." It flew into the air, happily saying, "Unexpected, right? I've leveled up, you dumbass. Helping you not use your brain, System 30 at your service."
Bai Wu covered his face and silently endured the mischievous system. In his room, he cried out in his heart, "I'm screwed. That one blue window was already annoying as hell. Now it's turned into a whole brat." Suddenly, he realized something. He turned around abruptly, wondering, "But wait, How did you suddenly turn into a human?" The system blinked and explained casually, I already said I leveled up." Then it touched the glass door, looked outside, and said excitedly, "Never mind that, Daddy, let's go play." Bai Wu crossed his arms, glared at it, and said unhappily, "Who the hell is your daddy? Don't spout nonsense. This young and handsome master doesn't even have a girlfriend yet." So the system lay down on the ground, crying and wailing, I wanna go play." Bai Wu's face darkened. He didn't let it off the hook, raised his eyebrows and asked it, "Explain to me first. Where did you get the energy to evolve? And you even auto-downloaded the update. Are you a scam software?" Caught red-handed, the system froze on the ground, sweat pouring down its face. It changed the subject, wailing even louder. "I want to go play." Bai Wu sighed helplessly. "I don't have a daughter like you." From then on, it kept following him around. The moment I flipped my shirt up, it popped out and said, "Let's go play." While I was brushing my teeth, it climbed onto the mirror to watch me. As Bai Wu was about to bring the cup to his mouth to rinse, it suddenly jumped out, scaring the crap out of me.
and I dropped both the cup and toothbrush. The cup hit the floor, water splashed everywhere, and I slipped, which led to a series of crashes and shattering sounds. Wang Banzi, totally freaked, hurriedly opened the door and rushed in, anxiously asking, "Wu Ge, do you have a mouse in your room? What's jumping around like crazy, dude?" But then he saw Bai Wu painfully clutching his swollen foot, lying on the floor amidst the scattered mess and a puddle of water. Bai Wu looked at him, gritting his teeth and saying, "Ugh, aren't you going to help me up?" Bai Wu's condition made a trip to the hospital inevitable, so he went to see a specialist in the orthopedics department for an examination and treatment. After they were done, Wang Banzi helped him out, saying, "Wu Ge, you're having some bad luck, man. You tripped in your own house. Could it be because you celebrated getting so much money last night that you've become too heavy?" Bai Wu frowned, glaring at the system clinging to his shoulder, and retorted, "TCH, what the heck does that have to do with anything? I just ran into a jinxed brat." The system, scolded by him, rubbed its eyes and started crying. "Boo-hoo, why is the host blaming me? If you had let me go out and play, there wouldn't have been an injury rate." Bai Wu felt helpless. He went to the elevator with Wang Banzi's help, muttering, "What a bad luck." But he didn't notice a dog rushing towards them from behind. The dog suddenly jumped on him, barking with its tongue out, causing him to lose his balance and fall forward. Wang Banzi, caught off guard, could only watch in panic as he fell. Bai Wu landed face first in front of the elevator door, the dog stepping on him and sniffing his head. Wang Banzi anxiously called out, "Wu Ge." Seeing his tragic situation, the system covered its mouth and snickered. More and more people gathered around, seeing him with a bandaged foot, sitting in front of the elevator door, with a dog biting his collar, and they started gossiping nonstop. "What's going on? Why are they blocking the elevator? If it's urgent, they should find a doctor. Did someone get bitten by a dog? Why is there a dog in the hospital? Why did this person bring a dog in here?" He glanced at the dog biting his collar, confused. What now? The noisy voices around him didn't stop. Does it have rabies? Who is that? I'm really having some bad luck. Just then, a spark flashed from a corner of the elevator door, and seconds later, the elevator suddenly plummeted before everyone's horrified eyes. The elevator crashed with a loud bang. Bai Wu raised his hand to cover his face, and the dog ran away in fear. He clutched his chest and was helped up by Wang Banzi. Everyone was so scared that their faces were covered in sweat, and the people around them burst into an uproar again. "Oh my God, the elevator crashed. Thank goodness we weren't in there," some people said. "That was so close. Luckily this young man blocked the door, or we'd all be dead." A few others were angry. How could the hospital elevator have an accident like this? This is outrageous. Is this meant to harm people? Wang Banzi anxiously whispered to Bai Wu, "Wu Ge, are you okay? Are you reversing your luck? Did you sacrifice yourself to save everyone?" He remained silent, not answering. At this moment, the people there suddenly surrounded him, shaking his hand gratefully. "Luckily, this young man helped us avoid a disaster." That's right, young man. Are you okay?" He waved his hand tiredly and replied, I'm okay. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Before Bai Wu's eyes, countless glowing blue bubbles were floating in the air. He was surprised as he dodged a bubble slowly floating in front of him, then saw another bubble drifting past his shoulder. Finally, the system flew out of nowhere, sucking the bubble into its mouth, and a fully charged battery icon appeared on the system's head. Bai Wu stared at this scene in shock, thinking to himself, "Holy crap, what is going on?" The system was holding 2 blue bubbles in its hands, munching away happily. It patted its belly with extreme satisfaction. Under Bai Wu's sharp gaze, he glanced at it and asked, "What the hell did you just eat? Did you also become clearer?" The system startled, covering its mouth, feeling guilty. Its fingertips touched as it replied, "Nothing much, just a little energy." Clearly disbelieving, he narrowed his eyes, immediately pressing, "Really? Where did that energy come from? Why would they have energy for you?" He recalled what the system had said before. "When you were in the hospital, you drained a large portion of my energy to forcibly enhance your physical functions. You, host, sacrificed your future success rate to restore me," you gotta listen to me, "and be a good person. Gaining energy through changing other people's success rate you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Just do what you think is right." He fell silent, staring intensely at the system, making it sweat bullets. He stroked his chin, guessing, "You're relying on my actions to get energy, so this is the real reason you insisted on dragging me out." The system could only helplessly listen to him, pouting, "Host, what you are saying is so strange. You did good deeds on purpose," Bai Wu retorted. "Wasn't this scheme arranged by you?" At this moment, Bai Wu was shocked to see the blue bubbles flying towards him. His eyes widened as he observed the bubbles up close. Then he helplessly watched them fly into his head. Wang Banzi confusedly asked, "Wu Ji, what are you spacing out about?"
Bai Wu ignored Wang Banzi, his face darkening, and he glared at the system with a chilling gaze, warning, "Just wait, till we get back, you're dead." The system wasn't scared at all, playfully sticking out its tongue.
Then, as if remembering something, he patted his head, wondering, "Wait a minute, where's that dog from earlier? It looked familiar. Could it be Wu Xiaoxiao again?" Wang Banzi, standing beside him, was covered in question marks.
Suddenly, at the hospital reception desk not far from where they were, a man pointed at the face of the bespectacled doctor, angrily yelling, "You're a quack! My mom died because of you. She was perfectly fine when she was brought to the hospital a few days ago, and now you're saying she's beyond saving." Seeing the tense situation, the nurse quickly tried to calm the man down. "Sir, please calm down." But the man was so enraged that he clenched his fists, veins popping on his arms.
The man lost control and slapped the nurse. "None of your business," the nurse exclaimed. The onlookers were stunned. Someone shouted, "There's a commotion, call security." The man grabbed the doctor's collar, terrifying him, causing his glasses to fall to the tip of his nose. The man yelled, "A life for a life! You'll pay the price." Bai Wu rubbed his chin and sighed. "What bad luck. Always running into trouble." Wang Banzi suggested, "Wu Ji, should we take the stairs?"
Bai Wu suddenly raised his hand to stop Wang Banzi, saying, "Wait, fatty, something's not right. Call the police first."
He frowned and silently stared at the crowd. A moment later, 2 security guards rushed over, squeezing through the crowd while shouting, "Security here, let us through." The security guards hurriedly stopped the man who was grabbing the elderly doctor by the collar. A tearful woman cried out, "Don't hit him." Bai Wu stroked his chin and tilted his head, speculating, "Seems like there are accomplices. This isn't just a normal hospital disturbance, and someone's about to die."
Without another word, he turned to the system. "Stop pretending to be stupid. Get to work." The system, who had been avoiding eye contact, startled when he called it out. It reluctantly turned around and pouted. He crossed his arms, giving the order,
"Check if those men are accomplices with the guy making the commotion. How many accomplices are there in total?"
The system looked serious, raised its hand, and released a burst of energy towards the crowd. It had an answer in no time. Accomplice rate, 774%. It looked towards the doctor being attacked, the 2 security guards trying to separate them, and a chaotic crowd around the window. The system kept showing, accomplice disturbance, accomplice gang, accomplice disturbance, accomplice disturbance, accomplice gang. Bai Wu quickly looked at Wang Banzi and said, "Call the police, fatty. Tell them the troublemaker has 5 accomplices." Wang Banzi, who was holding his phone, was stunned when he heard him, and then he silently thought, could this doctor have killed the mother of some gang boss? The system eagerly piped up, "Nope, wrong guess, host. It's 0% thugs, Ataya. Judging by their accomplices, it's highly likely these guys are professional hospital scam artists." He crossed his arms, staring at the system clinging to his shoulder, its expression practically screaming. "Praise me already," he mused. So someone hired them. Even though this system turned into an annoying brat, it seems smarter than before. At least it's a bit more reliable now. Wang Banzi finished his call to the police and said, "All right, Wu Jiadun isn't far from the hospital, so they should be here quick," Bai Wu replied. "Then let's head out." Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. Wu Xiaoxiao arrived with a dog, chirping happily. "Bai Wu, what are you doing here? Perfect, I was just looking for you." He pursed his lips, eyeing her, and thought with an internal groan, "Oh, for heaven's sakes, what now? This problem isn't even solved, and another one's already here. Even an ox would be exhausted." Suddenly, his face drained of color, his eyes wide with horror. While that man was grappling with the doctor, raising his fist, someone carefully pulled a sharp knife from their shirt. He gritted his teeth and rushed over in a flash. Just as the guy raised the knife, he managed to shove the doctor away, yelling, "Watch out!" But right at that moment, his injured ankle suddenly flared with agonizing pain. He crumpled to the ground in agony. The knife-wielding guy's blade was already coming down towards his back. Wang Banzi's veins bulged on his forehead as he frantically yelled, "Wu Jia!" Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes welled up, her hand flying to cover her mouth in worry, while even the system went ghostly pale. A series of blazing red warning notifications popped up. It clutched its cheeks in horror, shrieking, "Oh crap!" The system immediately pressed a pouch on its front, and a system window popped up. "Confirm neural stimulation for body function enhancement. Confirmed." Bai Wu stared dumbfounded at the notifications, thinking to himself, hold on a sec. He felt a surge of power course through him. His eyes glowed, and he tightly gripped the knife-wielding man's hand, twisting it back,
until the knife clattered to the ground. Then he swung a fist and smashed the guy right in the face, making him cough up blood. Seeing this, Wang Panzi clutched his chest in shock and blurted out, "Holy moly, Wu Jia, are you some martial arts expert? You actually managed an epic comeback against all odds." Once it was over, he half opened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and let out a grunt. Then he tiredly plopped down. The guy gasped and moaned, "Ouch! Ouch!" That's when he seemed to realize something, looking down at his feet. Why doesn't my leg hurt anymore? Wang Panzi rushed over to help him up, and the two of them left the scene under the admiring gazes of the onlookers.
The police quickly arrived and subdued the unruly crowd. Murmurs rose again among the onlookers. "Phew, that was close. Thank goodness for that young man, otherwise someone would have been murdered." Bai Wu and Wang Panzi watched the police escort the troublemakers away. Wang Panzi asked, "Wu Jia, what the heck was that just now? Did some god possess you? Is your leg okay?" Bai Wu's face was ashen. He said urgently, "If I didn't step in right then, someone would have been killed." Just then, Wu Xiaoxiao's voice rang out. "Exactly," she declared. "All these thugs causing trouble in the hospital need to be rounded up." This was followed by a dog's bark. Bai Wu and Wang Panzi turned around in surprise
and saw Wu Xiaoxiao approaching them with a determined look. Bai Wu scratched his face and asked, "Why are you still here?"
Wu Xiaoxiao's dog's eyes lit up, staring at him with unbridled excitement.
Seeing it about to lunge, he recoiled in alarm, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, "Seriously, Wu Xiaoxiao's idiotic dog always spells trouble wherever it goes. No wonder my luck has been so rotten."
Then he glanced at the system beside him, which was covering its mouth and snickering. "And this is the real jinx. I still gotta go home and deal with this cursed toy first." The system read his thoughts, and pitifully, with glistening eyes, it whimpered. "Aren't I host's good system? I just helped you out of a jam?" he thought with disdain. "Oh, so you didn't just help me because you saw my life was in danger, huh?"
Suddenly the nurse approached him, a blue speech bubble appearing above her chest. She hesitated. About this," the system excitedly chimed in. Energy, making Bai Wu turn to look in surprise. The nurse blushed and said, "It's all thanks to your help." The doctor behind her clasped his hands in thanks. "Our benefactor, we're truly grateful." At the same time, bubbles of energy kept floating out from the two of them. While the doctor was grabbing his hand and thanking him profusely, and the nurse was standing shyly to the side, the system took the opportunity to catch the bubbles and suck them into its mouth, exclaiming with satisfaction, "Ah, so delicious." Bai Wu glared at it, his face darkening as he interrogated, "All the trouble I've been running into today is your doing, isn't it?"
He frowned and concluded in his heart, "To earn energy to eat." The system mumbled with its mouth full.
"This side effect is due to the host's own problem." Did the host forget already? Bai Wu was immediately dumbfounded. He pursed his lips, turned away, and thought to himself, "What a pain. I'll settle the score with you when I get back." Wu Xiaoxiao noticed him leaving and quickly hugged his arm. The dog also understood and grabbed his pants. She stopped him. "Hey, Bai Wu, don't go." Making his cheeks flush red, his face paled as he thought with annoyance, "What a headache. Still can't escape." Wu Xiaoxiao and the dog dragged him across the ground. Ignoring his terrified expression, she said, "I really have something urgent to ask you for help." Wang Banzi, seeing this scene, wondered, "Are all young ladies so bold these days? Should I follow them?"
Wu Xiaoxiao turned her head with a bright smile, waved at him, and said, "Don't worry, I'll return him as soon as I'm done." So he could only stare blankly as Bai Wu was dragged away. Ignoring the fact that he was being dragged away, he held his head with one hand and looked at the system, thinking to himself, "You think you're safe just because I can't get back now? Explain yourself clearly." The system said aggrievedly, "The host needs energy to use the system. During the rushed upgrade, the system reduced the host's success rate. Memories appeared."
He remembered frowning and looking at the system's information panel with the content.
System energy replenishment method. A. System automatically recovers. Unable to calculate recovery time. Limit use before the update is complete to avoid lag or crashes. B. Collect energy from the outside. The host must collect and make contact to obtain it. D. Withdraw energy from the host. Convenient. Fast. 3 seconds. The system can quantify anything if energy is extracted from the host.
It will affect the host's success rate. At that time, he had said, "You mean the success rate when I take action, so my luck will get worse?" Sacrificing his luck to restore the system was too much of a loss.
He pointed at his face, thinking unhappily, "So the side effect of the upgrade is that my luck has become worse." Suddenly, Bai Wu bumped into the waiting row of seats in the hospital and he painfully closed one eye. The system flew over, pointed to where he had just bumped and explained, Now the host's luck has dropped to a record low. You can choke to death, even drinking water. Running into accidents on the street is too normal. How can you blame the system? He frowned angrily, thinking to himself in irritation, screw you, you're still blaming me? Didn't this humanoid upgrade extract energy from me? The system spread out 2 fingers to make a measuring gesture, smiling in reply. Host, don't talk nonsense. The energy for this upgrade was mainly thanks to what you earned last time. Your own success rate was already low. There's nothing left to extract now, Baiwu thought in silence. Only a fool would believe that. You devil, you liar. You want to lure me to do good deeds and cause accidents for energy, right? The system clung to his knee, seriously refuting. But if I don't have energy, the host can't use the system either. He has heard enough. He thought, okay. While thinking, he pushed the dog's head away, causing it to yelp. Wu Xiaoxiao looked at him with surprise and confusion as he brushed off his pants and stood up. The dog also reached out to brush off his pants for him. He slightly curled his lips and asked the system, by the way, when will this bad luck end? The system gave a thumbs up and answered blandly. Once the host encounters bad luck, helping others, changing the results, accumulating luck over time will return soon. Hearing this, Baiwu suddenly sighed, holding his head in frustration. Is this retribution for all the things I've done that I'm ashamed of? Baiwu crossed his arms and remembered, then asked the system, isn't it just good deeds? Just say it directly. The system shrugged and replied, it's not that simple. If you force it, it wouldn't be considered doing good deeds. It winked, with both hands in front of its chest. Think about it. Have you ever intentionally done good deeds and received energy? Thus, he racked his brains, scratching his head in frustration, thinking, not this, not that either. Are you just plotting against me then? With my current luck, aren't you afraid of dying a bizarre death? Your performance is making the system panic? Then, he raised his hand to cover half of his face, thinking dejectedly. The male leads in other people's stories all have golden fingers and look down on the world, but sooner or later, I'm either going to be angered to death or schemed to death. The system looked at him with tearful eyes, then burst into tears. Baiwu scratched his head, looking at it sobbing, and thought tiredly, this is a real headache. Was I too harsh? It's true that you're plotting against me, but taking the energy to level up does help me after all. Overall, it's done more good than harm. It's just a little naughty sometimes. It's still just a kid after all. Thinking this, he wearily walked closer to the system and apologized. It was my mistake to blame you. I'm sorry. The system cried even louder after hearing this. Wahoo-hoo, you knelt down on one knee. Patting its head, he coaxed. Be good. Forgive me this time, okay? From now on, I'll listen to you in everything. The system immediately stopped crying. With its hands on its hips, it raised its hand to wipe away the tears, turned around and said, you have to keep your word. Lying will bring bad luck. He forced a smile and agreed. Of course, tell me, what's your plan? Looking at the system's appearance of stroking its chin and turning away as if scheming, and then looking at the system window, the word Baiwu's savior appeared at the top. Wu was slightly startled, sweating, and thought to himself, ugh. Is it searching, or is it thinking of another bad idea? Ah well, I'll take it one step at a time. Just then, Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly called out loudly, very annoyed, Bai Wu, are you even listening to me? He immediately knew that the trouble wasn't over, and he pursed his lips slightly, his face covered in sweat. Bai Wu quickly composed himself and turned to reply, of course. He scratched his face, his eyes dodging as he looked elsewhere, and stammered, but this thing... how should I put it? But in his heart, he shouted, crap, I didn't pay attention to anything she just said. His embarrassed appearance startled her. Wu Xiaoxiao immediately sat down, hugging the dog tightly, and lamented with tearful eyes. Even a master like you can't solve it. Saying this, she sat down on the ground and couldn't help but burst into tears, causing him to jump. The nurse and the doctor nearby couldn't help but misunderstand when they saw this. They looked at him with disdain, and the nurse curled her lips. Trisk, boy toy. And he helplessly held his head and thought, I'm done for. I've made another girl cry. I'm having a bad day today. So he hurriedly bent down to comfort Wu Xiaoxiao. Don't cry anymore. Tell me the details, and I'll help you think of a solution. The system clinging to Wu Xiaoxiao's head said, HMPH. She said her friend went bankrupt. Wu Xiaoxiao replied resentfully, you weren't listening to anything I said at all. He immediately broke out in a sweat and knelt down with his hands clasped. I was wrong, sorry. Wu Xiaoxiao frowned and crossed her arms in front of her chest, saying, I'll say it one more time, don't be distracted again. Otherwise, I'll go home and tell my grandfather that you bullied me.
He panicked and replied, "Heroin, please spare me, I won't do it again."
In Wu Xiaoxiao's mind, the image of Gu Feifei wearing graduation clothes appeared. Next to some invention of hers, Wu Xiaoxiao said in a low voice, "I have a close friend who just graduated this year with a degree in mechanical engineering." Hearing this, his eyes lit up. "Nani?" Damn H muttered. Wu Xiaoxiao again remembered the image of Gu Feifei turning away after being rejected by a group of people. She continued, "After graduating, she and a friend opened a company, and it started off very smoothly. Unexpectedly, they couldn't find any investors, and everyone said that this project couldn't be done." That was the image of Gu Feifei, facing an angry man questioning her amidst scattered papers, she continued. And then she also argued with her business partners. Bai Wu stroked his chin and said with wide eyes, "So she's short on investors. But I'm not rich either, and I don't know anything about business." In his head, he thought, "Mainly, with my current luck, I'll just run into bad luck wherever I turn." He put one hand in his pocket. Slowly walking down the hallway with Wu Xiaoxiao and the dog, he said, "If you're worried about her, tell your grandfather to invest, right?" Wu Xiaoxiao turned around, her face serious, and replied, "It's not about the money," she frowned and explained. "Those business partners ran away with all the capital." Bai Wu was shocked to hear this. Wu Xiaoxiao said anxiously, "Last time you helped catch those bastards, but when you got home you met some bad guys who tied you up, and then you fell unconscious. In the end, I forgot about this matter." Memories flashed back in Bai Wu's mind. First the scene of Wu Xiaoxiao being knocked unconscious and tied up in a corner of the room. Then the scene of him fighting empty-handed against the armed assassin. Then the scene of him startling in panic when he saw the assassin begin to hold a knife to Wu Xiaoxiao's neck. And finally the image of him kneeling on the ground in front of the assassin with his head in his hands. He crossed his arms and looked at Wu Xiaoxiao's dog, frowning and thinking, "So that's why she ran to my place. This Wu Xiaoxiao and her dog are just alike. A real troublemaking machine." Wu Xiaoxiao clutched her chest, sighed softly, looked at the hospital room behind her, and said, "Those shady partners even stole the technology and sold it to others. She's completely devastated now." Then she looked at him, her eyes pleading. "I really don't know what to do. I can only ask you for help, Bai Wu." And the system sitting on his shoulder were both wide-eyed with surprise, unconsciously saying in unison, "That's rough, buddy. What's her project?" Of course, Wu Xiaoxiao only heard Bai Wu's voice, and she immediately replied, "Smart robot guiding the blind." His face fell, and he awkwardly gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Sounds like some high-tech stuff." The system, on the other hand, pouted and turned away. He rubbed his chin, seriously pondering. This kind of product is neither too big nor too small. If she can endure and make something big out of this, the passion of this startup company must be huge. Suddenly Wu Xiaoxiao grabbed his hand, anxiously saying, "My grandpa believes in you, and I believe in you too, please help her." Just then, a girl in a hospital gown suddenly called out, "Wu Xiaoxiao, Xiaoxiao Bai!" Wu and Wu Xiaoxiao were both startled and looked at her. Gu Feifei, gaunt, with dark circles under her eyes, dragged along the IV drip she was still receiving. Wu Xiaoxiao hurriedly supported Gu Feifei. He stood aside with his arms crossed, silently observing, "This girl's complexion looks like her luck is even worse than mine." Gu Feifei looked at him coldly and asked, "Are you Bai Wu?" He was surprised. "You know me." In his heart he was confused, not expecting his great name to be so famous now. But Gu Feifei's next sentence was like a bucket of cold water splashed on his face. She said to Wu Xiaoxiao, "Wu Xiaoxiao, you're doing it again, going to find these kinds of con artists to help you. Do you think you're possessed?" Bai Wu's face darkened after hearing this, and he smirked, thinking, "This girl's got quite the ego. I haven't even said I'd help her yet. And who is this Ninu? How does she know me?" Gu Feifei decisively turned back to the hospital room. To Wu Xiaoxiao's astonishment, Bai Wu crossed his arms, smirked, and said to Wu Xiaoxiao, "Your friend here is way too proud." Hearing him say that, she worriedly advised, "Gu Feifei, it was so hard for me to get Bai Wu to help you. Don't be too much." But before she could finish speaking, Gu Feifei glanced at him coldly and interrupted, "This guy, a helper." Then Gu Feifei held up a newspaper towards him and said loudly, "I thank you. I don't need any masters or deities to help." Finishing speaking, she threw the newspaper straight at Bai Wu. He thought to himself, "Well, that saves me some trouble." A moment later, Bai Wu, Wu Xiaoxiao, and her dog had left for another place. He picked up the newspaper and read it carefully. Behind him, a man was getting a drink of water. The man suddenly noticed him, turned to look and thought, this guy looks familiar. Ah. The system also peeked at the newspaper full of words that he was reading, and laughed. "With your system here to help, you're now a majestic master."
On the newspaper it wrote,
Ding Tian Group escapes crisis. General Jia says a mysterious expert secretly helped behind the scenes. This mysterious metaphysical master is praised by the people. Attached to the article was a photo of him and Wang Banzi with the caption, "Welcoming the sword for a tale of gold, all thanks to a snap of the fingers and a fortune-telling." He pursed his lips and cursed helplessly. HMPH. I knew these dead reporters would draw dragons and paint snakes again. Immediately he took out his phone and called Wang Banzi. Yo, fatty, where are you? He cheered noisily on the other end. I just got back to your place. When will you come? Offering yourself at the door, causing Baiwu to be startled. At their place, Wang Banzi pressed himself against the door to block the people outside and said, There are so many people. Aren't there many bosses who want to invite us to help them with feng shui? His cheeks flushed, and he shouted excitedly, Brother Wu, you're really a divine strategist. This Ding Tian matter has made us so famous. Jia Shen just dropped by and said that Jia Cheng's contractors have been drowned by those projects. They probably won't last much longer. Let's see who dares to oppose us now. Bai Wu's face darkened, his mouth twitched, and he wondered, who exactly is the villain here? The system retorted coldly. Scary, making Jia Cheng bankrupt. He silently listened to Wang Banzi's voice, continuing to blare on the phone, and also those older sisters in the same building as us, crying and begging us to tell their fortunes. What about fate, family, having sons and daughters? Wu Xiaoxiao stood beside him, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Behind him, the man from earlier was also slowly approaching. Wu Xiaoxiao suddenly turned and called out, Bai Wu! She got so close that he was stunned, she whispered, encouraging him. Don't be discouraged, Gu Fei. Fei is just overwhelmed. I'll definitely make her accept you. Afterwards he watched Wu Xiaoxiao and the dog leave, sighing to himself. Just like master, like dog. What she said is so easy to misunderstand. He looked disgusted, thinking, it's clearly a consulting company, but now it's turned into a fortune-telling place. Damn it, superstition kills people. After thinking about it, he seriously instructed Wang Banzi, Fatty, don't panic, just record everything people need advice on, and then investigate the situation of those bosses. Maybe you can ask Xia Shen and Qing Qing for help, he thought to himself. It's probably not as simple as Fatty said. Wang Banzi smiled brightly and replied, I understand. Of course. No work, no eat. Don't worry, leave it to me. Bai Wu hung up the phone after finishing. He thought tiredly, am I really relieved leaving it to you, those two money-grubbing bastards? The system crossed its arms, sitting on his shoulder, adding, That's right, this system also thinks that Fatty's cut is probably 78%. Hearing the system say that, he clutched his head, gritting his teeth as he thought about Wang Banzi's money-grubbing face. So he quickly walked away, thinking, no way, I have to go back and worry about it. Behind him, the mysterious man saw him leave and quickly followed. He frowned, his eyes suddenly turning sharp. Then he swung his fist and charged towards him, shouting, Go die! But Bai Wu, who was walking, stepped on a puddle, causing him to slip. His body lunged forward, which unintentionally helped him avoid the man's attack. Bai Wu turned around in shock and exclaimed, You! The man continued to rush at him, yelling, You're the bastard who made me lose my job. He choked Bai Wu, making it hard for him to breathe, groaning, Gaha, erg. Bai Wu wasn't one to back down, immediately kicking him in the stomach in retaliation. You crazy guy, I don't even know you. After being countered, the man sat down on the ground. The system quickly projected a green light on him. Bai Wu clutched his neck, thinking, Why do I always get haunted by these triad guys? Can't they give me a break? The man clutched his stomach in pain, blaming him with one eye closed. It's you who made Jia Cheng go bankrupt, causing me to lose my job, no income. My wife is just waiting to die. The system quickly informed him. Host, he's an employee of Jia Cheng contractor. Bai Wu stroked his chin, looking thoughtful, lamenting. Heaven, did me smiting the wicked cause collateral damage? Bai Wu looked tiredly at the man crying miserably in front of him, while the system was busy, manipulating two data panels with both hands. It analyzed and calculated that the reason was indeed due to the host dealing with Jia Cheng. It pointed to the chart in front of him, continuing. If the host hadn't intervened, this misfortune would have been Ding Tian's. A scene appeared, with Ding Tian going bankrupt, and the two Xia father and son, Xia Jigang and Xia Shen, hugging each other and crying. Bai Wu's face looked terrible. He told himself, President Xia is an upright person. Jia Cheng and Jing Tian Capital specialize in doing wicked things. They deserve this ending. I'm acting on behalf of heaven. Finally, he sighed, concluding to himself, I'm not wrong. It's just that his luck wasn't good. He got caught in the crossfire. He looked at the man, frowning and rebutting. Jia Cheng went bankrupt,
because of its own misdeeds. It has nothing to do with me. Please don't drag me into this." The man's face was still covered in tears, pointing at his face and shouting, "Pooft! Are you any better, snakes and rats in the same hole? You don't care about the lives and deaths of the underclass like us?"
Bai Wu turned his back and said nothing. The system, with its hands on its hips, looked at him and said, "Wrong. The host relies on my almighty system to reverse the universe. You guys definitely can't rub off on it." Bai Wu's face darkened at this moment. The labels of snakes and rats in the same hole, capitalist hound, backstabber, dog-eat-dog, slippery war god, and rebellious host pierced his heart like arrows, making him very uncomfortable. The system flew after him, asking, "Shouldn't we keep an eye on him? He's going to cause you trouble again?" Bai Wu sighed softly, raising his hand to signal it was okay, he said. "With a cheat like you by my side, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, it's not his fault." As soon as he finished speaking, he tripped while stepping down the stairs in front of the hospital. Then he fell flat on his face in a tragic manner. The system was startled and exclaimed, while the other man laughed loudly, "Serves you right, heaven's gonna strike you dead." The system's lips twitched, sweating as it said, "Whoa, I can't help you with luck stuff." A moment later, under the gentle sunlight, Bai Wu sat on a park bench within the hospital grounds, both knees scraped from the fall. He touched his knee as he called someone. "I heard Jia Cheng is laying people off over there." Jia Shen stood in front of a glass window in a room, looking out at the distant skyscrapers, the sunlight casting a slanted shadow on the floor. He confirmed, "Yeah, Jia Cheng's broke. That project suddenly ran into trouble, so it looks like they're screwed this time," Jia Shen said. "The higher-ups have all bailed, and they're starting to lay off the employees below. Heard some people came to the company to negotiate yesterday and there was a conflict, almost led to someone jumping off the building." Bai Wu was exaggeratedly shocked upon hearing this. Really? He recalled the moment the man lunged at him, the moment he was knocked down clutching his stomach in pain, the moment he held his face crying about his circumstances, and the moment he pointed at him accusingly. Interwoven with those memories, Jia Shen's words echoed, "Heard that guy's family is struggling, with someone sick needing expensive treatment, and the other guy is pressured by his mortgage and fiancé, both forced to the edge." Bai Wu's mood turned sour and he thought in panic, "No way!" The system jumped out to analyze. "The first guy seems like the one who attacked us earlier, 84% chance. As for the other guy, according to statistics, apartment mortgages and wedding expenses are common pressures for unmarried young people these days." Bai Wu glanced at it and said, "Yeah, no need for your analysis on this," Jia Shen continued. On the other end of the line, Secretary Dong said, "It's not just Jia Cheng. Other companies are in the same situation. Bai Wu, we're successful in the business world. But what about these innocent people caught in the crossfire? We got to figure something out." In front of him, the system was also stroking its chin. Looking at an information panel, it said, "Based on the statistics, the number of people affected is probably over 3,000. It looked at the statistics panel, continuing its analysis. If the person didn't intervene and Ding Tian was acquired, then there would be much fewer unemployed people, about 500 or so." The system thought of the tragic situation that could occur at the construction site, when the buildings were demolished and the people would have no place to live. It hesitated and said, "But the number of people harmed in the unfinished construction site and the extent of the harm." Bai Wu couldn't listen anymore. His face darkened, and his eyes turned gloomy as he cut off the system. "I know, let me have some peace and quiet." He despairingly clutched his head, remaining silent for a long time. The system sat on his shoulder, looking at him worriedly. At Bai Wu's home, he was intently researching information on his laptop. On the computer screen, a video played, showing many people holding banners protesting with slogans like, "Jia Cheng company workers gathering to protest, return my blood money, blood debt, pay with blood. Return the money to save my life." Next was news of the Jia Cheng boss meeting with a traffic accident on the road to escape, along with a picture of a man lying on a stretcher being put into an ambulance, next to an overturned car. The scene changed, and Bai Wu had found his way to the hospital room where the man's wife was staying. But he didn't go in. He just stood outside the door, secretly peeking inside. The man held a bowl of food, smiling gently as he reassured his wife. "The severance pay is coming soon. Don't worry. Just focus on taking care of yourself. And wait for chemotherapy." The wife, probably due to chemotherapy, had lost all her hair and lay weakly in bed. But upon hearing her husband's words, she showed a hint of joy. "Really? Is that just for you? Or will everyone get it?" Bai Wu stood outside looking in, taking out a card from his pocket as he sighed. What an idiot, can't even lie properly. Afterwards, he went to an ATM to withdraw money. The woman next to him, probably because she couldn't withdraw money, slammed on the machine, angrily scolding, "This crappy machine is hard to use and always malfunctions. It always breaks down when it's my turn." The nurse next to her had to persuade her, "Ma'am, Don't get upset, maybe you pressed the wrong button. Someone will come to fix it when the machine freezes.
Later, Bai Wu had a cigarette in his mouth. He lowered his head, looking scruffy, as he sat on the steps in front of the hospital entrance, lamenting to himself, helping this person will cause trouble for that person. Should I just not interfere and let everything run according to its course? At this time, the system was flying above his head, covering its mouth and laughing, because its energy was fully charged. It told him, "It's simple. Just do what you want, put your own interests first."
Seeing two selfish stones falling on Bai Wu's head, the system was startled and continued.
Right, changing the outcome of a few things can help you gain boundless energy. I personally think it's fine.
Suddenly, a water pipe burst, causing a fire hydrant to pop out, spraying water everywhere. As a result, Bai Wu, sitting not far away, got soaked. He secretly complained, "This cold-blooded AI technology, this is the good thing you were talking about." He glanced at it, bluntly exposing it.
The energy is tied to my benefits, and I'm the one catching all the bad luck. The system, already equipped with a transparent raincoat with cute bunny ears, retorted, "But we're symbiotic partners. Your level-ups help me get more wealth and abilities." Watching the droplets of water running down his fingers, Zhu Feng mocked inwardly. "Yeah, level up with you, then keep doing stuff that screws people over for profit."
Zhu Feng struggled, clutching his head as drops of water trickled onto his hands.
He muttered in his head, "Forget about needing this kind of money. Just the side effect of reduced luck is more than I can handle. Don't let it turn into making money with my life but not living to spend it, no. Can you give me a minute to think?" The system gently touched his hand, saying, "Natural cause and effect will always balance out. When you helped him pay the hospital bill earlier, was that also a bad thing? I really don't get it." Suddenly, Zhu Feng's eyes widened, repeating, "Pay the bill." He stared in surprise. "So, that's how you got the energy just now?" The system covered its mouth, admitting, "Yeah, I didn't force anyone. Why am I catching the blame for this?"
Zhu Feng thought of something. He frowned, wondering, as long as I don't have a greedy heart and do good deeds, is this the mechanism for getting energy? The system's eyes lit up at that.
He immediately understood the problem. So, the root of the problem isn't the system, but my choices will affect other people's misfortunes. The system clasped its hands behind its back, comforting him. "Why so gloomy, dude? We've got a plan to restore your luck. Want to hear it?" Zhu Feng immediately agreed. "Of course, I don't want to trip and fall in the street one day." The system opened a window and said with a grin, "Ta-da!" It read, "Ways to restore luck for the host. Option A, pay up. B, get injured. C, abscess, due to technical reasons, cannot be displayed." Zhu Feng's face darkened instantly. He cursed inwardly. "You little punk, you're messing with me." Zhu Feng poked its belly, asking, "What's broken now? Did you get a lemon face again?" The system sweated, explaining, "Nothing, it just can't be displayed, host. Just pick one of the first two for now."
Zhu Feng said with a helpless expression.
"Still the same old tricks," he thought to himself. "Other things can wait. Restoring my luck is more urgent, or I'll be unlucky to death."
Zhu Feng stroked his chin, looking at the system window and considering, whatever, I'll just have to pick paying up since I don't know what the third option is. The ancients were right about money being a substitute for misfortune. His eyes flickered, thinking,
"But the problem is how to pay up. The first charity donation was already rejected."
Suddenly, Zhu Feng jumped up and shook the phone vigorously to get the water out.
A call came in.
Wang Banzi's booming voice rang out. "Feng Ji, when are you coming back? I've already picked them out, just waiting for you to come back and slam the table to choose the goods." Zhu Feng held the phone away from his ear a little. He sighed inwardly. Is this fatso here to specifically screw with me? Does he think I'm not unlucky enough?
Also, he recalled the image of the couple in the hospital room, his expression becoming sad. He asked himself, was it right for me to squeeze those capitalist crocodiles?
Zhu Feng turned back to his car, opening the car door while telling Wang Banzi, "I'm coming back right now. Business at the door can wait. Help me check if there are any investment projects."
On the other end, Wang Banzi excitedly said after hearing him, "Feng Ji, did you change your mind and want to become a stock god? High risk, high reward, bro. Scooping up a bunch from the floor, we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives."
Zhu Feng drove off. He clarified, "Not that. Stocks are the best kind of investment. It's finding one that hasn't even gone through venture capital yet." 3 days later, Zhu Feng propped his hand on the table, looking at the pile of documents with a frown of dissatisfaction. "None of these work." Wang Banzi stood beside him, retorting, "I feel like these are all very promising. Why not?" His expression darkened.
Looking at the system windows showing the success rates of the deals, one with a 77% chance of making money, one dropping to 70%, one increasing to 81%, and another with an 89% chance of making money. He was outraged at the sight. This is making money? This is asking for my life. The system leaned over the table, casually picking up the stamp and stamping the documents, laughing. Actually, it's not that they don't work. What if the host accidentally steps into the small percentage of losses?
It must be made clear that Zhu Feng's purpose is to find something that's easy to lose money on,
because losing money will pay off the debt with the system, and he won't be unlucky anymore. Hearing what the system said was like a bolt from the blue, Zhu Feng broke out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, what if my luck suddenly turns, and money flows in like water? I'm afraid that $1 billion will be slapped in my face, and I'll be struck by lightning wherever I go, dying an unnatural death. He crossed his arms, glanced at Wang Banzi, and firmly refused.
No way, these are all untrustworthy. Wang Banzi grabbed the documents and said boldly, how can that be? The business model and market potential are all good, and the personnel are reliable. I even asked Dai Qingqing for advice. She said there's no problem. Zhu Feng was speechless, helplessly thinking, this money-grubbing ghost is quick on the draw when she smells money. Suddenly, he stood up and grabbed Wang Banzi's shoulders, advising, Fatty, we're different now. We need to have a broader vision. We can't just aim for small-time money, we also have to try to help others realize their dreams.
He was momentarily surprised by what he had heard. Wang Banzi changed his attitude, raised his eyebrows, and asked, Feng-Yi, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you don't want to make money at all?
Zhu Feng was speechless, his heart inevitably flustered. How am I supposed to explain this? Am I supposed to bring up my extreme bad luck? The system appeared, crossed its arms, and told him,
Host, even if you tell him, he won't believe you. Just look at him. Then, the system shined a light from its palm onto Fatty Wang's frowning face, and a window popped up above his head showing countless gold coins, it explained. All he thinks about is money. He only doubts people who don't want to take him along to make a buck. You two were never on the same path to begin with. Bai Wu pondered, his eyes narrowed, his face showing clear signs of fatigue. Fatty Wang crossed his arms, complaining, just spit it out already. This fatso following you ain't about chasing some weird-ass dream. Just then, Xia Chen appeared at his door, poking his head in to say, hi, yo, what's all the commotion? Xia Chen casually walked in, seemingly deep in thought, and asked,
Qingji said you two are planning to invest and not be consultants anymore. Chasing dreams is cool and all, but it's also risky as hell. Are you trying to throw money away on purpose? Bai Wu was startled. He raised his hand to greet Xia Chen.
You're here at the perfect time. Can you help me make a list of the ordinary people affected by that company's bankruptcy?
Xia Chen playfully punched his shoulder, laughing. I thought you didn't care anymore, Bai Wu replied. If I can help a few people, I will. They're just innocent folks suffering anyway. Fatty Wang frowned nearby, glancing at him unhappily.
Bai Wu seriously suggested to Xia Chen, those in worse conditions might not be able to take the hit. See if you can help them out. Xia Chen naturally supported his decision, raising his hand to his chest and saying,
true. If you're unemployed, just find a new job. What future is there working for those kinds of companies anyway? Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll get back to you in a few days.
Bai Wu suddenly remembered something. He quickly added, if it's convenient, ask Secretary Dong Dingqian if they're hiring too. Not noticing that Fatty Wang's face had turned extremely sour, his face darkened horribly, and he couldn't help but say sarcastically, Bai Wu, are you planning to stop making money and become a philanthropist, doing charity work?
Bai Wu stared at him, wanting to explain. It's not that. Those people were affected by us.
But before he could finish, Fatty Wang exploded.
He slammed the stack of documents on the table and snapped.
But we didn't force them to work at those companies. And besides, no company lasts forever, guaranteeing there won't be a day of bankruptcy. If your luck's bad, who can you blame?
Then, he turned to leave, showing he didn't want to be involved. Under the shocked gazes of Bai Wu and Xia Chen, his tone not softening. You two are good people, but this fatso's cultivation ain't that high. I want to live, and live even better.
With that, he decisively left. Watching the door close, Bai Wu hurriedly called after him. Fatty, Xia Chen, seeing this, said, doing good deeds is hindering your money-making, bro. Helping those people find jobs, I get it, but following your investment path is like throwing money into a trash can. Bai Wu wearily sat down on the chair, sighing and muttering, you two wouldn't understand.
Xia Chen then suggested, how about I introduce you to someone? Some bros I game with are so addicted, they want to develop a unique new game themselves. He scratched his head. Their ideas seem kinda sus to me, like burning money. Hearing this, Bai Wu exclaimed in surprise.
Burning money. A few memories of Jiu Feifei flashed in his head, along with Wu Xiaoxiao's words, I have a close friend, just graduated in mechanical engineering this year but can't find an investor. Everyone says this project is a no-go. He remembered the girl in the hospital gown, still hooked up to an IV drip, her face gaunt but cold, and unconsciously rubbed his chin, thinking, when it comes to burning money, what can compare to that unreliable robot guide dog project for the blind?
Right then, Bai Wu went to find Wu Xiaoxiao and told her his intentions. Wu Xiaoxiao walked beside him, passionately guaranteeing, Bai Wu, don't worry, this time I'll definitely convince Feifei to put up with you.
Bai Wu frowned, thinking, why do I feel like I'm being forced into marriage? Am I investing in her? Then he slapped himself on the face. That's not right, I came to burn money. The two walked into an empty office with no one in sight. Only desks and chairs lying still, and scraps of paper scattered on the ground. Wu Xiaoxiao instructed. So you have to treat Feifei well. She's a really good person. Her project is definitely going to succeed. I've invested all my savings in her. Bai Wu thought helplessly. The key to success is a good heart? Also, it's only because her family is too rich that she raised such a kind-hearted idiot.
He crossed his arms, happily agreeing. Of course, otherwise why would I invest? Suddenly, Bai Wu's attention shifted in another direction.
Gu Feifei, wearing a lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, held a gun-like device in her hand. She approached them and said, Right, Bai Wu. Seeing Gu Feifei pointing the device at him, Bai Wu cried out in alarm. Milady, have mercy. Gu Feifei turned to leave, coldly saying, You're not welcome here, no farewell.
Wu Xiaoxiao hurried over to grab Gu Feifei's arm, explaining,
Feifei, it's all a misunderstanding. Bai Wu isn't some con artist, he's genuinely investing. Gu Feifei flatly refused. No need, Bai Wu thought in surprise. Turning down money that's offered. Is she not short on cash, or is she still wary of me? The system, sitting on his shoulder, nonchalantly said. With the company crisis right in front of her, she's naturally 599% wary of the host.
Bai Wu wiped his forehead, looking aggrieved. Do I look like a bad guy? Then he asked the system. But what about the remaining 40%?
The system immediately flew over and shone a green light on Gu Feifei, then gave its analysis. 9% is not caring about investment, because losing a crucial technique makes continuing the project impossible. Bai Wu looked at the system's information panel and pondered. Research technique can't be continued. Even getting investment is useless. He turned to ask the system.
If Gu Feifei is a mad scientist, wasn't the Stoneheart technique made by her? The system spread its hands, folded a thumb and replied, Only 54%.
On this side, Gu Feifei yanked her hand away from Wu Xiaoxiao. She said, All right, Wu Xiaoxiao, stop bothering me. Thinking of Bai Wu, Gu Feifei said bluntly, I know you want to help me, but you can't solve my problem. At this time, Bai Wu was still contemplating. So that means the other half was done by those collaborators, and because they lost the copyright to that core technical part, it can't be used anymore and they have to start all over. The system heard his reasoning and gave a thumbs up, like, the host's reasoning is 95% accurate. Bai Wu scratched his head, searching for a solution. If I want to gain Gu Feifei's trust, I have to help her solve her past problem, but the people ran away, and the technique was sold. Does that mean I have to go rob the people and the technique back? Saying I'm here to burn money, but it's good if she can't complete the project. Suddenly he calmed down, thinking about the inner circle of relationships between him, Gu Feifei, and the technique. If he invests directly, Gu Feifei will refuse. But if he gets the technique and invests in Gu Feifei with the technique, she might agree. He held his face in contemplation. No. If he doesn't help her, she definitely won't accept his investment. The smile on Bai Wu's lips suddenly became weird. He has to help, but not completely, yet he can't let her be revived. The system looked at him, alternately happy and worried. It broke out in a cold sweat, asking, Do you need my help?
Bai Wu transformed like a devil, his eyes emitting red light, telling the system, No need. The system was shocked to see him like that. It immediately opened the information window.
There are 3 options. A. Catch the collaborators, 87%. B. Get the technique back, 6%. C. Borrow Wu Xiaoxiao's hand to invest, 29%.
Bai Wu stroked his chin, considering his expression deep, a sinister smile.
Thinking of catching them back so she knows my abilities, and then she'll accept the technical investment. Then, of course I'll cross my arms and watch, not caring about anything. It just won't succeed. This is the way.
The system continued to inform him. The probability of those guys still being in Hangzhou is 100%.
Bai Wu looked up, a delighted smile on his face. Then what are we waiting for? Immediately he pulled Wu Xiaoxiao's hand.
Before Gu Feifei's surprised eyes, he said loudly,
Let me help you catch that scoundrel, Xiao Zhao, follow me. Gu Fei silently watched the two leave. His car sped along the crowded city streets, and Wu Xiaoxiao's voice rang out in the car. That jerk, Jiang Yang, is Fei's classmate. I've met him before.
She looked at Bai Wu, providing him with more information.
Heard he was originally from Laocheng Bay, just has a younger sister, just started college this year. I was like, Hangzhou University? Then I thought, logically, after he stole the tech, he should have bolted outside of here, but he's been chilling in Hangzhou for so long. Did something unexpected happen?
Wu Xiaoxiao clenched her fist, cheering him on. Bai Wu, go for it. I know you can do it. System pops up another notification. Person in Lao Beicheng, 5%. At Hangzhou University, %. I furrowed my brow, calculating. These odds are too low. Hangzhou is so huge. Gotta narrow down the search area. If not at Hangzhou University, then it's not for family, but...
Then I grinned, understanding everything. I get it now. The system appeared, giving me 2 thumbs up and adding more info.
Data theft went south, 8,883%.
And Jiang Yang sold the data to Zhu Ri Tech. Next to it, a window popped up with praise. Host, good chop. A moment later, the car pulled up in front of a company and stopped. At the same time, a guy walked out from inside.
Spotting the dude sighing, Wu Xiaoxiao yelled from the car, Jiang Yang, startling Bai Wu, who was getting out of the car. He was spooked when he heard that, face turning pale. Jiang Yang immediately took off running.
Bai Wu charged forward, yelling, "Where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, I tripped on the curb, face-planting towards Jiang Yang, causing the USB in his hand to fly out.
He staggered away but was still sweating when he saw the USB fall in front of Bai Wu.
I picked it up. The system sighed. Host, I really don't know whether to call it the good guy's luck or not. You can even step on 6%.
Holding the USB in my hand, I looked helpless. Not knowing what to say, I muttered in my heart, no way. This isn't the lost data, is it?
The system winked, pointed at me, and confirmed, bingo, that's the data. Bai Wu rubbed his head, face pale, staring blankly at the USB, thinking, why'd he drop something so important? The system stroked its chin, offering a suggestion.
Host, if you give this data to Gu Fei, you have a 98% chance of gaining her trust.
Just then, Wu Xiaoxiao got out of the car, panicking and running over. Bai Wu, are you okay? I stuffed the USB into my pocket and said to the system in my head, give it to Gu Fei.
Then break through the tech barrier and reach the sky in one step.
Are you trying to get me killed? When Wu Xiaoxiao got next to me, I quickly looked up, waving my hands with a smile and saying, oh, I'm fine, I'm fine. In my mind, I was wondering, but why is the data still in Jiang Yang's hands? I glanced at the company behind me. Could it be the buyer? The system got what I was implying, replying, that's right, the buyer returned it.
Wu Xiaoxiao grabbed my arm, asking worriedly. Jiang Yang ran off. What do we do? Bai Wu replied sternly. Chase after him, of course.
Then they got back in the car. When opening the car door, I was still lost in endless thoughts. Zhu Rin Tech doesn't value this tech. While I was fastening my seatbelt, the system snickered from behind. The tech is too difficult. Gu Fei only has a 7% chance of success. Hearing that, my expression turned serious, thinking, that won't do. I stepped on 6% and this happened. Wouldn't 7% be even worse?
The important thing is to find Jiang Yang, then we can talk about the issues after.
The system raised its hand to its forehead, squinting and smiling as it replied. As you command. Bai Wu stepped on the gas and sped off. I drove according to the displayed map. The two of us went, until the map showed my location was just one turn away from Jiang Yang. My car sped even faster down the road. Before long, the car stopped in front of a big building.
Wu Xiaoxiao sat in the car looking out, blankly asking, why did we stop?
Bai Wu didn't answer her, but silently asked the system, yo, are you sure it's this building? The system confirmed, for sure. Plus, we're already in the elevator. He looked up at the building, wondering if this wasn't his place. What was he doing here? The system manipulated countless different windows, then spat out some info. Finding a job 24%, ditching the host 182%, finding someone 11%. Seeing these numbers, it couldn't help but sigh. Too low across the board. Bai Wu furrowed his brow, thinking, I've got a bad feeling about this. Suddenly, the system pointed to the top of the building and said, host, he's on the rooftop. It startled him so badly that he grit his teeth, bolted out of the car, and ran like a bat out of hell. Unable to resist cursing, holy crap, Xiao Yu, sitting in the car, was shocked, not understanding what was happening. A random dude looked up and suddenly noticed something. He said, looks like someone's standing on the roof. People around also started looking up, buzzing with chatter.
Someone pointed and said, looks like someone really is standing up there. Another person said, Isn't he gonna jump? Someone else yelled, "Someone call the cops." At this moment, a pair of shaky legs stood on the rooftop railing. Behind him, Bai Wu finally made it up there, staggering as he ran. Jiangyang. He raised his foot, the wind blowing, making his coattails and tie flutter in the wind. From where he was standing, he could see the green grass below. It wasn't clear how many floors the building had, but if he fell from this height, he probably wouldn't survive. He stepped one foot out, ready to jump. Luckily, Bai Wu managed to rush over, grab him, and pull him back. The people below saw that the person above had been saved, and only a shoe had fallen, not a person. They let out cries of exclamation. Ooh! Up top, Jiangyang was pinned to the ground by Bai Wu, struggling and yelling, "Let me go. Just let me die." Bai Wu grabbed his collar, angrily yelling in his face, "Are you freaking kidding me? At most, you'd be in jail for a few years." Hearing this, he painfully clutched his head and cried, tears and snot running everywhere. "You don't understand. I'm really at the end of my rope." Bai Wu was momentarily stunned, wondering, could this have something to do with me again? The system, hands on its hips, told him, only 21% related to the host. Bai Wu worriedly cried in his head, "Crap! There's a part for me again. How is it my fault that he wants to die?" Bai Wu suddenly realized something, and tentatively asked, "Bro, you in debt?" Jiangyang wiped away his tears and asked back, "How did you know?" The system told him, "Host, he's not the one in debt." Bai Wu recalled his conversation with Xiao Yu in the car. He furrowed his brow and thought, "I get it." He put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and bluntly exposed him. He's trying to commit suicide for the insurance money to help his sister pay off her debts? Jiangyang sat down heavily, clutching his head in pain, and answered, "My sister and I are orphans, relying on each other. She got scammed out of a huge loan by people at school. They said if she didn't pay up, they'd lay a hand on her." Jiangyang's tears flowed non-stop, and he angrily said, "I borrowed from Gu Feifei, but all she cares about is basic research. She doesn't care if I live or die." Bai Wu gave him a stern look and asked, "So you stole money and data to sell?" He thought in his head, "Is that Gu Feifei really that cold-blooded, or is there some kind of misunderstanding?" Jiangyang burst into tears again, grabbing the railing and climbing up, but the buyer changed his mind halfway through. "I really have no way out." Bai Wu panicked when he saw that he kept wanting to die, grabbing his shoulders to stop him. "Hey, don't rush things." He hastily came up with an idea to appease him. "I'll handle this for you." Jiangyang turned to look at him, confused. Bai Wu crossed his arms, seriously suggesting, "Just leave all those loan sharks at school to me." His face suddenly turned mysterious. He smiled and continued, "But there's give and take. You have to help me deal with Gu Feifei." At Gu Feifei's office, she pointed at Jiangyang and loudly said, "You took so much money, why did you still jump off the building?" Jiangyang angrily glared and pointed at her face, then said, "You have the nerve to ask me that." Bai Wu sighed beside them and asked, "Didn't you know he was in massive debt, with no way out?" Hearing him, Gu Feifei suddenly asked, "Since when?" Hearing her say that, Jiangyang was stunned, only able to utter, "Huh." Suddenly she moved closer to him, asking, "How much do you owe? Do you need help?" Making him even more speechless. A moment later, they sat down to explain the situation to Gu Feifei. Bai Wu watched from the side, chuckling to himself. As expected, Gu Feifei only focuses on research, and didn't notice Jiangyang's troubles. He happily smiled. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, this investment is stable. Xiaobei suddenly appeared beside him, happily saying, "And the host's luck has been restored too." His mouth dropped open in surprise. He thought to himself, "I didn't even do anything? Could it be because I helped Jiangyang?" Then he enthusiastically waved his hand, startling Xiaobei so much that she fell backwards. He thought to himself, "Hee. Then my chances of finding out about the loans in school are higher too." The next day he strode towards the school, looking at all the students passing by. He sighed. Everyone is still so youthful and energetic. Hearing this, Xiaobei couldn't help but ask, "Host, you too?" Suddenly a lecturer approached him, asking, "You're back at school." Bai Wu recognized her. He said, "Teacher Lin." Memories of the past flooded back when he loudly argued with his parents and shouted, "You don't need to manage us anymore." Then he angrily left. Remembering this, he sadly thought, "So much time has passed." Xiaobei curiously asked. Host ran away from home and dropped out of Hangcheng University. Then she started jumping around his head, asking repeatedly, "Host's mom even arranged a fiancé for you. Host's family isn't bad. But why didn't you go home even when you ran out of money for food?" Teacher Lin pushed up her glasses, seriously saying, "Student Bai Wu, no matter what conflicts or difficulties happen at home, you still have to go to school." Hearing this, he didn't dare to look directly at her and glanced elsewhere. Suddenly he noticed something. He shouted, "Yan Hao," then hurriedly excused himself. "Teacher, I have something to do.
I'll go first. Yan Hao looked at him in surprise. Wu Ji, when did you get back? He put his arm around the guy's shoulder, saying, long story, I want to ask you something. He leaned in, seriously whispering to him, do you know about the loan sharking at school? Hearing him ask this, he was startled, and pushed his arm away. Wu Ji, if you're short on cash, just ask your brothers, why would you take out a loan? He cautiously whispered to him, let me tell you, be careful not to get scammed. I heard that a female student in school owed a huge sum and couldn't take it anymore. She tried to kill herself. Luckily, she was saved in time. Bai Wu rubbed his chin. He asked, so do you know where the loan sharks are from? Yan Hao said, I don't know. Just heard that many female students have been caught in it. Their families are blaming the school for not managing properly. The student union is also trying to clean up the advertisements on the walls, but it doesn't seem to be working, he muttered thoughtfully. All female students falling for the trap, and it's connected to those flyers. Xiao Pei, listening in on the conversation, was gathering information. Yan Hao put his hand on Bai Wu's shoulder and continued, but you used to hate this kind of thing the most. Could it be that starting a business is tough? Or you're giving in to your family? Bai Wu, hearing this, waved the black card in his hand emphatically. What are you talking about? I'm entrusted to investigate this matter. But he just scratched his head and asked, they make black bus passes now. He glanced at him disdainfully, saying, help me ask around about loan sharks in this school. Preferably find some victims for me to get the lowdown. Saying this, he smirked. There's a reward, of course. Yan Hao, hearing this, was all smiles, clinging to him. Wu Ji, are you loaded now? Did you hook up with a sugar mama? We're bros, no need to talk money. I'll help you ask around, just wait for my news. Bai Wu kicked him in the butt, shooing him away. Get going. Then he stuffed the black card back into his pocket. It's not hard for anyone to burn this money, he calculated secretly in his head. But in front of them, I should keep up appearances. Afterward, he and Yan Hao went around asking about the situation everywhere. Until dusk, he sat down on a chair to sort through the information he had found. Based on the information gathered, these loan sharks in the school seem to be deliberately targeting female students with poor family backgrounds. Xiao Pei appeared, adjusted its glasses and said, that's right, 984% of the victims are female students. The flyer distribution method accounts for 45%, and targeting female students in poverty is 933%. Bai Wu, listening to Xiao Pei's analysis, pondered, but the victims we've met don't want to reveal the reason for taking out the loans. Xiao Pei asked him, how about I search for a solution? He waved his hand. Nah, save your energy, I've got an idea. Then he thought to himself again, if it's not through advertising but can accurately find those in need. Xiao Pei, lying on his head, continued thinking seriously. Loan sharks in the school. A window appeared in the system with the content. Lending in schools is usually divided into 4 types. A. Consumer finance companies. B. P2P lending channels. C. Independent lenders. D. Banking institutions. The system looked at it and began to analyze. A and D usually have low loan amounts according to national regulations, and B2P is prohibited from operating in schools. If they use large-scale advertising to achieve their goals, it will be very high profile. But students in the school have rarely heard of it. It can be seen that they are hiding very well. Bai Wu held his head, his eyes showing clear, dark circles. He stopped the system. Okay, stop analyzing. My head is about to explode. B2P has long been exposed. You don't need to be a rocket scientist to know it's a loan shark. He remembered Jiang Yang crying and hugging his head on the rooftop, and the conversation the two had afterward. He thought to himself, the victims must have been threatened like that, afraid to reveal information about the lenders. The system said, illegal lending is 899%, and it's also usurious lending, often using violence to collect debts. Bai Wu sat on a long bench, his head swirling with questions. But why don't the victims want to reveal the reason for taking out the loans? Or are they borrowing to do something shady that they don't dare admit? The system excitedly raised its hand. Ask me, ask me. He pushed the system away, calculating in his mind, if they don't want to talk, then change the investigation method. So I have to find a way to get the list of students from difficult circumstances first. The system happily continued, yeah, with a list, it's easier to identify the victims. It flew in front of him and asked, but is the list that easy to get? He thought to himself. Ha, simple. At the assistant's office of Hangcheng University. After hearing Bai Wu's presentation, the teacher was surprised and asked again. You want to give scholarships to underprivileged students? He replied. Yes, as a way of giving back to the school. He continued. I'd like to see the list of underprivileged students, if that's okay. The teacher happily agreed, his hands flying over the keyboard. Of course. I'm very grateful for your kindness.
He took the list and began to read it carefully. The system sitting on his shoulder raised its hand, shining a light on the list, and exclaimed in surprise, "The hit rate is insane. 34% of the poor students have been targeted."
He widened his eyes in shock, thinking, that many? How did those loan sharks know about these poor students? Unless there's an inside man. He turned to the teacher and asked, "What are these students? Grades like normally? Do they receive scholarships or hardship assistance?" The teacher replied, "Of course. Our school is very proactive in this area." The teacher seemed very enthusiastic. The school also helps connect students with many work-study opportunities. Hearing this, he rubbed his chin, looked at the list, and frowned in thought. They're usually studying and working all the time, so how do they have time to get involved with those guys?
Also, it's hard to avoid the temptation of the city's glamour, borrowing to satisfy their spending needs, huh?
The system asked him, "What do you plan to do, host?" He snapped his fingers, chuckled to himself, and said to the system, "Observe first, of course." After that, he went to the places where the underprivileged students often worked part-time. First was a convenience store. He pretended to browse the shelves while secretly watching the student at the counter checking out a customer. Next was a restaurant. He acted dissatisfied with the food and complained. The student in the waitress uniform, seeing this, bowed apologetically. After that, he went to the square, holding a cup of drink in his hand. He sipped on the straw while keeping an eye on the girl in the bear mascot costume, diligently handing out flyers in the back.
After wandering around for a while, Bai Wu was exhausted. The system floated beside him and said, "Host, you looked like such a creep just now." He sighed and replied in his mind, "It's all for the job."
The system crossed its arms and pouted. "Why not just ask me? At least I can screen the people for you." He glanced at it. "Then we need a specific direction, don't we? You're not omnipotent. You don't know everything." He waved his hand to dismiss the system that was making a face at him. "Besides, the solutions you offer cost energy, and sometimes have errors. I've barely recovered a little bit of luck, so I shouldn't waste it. Let me find a way first." The system, upon hearing this, showed a disdainful expression. "Your way is so lame. Any progress?" He shook his head and replied, "These poor students don't have the same jobs, so it's unlikely that they come into contact with those people while working part-time." Suddenly, he clasped his hands, his eyes widened, his cheeks flushed red, and he looked at the system full of hope. "How about?" The system crossed its arms angrily. "HMPH." He ruefully held his head and wondered, where else could they come into contact with so many poor students at the same time? Suddenly, he realized something. His whole body seemed to be bathed in sparkling light, and he looked very excited. "I've got it." At that moment, at the Hangzhou University Library, Bai Wu and the system stood in front of the library door. In his heart, he affirmed, "This is definitely the place." Thinking this, he quickly entered the library. At this time, there were a few people reading books, some were looking for books on the shelves, some had just arrived, and some were leaving with their books and notebooks. Bai Wu put his hands in his pockets, casually strolled around, and observed his surroundings. When he passed a girl reading a book attentively in front of a shelf, he thought, "It's too quiet here, it's probably not here either." Finally, when he didn't get any results, he left the library. He sighed and asked the system for help. "Help me find them." The system's expression was extremely smug, saying, "Didn't you say you didn't need my help?" He explained sheepishly. "Well, the important characters usually appear last. If it wasn't too difficult, why would I let you take action?" Seeing this, the system proudly puffed out its chest and immediately agreed. "All right, just this once." Then its face became very serious and gave him a suggestion. "You may have investigated in the wrong direction. The problem lies in the fact that their targets are poor female students," it emphasized. Female students. Bai Wu felt like he had been struck by lightning out of the blue. He finally understood. That's right, poor students are a losing business for loan sharks. Why did I ignore the important clue that they are female students? He repeatedly slapped himself like a Baka-o-chan and mocked himself. It's bad enough that my luck is bad, but why is my IQ also affected?